Chapter 1. Ling Yi truly desired to end his life. Greetings, 01, I am the Tianming number 1 system. Tianyin, I wish to bind with you to complete a task, and upon its completion, the system will grant you a wish. 01, agreement to bind. Cold, so cold. Since her evolution into a new human, 01 had not felt the chill for a long time. Yet at this moment, 01 awaken. You are submerged in water, you must ascend to the surface immediately, or you shall face death once more. With a sudden jolt, 01 opened her eyes to find herself immersed in water, her drenched garments weighing heavily upon her as she began to sink deeper. Gazing upwards towards the surface, the clarity of the pool allowed her to see figures standing on the bank. Those individuals, standing at the water's edge, could not possibly be unaware of her plight, yet they refrained from offering assistance. Lowering her gaze, she moved her somewhat stiffened hands and began to swim upwards. Splosh! Breaking the water's surface, 01 gasped for air. The sensation of suffocation gradually dissipating, she lifted a hand to wipe the water from her face, casting her eyes towards the shore. There stood several people, both men and women, all fixated on the pool. Upon noticing her, their already sour expressions grew even more grim. 01 was indifferent to their stares, yet a sharp pain pierced her heart as an influx of foreign memories surged into her mind. The original owner of this body was the daughter of a chancellor, who had been maliciously swapped out. She was later adopted by a peasant couple who had no children of their own. The couple cherished her as their first child and named her Ling Yi. Though their household could not compare to that of the chancellor, they had never mistreated the child, raising her to be lively and cheerful. However, upon being brought back to her true family, she was reprimanded for her lack of decorum and understanding of propriety. Gradually, the original Ling Yi became silent and cautious. Moreover, they had reclaimed her to replace the false daughter who had usurped her life for 16 years, forcing her to marry a disabled third prince. The third prince genuinely loved the false daughter, yet burdened by his disability, he did not wish to impose upon her. Thus, he tacitly accepted the chancellor's arrangement, but felt a lingering resentment. Unwilling to subject his beloved to such a fate, he took out his frustrations on the original Ling Yi, disdainfully ridiculing her before their marriage. Ling Yi, unwilling to wed such a man, pleaded with her parents, who dismissed her concerns, insisting that marrying a prince was a tremendous fortune for a girl who had spent 16 years as a peasant. Countless others would aspire to such a fate. As the wedding date approached, the original Ling Yi threatened to end her life, leaping into the pool before everyone. Hoping to evoke pity from her parents, to her dismay, those so-called relatives merely watched her leap, failing to intervene as she perished, her essence replaced by 01. Ling Yi 01 murmured, "This name, it suits me well. From this moment forth, she would be known as Ling Yi." With this thought, Ling Yi swam towards the shore. Just as she grasped the stones at the bank, a figure approached, stepping upon the back of her outstretched hand. They say the fingers are connected to the heart despite the pressure upon her hand. Ling Yi's face revealed no trace of pain. Instead, she looked up at the intruder. Upon seeing his face, she recognized his identity from the memories. Lin Qingyu, the young master of the chancellor's household, and also Ling Yi's twin brother. Indeed, Lin Qingyu and Ling Yi were fraternal twins. Yet this brother, who had shared their mother's womb for 10 months, was the one who treated her the worst in this moment. While others merely loathed her, Lin Qingyu was eager to showcase his disdain. Lin Qingyu looked down at Ling Yi, his gaze not akin to that of a brother, but rather as if she were refused. He ground his foot slightly upon her hand and coldly remarked, "Ling Yi, did you not wish to die? How is it that you have managed to resurface without anyone rescuing you? Claiming to desire death, yet you are reluctant to leave this world. You know how to threaten our parents with your demise, making them uncomfortable. You would be better off truly dying. Do you wish for my death?" Ling Yi responded, a smile curving her lips. "Very well. If we were born together, we should die together." With that, Ling Yi suddenly seized Lin Qingju's foot, yanking him down with her into the depths. Cough, cough. Pool water surged into their mouths and noses as Lin Qingyu struggled to escape. A shadow loomed over them, and in his panic, Lin Qingyu glanced up to see Ling Yi, her face pale, eyes cold and sinister, her damp black hair clinging to her ashen skin, rendering her a visage of a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths. As Lin Qingyu fought against the water, Ling Yi's hands tightened around his throat, forcing him deeper. "You where? Fourth brother, fourth young master." The onlookers on the bank gasped in alarm, with the woman exclaiming, "Save him! Quickly save Yuer!" In response, several individuals leaped into the water to rescue him. Madness. Absolute madness. The woman trembled, recalling the earlier scene. Yuer is her biological brother. How could she be so cruel as to attack her own flesh and blood? Mother, second brother, and the servants have gone, and fourth brother will surely be fine. A strikingly beautiful young woman reassured sister is doing this because she does not wish to marry the third prince. If she truly does not want to, please do not force her. I will marry him. But in that case, there will be complications with the crown prince. She must marry, whether she wishes to or not. The woman interrupted. Once we pull her out, I will have her locked away until the wedding. A glimmer of understanding flashed in the young woman's eyes, yet she remained silent. At that moment, the first man to leap into the water emerged, dragging someone with him as he broke the surface and returned to the bank. Ling Yi's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qingyu, as if she still wished to advance upon him. Lin Qingyu, his complexion pale, bore clear marks of strangulation upon his neck, indicating that his assailant had been merciless. As he regained his breath, Lin Qingyu looked at Ling Yi in disbelief. However, upon meeting her eyes, filled with murderous intent, he froze. Ling Yi truly wished to kill him, but how could this be? He was her brother. The sensation of near death, coupled with Ling Yi's current demeanor, left Lin Qingyu unable to voice his questions. Just then, the woman strode directly to Ling Yi, raising her hand to strike her. As the woman's hand came crashing towards her, Ling Yi's expression turned icy. She seized the woman's wrist, meeting the gaze of this so-called mother. The woman struggled to free her hand, yet was unable to escape Ling Yi's grip. She glared fiercely. Yuer is your biological brother. How could you attempt to kill your own flesh and blood? What a vile creature you are. Ling Yi's gaze remained fixed upon the woman's face. Do you intend to strike me? Before the woman could respond, Ling Yi's free hand delivered a resounding slap across her face. Smack! The woman stumbled back, nearly falling. Mother! Madam! The young woman and her maids hurriedly supported her, astonished at Ling Yi's sudden aggression. This chapter's plot has been revised. Chapter 2. You are truly foolish. Has Ling Yi lost her mind? How dare she strike her mother, madam? Ling Yi, the man who had just been rescued, upon witnessing Ling Yi's violent act, wore an even more displeased expression and kicked out. How dare you strike your mother? You are utterly audacious. Ling Yi had been focused on the woman when she was unexpectedly kicked, and the chill in her eyes intensified. You, the woman who had been supported, snapped back from her shock and glared at Ling Yi, trembling with rage. However, before she could utter a word, Ling Yi suddenly turned and lunged at the man who had kicked her. The man, taken aback by Ling Yi's aggression, raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to strike at her, but Ling Yi completely disregarded the energy, seizing him instead and forcefully driving her knee into his abdomen. The man's face turned pale as he gasped for breath, and before he could react, Ling Yi slammed his head down towards the ground. With a resounding thud, blood splattered from his forehead. Ah! The girl witnessing this scene screamed in horror. Second brother. The woman also cried out in anguish. Sire! Ling Yi appeared unfazed, pressing the man's head down for another strike, just as it seemed he would collide with the ground once more. Lin Chengze finally regained his senses and hastily summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy. With another loud crash against the ground, even with the barrier, Lin Chengze felt a severe dizziness. Ling Yi did not cease her assault, and as she prepared to strike a third time, Lin Chengze began to struggle violently, but with each desperate attempt, he felt an overwhelming terror. Ling Yi possessed an alarming strength, despite having no cultivation. She had him, a second-level spiritual master, completely subdued. How could this be? Just as he was about to make contact with the ground for the third time, a furious shout rang out, "Stop!" at that commanding voice. The onlookers snapped back to reality and rushed forward to pull Ling Yi away, yet she held on to Lin Chengze tightly. The more they tugged, the more pain he felt. Ultimately, it was Lin Chengze himself who could no longer bear it and called for the bystanders to halt. Ling Yi, still gripping Lin Chengze, did not release him, but instead turned her gaze towards the middle-aged man striding over with a stern expression. It was none other than Lin Chengze's father. The Lin Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was not alone. A few others accompanied him, one of whom sat in a wheelchair, the third prince, who had humiliated the original owner of this body in her memories. Ling Yi released Lin Chengze, her gaze fixed intently on the Prime Minister. Ling Yi's eyes were shaped like apricots, round and dark, reminiscent of pure, lustrous black pearls, vivid and captivating. Yet, Ling Yi's eyes did not exude warmth. If the black pearl possessed light, then her eyes were akin to a profound abyss, devoid of brilliance. Under such a gaze, it felt as if one might be consumed by darkness in the next moment, sending shivers down the spine. The Lin Prime Minister was startled by that gaze, his imposing aura instinctively diminished. However, upon observing his weeping daughter and wife, along with his pale-faced younger son and bloodied second son, his faltering demeanor regained its intensity. With a cold countenance, he demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" Before anyone could respond, the Prime Minister hastily accused, "Ling Yi, I witnessed you assault your brother with my own eyes. As a sister, how could you show such disrespect to your elder brother?" No sooner had the Prime Minister finished speaking than the girl supporting the Prime Minister's wife began to sob. "Father." Not only did she attack second brother, but she nearly choked fourth brother to death, and on top of that, she struck mother. "What?" The Prime Minister looked incredulously at his wife, noticing the marks of a slap on her face, then turned to Lin Qingyu and saw the bruises on his neck. Realizing the truth, the Prime Minister's anger flared. "Ling Yi, who taught you to lay hands on your own mother?" Though the Prime Minister was furious, the third prince and his entourage were astonished. The last time they had seen Ling Yi was 3 days prior, when she had been meek and eager to please. How had she gained the audacity to strike her mother and brothers in such a short span? Having finished their statements, Ling Yi's icy gaze swept over those present. "If you have concluded your remarks, it is now my turn to speak." "You may speak," the Prime Minister replied coldly. "I am eager to see how you will justify your actions against your mother." Ling Yi smirked slightly. "Since we are to speak, let us start from the beginning and clarify everything." The Prime Minister reiterated, "Speak. No one is stopping you." Ling Yi cast a scornful glance at the Prime Minister and began, "Mother? What merit does someone who merely gave birth without nurturing possess to be called a mother?" Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's expression shifted. "Is it that we do not wish to raise you? Is it not enough to deny that you did not raise me?" Ling Yi looked at the Prime Minister. "Someone exchanged your child, and it took you 16 years to discover it. Are you foolish, or did you merely overlook it?" The Prime Minister's face darkened. "What do you mean by that?" Ling Yi pointed to herself and then to Lin Zhuyu, who was supporting the Prime Minister's wife, the literal meaning. "Do you see any resemblance between me and Lin Zhuyu? And does Lin Zhuyu bear any resemblance to you two as a couple?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to examine Lin Zhuyu and the Prime Minister's wife. Aside from both being attractive, there was no resemblance whatsoever. Ling Yi's statement raised questions. When children are young, it is difficult to discern similarities, but as they grow older, one would expect them to notice something amiss. The Prime Minister's wife trembled as she spoke. "My child has been by my side since birth. Who would think to suspect their own child had been swapped? It seems the exchange was executed quite well." The Prime Minister's wife retorted sharply, "You are not even worth a finger of Zhuyu. I would not want a daughter like you. If you do not wish for a daughter like me, why then did you seek me out?" With that single sentence, everyone present fell silent. Ling Yi's gaze fixed on the Prime Minister's wife. "You are truly foolish." Ling Yi looked at the Prime Minister's wife with malice. "The people who were by your side during childbirth were all yours. Who do you think could have driven them away to swap your child?" The Prime Minister's wife's expression changed abruptly. "What do you mean? I have stated the literal meaning. Do you not understand even that?" Ling Yi replied, then turned her attention to the Prime Minister. "It is said that the Prime Minister cherishes his wife and has never taken a concubine. All the children in the house are born of the Prime Minister's wife. Since all the children are born of the Prime Minister's wife, whose child is the one that was swapped out for me?" The Prime Minister's face darkened. "This matter has already been investigated. It was done by a nursemaid who served the madam, the nursemaid of the Prime Minister's wife." Ling Yi feigned ignorance and asked earnestly, "She was a nursemaid brought in as part of the dowry? A servant of the madam's family. Why would she do something harmful to the madam?" Chapter 3. "I believe what you should sever is not a leg, but a root." The Prime Minister began to explain. The nursemaid's daughter-in-law bore a child and did not want her granddaughter to grow up as a servant of the Lin family. So she swapped the child after the madam gave birth. Lies, Lingy retorted sharply. The nursemaid's daughter-in-law gave birth in her own home. How could she possibly have swapped the child immediately after the madam's delivery? The Prime Minister's wife turned to the Prime Minister, awaiting an explanation. Under the scrutiny of his wife, the Prime Minister felt a tinge of panic. Initially, he had used the excuse of not wanting to distress the madam due to the betrayal of those around her, thus omitting the details and avoiding the need to concoct a story. Now, suddenly questioned without a prepared justification, he knew that saying too much would lead to more complications. He adopted a paternal demeanor. Ling Yi, the nursemaid responsible for the swap, has already been dealt with. She was an elder serving your mother and was betrayed by those around her. Your mother has already been deeply hurt. Do you wish to reopen her wounds? What does her sorrow matter to me? Ling Yi coldly regarded the Prime Minister. This matter is suspicious. If I cared for her, I would not have brought it up in front of so many people. Do you know why I mentioned it? Because I intend to expose the truth. Ling Yi continued slowly. I want to clarify this matter. I want her to understand whose child she is protecting at the expense of her own daughter's life. You are outrageous. The Prime Minister was taken aback by Ling Yi's audacious words and turned to the servants. Why are you still standing there? Are you just going to watch your young lady go mad? The Prime Minister commanded. Why have you not returned her to her courtyard? Upon hearing this, the servants rushed forward to seize Ling Yi, yet she stood her ground, unflinching, her gaze locked onto the Prime Minister. Whose child is Lin Zhuyu? Really? Seeing Ling Yi persist on this issue, the Prime Minister intended to say this was none of her concern, but when he opened his mouth, the words that came out astonished everyone present. Lin Zhuyu is, of course, my child. At this declaration, the Prime Minister's expression changed dramatically, while the others remained unfazed, for on the day they brought Ling Yi back, the Prime Minister, his wife, and the children of the Lin family had all declared that Lin Zhuyu would forever be their daughter, sister, and sibling. While the others found nothing amiss, the Prime Minister did not feel the same, for he had not intended to say that. Ling Yi did not give the Prime Minister the chance to respond and pressed further. Whose child is she? The Prime Minister's face darkened as he hesitated to answer, but his mouth betrayed him, and he uttered the shocking truth that left everyone present in disbelief. She is my child with Yun Yang. Yun Yang? Upon hearing the Prime Minister admit that Lin Zhuyu was his child with another woman, the Prime Minister's wife turned pale, and before Ling Yi could inquire further, the Prime Minister's wife hastily demanded, Who is Yun Yang? Is it true that you instructed someone to swap the children? Lin, the Prime Minister, instinctively wanted to deny it, but his body and mouth seemed to be beyond his control. Yun Yang is a maiden from Linglong Pavilion. She was introduced to me by the madam shortly after she entered the pavilion. I redeemed her and arranged for her to live outside. Later, when Yun Yang became pregnant, the doctor warned that she might not survive childbirth due to her frail condition. Upon hearing this, she implored me, considering her uncertain fate after giving birth, to bring the child back to the manor. However, a reason was required to justify the child's return. Yun Yang expressed her envy towards you, saying that I had never taken a concubine and that she was merely settled outside, never meant to trouble you. She envied the fact that our child could grow up beside its parents, while her daughter could not. Yun Yang lamented that we already had so many children, yet one was not by our side. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's wife understood everything. So, you exchanged my child for hers? Is that correct? Lin Tianliang, do you live up to your name? You are utterly devoid of conscience. For the sake of your own child with a courtesan, you have taken away my daughter. How could you do this to me? Lin Tianliang, being scolded so harshly by his wife, turned pale with distress and instinctively retorted. After Yun Yang gave birth to Zhuyu, she passed away. If I hadn't brought Zhuyu back, she would have been left without a father or mother. The Prime Minister's wife, taken aback by Lin Tianliang's words, exclaimed in indignation. If you were truly concerned about her daughter's suffering outside, you could have simply informed me of the situation. Would I have stopped you from bringing her back? Yet you chose to exchange my child for hers, all for the sake of your reputation, to maintain the favorable perception of you in the capital. If her child had been a son, would you have taken away Yu Er instead? Lin Chengyu, who had been struggling to recover from a near-fatal encounter with Ling Yi, finally regained his senses and turned to his father. Lin, the Prime Minister, wished to evade the question, but found himself unable to do so, stating, Yun Yang's child is also my child. I promised Yun Yang that whether it was a son or a daughter, I would ensure that child was kept. Dad, Lin Qingyu looked at his father in disbelief, interpreting his words to mean that if that woman had given birth to a son, it would have been him who was exchanged for her. Lin Tianliang paid no heed to Lin Qingyu's reaction, continuing. Although I had the nanny swap the children, I also had her find a suitable family for that child. Ling Yi simply lacks decorum. But isn't he quite handsome? You, the Prime Minister's wife, seeing Lin Tianliang's audacity, felt her heart race and suddenly fainted. Mother! Lin Qingze and Lin Qingyu rushed to support her, and chaos ensued. Lin Zhuyu looked at Ling Yi, tears glistening in her eyes, biting her lips softly as she spoke. Sister, you may seek the truth, but how could you disregard our mother's safety and confront her before so many people? Causing our father to lose face? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi approached Lin Zhuyu. Feeling a surge of fear, Lin Zhuyu instinctively stepped back, only to be met with a slap across her face. Lin Zhuyu was struck so hard that her head turned, blood trickling from her mouth. The pain twisted her expression momentarily, but when she looked back at Ling Yi, she wore a pitiful demeanor. Sister. Ling Yi interrupted her. Lin Zhuyu, if I were you, I would keep my mouth shut and distance myself as much as possible. Amidst punishing them, had she forgotten about you? Were you unsatisfied and sought to provoke me? Lin Zhuyu, filled with resentment, yet still feigning a pitiful appearance, glanced at the third prince who had come along with Lin, the Prime Minister. The third prince, observing Lin Zhuyu's forlorn expression, felt a pang of sympathy. Then turned to Ling Yi, reproaching her coldly. Ling Yi, Zhuyu is concerned for Lady Lin's well-being, kindly advising you. Yet you resort to violence against her. Someone like you, were it not for our engagement, I would never consider marrying. Ling Yi lifted her gaze to the third prince, showing no fear or respect for his royal status. She is a black-hearted lotus, and you are merely a despicable man. Is she not the one engaged to you? She does not wish to marry you. Yet you harbor resentment and can only come and humiliate me. Do you consider yourself a man? I believe what you need to sever is not your leg, but rather your lineage, for you lack the courage, even less than a eunuch. Upon hearing this, Lin, the Prime Minister, could no longer conceal his anxiety, and Lin Zhuyu could not maintain her act of weakness. The servants all bowed their heads, afraid to meet the third prince's gaze, and even Lin Qingze and Lin Qingyu, who had initially intended to assist their mother, stood frozen in place. Ling Yi's bold words stunned everyone present. Ling Yi! The third prince seethed, his teeth clenched, glaring at her with a look that could cut her to pieces. You seek death. Seeing the third prince's face darken, Ling Yi regarded him with disdain, beckoning him with a finger. Come. The third prince's already grim expression grew even darker. Had his legs not been unable to support him, he might have lunged at her. Lin Tianliang finally came to his senses. Scolding. How dare you speak to the third prince in such a manner? Ling Yi turned to Lin Tianliang. What are you afraid? When you summoned me to replace Lin Zhuyu as his bride, why were you not afraid? You are insolent, Lin Tianliang barked. You are the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. That engagement is your duty to fulfill. That it should be your duty, Ling Yi retorted. Did you not consider that engagement when you were still whole? Only when you became disabled did you remember it. Lin Tianliang, you are utterly devoid of conscience, solely exploiting your wife's daughter. You? Lin Tianliang, furious, raised his hand to strike Ling Yi as a fourth-level spiritual master. His slap infused with spiritual energy would surely injure anyone without cultivation. It was evident that Lin Tianliang was genuinely enraged. Seeing his father about to strike Ling Yi, Lin Qingze instinctively moved to intervene. However, Ling Yi was quicker, effortlessly dodging Lin Tianliang's hand and twisting it behind his back. With a sharp crack, a piercing scream echoed through the Lin estate. Father! Master! Lin Zhuyu and the servants gasped in shock as they witnessed Lin Tianliang's arm contorted painfully. The servants merely wished to help, but Lin Zhuyu glared at Ling Yi, pointing. Sister, no matter what, father is still your father. You have already harmed your brother and your sister, shown disrespect to the third prince. And now you dare to raise your hand against father and mother. You have gone too far. Ling Yi gazed at Lin Zhuyu, smiling. I have even more outrageous acts in store. Do you wish to see? Lin Zhuyu was at a loss for words, while the others watched Ling Yi warily, fearing her next move. Yet, sometimes, the more one fears something, the more it materializes. Under the gaze of everyone. After uttering those words, Ling Yi yanked Lin Tianliang's disfigured arm clean off. Indeed, she pulled it off. Ling Yi forcefully severed Lin Tianliang's arm. Blood splattered, and Lin Zhuyu, pale with fright, shrieked and recoiled, utterly unable to approach. The one who had lost his arm fainted from the pain. Ling Yi disdainfully glanced at the severed limb in her hand, discarding it to the ground. She had intended to deliver a few harsh words to Lin Tianliang. But upon noticing he had fainted, she felt a sense of boredom and turned her attention to the astonished third prince and his entourage. "Third prince, I welcome you to try with that." Ling Yi turned and departed. As soon as she left, the servants rushed to help Lin Tianliang. "Quick, summon a doctor. Retrieve the master's arm and see if it can be reattached." The servants were thrown into chaos. While on the other side, Lin Xingze had initially planned to assist Lin Xingyu in taking their mother away. However, due to Ling Yi's actions, with both father and mother unconscious, Lin Xingze exchanged a complex glance with Lin Zhuyu before instructing Lin Xingyu and the maidservants to escort their mother away, while he remained to see off the third prince and his entourage. Meanwhile, Ling Yi returned to the modest courtyard where the original body had lived, a stark contrast to Lin Zhuyu's opulent quarters. Living in this household, it was evident from both the people and the circumstances that she was treated with indifference, and her situation only grew more disheartening, with no means of escape. Ling Yi retrieved her clothing and added cold water to the bath. Despite the winter chill, she showed no concern as she stepped into the tub. 01. The cold water is harmful to the body. A gentle male voice, unlike the electronic tones from the base system, remarked as the water gradually warmed to a comfortable temperature. Ling Yi considered declining, but as the water had already warmed, she simply expressed her gratitude with a brief, "Thank you. You're welcome," the voice replied. Ling Yi paused before inquiring, "Can you see what I am doing?" implying that the moment she shed her final garment, the image would have been obscured. Ling Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "No need to worry about seeing what you shouldn't. I am indifferent to such matters. Where does an experiment subject find any self-respect?" The people at the base had conducted countless experiments on her since childhood, apart from when she was on missions. She was confined within the facility, subjected to numerous incisions and blood extractions for research. The reason she endured all this was that the woman who raised her until the age of 3 claimed she was special and destined to save humanity. Subsequently, that woman sent her to the base for research. Do you hate her? Nature is indeed filled with hatred, yet in a world teetering on the brink of extinction, where mere survival becomes a formidable challenge. That woman nurtured her for 3 years. She owed her a debt of gratitude and thus endured it all, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the base. However, when their research on her faced restrictions and stagnated, a horde of zombies besieged the facility, prompting them to concoct a mad scheme to cast her into the zombie tide. What fate awaited her? They were also aware that if she was thrown in unscathed, she might escape. Therefore, as she battled the zombies, experiment subjects number 2 and number 3, akin to her, each shot her 1.2 bullets struck her legs, causing her to plunge into the horde, while those specially designed bullets hindered her wounds' healing speed. The zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, surged toward her. She lost count of how many she killed, her body battered and bruised. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed by the horde, a beam of light enveloped her, and she heard a voice assuring her, "You will be all right." Upon awakening, she found herself transformed into a sentient zombie. The humans classified zombies into tiers: low-level, mid-level, high-level, and zombie kings, with higher-level zombies resembling humans more closely. At that time, she was considered a high-level zombie. After confirming her identity, she intended to seek the owner of the voice she heard before losing consciousness but could not find them. However, she noticed a black hairpin adorned with golden patterns atop her head, which had not been there prior to her fainting, undoubtedly linked to the voice's owner. She decided to keep it and set off towards the human base. After her transformation into a zombie, she discovered that the obstacles within her body had entirely vanished. On her journey to the human base, she killed both humans and zombies, relishing in the demise of high-level humans and superior zombies. By vanquishing them, she could absorb their abilities, and the more power she assimilated, the faster her evolution progressed. Indeed, zombies could evolve: low-level, mid-level, high-level, and zombie king, with the latter evolving into a new breed of humanity. New humans were impervious to extreme temperatures and weaponry, akin to the deities of myth. Chapter 5. Punishing evil and promoting good. Ling Yi carved her path back to the human base. leaving a trail of high-level humans and superior zombies in her wake. After evolving into a new human, the first base to suffer was the one that had previously persecuted her. The base dispatched all high-level abilities and experiment subjects to confront her. But they all perished at her hands. Realizing they could not halt her, they resorted to emotional appeals. Alas, it was too late. She obliterated that human base, witnessing the zombie tide engulf it, though she had avenged herself. There was no pleasure in it. The humanity that once resided within Ling Yi dissipated entirely. Consequently, when faced with a coalition of other bases, Ling Yi conceived a plan. She would drag everyone down with her. With this thought in mind, she acted accordingly, but just as she was about to deliver the final blow, she heard the voice she had been searching for. Reflecting on her thoughts, Ling Yi asked Tianyin, "When I confronted Lin Tianliang, I discovered that my truth ability still exists, yet this body is not my own. Why does the truth technique remain? Your situation is unique. All abilities you once possessed are bound to your soul. Even if you have changed bodies, your powers persist, albeit currently sealed. You will need to trigger the conditions for their unsealing." Ling Yi felt a wave of happiness, while she was unafraid of starting anew. Those abilities were hard-won through a path of bloodshed. It would be a pity if she could not reclaim them, yet thankfully, they remained. What conditions must be met to unseal them? Ling Yi inquired. The unsealing of the truth technique occurred because you triggered the necessary conditions. You will unseal the truth technique because you took action against Lin Qingyu and Lin Tianzi. These two caused harm to Ling Yi by retaliating against them. You achieved a minor punishment, thus fulfilling the current requirement for unsealing your truth ability. I see. At that moment, she sought to understand the matter of Ling Yi. The ability to compel truthfulness was indeed the most advantageous. As for the conditions for unsealing her powers, they revolved around punishing evil and promoting good. Ling Yi's smile faded. What does that entail? Punishing evil and promoting good? Tianyin clarified. Ling Yi retorted. Do I appear to embody truth and virtue? Tianyin, understanding her thoughts, reassured her. Ling Yi, punishing evil and promoting good does not necessitate that you become a good person. Rather, by eliminating malevolent individuals, you can trigger the unsealing. Ling Yi's expression hardened. How do I determine who is good and who is evil? Is it based on the system's criteria or my own judgment? To me, all who have wronged you are deemed worthy of death. Tianyin replied. The notion of punishing evil and promoting good serves as an unsealing condition, but it is not a mandatory task. If you prefer not to engage in virtuous acts, slaying 10 malevolent individuals will suffice to unseal one ability. Conversely, if you are inclined to perform good deeds, completing 5 benevolent acts will also unseal one ability. The choice is yours, and there will be no compulsion. Ling Yi exhaled in relief. That is acceptable. But what if I accidentally kill a good person? Tianyin paused briefly. If they were truly a good person, why would they have wronged you? Indeed. Ling Yi pondered a moment longer and posed another question. What if I kill those who harbor no significant enmity towards me but merely stand idly by? Offering unsolicited comments, slay 10, and you may randomly unseal one ability. Ling Yi remarked, though somewhat vexing, it is not entirely unacceptable. I understand the conditions for unsealing. What task do you assign me? As soon as Ling Yi finished speaking, an image materialized before her, a scroll unfurling to reveal a mirror depicted within, surrounded by a vast expanse of blankness. The first task. Locate this mirror. Searching for an object? Ling Yi inquired. Do you have any clues? Otherwise, in this vast world, where should I begin my search? Find the Qi Mountain mirror. The reward is devour. Find the what? Ling Yi exclaimed, taken aback as this thing shattered. Indeed, it is fragmented. Only when you gather it will you unseal devour. That is excessive. Devour was Ling Yi's ability, allowing her to absorb the powers of those she came into contact with. Your current physical prowess does not permit spatial activation. I have preemptively unsealed space and your weapon for you. Would you like to utilize these two to invoke Devour? Upon hearing Tianyin mention the unsealing of space, Ling Yi promptly activated her spatial realm, wondering if the numerous crystal cores she had stored there still remained. As she opened it, she fell silent. The crystal cores were gone, replaced by a pile of dust where they had once been. Ling Yi lamented. It is a heart-wrenching feeling. Objects not belonging to this world are difficult to preserve. Do not be disheartened. The spiritual stones in this world can provide spiritual energy akin to crystal cores if you wish. I will grant you some as a bonus once you gather the Qi Mountain Mirror. Thank you in advance, Ling Yi replied weakly, ignoring her weapon, knowing it would not flee. She then asked, are there any clues regarding the Qi Mountain Mirror? Eastyang Empire. Ling Yi furrowed her brow. According to her previous life's memories, she resided in Lingyang Kingdom, which was quite distant from Eastyang Empire. She could only wait until she resolved matters with the Lin family before embarking on that journey. The Lin family? Remembering Tianyan's stipulations for unsealing, Ling Yi smirked. Opportunities were at hand. The following day, after a restorative night's sleep, Ling Yi felt invigorated, ready to seek out trouble. With this thought, she emerged from the courtyard, only to see Lin Chengze standing outside. Lin Chengze, his forehead bandaged and his complexion pale, appeared utterly drained. Upon spotting Ling Yi, his gaze was filled with a complex array of emotions. The previous day had been chaotic. After sending the third prince away, he had to care for his father and check on his mother's condition. Reflecting on these matters, he had been in turmoil all night and finally found time to come this morning. However, upon arrival, he hesitated to enter. Ling Yi, Lin Chengze called out, "Mother has awakened and wishes to see you." Ling Yi regarded Lin Chengze with a smile that held an ambiguous edge. Mother? Is she not Lin Zhuyu's mother? Lin Chengze frowned, ready to reprimand her, but as he did so, a sharp pain shot through the wound on his forehead. Reminded of how Ling Yi had slammed his head into the ground the day before. He swallowed the reprimand before it could escape his lips, sensing that speaking would only exacerbate his situation. Seeing Lin Chengze's mouth open in silence, Ling Yi grew impatient. If you have something to say, then say it. Are you waiting for someone to feed you? Lin Chengze's face flushed with anger, yet he dared not assume the authoritative demeanor of an elder brother to chastise her. He awkwardly stated, "She is still your mother. You should go see her." "I will not go," Ling Yi scoffed. "If she wishes to see me, she can come find me herself." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Lin Chengze called after her, "Where are you going?" Ling Yi glanced back at him, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "To see Lin Tianliang. If you're interested, you may accompany me." Chapter 6. Fishing with Lin Tianliang and Lin Zhuyu observing the smile on Ling Yi's face, and recalling the scene from the previous day when she had violently dislocated their father's arm, Lin Chengze instinctively felt that her visit to their father would not bode well. He moved to intercept her, but she had already walked too far away in the Qinghui courtyard of the Lin residence. Lin Tianliang maintained a facade of marital bliss, without concubines, living alongside Lin Madam in the Qinghui courtyard. Albeit in separate chambers, As Ling Yi entered the courtyard and made her way eastward. She sought the location of Lin Tianliang's quarters, having never visited them before. After inquiring with a servant, she learned of his whereabouts. Inside the room, Lin Tianliang had already regained consciousness, but his arm could not be saved, leaving him in a perpetual state of gloom since awakening. The servants attending him were exceedingly cautious. Fearing his ire, "Sir," a servant announced as he entered the room, "the third miss has arrived." The arrival of the third miss rendered Lin Tianliang's countenance even more somber. "Rebellious daughter, how dare you come back?" As the servants lowered their heads, unsure of how to respond, Ling Yi stepped inside. "Why would I not dare to come? I am here, and what can you do about it?" Lin Tianliang's gaze darkened as he stared at Ling Yi. If looks could kill, she would have perished 1,000 times over. Ling Yi met his glare, a smile curving her lips. "I have use for you yet. Do not push me to the point of ending your life right now." "You dare!" Lin Tianliang's voice trembled. Ling Yi strolled closer, her hand resting on Lin Tianliang's uninjured shoulder, and in the next instant, the sound of bones shattering pierced the air. Lin Chengze, just arriving at the doorway, was startled by the scream and rushed inside. "Father!" Within the room, Ling Yi withdrew her hand and regarded Lin Tianliang. "So, do you still think I would not dare?" Lin Tianliang's right arm lay broken, his left arm crushed, cold sweat beading his forehead. Unlike the previous day, he remained conscious, but his hands had been utterly destroyed. His gaze toward Ling Yi grew increasingly venomous. Ling Yi clicked her tongue. "Why can you not comprehend simple words?" With that, she pulled back the blanket covering Lin Tianliang, revealing his feet. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Tianliang hastily retreated into the bed, and at that moment, Lin Chengze rushed over. "Ling Yi, regardless of the situation, he is still your father. How can you keep inflicting harm upon him?" "What a touching father-son bond," Ling Yi remarked, looking at Lin Chengze. Why not let you bear some of his suffering? Lin Chengze stared at her in disbelief. What do you mean? A broken leg, Ling replied. If I intend to break his leg and you stand in my way, are you not wishing to help him endure it? Seeing that Ling Yi's demeanor was sincere, Lin Chengze took a step back in terror. How can you do this? Ling Yi smirked. If you are too cowardly, then do not parade around with this father-son affection. Speak out of turn, and I shall deal with you both. With that, she turned her gaze back to Lin Tianliang, who was now utterly disheveled, stripped of his usual authority. Ling Yi looked at him, amusement lighting her features, so alike, truly alike. Lin Chengze, witnessing Ling Yi's delight at their father's disarray, felt a chill run down his spine. Was this truly family? Yet Ling Yi did not spare Lin Chengze. She pointed at Lin Tianliang's pitiful state and asked, Lin Chengze, does he not resemble how I pleaded with you all a few days ago? Both of you seem stripped of dignity. At her words, Lin Chengze froze. He believed that what Ling Yi was doing to their father was unthinkable among kin. Yet just yesterday, she had desperately begged them not to marry her off to the third prince, only for them to dismiss her pleas, belittling her as a mere country girl lucky to marry a prince. Were they truly any different from the Ling Yi of today? Lin Chengze, why do you not laugh? Ling Yi observed him closely. When I was begging you a few days ago, you seemed so amused. Is this not something to bring joy? Lin Chengze found himself at a loss for laughter. Unable to respond. How tedious, Ling Yi sighed, losing her desire to continue this charade. She turned to Lin Tianliang. If you wish to avoid a broken leg, then answer my questions obediently. Lin Tianliang, still wishing to curse, met Ling Yi's gaze and swallowed his words. What do you wish to ask? Ling Yi smiled. Now, that is more like it. Though Lin Tianliang's heart brimmed with hatred for Ling Yi, he dared not show it, fearing that if he did, he would lose his legs. Where is that Yunyao buried? Upon hearing this, both Lin Tianliang and Lin Chengze were taken aback. What do you ask this for? Ling Yi replied with a smile. Naturally, to scatter her ashes. She sought to secure a future for her daughter, and could easily arrange a proper path for her, rather than inciting you to barter her child for the offspring of others. Surely, you do not think I would let her off the hook? Under the truth-telling spell, since Lin Tianliang claimed this was Yunyao's suggestion, it must be true. Ling Yi would ensure that no one fared well. She is already dead, Lin Tianliang bellowed. You would not even spare the dead? Ling Yi looked at him. Do you wish to accompany her in death? Lin Tianliang fell silent, and Ling Yi ignored him. Turning to Lin Chengze, go fetch Lin Zhu. Do not play tricks with me, or I shall make him die before your eyes. Lin Chengze, left with no choice, went to retrieve Lin Zhu. Ling Yi turned her gaze back to Lin Tianliang. I hope by the time she arrives, you have given this some thought. Otherwise, Ling Yi smiled, you can prepare to rot in bed with that. She seated herself nearby. I thought you would kill them outright. As soon as Ling Yi sat down, Tian Yan's voice echoed. It takes the death of 10 individuals to unlock a single ability. If I kill them all, where shall I find the rest? Ling Yi communicated through her mind. Leave Lin Tianliang alive. He despises me and will surely arrange for someone to kill me. If I treat Lin Zhu harshly, those princes and young masters who dote on her will undoubtedly send someone to teach me a lesson. Is that not better than seeking out someone to kill? Tian Yan understood. This was a ploy to use Lin Tianliang and Lin Zhu as bait. Ling Yi felt somewhat dispirited. Had it not been for your unlocking conditions, I would have killed them long ago. Tian Yan, somewhat helpless, replied. The requirements for unlocking are as such. I cannot alter them, but I can offer you some compensation. So generous? Ling Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What benefits? 10 top-tier fire element spirit stones. Ling Yi retorted. You make me indecisive for just 10? Tian Yan countered. How about 20? No more than that. Fine. Ling Yi accepted, fearing that pushing Tian Yan too hard would leave her with nothing. Take your time. There is no rush. After all, we are bound together. Chapter 7. Digging graves. Lin Chengze returned swiftly, but he did not come alone. He brought along Lin Zhu, as well as Madame Lin and the family doctor and alchemist. Ling Yi's gaze swept over Madame Lin, then settled on Lin Zhu. In the past, Lin Zhu would have been arm in arm with Madame Lin, exuding warmth, but today, Madame Lin walked ahead, while Lin Zhu trailed behind. Appearing utterly pitiful, Ling Yi let out a cold laugh and withdrew her gaze. Upon entering the room, Madame Lin first spotted Ling Yi, then approached the bed to see the woeful state of Lin Tianliang. In just one day, Both of Lin Tianliang's hands had become useless. Seeing him in such a dire condition brought Madame Lin both satisfaction and heartache. Satisfaction at Lin Tianliang's betrayal and heartache because, until yesterday, she had firmly believed that her husband loved her alone, just as she had loved him over the years. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. She had thought her husband was devoted and faithful, only to discover he had a mistress and had bartered their child for that mistress's offspring, all while she had raised the mistress's child as her own, unaware for over a decade. Even after reclaiming her biological daughter, she had still cherished Juyu, believing her innocent. But the truth was far from her expectations. Why are you still standing there? After a brief moment of silence, Madame Lin turned to the doctor and alchemist. Why are you not attending to my husband? The doctor and alchemist hurried forward to examine Lin Tianliang's injuries. His left shoulder was crushed, and to treat him, they would need a bone regeneration pill. However, the bone regeneration pill was a rare elixir capable of regenerating broken bones, and the Lin family had none. Both the alchemist and doctor could only shake their heads. Though Madame Lin harbored resentment toward Lin Tianliang, she could not bear to see him in such a state. You must find a bone regeneration pill for my husband. The alchemist hesitated. Madam, even the royal family has been unable to procure a bone regeneration pill. How can we possibly find one? After the third prince's leg was broken, the royal family had searched for the pill for some time. But no alchemist in the country could produce such high-level elixirs, and they ultimately had to give up. Realization dawned on Madame Lin, and the fleeting satisfaction vanished entirely. Without the bone regeneration pill, would he not remain like this forever? Would the emperor allow a man with useless hands to continue serving as chancellor? If her husband lost his position, the Lin family would surely decline along with him. Contemplating this, her guilt toward Ling Yi evaporated, replaced by a flicker of resentment. If it were not for Ling Yi, her husband would not be disabled, and she would not have to worry about the family's future. She understood Ling Yi's grievances, but how could she allow her own grievances to justify such treatment of her father? Not only had she acted against her father, but she had also shown no mercy toward her own mother and brothers. This was truly excessive. Madame Lin turned her gaze toward Ling Yi, oblivious to the fact that Ling Yi had been observing her the whole time. Their eyes met, and the resentment in Madame Lin's eyes was caught by Ling Yi. Clear as day, Ling Yi regarded Madame Lin with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. When Madame Lin's expression faltered and she averted her gaze, Ling Yi rose and approached Lin Juyu. Seeing Ling Yi approach, Lin Juyu attempted to evade her, but with so many people in the room, there was nowhere to hide. As Ling Yi grasped her hand, Lin Juyu recalled the image of her sister snapping their father's arm the day before and feared her own hand would meet the same fate. Trembling, she stammered, "Sister, what are you planning to do?" Struggling to free her hand from Ling Yi's iron grip, Lin Juyu found it impossible, her fear only deepening. Ling Yi dragged Lin Juyu toward Lin Tianliang's bedside. Speaking as she walked, "Do not worry. I will not harm you just yet." Lin Juyu was not only unsettled by these words, but was also filled with dread. If it is not happening now, then what about later? Ling Yi dragged the person to Lin Tianliang's bedside, where a crowd had gathered, yet none dared to step forward to intervene. "They've arrived. Have you made up your mind?" Ling Yi inquired, fixing her gaze on Lin Tianliang. The implication of her silence weighed heavily in the air, her eyes resting pointedly on Lin Tianliang's legs. Under her penetrating gaze, Lin Tianliang felt a mixture of fear and anger. Yet, in the interest of his own legs, he ultimately divulged the location of Yunyang's burial site. Madame Lin turned her attention to Ling Yi, asking, "Why do you inquire about that woman's grave?" Naturally, it is to ensure that she finds no peace even in death. Ling Yi replied, then turned to Lin Chengza, commanding, "Gather the household members. We are going to dig up the grave." After issuing her orders, she seized Lin Juyu and began to lead her outside. "I intend to unearth your mother's grave. You must accompany me to witness it." "I refuse to go," Lin Juyu protested, struggling against her grip. In response, Ling Yi swiftly struck the back of Lin Juyu's neck, rendering her unconscious as she collapsed. Lin Chengyu, arriving just in time, witnessed this scene and exclaimed in anger, "Ling Yi, what are you doing?" Ling Yi, with Lin Juyu slung over her shoulder, continued onward. Pausing beside Lin Chengyu, she said, "Shall I take your dear sister to excavate her mother's grave? Would you like to join us?" After that, she turned to Lin Chengza and urged, "Move quickly, or your father's legs will be at stake." Lin Chengza, at a loss for words, could only comply. instructing the servants to gather the necessary tools for the excavation before following Ling Yi out of the estate. The servants brought forth horses, and Ling Yi unceremoniously tossed Lin Zhuyu onto one before mounting her own steed. Once seated, she looked at Lin Chengze and said, "You know the way. Lead on. Hurry, I have other matters to attend to. And I cannot afford to waste time." Reluctantly, Lin Chengze took the lead, and the group, accompanied by the servants, made their way toward the outskirts of the city. Initially, Lin Qingyu had no intention of following, but upon seeing Ling Yi take Lin Zhuyu away, he felt compelled to join them. An hour later, they arrived at the countryside estate, where Ling Yi dismounted with the now conscious Lin Zhuyu and headed toward the mountain behind the estate. Yunyang, being a concubine, could not have been buried in the Lin family cemetery. Nevertheless, as she had been with Lin Tianliang, he could not have chosen a random spot for her burial. Hence, Lin Tianliang selected the back mountain of the Lin family estate, where someone could oversee the grave and occasionally offer sacrifices. As the group made their way from the estate to the mountainside, they attracted the attention of the estate's residents. Upon learning they intended to visit Yunyang's grave, the elderly caretaker responsible for the site panicked and attempted to intervene, but was halted by the estate's overseer. The overseer, uncertain of what had transpired within the household, recognized the second and fourth young masters and deemed it unwise to meddle in their affairs. He instructed someone to lead the way, guiding Ling Yi and her entourage to Yunyang's grave. Upon arrival, Ling Yi halted, directing the servants carrying tools, "Begin digging. Swiftly, if you please." The servants, upon hearing her command, promptly commenced their task. As they dug, Ling Yi stood by, observing. Lin Zhuyu, witnessing Ling Yi's determination to excavate the grave, felt both anger and urgency. "Sister, she is already dead," Ling Yi replied coolly. "If she were a virtuous person, I would not have allowed her grave to be disturbed." "Was she?" she continued. "If it weren't for her schemes, would you have taken my place?" Lin Zhuyu bit her lip, unable to counter, and turned a pleading gaze towards Lin Chengze and Lin Qingya in the past. Seeing Lin Zhuyu in such a pitiable state would have prompted Lin Chengze to confront the one who had wronged her. However, now, he merely averted his gaze. Before Ling Yi was retrieved, Lin Zhuyu and Lin Qingyu had been as close as twins. Thus, even with the knowledge of Ling Yi's true identity, Lin Qingyu could not bear to see Lin Zhuyu so distressed. He had all but forgotten the terror he had felt from almost being killed by Ling Yi the day prior. Furrowing his brow, he said, "Ling Yi, she is already dead. Must you be so ruthless?" Ling Yi ignored Lin Qingyu. His frustration mounted as he raised his voice. "Ling Yi, are you deaf to my words? Fourth brother." Lin Chengze interjected sharply, "Enough of this nonsense." They had only just arrived when the fourth brother had come. He had not witnessed their father's tragic state. Ling Yi, unperturbed by their father's plight, would not hesitate to retaliate if provoked further. Lin Chengyu, however, failed to grasp Lin Chengze's good intentions, instead accusing him, "Second brother, are you truly going to stand by and watch her wreak havoc? Yunyang was our father's concubine, and the mother of our third sister. Although we share different mothers, we are bound by blood. Ling Yi's actions are utterly excessive." Listening to Lin Qingyu's words, Lin Chengze's expression tightened, and he gritted his teeth. "The very woman you speak of, who is the mother of Zhuyu, is the one who led our father to swap Ling Yi and Zhuyu, leaving Ling Yi to wander outside for 16 years. She is no virtuous person. What befalls her today is her just deserts." Lin Chengyu was taken aback by his second brother's lack of support and frowned. "She is dead now. Ling Yi has returned. Can we not let the past remain in the past? At worst, we can compensate Ling Yi." Lin Chengyu. Lin Chengze could no longer contain himself and shouted, "If you cannot speak wisely, then be silent." After yelling, he turned to gauge Ling Yi's expression. Ling Yi remained calm, her gaze fixed on the servants digging the grave, paying no attention to their exchange. Lin Chengze's heart sank. Could it be that Ling Yi truly did not care? Based on the events of yesterday and this morning, it was evident that Ling Yi bore a vengeful spirit. Chengyu had provoked her time and again. It was inconceivable that she would remain indifferent. Perhaps she was merely biding her time. But what was she waiting for? Lin Chengze's heart raced with anxiety as Lin Qingyu continued to provoke her. "Am I not speaking the truth? Why do you scold me?" Lin Chengze closed his eyes, feeling that Lin Qingyu was beyond saving. "Be quiet," he warned, casting a menacing glance at Lin Qingyu. "I do not wish to hear another word from you." Finally, seeing Lin Chengze's frightening demeanor, Lin Chengyu fell silent, while Lin Zhuyu, having observed the entire exchange, lowered her head. With her second brother offering no support and the fourth brother proving useless, it seemed today would not end well for her mother's remains. Lin Zhuyu was consumed with hatred for Ling Yi, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She vowed that she would not let Ling Yi's humiliation of her mother go unpunished. How Ling Yi treated her mother today would be repaid in kind in the future. "We've struck it," shouted one of the servants. "We've reached the coffin. Continue," Ling Yi commanded. The servants persisted, and when the coffin was half exposed, Ling Yi instructed, "No need to dig further. Open it." The servants worked together to pry open the coffin, revealing the remains within. Ling Yi ordered the bones to be removed. She approached the bones, crouching down, her hand hovering above them, slowly descending. As her hand moved, the remains were crushed to dust beneath her power. "You possess spiritual energy," Lin Chengyu exclaimed, astonished. "How is it that you wield spiritual energy?" Lin Zhuyu and Lin Chengze were equally shocked. Only those with spiritual roots could cultivate such powers. The children of the Lin family all possessed spiritual roots, but they varied in quality. The eldest son, Lin Chengtian, had the best spiritual root and attended the prestigious academy in the capital, which had a specialized program that concluded later than the ordinary one where Lin Chengze and Lin Chengyu studied at. As for Lin Zhuyu, her spiritual root was weaker than both of theirs. Now, witnessing Ling Yi utilize her spiritual energy, Lin Chengze finally understood why he had been overpowered by her. Ling Yi's cultivation surpassed his own. It was only yesterday, when she had refrained from using her powers against him, that he had failed to recognize her capabilities. As the crowd stood in shock, Ling Yi ground the remains into a fine powder. Lin Zhuyu, watching the powder, felt her eyes redden. She had not learned of her true parentage from Ling Yi. She had known long before, as her father had brought her to pay respects to her mother. Witnessing her mother's remains reduced to dust filled Lin Zhuyu with an uncontrollable fury directed at Ling Yi. Ling Yi scooped a handful of the powder and approached Lin Zhuyu, observing her tear-filled eyes glaring at her in rage. Ling Yi smiled and said, "Do you hate me? You should. You must hold on to that hatred." With a flick of her wrist, she scattered the powder, embodying the very act of scattering ashes. Ling Yi then slapped her hand, dusted with the ashes, against Lin Zhuyu's face, laughing, "Lin Zhuyu, you must remember to hate me well." Lin Zhuyu could no longer contain her facade, lunging at Ling Yi with outstretched hands. "Ling Yi, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." Ling Yi evaded the attack and retaliated with a forceful slap that sent Lin Zhuyu sprawling to the ground. Ling Yi looked down with a cold expression at the fallen Lin Zhuyu. "I await your vengeance." Having ignited Lin Zhuyu's hatred, Ling Yi turned her gaze towards Lin Chengyu. Realizing that Ling Yi was about to confront Chengyu, Lin Chengze quickly interjected, "Ling Yi, Chengyu is your own blood brother." "Indeed, a brother by blood," Ling Yi replied as she approached Lin Chengyu. "But my bond with him is far closer than with any of you. Yet, how has he treated me, his sister, since my return?" Even knowing the truth, the malicious intent of Lin Zhuyu's mother in forcing Lin Tianliang to exchange places with me and Lin Zhuyu, one still had to speak in defense of Lin Zhuyu's mother. Ling Yi strode towards Lin Chengyu and reached for his neck. Lin Chengyu attempted to evade, but he was no match for Ling Yi. Ling Yi seized his throat and violently slammed him against a tree. Lin Chengyu collided with the trunk, letting out a painful cry. Yet the subsequent sensation of suffocation intensified his suffering. He hastily tried to pry Ling Yi's hand from his neck. Ling Yi gazed at Lin Chengyu, declaring, "You truly deserve to die." Lin Chengyu met Ling Yi's cold stare, momentarily stunned into silence by the icy indifference in her eyes. Chapter 9. As you wish. Ling Yi's eyes held no warmth. Resembling glacial ice, they did not reflect the gaze of one who looked upon a living being, let alone a beloved sibling. How could this be? He was her brother, her own flesh and blood. "Ling Yi," Lin Chengze rushed over, exclaiming, "Chengyu was wrong. For the sake of him being your brother, spare him this once." Upon seeing Ling Yi remain unmoved, he turned to Lin Chengyu, urging, "What are you waiting for? Admit your mistake." Yet, Lin Chengyu merely stood there, bewildered, his mind swirling with disbelief. How could things have come to this? It should not have been this way. Just yesterday, she had seen him and cautiously called him brother. How could a mere day have transformed her gaze into something so frigid? How could she desire to take his life? If he were to regard me as his sister, Why did he not reciprocate? As Ling Yi spoke, her grip tightened. Stop! Lin Chengze, terrified, fell to his knees. Ling Yi, Chengyu was thoughtless. We are all in the wrong towards you. I apologize on his behalf. Please spare him. You can injure him, cripple him. Do as you will. Just grant him his life, I implore you. Spare Chengyu. A cold smile spread across Ling Yi's face, and before she could respond, Lin Zhuyu, lying on the ground, spoke up. Ling Yi, you resent my mother and blame my father for swapping me with you. For forcing you to endure 16 years of suffering. It is all my fault. Direct your wrath at me and spare the fourth brother. If you must kill, then kill me. You will face no repercussions. But should you take the fourth brother's life, our parents will never acknowledge you again. You will never return to the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Chengze turned sharply, shouting at Lin Zhuyu, silence. No. Struggling for breath, Lin Chengyu's face turned an alarming shade of red, yet he mustered the strength to speak. Ling Yi, if you wish to kill, then kill me. I have wronged you. It has nothing to do with my sister. Is that so? Ling Yi smirked. As you wish. Lin Chengyu, you fool, admit your fault. Lin Chengze continued to plead desperately, yet Lin Chengyu ignored his brother's entreaties, fixing his gaze upon Ling Yi. You have struck our mother and broken our father's arm. And now you wish to kill me? I have no sister as vile as you, and my sister is only Lin Zhuyu. Very well, Ling Yi responded with a smile. You shall take the first step. It won't be long before I send your sister to join you. With that, a crack echoed as Lin Chengyu fell silent. Ling Yi withdrew her hand, and without support, Lin Chengyu collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Chengze looked on in disbelief, trembling as he checked for Lin Chengyu's breath. Upon feeling nothing, his eyes filled with tears, and he hastily cradled Lin Chengyu in his arms, looking at Ling Yi, his voice hoarse with anguish. He is your brother. How could you be so heartless? Yes, upon your return, he treated you poorly, and we all did, but we never sought your life. How do you know we did not seek your life? Ling Yi kicked Lin Chengze's shoulder, causing him to fall back while holding Lin Chengyu. Ling Yi gazed down at him. Lin Chengze, you all sought my life just yesterday. This is what you deserve. Ling Yi's eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at Lin Chengze. You see, I claim you sought my life, and yet, did I detect even a moment of guilt or remorse in your gaze? No, the hatred in your eyes has only intensified why life holds no significance to you. Only yours does. Ling Yi chuckled mockingly. Hate me all you wish. The more you despise me, the more you desire my death. I await your attempts to kill me. After saying this, Ling Yi turned to leave. Passing by Lin Zhuyu, she added meaningfully, Lin Zhuyu, I shall grant you a brief reprieve. Do not disappoint me. As Ling Yi approached, Lin Zhuyu trembled in fear. Only after Ling Yi had departed did that terror dissipate, allowing her to rise and walk towards Lin Chengze, second brother. Upon hearing Lin Zhuyu's voice, Lin Chengze looked up sharply. His eyes, red with sorrow, fixed intently on her. Why did you say those things to provoke her? She clearly did not attack directly. She had room to maneuver. Why incite her? Why? In the end, Chengyu only recognized you as his sister, and yet you have brought about his demise. Lin Zhuyu, why did you deliberately utter those words? Lin Chengyu's death weighed heavily on Lin Zhuyu's heart as well. She had indeed spoken those words to provoke Ling Yi, hoping to make her realize that even as the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, she was unloved. Yet, she had not anticipated Ling Yi's cold-heartedness, that she would truly kill Lin Chengyu. Though Lin Zhuyu felt sorrow, it did not mean she would accept blame. Second brother, I am equally pained by the fourth brother's death, but how can you hold me responsible? If I had not spoken those words, would she have spared him? She dared to lay hands on our parents. How could she possibly let the fourth brother live? Lin Zhuyu argued. Rather than blame me, let us first return the fourth brother home. I will avenge him, Lin Chengze scoffed. She fears neither our parents nor you. How will you seek vengeance for the fourth brother? Lin Zhuyu looked at Lin Chengze. Second brother, I can seek the crown prince or the third prince. They will assist me. The immediate task is to bring the fourth brother home. Lin Zhuyu, this will not unfold as you wish. Lin Chengze declared, lifting Lin Chengyu's lifeless body to descend the mountain, with the servants following closely behind. Lin Zhuyu bit her lip, watching their departing figures, her hatred for Ling Yi intensifying. If not for Ling Yi, matters would not have escalated to this point. Why did she not accept her fate and marry the third prince? Had she obediently wed him, none of this would have transpired. Leaving the villa, Ling Yi did not return to the capital, but instead rode towards the village where she had once resided. I thought you would wait a little longer, Ling Yi remarked nonchalantly. In truth, I did not intend to kill him so soon, yet he proved too bothersome. Lin Zhuyu had grown up alongside him. He could defend her without issue, yet he should never have bullied his own sister to prove his allegiance to Lin Zhuyu. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Tianyin refrained from pursuing the matter further and instead inquired, why not return to the capital, but instead head to the village? Ling Yi replied, I have fully drawn the enmity of Lin Tianliang and Lin Zhuyu. They will not spare me. Only by leaving can I afford them time to arrange a means to deal with me. As for my return to the village, it is merely precautionary. They cannot harm me. They will undoubtedly seek my parents to retaliate against me. It is better for me to return and guard against them. Should they come for me, I shall eliminate them one by one. It seems you will soon be able to unlock your abilities. Ling Yi responded with a smile. I believe so as well. In Lingjia village, as darkness approached, Ling Yi arrived at the village entrance, yet before she could step inside, she was met with the sounds of anguished cries. Chapter 10. Parents gone. Ling Yi was unaware of what had transpired as she dismounted and hurried towards the village. Upon entering, she quickly recognized the dire situation. Several houses lay in ruins, a scene of devastation, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Ling Yi hurried towards the gathering crowd and, as she drew near, she beheld the bodies on the ground. Upon seeing a couple's lifeless forms, she halted abruptly. Those were her parents, girl. Just as Ling Yi stood frozen, a woman spotted her, unsure at first. She approached, and upon confirming it was indeed Ling Yi, her expression shifted from surprise to sorrow. Girl, you have returned. Ling Yi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the two corpses. The woman, noticing Ling Yi's focus on the bodies, lost her earlier joy and spoke through tears. Girl, your timing is fortuitous. Had you not returned, we would have sent word to you. Your parents, the woman choked on her words. What a calamity. Two enormous birds chased a beast, crashing into the village. Not a single child playing outside escaped, nor did the adults manage to hide. They are all gone. All gone. Two birds? A beast? Ling Yi inquired, her heart racing. My parents were killed in the collision? Indeed, the woman wept. Those damned fiends did not even pause, having powers beyond ours. We could only watch helplessly as they departed. Ling Yi fell silent, moving closer to her parents' bodies. In this world, individuals with spiritual roots were a rarity, with even fewer capable of forming contracts with beasts. Once lost, whether an object or a person, the absence transformed into a precious existence, elevating those remaining to a higher status. The two birds and the beast had brought unwarranted disaster upon the village. Yet in their eyes, it was merely a beast passing through, destroying a few houses and claiming a few lives, akin to stepping on ants during a stroll, nothing of consequence, and thus, they would not stop. In their eyes, it may seem trivial, yet for ordinary individuals, the demise of a beloved family member is incomprehensible. They remain ignorant of the perpetrator's appearance. To them, it is a calamity from the heavens. Apart from mourning and weeping for a few days, and ensuring a proper burial for their loved one, what else can they do? Seek vengeance. How could an ordinary person exact revenge upon a cultivator? Report to the authorities? Utterly futile, for the laws of the mundane world hold no sway over cultivators. This is a realm where the strong reign supreme. What recourse does the weak possess other than to endure? After a prolonged silence, Ling Yi finally spoke. Did anyone catch a glimpse of those two birds and that beast? A woman replied, yes, those two birds and that beast were quite large. Some outsiders witnessed them. Ling Yi inquired further, who saw them? The woman gestured towards two men. Following her gaze, Ling Yi recognized them as brothers, both married with 2 children each. Since their families had not split, they resided together. And among the collapsed houses, one belonged to them. The brothers had been working outside during the day while their children played in the village. Upon returning, they encountered the 2 birds and the beast invading their village. But they were too late to save their children. When the flying creatures and the beast departed, they were met with devastation and the lifeless bodies of their children. 4 young lives snuffed out. And the woman who had stayed behind to care for them had also perished. The brothers' parents wept uncontrollably, yet the brothers themselves remained stoic. their eyes fixated on the lifeless forms of their children. As if all vitality had been drained from them, Ling Yi approached them. "I wish to see your memories." The brothers continued to stare at the corpses, ignoring her. However, their parents paused to regard Ling Yi. "Young girl, what do you mean by seeing memories?" Ling Yi explained. "I seek to glimpse the appearance of those two birds and the beast in your memories. I must commit their likeness to memory. To uncover those behind this tragedy and avenge my parents, in a world where strength prevails, she could indeed exact vengeance." The relatives of the deceased, hearing Ling Yi's words, urged her. "Young girl, we empathize with your sorrow, for we share it. But those responsible are cultivators, beings we cannot provoke." Indeed, her parents would surely not wish for her to challenge such individuals. Should anything happen to her, they would find no peace in the afterlife. "Let it be, young girl. You have returned. Let us assist you in burying your parents. Once their affairs are settled, you may go." Recently, the Lin family had come to escort Ling Yi home, and the villagers were now aware of her identity, advising her, "Young girl, you still have family. Do not act foolishly. Is not your biological father a chancellor?" Someone suggested, "Can we not ask the chancellor for assistance? We are powerless against cultivators, but surely he has cultivators at his side." Upon hearing this, one man knelt before Ling Yi. "Young girl, please help us." While some sought vengeance, others were filled with trepidation. Forget it. Even if she were to have her father seek out those responsible, what could be done? They are cultivators, backed by forces beyond our reach. We cannot kill them. If they retaliate, what then? Can the chancellor continue to oppose cultivators for our sake? A sigh escaped the speaker's lips. Impossible. Do not burden the young girl further. This silence fell upon the crowd. Throughout, Ling Yi remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed upon the brothers, who continued to show no reaction. Without further delay, she placed her palm upon one brother's forehead. "I beg your pardon." A flash of white light enveloped them as Tianyin entered their memories, retrieving the pertinent images for Ling Yi to view. The two flying birds were classified as level 2 beasts, while the beast they pursued was a level 3 creature. A figure was seen atop one of the birds. The brothers caught a fleeting glimpse of a person, but due to the bird's rapid speed, they felt they had seen nothing, yet the memory remained. Ling Yi discerned the figure upon the bird's back. Though she did not recognize them, she recognized their attire as that of the capital's academy students. Excellent. Ling Yi no longer scrutinized that memory and shifted her attention to the lifeless forms of the parents. Without other kin, she had no intention of burying them here. She would hunt down those responsible. What if their families returned to desecrate her parents' remains? Ling Yi approached, her hand sweeping over the two corpses, causing them to vanish from sight. "I can preserve them in ice coffins," Tianyin offered. Ling Yi accepted without hesitation. "Thank you. No need for thanks," Tianyin replied, and soon an ice coffin for two appeared in Ling Yi's space. Chapter 11. He seeks to save the Lin family. Ling Yi placed her parents' bodies within the ice coffin. Having completed this task, she turned to leave. The people surrounding her, witnessing the vanishing corpses, finally snapped back to reality, cautiously asking, "Young girl, did you just place your parents into that storage artifact spoken of by the cultivators?" Ling Yi nodded. Yes. Upon her affirmation, the questioner grew agitated. "Could it be that you can cultivate?" At this revelation, others began to react as well, all eyes fixed on Ling Yi. If she were indeed a cultivator, there would be no need to seek help from her family. She could act independently. Ling Yi's gaze swept over the crowd. "I will avenge my parents, but this matter does not concern you. If you wish to live peacefully, sever ties with me." And no matter how much Lin Tianliang hated her, he would not resort to capturing these villagers to leverage against her. With that, she turned to depart. The villagers watched her leave, and after some distance, one remarked, "What did the young girl mean by that?" "I do not know. She has returned as if transformed." Regardless of her intentions, her vow of revenge could only bode well for them. The ones who caused the demise of the young girl's parents are the same who took our loved ones. If she can indeed kill them, it would be retribution for us as well. Precisely. The young girl must succeed in her vengeance. Though the meaning of her words was unclear, her resolve was evident. They need only follow her instructions. The villagers' voices carried on the wind as Ling Yi mounted her horse. Heading toward the capital. The Lin residence in the capital, Lin Shengzi returned with Lin Chengyu's body. Upon receiving the news, Madame Lin hurried to the scene, and upon seeing her son's lifeless form, she was overcome with grief and fainted. Lin Chengze could not spare a hand to tend to his mother. Instead, he instructed a maid to help her back while he proceeded to Lin Tianliang's courtyard. Lin Tianliang, having been tormented by Ling Yi earlier that morning, was in a particularly foul mood. When Lin Chengze entered the courtyard with Lin Chengyu in his arms, the raucous noise irked Lin Tianliang. What is all this commotion? Do you all seek punishment? The noise ceased momentarily, but soon after, someone kicked the door open. Before Lin Tianliang could express his anger, he saw his second son's face, which was even darker than his own. To further exacerbate the situation, his second son was cradling his fourth son in his arms. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tianliang furrowed his brow. Why are you holding your brother? Is he injured? Lin Chengze said nothing and placed Lin Chengyu upon the collapsed bed. Throughout, Lin Chengyu remained motionless, utterly unresponsive. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Tianliang's heart, but before he could confirm his suspicions, Lin Chengze spoke. Father, is this to your satisfaction? Fourth brother is dead. What did you say? Lin Tianliang exclaimed in disbelief, glaring at Lin Chengze. What happened to Yuer? He is dead. Lin Chengze's eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Tianliang. Fourth brother has perished, slain by Ling Yi. Are you satisfied now, father? The news of his fourth son's death struck Lin Tianliang with disbelief, but witnessing the stillness of the child before him forced him to accept the harsh reality. It was a lie to say he was not pained. However, Lin Chengze, Lin Tianliang's voice boomed. Is this how you speak to your father? It was Ling Yi who killed Yuer, not me, Lin Chengze retorted. It was Ling Yi who ended fourth brother's life, but all of this is a result of your actions. He pointed accusingly at Lin Tianliang, then gestured toward Lin Zhuyu. Had you not swapped Ling Yi and Lin Zhuyu, none of this would have occurred. Even if you made that choice, it would have been one thing. But after the third prince was rendered incapacitated, you refused to marry Zhuyu to him, instead bringing her back and forcing her to wed the third prince. When she first arrived at the residence, she was so lively, yet each one of us looked down upon her, believing her to be lacking in propriety. Lin Zhuyu often displayed her grievances. We treated Ling Yi with disdain, bullying her and oppressing her. Even the third prince felt entitled to insult her within our home. This was her home, and we were her family. Yet she was bullied by her own kin and by outsiders. With no one to defend her, the third prince humiliated her, and she did not wish to marry him, pleading with you, with mother, with all of us repeatedly. Yet none came to her aid, believing that marrying a prince was a stroke of good fortune. Yet who could deny that it was not? Everyone knew it was not. Lin Chengze pointed at Lin Zhuyu and said, You do not wish to marry, and your father does not wish to see you wed. However, you are unable to openly declare to the third prince that you are disabled. And I cannot bear to marry off my cherished daughter to a fallen prince. Hence, it becomes necessary to reveal that Lin Zhuyu is not a daughter of the Lin family, allowing Ling Yi to marry the third prince instead. The third prince's willingness to compromise for another is already a benevolence. If he receives no daughters at all, despite his disability, he remains a prince. The Lin family cannot afford to offend him, thus sacrificing Ling Yi. We are all aware of this, so does it truly matter whether Ling Yi desires it or not? Consequently, she sought death. She jumped into the pond, yet on that day, none of us made an effort to save her. Instead, standing on the shore and watching die in the end, she emerged on her own. What did we do? We mocked her, asking if she truly sought death. Why then did she not die? With each of these events, is it not reasonable for her to harbor hatred towards us? The death of Lin Chengyu made Lin Chengze see the entirety of this. She did not soften our hearts even in death. Is it wrong for her not to soften her heart towards us? She killed Yuer, and though I despise her for it, I also loathe myself. If I had treated her better on the day she returned, if I had pleaded for her, would she not have listened? But I treated her poorly, we all did. It is only natural for her to hate us, and even to the extent of wishing to kill us. Yet, the one responsible for all of this is you, father. Lin Chengze looked at Lin Tianliang. If you had not replaced her, she would have grown up among us. She is our only sister, and we would have cherished her as we did Lin Zhuyu. How could such matters have arisen? Upon finishing his words, Lin Chengze broke down in tears, mourning for his brother's death and for his own misdeeds. Lin Chengze understood his errors, recognized that they all were wrong, and while his brother's demise pained him deeply, he wished to seize this opportunity to clarify everything, to make everyone aware of their mistakes. Otherwise, Ling Yi would not spare the others. He sought to save the Lin family. Yet, apart from himself, none present shared this sentiment. Lin Tianliang coldly interjected. The matter of the marriage was decided by the parents. Is it truly a grievance to wed her to the third prince? How many desire to marry a prince yet cannot? If she marries, with the status of a legitimate daughter of the Lin family, and with our support, as long as she is obedient, how could her life be lacking? Chapter 12. The Lin family will be completely lost as for the exchange of her with Zhu Yu. Lin Tianliang regarded Lin Chengze. You grew up beside me and your mother, enjoying everything. Zhu Yu was born without a mother. If I had not replaced her, she would have lost her father as well. As for your sister, the wet nurse, remembering your mother's kindness, found her a good family to nurture her. She has suffered no hardship. What grievance is there? Upon her return, Zhu Yu lost her status as a legitimate daughter. Should she not contribute something for the Lin family, holding the identity of a legitimate daughter? Lin Tianliang looked at Lin Chengze. Do you not understand why I do not allow Zhu Yu to marry the third prince? Everything I do is for the Lin family. Only when the Lin family thrives can you all do well. But what of her? Lin Tianliang spoke sternly. As a legitimate daughter of the Lin family, she refuses to contribute, often causing embarrassment with her lack of decorum. The third prince remarked on her unruliness. What is wrong with urging her to learn proper etiquette? Yet she fails to comprehend our goodwill, crying and causing uproar daily, threatening her own life. If she truly died, it would be one thing. But she did not die. After failing to commit suicide, what did she do? She turned against me, her father, and against your mother. Now she has killed Yuer. Clearly, it is she who is arrogant and ruthless. Yet you come to accuse me, Lin Chengze. Has my nurturing of you over the years been wasted? It was not like this. It was fundamentally not like this. In the past, Lin Chengze would not have pondered such matters. But now he understood and would not be swayed by them. You say she, as a legitimate daughter of the Lin family, ought to contribute, yet has she ever enjoyed the treatment befitting a Lin family young lady? If she had, contributing to the Lin family would be expected, but she is not. You brought her back and expect her to marry, to give her an identity, and to marry her to an unsuitable match. What fault lies in her unwillingness? Lin Zhuyu is the one who has enjoyed the privileges of a legitimate young lady. Why would she not wish to marry? Lin Chengze gazed at Lin Zhuyu. Do you wish her to marry the crown prince for greater benefits? A child born of an extramarital affair, what right does she have to marry the crown prince? Lin Chengze looked at the two, laughing and crying simultaneously. No, I cannot believe I forgot. If Ling Yi had not exposed this matter, we would still be unaware that Lin Zhuyu is the child of you and your extramarital affair. The crown prince would not have known either. After all, this occurred so long ago, who would investigate without cause to do so? If Ling Yi had not revealed this, we would remain in ignorance. The crown prince would remain in ignorance. And what identity would you have arranged for her to allow her to marry the crown prince? Father states that only when the Lin family prospers can we thrive, which is indeed correct. But those who enjoy must also contribute. And yet Ling Yi has not enjoyed anything, Lin Chengze declared. She has not enjoyed anything. Thus, she is entitled to her unwillingness. Impertinence, Lin Tianliang retorted angrily. I am her father. I and your mother granted her this life, and she ought to heed our words. Where is the fault in that? Lin Chengze looked at Lin Tianliang, shaking his head repeatedly. Our family could have been very happy. If you had no extramarital affair, we would be very happy, and none of this would have happened today. Since ancient times, men have taken multiple wives. I respect your mother, and have never taken a concubine. The affair with Yun Yang was an accident. She bore my child. Should I not care? Lin Tianliang, relying on the fact that the person was dead and could not provide testimony, sought to clear himself. At that time, I did not want your mother to be heartbroken, which is why I placed her outside. Was it truly an accident? Lin Chengze regarded Lin Tianliang. Father, was it an accident that you ended up in such a situation? Or should I say others invited you, making it hard to refuse? After the incident, did you truly refrain from bringing her back out of concern for your wife's feelings? Or was it to preserve your reputation in outside dealings? Lin Chengze shouted. Or were you afraid of retribution from the maternal family? Lin Chengze, you are being outrageous. The veil of shame was torn away by his own son. And Lin Tianliang was infuriated. Yet due to his incapacitated hands, he lacked the ability to strike back, only able to shout, Get out! You leave this instant!
Lin Chengze took a deep breath. I shall depart. But not now. What must be done now is to arrange the aftermath for our fourth brother. Mentioning Lin Chengyu, Lin Chengze temporarily suppressed his anger. Have the household prepare. Lin Chengze coldly replied. Then looked at Lin Tianliang and said, Father, you are not wrong in saying that you have treated Ling Yi poorly, but you have not treated us badly. It is precisely because of this that I speak these words directly, hoping you realize we were all wrong, and that it is not too late to apologize to Ling Yi. Otherwise, we will be the ones to die next. Lin Tianliang sneered, completely disregarding Lin Chengze's words. Observing his father's expression, Lin Chengze understood and could only say, Father, Ling Yi is a practitioner. Lin Chengze continued, Father, have you never considered this? I am a level 2 spirit master, fourth brother is a level 1 spirit master. And you are a level 3 spirit master. Yet, neither you nor I can contend with Ling Yi. Have you never pondered why? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianliang's expression changed, and he said solemnly, She acted yesterday without spiritual power. Lin Chengze replied, But she used it today to kill Qingyu. The fact that she did not use it yesterday only indicates she can deal with us without relying on spiritual power. Father, please apologize to Ling Yi. Otherwise, we will not escape. Absolutely not. Lin Tianliang exclaimed sharply. What if she is a practitioner? Does our family have only her as a practitioner? Lin Tianliang's gaze darkened. No matter how capable she may be, can she surpass your elder brother? I will contact your elder brother and have him return. Lin Chengze, incredulous, asked, You want elder brother to deal with Ling Yi? Father, have you lost your mind? Ling Yi is our biological sister. Yuer is also her real brother. Has she spared Yuer? We were the ones at fault first, Lin Chengze stated. It is precisely because fourth brother is gone that we should turn back in time. Rather than continue down this wrong path, Lin Chengze, listen well, the Lin family will never bow to Ling Yi. Lin Tianliang coldly regarded Lin Chengze. Even if I do not let Qing Tian confront Ling Yi, there are still others. If you believe you are wrong, if you wish to apologize, that is your affair. Do not disrupt my plans. After Lin Tianliang finished speaking, he looked at the corpse of Lin Chengyu. Now take your brother away. If you have time to waste talking with me, you might as well go see your mother and see if she will forgive Ling Yi. Lin Chengze gazed at Lin Tianliang, bitterly smiling. Father, if you continue this way, the Lin family will be utterly destroyed. Lin Tianliang shouted. Get out! Lin Chengze said nothing further, cradling the lifeless body of Lin Chengyu as he exited the room. That afternoon, the Lin estate donned white mourning cloth. Upon receiving the news, Lin Qingtian, who was at the National Academy, rushed back to the Lin family. Chapter 13. I am not the only one waiting for you. The news of the fourth young master of the Lin family's demise swiftly spread throughout the capital. Courtiers, who maintained a good rapport with Lin Tianliang, personally visited to express their condolences. Upon learning the identity of the perpetrator, they were filled with disbelief, unable to fathom that the Lin family would be brought to such ruin over a child they had reclaimed. Young acquaintances of the Lin family also arrived, and upon discovering that Lin Chengyu had indeed been killed by Ling Yi, they were left in utter shock. When the third prince received this news, he was momentarily frozen. Having witnessed Ling Yi's aggression towards Lin Tianliang the previous day, he sensed something amiss about her demeanor. Little did he expect that within a mere day, she would take the life of a member of the Lin family, her own brother, no less. Recalling Ling Yi's taunt to test her limits, the third prince's expression darkened ominously. If she was capable of killing her own brother, it was evident that she harbored no lingering affection for the Lin family. Would she then still regard their house or his status with any respect? Aside from the shock felt by the third prince, the crown prince, upon receiving the news, was equally taken aback and promptly dispatched individuals to the Lin estate. The following day, a horse halted outside the Lin estate. Ling Yi dismounted, casting not a single glance at the white mourning cloth, her expression devoid of emotion as she strode towards the house. A servant stationed at the entrance upon seeing her was struck with disbelief. Goodness, the third miss has returned. She killed the fourth young master and madam would surely wish to take her life in retribution. How dare she come back? Ling Yi directed her gaze at the servant. Is there something you need? The servant, meeting Ling Yi's cold eyes, quickly shook his head. No, nothing. Ignoring the servant further, Ling Yi continued her path into the estate. The servants stood frozen in place, watching her retreat until her figure vanished from sight, at which point they dared to speak. The third miss exudes an icy demeanor. Did you notice the blood on her clothes? Another servant remarked, "It's terrifying." "What? Blood?" The questioned servant replied, astonished, "I never noticed. I can't believe the third miss would dare to return. It's utterly shocking." Not only were the servants at the entrance bewildered, but those within the estate were equally astonished. Soon, news of Ling Yi's return reached Lin Tianliang and others. Upon returning to the estate, Ling Yi intended to change into a fresh outfit, but before she could reach her quarters, she was intercepted by a stranger. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yi recognized the identity of the newcomer, the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Chengtian, whom she had not seen since her return. Lin Chengtian regarded Ling Yi with a furrowed brow and a serious tone. "They say it was you who killed Yu." "It was I," Ling Yi replied simply. Walking past him, "I encountered some individuals on my way back and got blood on my clothes while dealing with them. I wish to change. We can discuss matters once I am presentable." "Very well," Lin Chengtian acquiesced. "I shall wait for you outside." Surprised by his response, Ling Yi glanced at him once more. Lin Chengtian added, "Hurry along. I am not the only one awaiting your return." Understanding his implication, Ling Yi refrained from further comment and returned to her quarters. After bathing and changing, she re-emerged to find Lin Chengtian still waiting outside. She approached him. "Your patience is commendable, for one who practices cultivation." "A lack of patience is detrimental to progress," Lin Chengtian replied as he led her towards Qinghui Courtyard. "Since my return, I have heard about you from my second brother." "Oh?" Ling Yi responded, showing little reaction. Lin Chengtian glanced at her and continued, "My second brother claims that it was they who wronged you." Chapter 14. "It cannot end here. Is that all you heard from Lin Qingze?" Ling Yi replied with a half-smile. "Have you not heard from Lin Tianliang and Madame Lin?" "Naturally, I have," Lin Chengtian frowned. "But I do not take everything they say at face value. I will make my own judgments." "So? My second brother's words hold more weight," Lin Chengtian remarked, walking alongside Ling Yi. "I have devoted myself to rigorous training since childhood and have not returned home much since entering the academy. However, this does not mean I am ignorant of my parents' and brother's true natures. Ling Yi, you should not have returned." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's eyes widened in surprise as she regarded Lin Chengtian. "Regardless of circumstances, I did indeed kill Lin Chengyu. Do you not wish to seek vengeance for him?" "I have no such desire," Lin Chengtian replied, his expression sincere. "I care little for matters of the household." Ling Yi could hardly believe that her elder brother possessed such a disposition, and she laughed. "If that is the case, some people's schemes will surely come to naught." Lin Tianliang had dispatched a group to kill her, likely informed by Lin Chengze of her cultivation level. Those sent were all third-tier spirit masters, and in Lingyang country, most of the younger generation possessed only first- or second-tier abilities. Those capable of cultivation, such as Lin Tianliang and his dispatched men, were merely third-tier spirit masters. In contrast, individuals like Lin Chengtian, though young, had already achieved the rank of fifth-tier spirit masters, marking them as rare geniuses. Moreover, maintaining a cultivation level of 4 or 5 required considerable resources. While the men Lin Tianliang sent were only third-tier spirit masters, sustaining such a group demanded significant expenditure. Ling Yi's return signified the failure of Lin Tianliang's assassination attempts, and surely, he must be in anguish at this very moment. The thought brought a smile to Ling Yi's lips. "Are you pleased to know I will not assist father in dealing with you?" Lin Chengtian regarded Ling Yi seriously. "You should continue to feign a facade. After all, Chengyu was still your brother." "Not solely because of you," Ling Yi admitted openly. "By the way," Lin Chengtian said, "my second brother mentioned that you possess spiritual energy and are even more skilled than he. What is your current level of cultivation?" "Cultivation?" Ling Yi shook her head. "I have not measured it. This." Lin Chengtian's frown deepened further. "Once we conclude matters regarding Chengyu's funeral, you must accompany me to the academy." Before Ling Yi could refuse, Lin Chengtian continued, "Given the current situation with your parents, it would be best for you to leave the household and join me at the academy. You can—" "All right," Ling Yi interjected before he could finish. "I desire to attend the academy." Lin Chengtian was taken aback by her prompt agreement. "The academy offers a plethora of courses, and the training is arduous. You must consider carefully. I have made up my mind." Ling Yi affirmed, "I will go." Lin Chengtian found her eagerness rather unsettling, and as he contemplated further questions, they arrived at the entrance of Qinghui Courtyard. With more servants passing by, he chose not to inquire any further. Entering Qinghui Courtyard, they proceeded directly to Lin Tianliang's quarters, where Madame Lin was present. Upon seeing Ling Yi, she rushed towards her. "Ling Yi, Yuer was your brother. How could you kill him? You have no heart. Enough, Lin Shengtian interjected before Ling Yi could respond, his voice stern. Mother, please calm yourself. Do you not think the current situation is chaotic enough? Before Madame Lin could utter another word, Lin Zhuyu, standing nearby, spoke up, eldest brother. It is only natural for mother to confront Ling Yi about her actions. How can you reprimand her? Be silent, Lin Shengtian coldly instructed Lin Zhuyu. Put away your pretense. The Lin family's current plight is due to you and father. Shengtian, Lin Tianliang exclaimed, agitated by his son's words. I called you back to seek vengeance for your brother, not to have you cast blame upon us. Vengeance? Lin Shengtian's gaze swept over the assembled family. My second brother has made it abundantly clear that this situation is the consequence of our family's own actions. Ling Yi killed our fourth brother, and this matter must end here. End here? Ling Yi shot a glance at Lin Shengtian, knowing full well that it could not conclude so simply, yet she refrained from countering at that moment. Chapter 15. This is what he owes you, Shengtian. It was your brother who died, Madame Lin cried out in anguish, questioning Lin Shengtian. How can you remain indifferent while protecting the one who killed your brother? Am I to have no children but a son? Lin Shengtian regarded Madame Lin with a furrowed brow. Cheng Yu was your child, but is Ling Yi not also your daughter, mother in your eyes? Ling Yi's act of killing our fourth brother is unforgivable, yet what of father and Lin Zhuyu? They each have wronged you. One deceived you and exchanged your child, while the other has occupied your daughter's place and enjoyed your affection for years. Given your disdain for Ling Yi, you should have divorced father and exposed Lin Zhuyu's true identity for all to see this disgrace. But why do you not take such actions? Why do you solely target Ling Yi? Lin Shengtian's disappointment was evident as he gazed into Madame Lin's eyes. Do you consider Ling Yi your daughter at all? Madame Lin stared blankly at Lin Shengtian, at a loss for how to respond to her son's probing questions. Lin Shengtian turned away from her and looked at Lin Tianliang. Father, I understand your intentions in calling me back, but I will not comply. You are aware of the outcome of your dispatched men. It is time to put an end to this matter. Once we conclude the arrangements for our fourth brother's funeral, I will take Ling Yi to the National Academy. I do not consent. Lin Tianliang replied sternly. Die in a few days. She is to marry the third prince. How can the Lin family explain her presence in the academy at this time? Not long ago, Lin Shengtian had remarked to Ling Yi that those who cultivate often lack patience, which is detrimental to their practice. Yet now, Lin Shengtian found his own patience lacking. Father, on what grounds do you believe that Ling Yi would still marry the third prince after all this? Setting aside her own reluctance, I shall not consent. Lin Shengtian spoke in a solemn tone. Ling Yi possesses remarkable talent. If she continues to cultivate, she will surely achieve even greater things in the future. Should she choose to marry and confine herself to the inner chambers for life, as her elder brother, I would not interfere. However, if she is unwilling, I will not stand idly by as he spoke. He turned his gaze towards Lin Zhuyu. If Ling Yi refuses to marry, father should not feel helpless before the third prince. Simply wed Zhuyu instead. After all, the engagement originally belonged to Zhuyu. Although she is not the legitimate daughter, she is still a daughter of the household. The third prince cherishes Zhuyu and is unlikely to disdain her lesser birth. It would bring joy to all. Zhuyu cannot marry the third prince. Lin Tianli looked at Lin Shengtian. Lin Shengtian, why can you cultivate in the capital academy without care? It is because you have the Lin family backing you, me. Now that I have been incapacitated by Ling Yi, and it is unlikely I will return to the court, the only one who can continue the Lin family's legacy is Zhuyu. If Zhuyu marries the third prince, it truly spells the end for the Lin family. Lin Shengtian gazed coldly at Lin Tianli. Father believes I cannot cultivate in the capital without the Lin family? Lin Tianli's expression darkened. You are so focused on your cultivation that you disregard the state of our household. How can you understand how difficult it is to maintain the Lin family's honor? I indeed do not comprehend, Lin Shengtian replied, his expression icy, his voice turning frigid. Since you understand so well, do you think the Eastern Palace would accept a child born of a woman of disreputable standing? One whose identity has been swapped. If she cannot be the crown princess, she can only be a secondary consort or a concubine. Do you believe the maternal family of the crown princess would allow a secondary consort to gain favor? Lin Shengtian looked at Lin Tianli. You may think that as long as the crown prince favors Lin Zhuyu, there is still hope, but have you considered that once the matter of the swap child becomes known? Can the Eastern Palace afford to lose face? Even if the crown prince is indifferent, what of his majesty and the empress? Or do you think this can be concealed? Lin Chengtian let out a cold laugh. I heard of this matter on my way back from the academy. Do you truly believe it can be hidden? With your level of understanding, how can you still be dreaming? Upon hearing Lin Chengtian's words, Lin Tianli erupted in anger. Who caused all of this? It is your precious sister. If she had obediently married the third prince, we would not be in this predicament. Lin Chengtian's eyes glimmered with distaste. At this point, you still think Ling Yi is to blame. The true cause of all this is you. Lin Chengtian looked directly at Lin Tianli. I will not allow Ling Yi to remain in the Lin family. You? Lin Tianli glared at Lin Chengtian, his entire being trembling with rage, and the next moment he fainted. With Lin Tianli's collapse, chaos ensued. After Lin Qingyu's burial, Lin Chengtian kept his word and took Ling Yi away from the Lin family. Lin Tianli attempted to stop them, but the spirit masters raised by the Lin family were no match for Lin Chengtian, who could only watch helplessly as Lin Chengtian led Ling Yi away. Nearly fainting from anger once more, Lin Chengza stood at the gates of the estate, watching the carriage depart, realizing the gravity of the situation. His elder brother possessed extraordinary talent. If he was willing to support the Lin family, their glory could continue. However, if his brother refused, the Lin family would truly face demise. Having been in the court for many years, their father could not possibly be unaware of this. If so, why was he so intent on placing all his hopes on Zhuyu? Was it true affection for this child, or were there other reasons? Lin Chengza frowned deeply, sensing that this matter was far from over. Inside the carriage bound for the capital academy, Lin Chengtian kept his gaze fixed on Ling Yi. Although Ling Yi had no intention of acknowledging him, Lin Chengtian's stare was too conspicuous, prompting her to say, "Stop staring at me. If you have questions, just ask." Lin Chengtian replied, staring intently at her, "It's nothing. I am merely surprised." Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. "Surprised?" "Yes," Lin Chengtian confirmed. "I did not expect you to leave with me so readily." Ling Yi remained silent, and Lin Chengtian continued, "I thought, given your animosity towards the Lin family, you would have killed father, yet you did not. Why?" Lin Chengtian did not perceive Ling Yi as kind-hearted. After all, she had killed Chengyu, and it was inconceivable that she would spare a more egregious father. Ling Yi smirked slightly. "You are not wrong that I do intend to deal with Lin Tianli, but he still serves a purpose for now, and I have other matters to attend to. He can be set aside for the time being." Lin Tianli had only dispatched 20 men. The Lin family still had a contingent. It would be too wasteful to kill him now, especially since she was waiting for those individuals to unlock their abilities. Lin Chengtian regarded her. "I acknowledge your intent to kill my father. Do you have nothing else to say?" Lin Chengtian furrowed his brow. "Address me as elder brother." Ling Yi ignored this remark and took a bite of the fruit on the table. "Never mind." Lin Chengtian did not press her to comply but merely stated, "Regardless of whether you believe it, I hold little affection for them. If someone else were to kill him, I would seek vengeance. If it were you, it would be what he owes you." Chapter 16. Dual Attribute Spiritual Roots. Ling Yi found Lin Chengtian somewhat peculiar. He was different from the other members of the Lin family. Yet, regardless of how different he was, he could not escape being a child of the Lin family. Lin Chengtian's emotions towards the Lin family seemed rather shallow. Reflecting on Lin Chengtian's words to Lin Tianli, Ling Yi began to understand. "Lin Chengtian, if I were devoid of cultivation, merely an ordinary person, would you still care for my well-being?" Lin Chengtian's gaze settled on Ling Yi's face, his expression calm. "If you lacked cultivation, I would not bring you to the academy. I would send you away. Is that so?" Ling Yi replied, falling silent thereafter. The carriage returned to silence until half an hour later when it halted at the capital academy. Lin Chengtian disembarked with Ling Yi and said, "I will take you to the Spirit Stone for testing to determine your spiritual root attributes and cultivation level." "Oh," Ling Yi responded with a faint expression. Lin Chengtian frowned at her demeanor. "Do not be so lethargic. Only after determining your spiritual root attributes and cultivation level can we tailor your training direction." Lin Chengtian remarked, "I do not know how you cultivated in the past, but your methods and resources in the village surely cannot compare to those at the capital academy. After the tests, I will request a month from the teachers to act as your training partner and supervisor. At that time, such laziness will not be tolerated." Ling Yi replied, "That is unnecessary." Lin Chengtian insisted, "It is essential." He had learned during this trip that Ling Yi's marriage to the third prince had been set for half a month hence. He could not afford to let his guard down. Ling Yi was not oblivious to Lin Chengtian's thoughts and did not contest him. As they proceeded towards the testing hall, Ling Yi paused in the square. gazing at a certain spot. Lin Chengtian noticed her halt and followed her gaze. What are you looking at? At the beast, Ling Yi replied. That beast is rather beautiful. The frost wolf, Lin Chengtian explained, a tier 3 beast. Indeed impressive. I heard that Mu Zixuan's team pursued the frost wolf for half a month before capturing it with the help of a beast tamer. A tier 3 frost wolf requires a 6th level spirit master to handle. An adult frost wolf can even contend with a 7th level spirit master. Mu Zixuan and his team likely could not control the frost wolf on their own. It must have been branded by the beast tamer. You know a lot, Ling Yi commented absent-mindedly, then inquired, who is Mu Zixuan? The son of His Majesty's brother, the heir of the Ming prince's residence. The heir? Ling Yi chuckled. His status is quite high. Had it not been high, the Academy's beast tamer would not have exerted effort to help him capture the frost wolf, Lin Chengtian stated in a nonchalant tone. He aims to secure a spot in the competition next month to participate in the Eastern Sun Empire's Grand Tournament. Ling Yi, who had been rather disinterested, perked up at this mention. The Eastern Sun Empire's Grand Tournament? Lin Chengtian nodded. Yes, it will take place in 3 months. Can I participate? Obtaining a spot is necessary to participate, Lin Chengtian replied. For the Grand Tournament, countries like ours, Lingyang, have 3 spots. The Empire has 8. All right, I want to participate. Ling Yi's eyes gleamed with a hint of coldness as she looked at Mu Zixuan. If you wish to participate, you should hasten to test your cultivation level, Lin Chengtian urged her towards the testing hall. Understood, Ling Yi acknowledged, and the two continued towards the testing hall. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Chengtian led Ling Yi into the testing hall, explained their purpose to the staff, and proceeded to the spirit stone for testing. Lin Chengtian turned to Ling Yi. Go ahead. Place your hand on the spirit stone to test your spiritual root attributes. Then circulate your spirit energy to test your cultivation level. Got it, Ling Yi replied, walking towards the spirit stone. Upon reaching it, she placed her hand on it as instructed. The spirit stone shimmered with light, revealing a vibrant red hue. The purity indicator for her spiritual root attributes climbed steadily until it reached its peak and ceased to move. Lin Chengtian's expression shifted to one of astonishment at this sight. The recorder gasped, a top-tier fire spiritual root. Upon hearing the astonished voice of the recorder and witnessing the admiration in their gaze towards Ling Yi, the next moment, the glaring red abruptly transformed into a clear water color. Yet the purity indicator remained at its peak. Top-tier water spiritual root? The person in charge was taken aback, exclaiming, a dual attribute spiritual root, and both of exceptional purity. Lin Chengtian was equally astonished yet filled with pride. To think she possessed a dual attribute spiritual root. As the testing hall personnel and Lin Chengtian looked on in amazement, Ling Yi began to channel her spiritual energy. Another scale began to ascend, ultimately halting at level 4. The testing hall personnel were overjoyed, exclaiming, what a promising talent! At just 16 years of age, without formal guidance or tailored training, to achieve the cultivation of a level 4 spiritual master, such exceptional talent. Someone nearby chimed in, and a dual attribute spiritual root, no less. Chengtian, where did you find such a gem? The testing hall personnel, familiar with the geniuses of the First Academy, joked, with such a remarkable talent, why didn't you bring her sooner? The teachers of the First Academy would surely be overjoyed. Lin Chengtian replied, this is my sister, Ling. I just found her and discovered her spiritual power, so I brought her to give it a try. Sister, someone questioned, isn't your sister Lin Zhuyu? Indeed, others echoed, perplexed. Lin Chengtian clarified, Ling Yi is my mother's sister. Lin Zhuyu is not. The testing hall personnel were even more bewildered. What had transpired? The people from the Capital Academy, be they teachers or students, rarely ventured outside unless on holiday or for pressing matters. Moreover, the Lin family had not publicly announced the return of their daughter. Information had trickled out, making it easy for outsiders to learn. But those in more secluded environments remained largely unaware. However, once classes resumed and students returned from their holidays, the news would undoubtedly spread. Although curious, the testing hall personnel refrained from further inquiries and provided Lin Chengtian with the testing certificate. After accepting the certificate and expressing his gratitude, Lin Chengtian led Ling Yi out of the testing hall. I will take you to handle your enrollment. Once that's sorted, I'll introduce you to the teachers of the First Academy. Lin Chengtian was genuinely elated, his words flowing more freely than before. I possess a single attribute spiritual root. I never imagined you would have a dual attribute. Hearing this, Ling Yi's lips twitched, The fire and water abilities were unlocked after she eliminated the individuals sent by Lin Tianliang. The dual abilities were chosen for their versatility. She hadn't anticipated that these two would be the attributes detected by the spiritual stone. If that were the case, upon unlocking her thunder and wood abilities, would she then possess a 4-attribute spiritual root? That seemed plausible. Just as Ling Yi pondered this, a voice resonated in her mind. If the elemental abilities corresponded to the spiritual root attributes of this world, then what did the truth-seeking ability correspond to? Ling Yi felt a flicker of interest. Perhaps a cultivation method? Indeed, the voice confirmed. Once this was established, Ling Yi chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 17. No money after completing her enrollment and obtaining her identity card. Ling Yi also received the student attire from the Capital Academy, along with 10 fire and water spiritual stones and a bottle of ordinary hemostatic pills. Upon exiting the academy, Lin Shengtian took Ling Yi towards the first academy. After meeting the teachers, arrangements will be made for your dormitory. Understood. Ling Yi responded while toying with the fire spiritual stones she had received, noting, these stones contain too many impurities. They paled in comparison to those given by Tianyin. Lin Shengtian, holding the box containing her attire, remarked lightly, naturally, the items given upon enrollment won't be of the highest quality. Very well, Ling Yi replied, tossing the spiritual stones back into her bag as she carried another sack. Lin Shengtian observed her and frowned, saying, first, accompany me to Linlang Tower. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. What is that place? It's a shop for magical artifacts, Lin Shengtian explained. We need to buy you a storage artifact. It will be convenient for keeping your belongings. Ling Yi didn't particularly need a storage artifact, given that Tianyin had unlocked a personal space for her. However, since she couldn't disclose the existence of that space, she didn't reject Lin Shengtian's suggestion, merely stating, I have no money. Lin Shengtian responded, you won't need to spend your own. Then let us go. Purchasing a storage artifact could help maintain a low profile. But upon arriving at Linlang Tower, Ling Yi gazed at a row of flamboyant ornaments, then at the sizes indicated below them, falling silent. Noticing her lack of response, Lin Shengtian urged, choose one. Ling Yi turned to him. Is there no storage artifact with a larger capacity? None, Lin Shengtian replied. The crafting abilities of the capital S artisans are limited. If you want a larger one, you'll have to go to the Empire. For now, buy one. Later, when a teacher is heading to the Empire, I'll ask them to purchase a larger one for you. Ling Yi fell silent again, turning back to select. The available storage artifacts were small, but varied in design. Though not finely crafted, they were quite attractive. Ling Yi chose a bracelet that appeared to be woven from charred branches, struck by lightning. Its simple form and dark hue appealed to her. Lin Shengtian watched and sighed. Can't you pick something a bit more aesthetically pleasing? What's wrong with this? Ling Yi countered. I want this one. With a resigned sigh, Lin Shengtian acquiesced, leading her to the checkout. After purchasing the bracelet, Ling Yi activated it with her power, placing the attire and spiritual stones inside, freeing her and Lin Shengtian's hands. Exiting Linlang Tower, the two proceeded to the first academy. Upon arrival, Lin Shengtian first took Ling Yi to meet his teacher, a 9th-level spiritual master with a fire attribute spiritual root, whose classes Ling Yi would be attending. Following Lin Shengtian, Ling Yi met an elderly man with white hair and beard, yet with remarkably spirited eyes. After reviewing Ling Yi's testing certificate, the old man beamed, excellent, a truly promising talent. Shengtian, you and your sister are both remarkable. However, the old man appeared puzzled. Your sister has managed to cultivate to a level 4 spiritual master on her own. Why didn't you bring her to the academy sooner? Had she arrived earlier, her cultivation would undoubtedly exceed level 4. Lin Shengtian believed his teacher's words. Had he brought Ling Yi sooner, her cultivation would surely surpass his own. Not wishing to withhold from his teacher, he briefly explained the circumstances. As for the more intricate details, Lin Shengtian was confident that his teacher would soon learn them, as their father would not let the matter rest. Such a pity, the old man lamented over the time Ling Yi had lost, but quickly rallied his spirits, saying, Come, I will take you to meet Old Li. The Old Li mentioned by the elder was an 8th-level spiritual master with a water attribute spiritual root. With Ling Yi possessing both water and fire attributes, most of her upcoming classes would be with the elder and Old Li. Additionally, she would need to attend courses on identifying materials, learning about spirit beasts, medicinal pills, herbs, magical artifacts, formations, and other related knowledge. On the way to meet Teacher Li, Lin Changtian spoke to the elder, teacher, since Ling Yi has just enrolled. I wish to accompany her in her training for a month. Once she is familiar with the environment, she can attend classes normally. The elder intended to mention that their courses overlapped, and it was unnecessary for him to accompany her. But Lin Changtian preempted him, stating, Ling Yi is not a child. She doesn't truly require my presence. However, I plan to accompany her because this month is a critical period for her, and I'm concerned about disturbances from home. The elder understood. Very well. You have dedicated yourself to your cultivation over the years, seldom taking breaks during holidays. Consider this month a time for rest. Thank you, teacher. Although it was deemed a break, diligence was still essential, especially with the Imperial Grand Tournament approaching in 1 month. The elder looked at Lin Changtian. Changtian, you must not let your guard down. Lin Changtian assured. Rest assured, teacher. The students will not disappoint you in the competition. The elder nodded with satisfaction. Your confidence is reassuring, and I trust you. As the three conversed, they arrived at Teacher Li's location. Teacher Li, also an elder, was pleased to learn of Ling Yi's situation. I happen to be heading to class. Why not let Ling Yi join me now? The elder chuckled oldly. I wish for Ling Yi to attend my class today as well, but she has just enrolled and is unfamiliar with the academy. I plan to have Changtian show her around first and begin classes formally tomorrow. Teacher Li felt a bit disappointed, but upon realizing that Ling Yi would attend his class the following day, his disappointment faded into joy. Very well, it's settled then. Class will commence tomorrow. Don't worry. Now that you're enrolled, you won't be escaping. I'll be looking forward to it, Teacher Li said. Turning to Ling Yi, I await your presence in class tomorrow. Although Ling Yi had her own motives for attending the academy, she understood the importance of adhering to the rules. Understood. Teacher Li departed content. The elder smiled at Lin Changtian. Changtian, show Ling Yi around the academy and finalize her dormitory arrangements. You must not be late for class tomorrow. Of course, Lin Changtian replied, subsequently leading Ling Yi away. The two first sought out the teacher responsible for arranging dormitories, who guided them to the dormitory area and assigned Ling Yi to dormitory number 1 in the female dormitory district. Upon learning of the assignment, Lin Changtian frowned. Are there no other dormitories available? Before the dormitory teacher could respond, Ling Yi inquired, is there something wrong with dormitory number 1? Lin Changtian was about to say something when the dormitory door swung open, and a woman emerged, her frosty gaze fixated on Lin Changtian. I too wish to know what the issue with dormitory number 1 is and why a change is necessary. The three outside the academy turned their attention to the woman, who, however, only regarded Lin Changtian. Lin Changtian, speak. Lin Changtian replied coldly, Ling Yi is my sister. I believe she is not suited for dormitory number 1, and I would like to request a change from the teacher. Sister? The woman then glanced at Ling Yi, her eyes filled with confusion. Isn't your sister Lin Zhuyu? Chapter 18. Infuriating you, big brother. The woman was the third person to express such sentiments today. Although Lin Changtian felt helpless, he replied, Ling Yi is my younger sister. In due time, you shall come to understand this matter. Upon hearing this, the woman seemed poised to say more, but the academy instructor interjected. Qingshuang, Ling Yi shares your dual elemental affinity of water and fire. I believe it is quite suitable for her to reside with you, hence the arrangement. After speaking, the instructor turned to Lin Changtian and added, Changtian, you are aware that we must consider the attributes of their spiritual roots in our decisions. Lin Changtian furrowed his brow at this remark and was about to respond when Qingshuang, gazing at Ling Yi in astonishment, exclaimed, you two possess dual attributes, just like me, water and fire. Indeed, Ling Yi nodded, contemplating the possibility of her own future four-element affinity, contingent upon the support of Lin Tianliang and Lin Zhuyu. Then let us share a room, Qingshuang proposed. Our schedules align, and since you are newly admitted to the academy, you may inquire with me should you have any uncertainties. Ling Yi smiled and nodded. All right. Qingshuang then turned to Lin Changtian. Lin Changtian, having my sister reside with me is the optimal choice. Why do you resist? Lin Changtian did not reply, but instead looked at Ling Yi. Do you genuinely wish to stay with her? Ling Yi affirmed. She is correct. Sharing a room with her is indeed the best option and quite agreeable. Since you are willing, I shall not intervene, Lin Changtian concluded, casting a glance at Qingshuang. Yi Qingshuang. I do not wish to hear your catchphrases from Ling Yi. Qingshuang scoffed. Your sister is an adult. Why do you still concern yourself with her speech? Lin Changtian retorted coldly. You may attempt to test that. Do you think I fear you? Yi Qingshuang shot back. You shall find out soon enough, she added, striding away. Ling Yi, I must attend class now. You will start tomorrow, and we shall reconvene then. All right, Ling Yi replied. Once Yi Qingshuang had departed, she turned to Lin Qingtian. What is it about her that bothers you so much? Lin Qingtian pinched the bridge of his nose. You will understand in due time. Do not emulate her. I am still in the dark, Ling Yi responded, following the academy instructor to view her accommodations. Since the dormitory was already occupied, Lin Qingtian, being male, refrained from entering, instead waiting for Ling Yi and the instructor to conclude their arrangements before guiding her around the academy. The following morning, Ling Yi awoke, turned her head towards the door, and 3 seconds later, a knock echoed as Yi Qingshuang's voice called out, Ling Yi, rise and eat. You have class after breakfast. I'm up, Ling Yi replied. And after dressing and washing, she stepped outside, while Yi Qingshuang stood there with a plate in hand, and upon Ling Yi's emergence, she promptly extended it. I bought this early this morning. Enjoy. Ling Yi glanced at the buns on the plate. We only met yesterday, the implication being that they were not yet familiar enough for such gestures. Why Yi Qingshuang smiled. You may interpret this as my attempt to foster a good relationship with you. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Why Yi Qingshuang took a bite of a bun. How infuriating, Ling Yi replied. You can irritate him just as easily without my assistance. Observing their interaction from yesterday, it was evident that Lin Qingtian had been quite vexed by Yi Qingshuang. Not quite the same, Yi Qingshuang said dismissively. Hurry up and eat. We must go to class after. Thank you, Ling Yi said, taking a bun and eating. After finishing, they prepared to leave for class and, upon exiting the courtyard, spotted Lin Qingtian waiting outside. Why Yi Qingshuang remarked, What brings you to the women's dormitory so early? Before Lin Qingtian could respond, Ling Yi interjected. He has taken a month off from the instructors to accompany me as a sparring partner. So you will see him throughout this month. Sparring partner? Yi Qingshuang glanced between Ling Yi and Lin Qingtian. How intriguing. Lin Qingtian ignored her. Let us go. Our first class today is with Teacher Li. Held in the Water Academy. As the trio approached the Water Academy, they encountered two groups of students seemingly in conflict. Why Yi Qingshuang stepped forward. It is almost time for class. Why are you still loitering outside? One group replied, Qingshuang, it is not that we refuse to enter. The Ice Academy has arrived again. Why Yi Qingshuang turned to the other group, who stated, We are all students of the National Academy. We merely wish to borrow the Water Academy for testing our recent cultivation progress. Indeed, you Water Academy students are rather stingy. We can utilize the Water Academy, so why not come to our Ice Academy? We are not Ice attribute users. Why would we go to your Ice Academy? Water and Ice are inseparable. What is the issue? You speak so lightly, but the Ice Academy is tailored to your spiritual root attributes and is entirely unsuitable for us. The Water Academy is arranged according to your spiritual root attributes as well. Why is it that we can accept it while you cannot? Are you afraid of water while cultivating ice? A student from the Water Academy countered. As the Ice Academy students prepared to respond. A young man emerged from the Water Academy. What is all this noise about? Your instructors have already approved this. What use is it to obstruct us? Such is the prowess of the young master. The Ice Academy students cheered as they moved towards the Water Academy. As they passed by the Water Academy students, the Ice Academy students purposefully bumped into them, inciting fury among the Water Academy students. You Ice Academy students are too overbearing. Mu Zixuan glanced at the speaker, and what of it? If you are dissatisfied, you may have your instructor intervene. Indeed, the Ice Academy student smirked. If we have any grievances, we will seek out our instructors rather than resorting to mere bickering like you. The students of the Water Academy seethed with indignation, unable to formulate a rebuttal. The reason the Ice Academy felt emboldened to seek instructor intervention was precisely because they believed their instructors were superior to those of the Water Academy. What prowess do the Ice Academy students possess? Yi Qingshuang interjected. You are aware you were born of your parents, yet you act as if your instructor gave birth to you. Always resorting to find the instructor, each of you acts like a child still in swaddling clothes, appearing upright but still crawling on all fours. Why Yi Qingshuang? The Ice Academy students were incensed by her words. Is it wrong to seek the instructor? Who says your instructor is not as capable as ours? If your instructor were formidable, would you not seek their guidance? Yes, your instructor is the greatest. If they were so exceptional, how did they produce such a bunch of inept fools? Yi Qingshuang, who are you calling inept? Mu Zixuan said coldly, Do you truly believe you are the best in the academy? Yi Qingshuang smiled at Mu Zixuan. I rely neither on my parents nor on beast tamers for assistance. Standing beside her, Ling Yi applauded. Well said. At this outburst, Lin Chengtian, Yi Qingxuang, and both groups of students turned their attention towards her. Chapter 19. Ling Yi appears to be a tough nut. Who are you? The Ice Academy students glared at Ling Yi, pondering for a long moment without recognition. Not only were the Ice Academy students oblivious to her, but the Water Academy students were also unfamiliar with her. However, since Ling Yi accompanied Yi Qingxuang and Lin Chengtian, the students of the Water Academy would not claim ignorance. Me? Ling Yi smiled. I just enrolled yesterday. Today is my first day of class. I did not expect to encounter a pack of dogs blocking my path on my very first day. What unfortunate luck. The phrase pack of dogs blocking my path drew looks of reverence from the Water Academy students towards Ling Yi, while the Ice Academy students scowled. Who are you calling a dog? Ling Yi replied. Anyone who is not a student of the Water Academy yet obstructs its entrance is a dog. Yi Qingxuang glanced at Ling Yi, then turned to Lin Chengtian. Are you certain I will lead your sister astray? With a mouth like hers, Ling Yi requires no guidance. Lin Chengtian's expression was a touch frosty, but before such a large audience, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The Ice Academy students sneered at Ling Yi. You dare oppose us after just enrolling yesterday? Such audacity. You are correct. I possess little else but audacity, Ling Yi declared, striding forward into the Water Academy. I must attend class. Do not obstruct my way. As she passed Mu Zixuan, she deliberately collided with him, causing him to stumble in surprise, his expression darkening as he glared at Ling Yi. Ling Yi halted, looking at Mu Zixuan with a smile. Oh dear, I did not notice you there, however. I trust you are not bothered. After all, you were rather careless just now, Mu Zixuan scoffed, gritting his teeth. You are quite something. Ling Yi's smile widened. Thank you for the compliment. I am indeed quite remarkable. Yi Qingxuang gave Ling Yi a thumbs up. Impressive. The gazes of others turned to Ling Yi with increasing awe, each speculating who this brave individual might be. Upon hearing Qingxuang refer to Ling Yi as Lin Chengtian's sister, they recognized her as a member of the Lin family. The Ice Academy students contemplated taking action against Ling Yi but were restrained by Mu Zixuan. Young master, she is quite arrogant. We ought to teach her a lesson. Mu Zixuan replied solemnly. We shall deal with her during class. The students of the Ice Academy finally relented. Both parties subsequently entered the Water Academy and made their way to the classroom. In the water courtyard, two elderly men awaited them. Upon arrival, the students from the Water Academy greeted Teacher Li, while the students from the Ice Academy acknowledged the other elder. Teacher Li's expression was rather grim, yet softened somewhat upon seeing his students. The other elder, initially smiling, lost his jovial demeanor as he noticed his students' sullen faces. What had transpired? His students usually had the upper hand over those from the Water Academy. What had changed today? Much like the previous scolding from Yi Qingxuang, the students from the Ice Academy were indeed adept at seeking out their teachers for support, and upon inquiry, they eagerly relayed an embellished version of the events that had just unfolded. The students from the Water Academy immediately countered their claims. But would the Ice Academy's teacher heed their rebuttals? Certainly not, as he cast a disapproving glance at Ling Yi. To be so arrogant on your very first day of school, if you do not receive a lesson now? Who knows what manner of behavior will manifest in the future? After delivering his admonition, he turned to Teacher Li. Boldly, if you do not reprimand this student, I shall take it upon myself to do so. The students from the Ice Academy were overbearing and unreasonable. Not only did the students from the Water Academy dislike them, but Teacher Li harbored similar sentiments and would naturally disregard the Ice Academy's teacher's words. Ling Yi has just enrolled. And upon encountering students from other academies in our classroom, he retaliated against the provocation of his classmates. That not a display of loyalty. If punishment is warranted, should not Teacher Su also penalize the students from the Ice Academy? Teacher Li spoke coldly. After having been in the academy for so long, to still behave with such arrogance. Surely that cannot be right. Teacher Su, having been publicly contradicted by Teacher Li, appeared even more sullen. My students are arrogant? We merely borrowed the classroom from the Water Academy. If their students seek trouble, must we, the Ice Academy, grovel for their favor? 4 times in a month, is that not a rather excessive frequency for borrowing? Teacher Li responded sternly. Are you unaware that this could disrupt the classes of the Water Academy students? Teacher Su sneered. There are no regulations stating that one can only borrow a certain number of times in a month. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to speak with the dean. If that fails, we can present our case with solid evidence. Both Teacher Li and Teacher Su were 8th-level spiritual masters, yet even among equals, There were disparities in strength, with Teacher Su being the more formidable. It was precisely this power that rendered the students from the Ice Academy so brazen. After Teacher Su finished speaking, Teacher Li fell silent. The students from the Ice Academy, seeing their teacher defend them, looked down on others with contempt. So, one could indeed borrow classrooms for lessons. Ling Yi turned to Lin Chengtian and Yi Qingshuang. What if the Fire Academy also borrows the Ice Academy's venue? Although fire and ice are oppositional forces, the more one understands, the better it becomes. Yi Qingshuang nodded. I think that's a good idea. Lin Chengtian, meeting Ling Yi's gaze, inclined his head. If you wish, you may discuss it with the teacher tomorrow. If the students of the First Academy were considered an exception within the Imperial Academy, then Lin Chengtian and Yi Qingshuang were undoubtedly the leaders among the students. For they were the only two whose cultivation had reached the 5th level. The Ice Academy's arrogance stemmed from their ability to bully others, as they dared not provoke the Fire Academy, given the presence of the two strongest students therein. Upon hearing Lin Chengtian's words, the students from the Ice Academy retorted coldly, Lin Chengtian, what is the matter between the Ice Academy and the Water Academy have to do with your Fire Academy? Yi Qingshuang replied, it has everything to do with it. Ling Yi is his sister. If your teacher seeks to bully Ling Yi, is that not tantamount to bullying him, sister? This revelation left the students from the Ice Academy stunned. Isn't your sister Lin Zhuyu? Lin Chengtian, disinterested in further discourse, was about to speak when Teacher Li, looking at Ling Yi and Yi Qingshuang with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, if you wish to borrow the Ice Academy for training, I can speak to old Mu on your behalf. Before anyone else could interject, Teacher Li turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, with your dual attributes of water and fire, you must not neglect your training. After Teacher Li spoke, he turned to Teacher Su. Like Qingshuang, Ling Yi also possesses dual attributes. Not only does our Water Academy gain a promising student, but the Fire Academy also welcomes one. When old Mu and I learned of this, we were both overjoyed. Upon discovering that Ling Yi possessed dual attributes, the countenance of the Ice Academy students grew grim. Previously, when they bullied the Water Academy, Yi Qingshuang would intervene, but there were times she was absent, so they felt unrestrained. Now, with Ling Yi's arrival, who was also Lin Chengtian's sister and had connections with the two most powerful students, they realized that Ling Yi appeared to be a formidable opponent. Henceforth, it would be challenging to encroach upon the Water Academy's training resources as they had before. Chapter 20. Your affairs are my affairs. Teacher Su wore a smile that did not reach his eyes as he regarded Ling Yi. Indeed, a dual attribute is a fine talent, yet being a fine talent, one should cultivate with a focused mind. You are not my teacher. Why concern yourself with my training? Ling Yi replied, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Teacher Su. Rather than fretting over my cultivation, perhaps you should worry about that bunch of inept students under your charge who only know how to call for their teacher. Yi Qingshuang shot a glance at Lin Chengtian. Are you still worried that I might lead your sister astray? Lin Chengtian furrowed his brow and called out, Ling Yi. Ling Yi turned to him. What do you want? I merely spoke the truth. I did not say anything out of line. After her retort, Ling Yi directed her gaze at Teacher Su. If you do not believe me, feel free to have your students compete against me. Before Teacher Su could respond, Ling Yi pointed at Mu Zixuan. Let him be the one. He mentioned before entering that he would teach me a lesson during class. I would like to see what lesson he can impart. Mu Zixuan stared at Ling Yi with a dark expression. Remaining silent, Ling Yi raised an eyebrow at him. What are you afraid? Afraid to make a bold statement. Do you think you are worthy to compete with a noble scion? A female student next to Mu Zixuan stepped forward. I will compete with you. Ling Yi regarded the girl who had stepped forward and smiled. Mu Zixuan, are you even a man? She has more courage than you. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan cast a displeased glance at the girl. You need not intervene. Return. The girl, sensing Mu Zixuan's displeasure, did not dare to say more and stepped back. Mu Zixuan turned to Ling Yi. You wish to compete with me? Very well, I accept. With a cold smirk, Mu Zixuan added, since you have named me, why not battle on the dueling platform, where life and death are at stake? Zixin. No, absolutely not. The voices of Teacher Su, Teacher Li, and Lin Chengtian echoed simultaneously. Teacher Su harbored disdain for Ling Yi. Yet she had only just enrolled, and for Mu Zixuan to call for a life-and-death battle was somewhat excessive. Teacher Li believed that Ling Yi could not possibly defeat Mu Zixuan and did not wish to see such a promising student perish so soon. Lin Chengtian glared fiercely at Mu Zixuan. To propose a life-and-death battle right off the bat, why don't I take your place? Mu Zixuan sneered. Why are you so angry? She is the one who insisted on competing with me. Fine. Before Lin Changtian could respond, Ling Yi interjected. I agree. Ling Yi had been worried about not having an opportunity to eliminate Mu Zixuan until the upcoming qualification competition in a month. Yet now, Mu Zixuan had come to deliver himself to her. How splendid! Lin Changtian admonished. A life and death battle is no trivial matter. I am not a fool. I understand. Ling Yi stared at Mu Zixuan. Shall we go now? I said no. As Lin Changtian spoke, he reached out to grasp Ling Yi, attempting to pull her away. Ling Yi evaded his grasp and looked at him. I said I want to compete. The situation had escalated beyond anyone's expectations, leaving Yi Qingshuang unable to merely spectate. She urged, Ling Yi, your brother is right. A life and death battle is not a game. Besides, Mu Zixuan has been training in the academy for a while, and you have only just begun. He will have the advantage. Competing now would be too detrimental. Ling Yi, Qingshuang and your older brother are correct, Teacher Li added. You and Mu Zixuan are both at the 4th level of cultivation. Setting aside the issue of training advantage, think about your contracted beasts. The dueling platform allows for contracted beasts. If Mu Zixuan possesses one and you do not, it will be a 1 against 2 situation. If you truly wish to compete, it would be wiser to wait until you have a contracted beast. No, Ling Yi looked at Mu Zixuan. Right now, Mu Zixuan was not foolish. If she obtained a contracted beast, would he still dare to engage in a life and death battle? Very well. Seeing that Ling Yi was determined to compete, Mu Zixuan turned to Lin Changtian with a smile. Changtian, out of respect for you, I will give your sister 3 days to reconsider her participation. If she is willing to withdraw, a public apology before the students of both academies will suffice, and I shall let the matter rest. If she refuses to withdraw and declines to apologize, I will be waiting for her on the dueling platform in 3 days. Lin Changtian regarded Mu Zixuan with a cold expression. Why not have me apologize before all the students of the Imperial Academy? Mu Zixuan chuckled. Do not take your frustrations out on me. Your sister brought this upon herself. Rest assured, I would not even apologize to a dog, let alone to you. Ling Yi glared at Mu Zixuan. See you on the dueling platform in 3 days. Ling Yi, upon hearing Ling Yi's agreement, both Teacher Li and Yi Qingshuang expressed their disapproval. Mu Zixuan nodded. Very well. Everyone has heard it. I will meet her on the dueling platform in 3 days for a witness. The students from the Ice Academy looked at Ling Yi with disdain, while the students from the Water Academy were concerned for her, some thinking she was unnecessarily courting trouble. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall not hold this against you. Mu Zixuan turned to Teacher Su and said, Teacher Su, I shall take the lead today. Let us forego our training at the Water Academy and return instead. Behind Mu Zixuan stood the Prince Ming's residence, and Teacher Su, who had always indulged him, naturally did not refuse. Very well. Boldly, we shall reconvene in 3 days, Teacher Su remarked to Teacher Li before leading the students from the Ice Academy away. As the students departed, one of them questioned Mu Zixuan in hushed tones, Your Grace, why must we wait 3 days? Would it not be better to eliminate her today? Although the question was posed softly, Mu Zixuan deliberately raised his voice in response. It is simply that I have yet to synchronize with the Frost Wolf. After 3 more days of acclimatization, I shall demonstrate to you the true prowess of the Frost Wolf. Understanding dawned upon the others, and the students of the Ice Academy praised, Indeed, your grace is formidable. We eagerly await the moment you and the Frost Wolf crush Ling Yi. Rest assured, we shall avenge today's grievances for our academy. With light-hearted banter, Mu Zixuan and the Ice Academy students moved further away. Teacher Li then turned to Ling Yi, saying, Ling Yi, you have heard what Mu Zixuan said. You are at a disadvantage compared to him. It would be wise to concede. Just apologize to him in 3 days. Ling Yi regarded Teacher Li with resolute determination. Teacher, my mind is made up. Sighing in resignation, Teacher Li glanced at Lin Changtian. Changtian, do speak to your sister. Others, please accompany me to class. Ling Yi, however, interjected. Teacher Li speaks wisely. Do not act impulsively. Yi Qingshuang, intending to attend class, followed Teacher Li and the others. Once the others had departed, Lin Changtian turned to Ling Yi and inquired, Why do you insist on a life-and-death confrontation with Mu Zixuan? Lin Changtian was no fool. Having seen Ling Yi's curiosity about the beasts in the square yesterday, he had initially thought it mere inquisitiveness. Yet today, her attitude towards Mu Zixuan suggested otherwise. There was something deeper at play. Ling Yi, with a cold expression, shot him a glance. This is my affair. I owe you no explanation. With that, she attempted to leave. Lin Shangtian reached out to stop her, his expression serious and earnest. Ling Yi, I am your elder brother. Your matters are my concerns as well. Do you comprehend? Chapter 21. You are the most suitable vessel. Ling Yi looked at Lin Shangtian and smiled. My affairs are your concerns. She had returned to the Lin family, showing Lin Shangtian a semblance of warmth, firstly because he was not like the others in the Lin family, and secondly because he had brought her to the academy, where she sought certain individuals. Thus, she maintained a facade of peace. However, now Ling Yi felt that Lin Shangtian was overstepping. She had come to the academy, and given that she was not the original Ling Yi, there was no longer a need to uphold this superficial harmony. Lin Shangtian, since you brought me here, you have insisted on assuming the role of elder brother, but alas, I am not the true Ling Yi. Observing Lin Shangtian's frozen expression, she leaned closer. The real Ling Yi perished in the pond of the Lin residence. Why come to me with these words now, when you could have acted sooner? Ling Yi was unafraid to speak the truth, knowing that Lin Shangtian would not dare reveal it, for she inhabited Ling Yi's body, and the true parents of Ling Yi were long gone. Without concrete evidence, who would believe him? Even if Lin Shangtian disregarded that he was speaking of his sister's body, those with ill intentions toward her would serve as the perfect numbers for her to unlock her latent powers. After Ling Yi spoke, Lin Shangtian's rigid demeanor was replaced by a complex expression as he sighed. At that time, they did not inform me. The first news I received about you was from father, who told me you had killed Chengyu and instructed me to return for vengeance. Lin Shangtian continued. Father did not elaborate before cutting off contact. Confused, I left the Imperial Academy, and on my way back, I heard about your situation. It was then that I understood the circumstances involving you and Lin Zhuyu. Upon my return, you were absent, and it was only when my second brother informed me of the events that transpired during your time at home that I learned of everything. After that, I resolved to take you away. Ling Yi was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that the Lin family would seek her without informing Lin Shangtian. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as Lin Tianli had only summoned him to ensure that she married Lin Zhuyu. What difference did it make if they did not notify him? Though she had wronged Lin Shangtian in this regard, Ling Yi felt justified in her stance. I have stated it clearly. I am not Ling Yi, and you are not my elder brother. My matters are not for you to meddle in. When Lin Shangtian first heard these words, he was momentarily stunned. The shock of her declaration was overwhelming. Yet upon further contemplation, he found it implausible. If she were not Ling Yi, then who was she? Even if what she claimed were true, that she had taken over his sister's body after Ling Yi had perished due to family persecution, who could assert that the person occupying his sister's body was not indeed his sister? Ling Yi, Lin Shangtian gazed intently at her, his eyes filled with seriousness. Perhaps the others in the Lin family have disappointed you. Or perhaps I have angered you today, prompting you to deny your identity. However, in my heart, regardless of your denial, you are still my sister. You are Ling Yi, I am your elder brother. Even if you are not Ling Yi, you inhabit her body, and I remain your elder brother. After hearing Lin Shangtian's words, it was Ling Yi who was now taken aback. With disbelief, she looked at Lin Shangtian. You accept this so readily? I have usurped your sister's body, and you do not consider me a heinous criminal? Lin Shangtian replied. If what you say is true, and Ling Yi died in the lake, then you occupied her body posthumously, which absolves you of any malice. Moreover, in a realm filled with countless empires and talents, if you were truly a villain, you would not have chosen to inhabit the body of an obscure girl from a small nation. Ling Yi retorted, you are quite something. Lin Shangtian smiled at her. Are you still angry? Realizing this, Ling Yi understood that he did not believe her and thought her words were mere expressions of frustration. Having said her piece, Ling Yi recognized that she could not force him to believe her. It was not about anger. She looked at Lin Shangtian. Mu Zixuan must die. Furthermore, do not concern yourself with my affairs. With that, she circumvented Lin Shangtian and departed. Lin Shangtian watched Ling Yi's retreating figure, frowning in contemplation. Her intense hostility towards Mu Zixuan suggested that he had wronged her, yet if they had crossed paths, Mu Zixuan would not have appeared oblivious upon encountering Ling Yi today. The issue did not stem from Ling Yi, yet her vehement desire for Mu Zixuan's death indicated a deep-seated animosity. Suddenly, Lin Shangtian had a thought and quickly retrieved a communication stone to contact Lin Xingze. Once connected, before Lin Xingze could speak, Lin Shangtian eagerly asked, Xingze, Do you recall mentioning that you brought someone back from the Ling family village outside the capital? Lin Shengze, taken aback, instinctively replied, yes, elder brother. Why do you ask? Lin Shengtian had intended to suggest that he visit the Ling family village to inquire about Ling Yi's parents, but recalling Ling Yi's earlier words, he instead said, just tell me the route to the Ling family village. He would go himself. Lin Shengze found it strange, elder brother. Why do you want to know the route to that place? Are you planning to go there? That is none of your concern, Lin Shengtian stated, making his way towards the Beast Academy. Just provide me with the information. Lin Shengze relayed the route. After receiving the directions, Lin Shengtian severed the connection and hastened to the Beast Academy, where he borrowed a second-level flying beast. The beast tamer at the academy asked, would you like us to assign a beast master to accompany you? No need, Lin Shengtian replied. I can handle it myself. The beast tamer glanced at Lin Shengtian's student token, which indicated his cultivation level, and handed him the other half of the imprint token before stepping aside. The flying beast flapped its wings and ascended into the sky, heading for its destination. After departing from the Water Academy, Ling Yi found a spot at the edge of the square to sit. Watching the crowd bustling about, she sighed. Tianyin inquired, why the sigh? Because of certain matters. The competition in 3 days? Yes, Ling Yi replied. That person has a beast, while I do not. It places me at a disadvantage. Tianyin remained silent. Ling Yi continued, why must the unsealing require the death of a villain? Can it not be a matter of simply taking a life? Tianyin explained, 01. This is the rule. If you wish to unseal before the next competition, you may eliminate a villain. If no villain is available, you may opt to perform 5 acts of kindness. I refuse to do so, Ling Yi stated resolutely. Tianyin chose not to press further and simply remained quietly by Ling Yi's side. Time passed, and Ling Yi finally spoke. Tianyin, while Lin Shengtian can be rather overbearing, his earlier words did hold some merit. What words? Tianyin asked. Ling Yi pondered, why is it Ling Yi? Is it because of my compatibility with her, or is there another reason? Tianyin replied, according to analysis, your soul is highly compatible with Ling Yi's body. It is indeed the most suitable vessel for you. Chapter 22. You wish to kill Ling Yi? Is that so? Ling Yi acknowledged, saying no more, but whether she believed it or not was a matter only she could discern. Rising from her seat, she declared, it is time to attend to my tasks. Ling Yi then made her way towards the Fire Academy, as her subsequent class was there, and she needed to request a leave of absence to leave the academy. Tianyin questioned, are you returning to the Lin residence? Yes, Ling Yi affirmed. I intend to seek a bit of interest from them. Tianyin ceased to speak. Ling Yi sought out her teacher, requested a day's leave, and subsequently departed from the academy, returning to the Lin residence. Upon arriving home, Ling Yi made her way directly to Qinghui Courtyard. Upon learning of Ling Yi's arrival, Madame Lin resolutely shut her door. But she was merely overthinking. Ling Yi had no intention of seeking her out and proceeded straight to Lin Tianliang's quarters. Lin Tianliang, having lost the use of both his hands at Ling Yi's hands, was already the subject of gossip among the ministers and noble families following the recent funeral of Lin Chengyu. The emperor had specifically ordered Lin Tianliang to recuperate at home, exempting him from attending court, which essentially amounted to a dismissal from his position. However, the emperor refrained from stating this directly, allowing the ministers to vie for the chancellorship themselves. Naturally, Lin Tianliang would not sit idly by. Thus, over the past few days, numerous outsiders had visited the residence to discuss strategies, for Lin Tianliang could not retain his position and they must ensure that the seat was filled by one of their own. When Ling Yi encountered Lin Tianliang in the study, there were others present. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Lin Tianliang's expression darkened immediately, and he ordered the others to leave. They, fearing Ling Yi, who had the audacity to sever her own father's arms, departed without a word. Once they were alone, Lin Tianliang coldly inquired, didn't you go to the academy? What brings you back? Ling Yi, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, smiled as she replied, I have returned to resolve the matter of my marriage. I have entered the academy, and to prevent you from using this issue to disturb my studies, I specifically took a leave to address it. Lin Tianliang, incredulous, exclaimed, you are willing to marry the third prince? How can that be? You are not the one betrothed to him. Ling Yi clarified, the one engaged to him is Lin Zhuyu. I intend to deliver Lin Zhuyu to him now, so you need not trouble me thereafter. With that, Ling Yi exited the study, heading straight for Lin Zhuyu's quarters. You dare, Lin Tianliang bellowed, recalling Lin Zhuyu's current predicament. Yet Ling Yi did not pause. fearing that Ling Yi might truly abduct her. Lin Tianliang hurriedly summoned the residents' spiritual masters, and they set off in a grand procession towards Lin Zhuyu's courtyard. By the time they arrived, Ling Yi had already seized Lin Zhuyu. "Father!" Lin Zhuyu cried out upon seeing Lin Tianliang, struggling for rescue. "Father, save me! Ling Yi intends to give me to the third prince. I cannot go. Zhuyu, do not fear. I will never allow her to take you away." Lin Tianliang assured her before turning to Ling Yi with a commanding shout, "Rebellious daughter, release Zhuyu at once, or you shall not leave this door today." Ling Yi held Lin Zhuyu firmly, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she regarded Lin Tianliang. "I wonder how you are so confident. It seems Ling Yi has some insight." Casting a glance at Lin Zhuyu, she lowered her voice, "So it seems, you have indeed become involved." Lin Zhuyu's complexion paled at this revelation. "You lie!" Ling Yi chuckled. "Whether I speak in jest or truth shall be revealed when I deliver you to the third prince's abode, and have him summon a physician to examine you." "No," Lin Zhuyu protested. "You cannot deliver me." Afterward, she turned to Lin Tianliang. "Father, kill her. Kill her. If you do not eliminate Ling Yi, she will surely divulge this matter, ruining my reputation and implicating the crown prince, who would then blame me, forever sealing my fate. Father, she knows too much. She cannot be allowed to leave." Lin Zhuyu cried again, noticing Lin Tianliang's hesitation. Indeed, Lin Tianliang's countenance shifted upon hearing her words. Ling Yi was the one he had intended to use to placate the third prince. Yet with Ling Yi now uncontrollable and privy to secrets she should not know, she could not be permitted to live. Resolving this, Lin Tianliang immediately commanded, "Kill her." "Father!" Lin Chengze rushed in, approaching Ling Yi, and looking at Lin Tianliang, he questioned, "You wish to kill Ling Yi?" Lin Tianliang's tone turned icy. "She severed my arms, killed your brother, and now seeks to abduct your sister. What reason do I have to spare her?" Lin Chengze's expression darkened. "Father, do not forget what elder brother warned. If you kill Ling Yi, how will you explain it to him?" Lin Tianliang snorted, "I am his father. I owe him no explanation." Without waiting for Lin Chengze to respond, he barked, "What are you waiting for? Act." The numerous spiritual masters who had accompanied Lin Tianliang immediately surged towards Ling Yi. Lin Tianliang shouted, "Do not harm the second young master. Capture her and rescue the young lady." Following Lin Tianliang's orders, one of the spiritual masters rushed towards Lin Chengze. Lin Chengze attempted to assist Ling Yi, but his cultivation was too weak to contend with the spiritual masters, and he was swiftly taken away. Ling Yi, observing the incoming attackers, flung Lin Zhuyu aside and faced her assailants. Lin Zhuyu, having been rescued and returned to Lin Tianliang's side, commanded the residents' spiritual masters, "Kill her at once." With the head of the household's orders given, the spiritual masters showed no mercy. However, their levels were merely third tier, far inferior to Ling Yi's prowess, and they quickly fell one after another. Lin Tianliang realized that the individuals he had dispatched previously had not returned because Ling Yi had slain them. Yet, having not seen it with his own eyes, he was now overwhelmed with shock at the sight before him. Ling Yi, unarmed but with superior cultivation and employing cunning tactics, struck with deadly intent. Soon, of the 10 or more that had come, only 2 remained standing. "How could this be?" Lin Zhuyu exclaimed in a fit of rage as she beheld the failure of the spiritual masters to eliminate Ling Yi. "Incompetent fools! All of you are worthless!" Lin Chengze stood dumbfounded, unable to articulate his thoughts at the scene unfolding. Ling Yi glanced at the fallen adversaries and deemed it sufficient. This will suffice for today. With a swift retreat, she distanced herself from them, casting a smirk at the frantic Lin Zhuyu. "Do not fret. I shall remain silent until you wed the third prince. However, should the wedding date arrive and you remain unwed, I cannot guarantee your secret will remain safe." With that, Ling Yi turned, leaped onto the wall, and departed. Leaving the Lin residence, she glanced back, hoping that with the ample time given, Lin Zhuyu and Lin Tianliang would not disappoint her. They must send someone to kill her, and in great numbers. Retracting her gaze, Ling Yi boarded her carriage and returned to the academy. Upon her return, she went straight to her dormitory, freshened up and changed her attire. Then proceeded to the academy's library. The lower 3 floors of the library were open to students, and Ling Yi spent the afternoon immersed in its depths. After dining in the cafeteria, she intended to return to her dormitory. As she approached the entrance of her dormitory, she encountered Lin Qingtian. Chapter 23. Was she not destined to lose? Lin Chengtian appeared cold, yet beneath that facade lay a serious demeanor rather than true harshness. At this moment, however, his icy demeanor seemed tangible. Ling Yi approached. "What are you doing here?" Observing Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian gradually straightened from his slouched position against the wall. "Waiting for you." Ling Yi inquired. "Waiting for what?" Lin Chengtian merely gazed at her in silence, offering no response. He had flown to Lingjia village. Yet upon his arrival at the village entrance, he was met with furious curses from the villagers, some even attempting to resort to violence. After conversing with them, he learned the reason behind their ire. The same flying beast, the indistinct creature, and the deceased villagers. All these clues converged, revealing to Lin Chengtian the motives behind Ling Yi's vendetta against Mu Zixuan. Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian began. "I have visited Lingjia village." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's expression turned frigid. "And what of it? What do you propose to do with that information? I understand your hatred and desire for vengeance." Lin Chengtian continued, "But you would be at a significant disadvantage in confronting him. Will you not reconsider participating in this competition?" Ling Yi's anger flared at his words, but before she could respond, Lin Chengtian added, "If you forfeit the competition, I will join you in seeking revenge. When the time comes, I will deal with his beast, and you can confront him." Ling Yi met Lin Chengtian's gaze, but remained silent. He held her stare. "Ling Yi, I do not wish for you to abandon your quest for vengeance. I simply do not want you to engage in a life-or-death battle with him. I cannot bear the thought of you getting hurt." Suppressing her sharp retort, Ling Yi's expression returned to normalcy. "My resolve is firm and unyielding." With that, she attempted to leave. Lin Chengtian reached out to stop her, looking down at her. "Ling Yi, I beseech you. Let us find another way." "Absolutely not," Ling Yi rejected outright, "and do not call me that. It disgusts me." Seeing her unwillingness to relent, Lin Chengtian tightened his grip on her hand. "Then I shall seek out Mu Zixuan right now." Ling Chengtian, Ling Yi's eyes darkened as she regarded him. "That is my parents' vendetta." Lin Chengtian understood this well. He recognized Ling Yi's desire for personal retribution, which was why he had not rushed to confront Mu Zixuan upon his return, but rather sought to discuss it with Ling Yi. "What do you wish for me to do?" he asked, anguish evident in his gaze. "Do you want me to watch you head towards your demise?" The incident by the pond flashed in his mind. "I did not witness it then. Do you wish for me to witness it firsthand now? How can you be so certain that it will be me who perishes?" Ling Yi retorted coldly, "Rest assured, I will not die. After all, I have yet to exact my revenge on your father." Lin Chengtian was momentarily speechless, but hearing those words did provide him some solace. "May I take my leave now?" Ling Yi asked. "I wish to rest." Lin Chengtian released her hand. "Have you eaten?" "I have." "Good," Lin Chengtian replied. "I shall come by to escort you to class tomorrow morning." Ling Yi remained silent and turned back to the courtyard. Lin Chengtian stood outside for a long time, only leaving when night fell. The next morning, Lin Chengtian came to escort Ling Yi to class. The morning's classes were all in the Fire Academy. Upon arrival, Teacher Mu called Ling Yi aside, advising her against engaging in a life-and-death duel with Mu Zixuan. Ling Yi declined, and seeing that she could not be persuaded, Teacher Mu placed his hopes on Lin Chengtian, wishing that he could convince Ling Yi. However, it was in vain. Ling Yi was resolute in her decision to fight to the death, impervious to any counsel. In the span of 3 days, news of Ling Yi's impending duel with Mu Zixuan spread throughout the academy, and on the day of the contest, the dueling platform was teeming with students. Those attending classes and those not did not miss the opportunity to witness the event, and even the teachers were present at the base of the dueling platform. Mu Zixuan watched as Ling Yi approached. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come." Ling Yi smirked. "I intend to take your life. Of course, I would come." Such bold words, yet one wonders if your strength matches your bravado? Mu Zixuan replied. "I hear you are my third cousin's fiancé. It would be unwise to kill you. How about you admit your mistake and we let this matter go?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yi realized that Mu Zixuan had done his homework. "Your third cousin's fiancé is Lin Zhuyu." "Not me, if you can't even get such a well-known fact right. Your people clearly lack competence," Mu Zixuan attempted to retort, but Ling Yi interrupted him. "Enough of your nonsense. Since you are eager for death, I shall oblige." With that, Mu Zixuan strode towards the dueling platform, and Ling Yi followed suit in silence. "Are you both certain about this life-and-death duel?" The official in charge of the dueling platform approached them. "Holding a contract, if you are sure," Please sign your names. Once the contract is established, there will be no room for regret. Confirmed, Ling Yi stated, signing the contract first. Naturally confirmed, Mu Zixuan followed suit. As the two signed the contract, it flew from the teacher's hands, transforming into a flurry of light in midair, eventually forming a barrier that descended. The teacher announced, "The dueling platform is now open. Only one of you will walk away alive. Give it your all." With that, the teacher exited the dueling platform just before the barrier fully descended. As the barrier fell, all eyes were on the two combatants, eager to see who would emerge victorious. "Ling Yi, you are fortunate. I have just contracted a third-level beast." Mu Zixuan raised his hand to form a seal, summoning a frost wolf. Prepare to witness the might of the frost wolf. As the seal was completed, a formation appeared beneath Mu Zixuan's feet, and in the next moment, a frost wolf materialized within the array. The frost wolf howled, "A woo." Mu Zixuan commanded, "Kill her." The frost wolf leapt forward, opening its mouth to unleash a chilling breath that spread ice and frost wherever it touched. "It's Frost Mist," a student from the Ice Academy exclaimed excitedly. With such a wide area of frost mist, Ling Yi won't be able to evade it. She will surely be frozen. If she gets frozen, doesn't that mean her defeat is certain? While the students from the Ice Academy were in a frenzy, the frost wolf landed, but it did not attack Ling Yi. Not only that, the frost mist dissipated, leaving the dueling platform coated in frost, yet Ling Yi was nowhere to be seen. Did she evade it? How is that possible? Where is she? Behind Mu Zixuan, someone shouted. When did she get behind him? Did anyone see when she moved? No, I didn't see a thing. In the midst of the crowd's excited discussions, Ling Yi swiftly launched an attack at Mu Zixuan, who was unaware that the frost wolf had been standing in her previous position. Unable to protect its master in time, Mu Zixuan sensed Ling Yi's assault and attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Ling Yi's punch struck him, sending him flying. He crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Quickly utilizing his spiritual energy to rise, raising his hand to form a seal, summoning countless ice spikes, "Go!" Mu Zixuan thrust his hands forward, and the ice spikes shot forth in an instant. Chapter 24. A blade falls. The ice spikes came in such dense waves that there was no room to evade. The only option was to withstand them head-on. Boom! A massive fire erupted, melting the ice spikes as they neared the flames. Mu Zixuan gritted his teeth, glancing at the frost wolf. The frost wolf stepped forward, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes. The frost wolf's ice spikes were thicker, sharper, and faster than Mu Zixuan's. Ling Yi, aware of the incoming attack, vanished from her position. With the flames obscuring her movement, no one could see how she disappeared. They could only witness her reappear right in front of Mu Zixuan. He stared at her in disbelief, unable to defend himself before she struck him again, sending him crashing against the barrier. The frost wolf lunged at Ling Yi, but she vanished in plain sight, reappearing before Mu Zixuan. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Mu Zixuan was propelled back and had yet to rise, Ling Yi's punches came in rapid succession, leaving him no chance to evade. He could only endure the blows. The frost wolf charged at Ling Yi, who seized Mu Zixuan from the ground and instantly teleported away. Bang! The frost wolf's force collided with the barrier, shattering a section of it. Ling Yi cast a piercing glance at the broken area before discarding Mu Zixuan to the ground. Coughing and spitting blood, Mu Zixuan lay there, gasping, before the frost wolf could attack once more. Ling Yi placed her foot on Mu Zixuan's neck. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation or mercy, Ling Yi snapped Mu Zixuan's neck. He collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. "Zixuan, young master." Upon witnessing Mu Zixuan's lifeless body, Teacher Su and the students from the Ice Academy were instantly stricken with horror, while those from the Fire and Water Academies were left in utter disbelief. No one expected Ling Yi would kill Mu Zixuan in a one-on-two confrontation. The Frost Wolf was indeed formidable, but Ling Yi possessed the ability to teleport. This technique was one she had only heard of before, and now she witnessed it firsthand. Each time the Frost Wolf attacked, she evaded effortlessly, as its speed could not match hers. Overall, it was still one-on-one, but Mu Zixuan was at a disadvantage due to his lower cultivation level. Mu Zixuan's background was the Ming Prince's residence. Someone remarked, "Ling Yi has killed Mu Zixuan. The Ming Prince's residence will not let her off easily." Others were left at a loss for words. In a life-and-death battle, once a contract is signed, The outcome depends solely on strength. That is the rule, and no one else can be blamed. However, when a family's child dies, it is reasonable for the family to seek revenge. Yet revenge for a death in a life-and-death duel is not justified. But will the Ming prince's residents care about this? While Ling Yi emerged victorious in the duel, she had incurred the wrath of a powerful force. A student remarked, "The Ming prince's residents will not let Ling Yi go." Ling Yi gazed at the fallen Mu Zixuan, feeling no sense of vindication. Her parents would not return. Just then, the Frost Wolf's voice echoed again. Ling Yi turned to look at the Frost Wolf, only to see it collapse, and Mu Zixuan had signed a life-and-death contract with the Frost Wolf. If the master dies, the beast dies. If the beast dies, the master does not. With Mu Zixuan's death, there was no need for Ling Yi to lift a finger. The Frost Wolf would perish. As the life-and-death battle concluded, the barrier enveloping the dueling platform dissipated. And as Ling Yi descended from the platform, Teacher Su and the students from the Ice Academy ascended. With his neck broken, Mu Zixuan had completely lost his breath. Teacher Su gazed at the gruesome scene. His heart sinking down. Mu Zixuan was dead, and the Ming prince's residents would indeed seek retribution against Ling Yi, but they would also hold him accountable as the teacher. With this in mind, Teacher Su turned to Ling Yi and unleashed an attack. No one expected a teacher to suddenly strike, especially at such close range. Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian's pupils dilated as he witnessed the attack hurtling toward Ling Yi, and he dashed toward her at top speed. It was too close. The attack was perilously near Ling Yi. Not even the teachers could react in time. They could only watch helplessly. No. As that force descended, Lin Chengtian was engulfed by a wave of fear. Just when everyone believed Ling Yi was doomed, she vanished like a flash of lightning, and in the next moment, a silvery light flickered on the dueling platform, blood splattering as a head fell to the ground with a thud. In an instant, the arena fell silent, and all gazes were fixed in disbelief on the scene before them. Teacher Su stood, yet his head lay on the ground, the neck severed with precision. A clean, single stroke. Ling Yi maintained her stance as if still holding a weapon, yet none could see one in her hand. Ling Yi retracted her hand, the crimson glow in her eyes fading in an instant. "Thank you," she said to Tian Yan. Tian Yan's voice resonated, "You're welcome. I merely unsealed a bit of your power." Reflecting on that moment, Tian Yan's voice softened, 01. "Once you gather the mountain and river mirror. Aside from devouring, I shall make an exception to unseal another layer of your strength. Is it really that good?" Ling Yi masked her excitement, yet her tone with Tian Yan remained lighthearted. "Tian Yan, are you afraid?" "Not afraid," Tian Yan denied. "It is not the power I bestowed upon you. It is your own sealed power." Before Ling Yi could respond further, Tian Yan continued, "Now, I must reseal your power. 01. Take a look at your hands." As the abundant energy receded like a tide, Ling Yi finally glanced at her hands. Her left hand was soaked in blood, and her right hand was covered in it. Ling Yi found it amusing. "Tian Yan, are you sure this body suits me? Just using a knife has left me in this state." Tian Yan Dao. "Indeed, this body is the most harmonious vessel for your soul. The current state arises from the formidable power and blade that were just unsealed for you. Unless you enhance your physical strength, this condition will persist." "Very well," Ling Yi resignedly acknowledged, choosing not to elaborate further. As he descended from the dual platform once more, the gazes of all present had shifted dramatically. A fourth-level spiritual master had, astonishingly, severed the head of an eighth-level spiritual master. Such a disparity in levels was unprecedented. Shock, fear, and admiration. An array of emotions fell upon Ling Yi. Lin Chengtian rushed to Ling Yi's side, noticing the blood streaming from her hands. He hastily produced a porcelain vial and poured out a healing pill. "This is a hemostatic pill. Consume it to stop the bleeding." Ling Yi did not refuse, but when she attempted to reach for it, Lin Chengtian interjected. "You are injured. I shall administer it to you." Ling Yi regarded Lin Chengtian in silence. Ultimately, he placed the pill in her hand. After she ingested the pill, as she prepared to leave, Teacher Mu approached with an elderly man. "Ling Yi, let the alchemist examine you." Before Ling Yi could decline, Teacher Mu insisted, "You will need to bandage the wound when you return, so it would be wiser to have the alchemist tend to it." Ling Yi paused and extended her hands. The elderly man, brought by Teacher Mu, promptly retrieved items from his storage artifact and began to attend to Ling Yi's injuries. Chapter 25. The Academy will not allow you to harm the child. The elderly man first cleaned Ling Yi's right palm, and once the blood was wiped away, a deep gash across her palm was revealed, prompting a gasp from the accompanying alchemist student. A deeper cut? And your hand would have been severed. You just used your hand to grasp the pill. Did it not hurt? Ling Yi replied expressionlessly. It does hurt, but if he feeds me the medicine, it would hurt even more. Why? The student glanced at Lin Qingtian, puzzled. Isn't he your elder brother? Ling Yi offered a half-smile in Lin Qingtian's direction, opting not to explain. Lin Qingtian was aware of Ling Yi's disdain for the Lin family. In contrast, her attitude towards him was rather favorable. Observing the wound on Ling Yi's palm, the elderly man remarked as he prepared the medicine. This injury is quite severe. You must keep it dry until it heals. Change the dressing every 2 days until a scab forms, Lin Qingtian inquired. Will using a healing pill expedite recovery? The elderly man nodded. Yes, combined with external application, it can heal completely in half a month. Understood. Lin Qingtian concluded, retrieving a bottle of pills, intending to administer one, but recalling Ling Yi's earlier words, he called over Yi Qingshuang. Upon her arrival, she took the pills from Lin Qingtian's hand, pouring one and bringing it to Ling Yi's lips. I will feed you. It won't hurt, will it? Ling Yi offered no response and swallowed the pill. Once her right hand was bandaged, the elderly man began to address her left hand, initially assuming it too bore external wounds. However, upon rolling up her sleeve to reveal her arm, it became apparent that was not the case. The elderly man wiped away the blood, only for fresh blood to surface again. Internal bleeding, a consequence of enduring force far beyond her capacity. As he worked, the elderly man stated, Only your hands are injured. The situation is still manageable. Enduring force far beyond her capacity. Yi Qingshuang turned to Ling Yi. Did you confront the attack from that Su fellow barehanded? Ling Yi's lips twitched. She was no fool. How could she have caught it barehanded? Nonetheless, this interpretation spared her the need for explanation. Seeing Ling Yi's tacit acceptance, Yi Qingshuang's expression darkened. That Su deserved to die? Attacking like a cowardly teacher, Qingshuang. Teacher Mu interjected. The man is already dead. It is futile to speak of it. Yi Qingshuang pouted. I am merely stating the truth. Such a person deserved to die long ago. You, sighing, Teacher Mu said after the elderly man had completed Ling Yi's bandaging. Ling Yi is injured. You two should take her back to rest. I will ensure the matters here are attended to. Very well. Lin Qingtian and Yi Qingshuang nodded, subsequently leading Ling Yi away. The three departed under the watchful eyes of numerous teachers and students, and as they left, others ascended the platform to remove the bodies of Mu Zixuan and Teacher Su. Old Mu, the academy is in trouble this time. The alchemist gathered his belongings and patted Teacher Mu on the shoulder. It seems you will be implicated as well. Alas, no matter, Teacher Mu replied. We shall handle matters fairly. His reason for becoming a teacher at the academy was to avoid entanglements with the aristocracy. Should the Ming prince's manner truly act recklessly, he would not be lenient. The news of the Ming prince's heir being slain by Ling Yi in a life-and-death duel spread like wildfire. Upon receiving word from the academy, the Ming prince arrived with a contingent of spiritual masters, demanding entry under the pretext of retrieving the heir's body. Everyone knew the pretext was a facade. Their true intent was to exact revenge on Ling Yi. The academy refused permission, and Teacher Mu personally delivered Mu Zixuan's body to the Ming prince. Return home. Teacher Mu addressed the Ming prince. The academy will not allow you to harm the child. The Ming prince glared at Teacher Mu, gritting his teeth. You are also of royal blood. Why did you not intervene when they sought to kill Zixuan? Teacher Mu's expression remained impassive. That was a life-and-death duel. Does the Ming prince understand what a life-and-death duel entails? And so what? The Ming prince retorted sharply. The barrier for a life-and-death duel is formed based on the enhancement of both parties' cultivation levels. Only confining the combatants, it cannot contain those of higher cultivation. You could have easily interrupted the duel to save Zixuan. Teacher Mu's face, which had previously shown no emotion, now displayed displeasure. A life-and-death duel is a mutual agreement. Is it fair to interrupt midway? Rather than question me, why not teach Mu Zixuan some humility? Your thoughts are merely that Zixuan possesses strength, and with the backing of the Ming prince's manor. You believed no one would dare to harm him. Little did you know, he has kicked against an iron plate. Now that he is dead, you seek to blame others. When he was alive, what were you doing? You, the Ming prince, infuriated, exclaimed, I will not waste time discussing this with you. Let my people in. What can your people accomplish if they enter? Teacher Mu looked at the Ming prince with disappointment. Zixuan is in this predicament partly due to your indulgence. If you wish to send people to kill Ling Yi for Zixuan's revenge, do you not realize that Zixuan's teacher has also perished? Teacher Mu gazed at the Ming prince. Zixuan's teacher was an 8th-level spiritual master, who, under the watchful eyes of many, ambushed Ling Yi, only to be slain by her in one stroke. What is the highest cultivation level among the individuals you brought? Teacher Mu scanned the people behind the Ming prince. Most are at level 5. With 1 or 2 at level 6, this should encompass the entirety of your manor's forces. The greater the disparity in cultivation levels, the more significant the gap in strength. Your people are insufficient to contend with Ling Yi. Should Ling Yi eliminate these individuals, how could the prince's manor respond? Teacher Mu addressed the Ming prince. Will you seek the emperor's favor? That child is capable of slaying an 8th-level spiritual master and will undoubtedly secure a place in the upcoming grand competition. The academy intends to send her to participate in the imperial contest, a clash between personal vendetta and national honor. Which choice does the prince believe the emperor will make? The Ming prince gritted his teeth. Do not forget, my royal uncle, that the emperor is my elder brother. I am aware, Teacher Mu replied in a measured tone. The worst-case scenario is that the emperor chooses to assist you, but we both understand the consequences that would entail. Take your people back, Teacher Mu concluded, turning to return to the academy. The Ming prince watched Teacher Mu's departing figure, his fury boiling within, yet the academy barred entry, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. First, take the heir back to the manor. The Ming prince commanded coldly. Send a message to the Lin family, requesting them to visit the manor. Inform them I have matters to discuss with Lin Chengxiang. An attendant acknowledged the order. Yes. The Ming prince's gaze darkened with malice as he looked at the child being escorted away. He cared not for national honor, only vowing to find a way to kill Ling Yi and avenge his son. In the library, due to her injuries, both the Water and Fire Academy instructors granted Ling Yi leave, allowing her to forego classes until her wounds healed. Ling Yi initially considered staying in the dormitory to recuperate, but as afternoon approached, numerous students gathered outside, creating a ruckus. Thus, she sought refuge in the library, where noise was prohibited, allowing her to hide away while also reading up on the knowledge of the Tianhuan continent, an ideal sanctuary. Chapter 26. He is willing. Lin Chengtian entered and sat beside Ling Yi. Teacher Mu requested I inform you that he has sent the Ming prince's people away. Ling Yi replied, this is merely a temporary solution. Only by eliminating them can we eradicate future threats. Lin Chengtian furrowed his brow. As long as you remain in the academy, you will be safe. If you wish to leave, I will accompany you. Accompany me to my death. Ling Yi lifted her gaze to Lin Chengtian. Do you have any idea how many desire my demise? Lin Chengtian looked at her. I do not know. You may enlighten me so I can prepare myself. Ling Yi chuckled lightly. First, there's your father and your sister. Next, the Ming prince's manor. Finally, the crown prince. I know about the first two, but how did you offend the crown prince? Lin Chengtian asked, puzzled. This, Ling Yi replied with a knowing smile, is a question for your dear sister. However, the crown prince may not necessarily take action against me. Ling Yi regarded Lin Chengtian. Lin Tianli's hands have been severed and cannot be restored. Lin Zhuyu's identity has been exposed and is no longer suitable to marry the crown prince. The most promising prospect for the Lin family is you. Had it not been for the matter of the Ming prince, the crown prince might have still considered marrying Lin Zhuyu as a concubine. However, in light of the Ming prince's situation, the crown prince would not oppose his own uncle. Lin Tianli and Lin Zhuyu have lost their value, and they will soon be discarded. If she were to be abandoned without cause, then so be it. Yet Ling Zhuyu Ling Yi let out a cold laugh. She would not resign herself to fate. She would seek her own demise. At such a critical juncture, injuring her hand truly brought sorrow. Ling Yi sighed. Otherwise, I could have gained so much. Lin Chengtian inquired. What gains? Ling Yi retorted. Why should I disclose that to you? Upon seeing her reluctance to answer, Lin Chengtian chose not to press further. As the half-month deadline approached, it signified the impending nuptials of Lin Zhuyu and the third prince. Ling Yi received a letter sent by Lin Tianliang. The letter conveyed his recognition of his errors. He should not have favored Lin Zhuyu and coerced her. He had come to understand that he would no longer force her into marriage with the third prince, but instead would honor the engagement. Hoping that she and Lin Chengtian could return home to see Lin Zhuyu wed. Upon reading it, Ling Yi scoffed and handed the letter to Lin Chengtian. to deceive me into returning? He even included you for credibility. Lin Chengtian took the letter, his expression darkening as he attempted to contact Lin Chengza, but to no avail, surmising that he had already been restrained. Wei Qingshuang glanced at the letter on the table, clicking her tongue in disapproval. This is not a mere invitation to a wedding banquet. It is a trap akin to a feast at Hongmin. Ling Yi remarked, quite the contrary, I find it rather enjoyable. After saying this, Ling Yi moved her right hand. Although the wound had scabbed over, it still throbbed with pain upon movement. Yet pain was inconsequential. As long as she could use it, that sufficed. This banquet was planned for her. And undoubtedly many would attend. Each person counted. Ling Yi, are you truly going back? Yi Qingshuang observed Ling Yi's smiling demeanor. Are you not afraid? Regardless of fear, I must return to settle matters. Yi Qingshuang frowned, contemplating for a moment before saying, I rather like you. If you disappear after going back, I shall be left alone. I will accompany you. Ling Yi regarded Yi Qingshuang. This feast at Hongmin is undoubtedly orchestrated by the Ming prince. Entangling oneself with the prince's residence is perilous. Do you not care? What of those behind you? I have no one behind me, Yi Qingshuang replied. I am an orphan, and my actions will not implicate anyone else. You need not worry. If you are unafraid of death, you may accompany me to Sida. As Ling Yi finished speaking, Lin Chengtian returned, his face cold. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. What? Did you fail to make contact? Yes, Lin Chengtian affirmed. I shall return. I shall return as well, Ling Yi quipped. This is indeed a joyous occasion. During their time together, Lin Chengtian had already discerned that once Ling Yi made a decision, no one could alter it. Very well, Lin Chengtian looked at Ling Yi. Do not fear. I will do my utmost to protect you. You should focus on your own safety. Ling Yi got up and walked into the room. I need to rest. We shall return tomorrow. Once Ling Yi left, Yi Qingshuang and Lin Chengtian immediately dispersed. As soon as Ling Yi entered her room, the voice of Tianyin echoed in her mind. Your hand is not yet healed. There is no rush. There is no choice. They are prepared, and if I do not go, there may not be so many next time. Ling Yi spread her hand, gazing at the wound with a sigh. Moving it truly hurts. I miss my former body. Even a cut wouldn't have caused pain. Tianyin fell silent. After evolving into a new type of human, Ling Yi's physique was extraordinarily robust. Not to mention that no one could approach her to inflict harm. Even if they could, the outcome would merely be a broken blade, leaving no trace. Tianyin, it hurts so much. Noting Tianyin's silence, Ling Yi pretended to blow on her wound. Never mind. Tianyin instructed. Extend your hand. Do not move. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's eyes sparkled with hope as she complied. A gentle radiance enveloped Ling Yi's hand, softening the scab, and then the light penetrated deeper, initiating the healing process. Ling Yi could feel her palm rapidly mending, and when the light dissipated, her hand was restored to its pristine state, devoid of any injury. Ling Yi smirked and extended her left hand. Tianyin, there's still more. The light surged toward her left hand, beginning the healing once more. Soon, her left hand was also completely restored. It no longer hurts. Ling Yi smiled. Indeed, there is no pain now. Thank you, Tianyin. Ling Yi, do not utilize your hand until it can withstand that blade. Ling Yi retorted. Do not blame me. It was a sneak attack. Had you not unsealed some of my power at that moment, I would have been struck. It was my negligence, Tianyin asserted. As compensation, you may propose one request. As long as it is not excessive, I shall fulfill it. Really? Ling Yi's spirits lifted immediately. Tianyin confirmed. Indeed. Ling Yi declared. I want 1% of my former strength. Tianyin responded. Requesting this is less desirable than asking for devouring. No, your body cannot withstand it. I can only unseal up to 0.5, which is the utmost limit your body can endure. Ling Yi felt somewhat disheartened, yet 0.5 was better than nothing. Very well, she replied listlessly. Seeing her demeanor, Tianyin paused. Unsealing 0.5 does not fully satisfy your request. As further compensation, I shall provide you with 20 premium fire spirit stones and 20 premium water spirit stones. Instantly, Ling Yi perked up. Tianyin, you are the best. This time, we shall leave it here. Next time, I will extract more. Observing her change in mood, Tianyin realized he had been outsmarted, yet he was willing to go lie down. I will unseal for you. It may be somewhat uncomfortable. What is discomfort compared to power? Ling Yi promptly followed Tian Yin's instruction and lay down on the bed. Chapter 27. Prioritizing your preferred method of death. As Tian Yin had foretold, the unsealing would be uncomfortable. She could feel the power entering her body, gradually infiltrating, akin to countless ants traversing her bones, an unbearable sensation. Fortunately, the unsealing was completed swiftly, and that feeling gradually receded. All done. Tian Yin's voice echoed, 01. Your former strength far exceeds what this body can bear. Only by continuously strengthening your physique can you unseal the corresponding strength within your limits. Do not be negligent, I understand. Ling Yi moved her hand. The exhilarating sensation of power coursing through her body. After dealing with matters in the Lin residence, I will devote myself to cultivation until I journey to the Dongyang Empire. Tian Yin responded affirmatively, good. The next day, the three sought leave from Teacher Mu. Upon learning they were heading to the Lin residence, Teacher Mu spoke earnestly. The Ming Prince's residence has been monitoring the academy. If you leave at this time, they will undoubtedly take action against you. Ling Yi replied. Teacher, we are well aware of this, but we cannot remain hidden within the academy indefinitely. I wish to resolve this matter so that I can focus on preparing for the quota competition. Teacher Mu regarded Ling Yi. You killed Teacher Su. Although we do not know how you accomplished it, your ability to slay indicates you possess means of self-preservation. However, you are not facing just one or two adversaries this time. Are you truly confident in returning alive? Ling Yi nodded. I am. Very well. Teacher Mu sighed lightly. Go, and do your utmost to return alive. We will, Ling Yi assured. Teacher, do not worry. I still have to participate in the Imperial Great Competition. I will not perish. Good. Teacher Mu looked at the trio. I await your return. Without further words, the three departed the Fire Academy, and upon exiting the academy, they spotted the carriage from the Lin residence awaiting them. The trio boarded the carriage, which then made its way to the Lin residence. Half an hour later, at the Lin residence, red silk adorned the exterior, and the guards at the gate wore expressions of joy. Anyone passing by could discern that the Lin residence was celebrating. Young master, third miss, you have arrived. The driver's voice rang out. Lin Shengtian was the first to disembark, with Ling Yi and Yi Qingshuang closely following. Upon exiting the carriage, the guards immediately approached. Young master, third miss, the master and madam have been eagerly awaiting your return. Indeed, Lin Shengtian acknowledged, leading Ling Yi and Yi Qingshuang into the residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by a festive display of red silk, and the servants wore smiles. Yet, as the sound of the gate closing echoed, the smiles on the servants' faces vanished in an instant, and they hurried towards a particular direction. Tiske. Ling Yi clicked her tongue. So eager? Yi Qingshuang observed the departing servants. It appears the entire Lin residence is in on this. Lin Qingtian's expression was as frigid as ice. And just as he was about to head towards Qinghui Courtyard, he sensed a wave of spiritual energy. The trio looked up to see a barrier descending, enveloping the entire Lin residence. Why? Yi Qingshuang scrutinized the barrier. Her voice low. I cannot gauge the strength of the barrier. The one who set it up possesses greater cultivation than I. Ling Yi chuckled. They intend to catch a turtle in a jar. Yet they will be disappointed. I am no turtle. As the barrier fell, a group emerged from the main hall, led by a middle-aged man whom Ling Yi did not recognize. But it was evident from the man's expression upon seeing her who he was. The Ming Prince? Ling Yi regarded the middle-aged man. Oh, is this the father of the son you killed? The Ming Prince glared at Ling Yi with eyes filled with hatred. Previously, you did not come out of the academy, and my men could not kill you. Today, you cannot escape. Escape? Ling Yi smirked. Why should I flee? It is you who should be running. The Ming Prince sneered. Ling Yi, I know you can slay an 8th-level spirit master. So I have specially prepared 2 experts to spar with you today. As the Ming Prince finished speaking, 2 elderly figures stepped out from behind him. Ling Yi glanced at them and queried the Ming Prince, 1st-level spirit generals? Is this the expert you prepared for me? Ling Yi had spent half a month in the library, gaining a clear understanding of the cultivation hierarchy of this continent. IT consisted of 5 stages: Spirit Master, Spirit General, Spirit Sect, Spirit Lord, and Spirit Saint, each further divided into levels ranging from 1 to 10. The most powerful individual in the Lingyang Kingdom was the Dean of the Capital Academy, a 2nd-level Spirit General, who was said to be over 100 years old and rarely made appearances, only coming forth when significant issues arose within the academy. This clearly indicated that Prince Ming had invested heavily to secure the presence of 2 first-level spirit generals. Before the unsealing, dealing with them would have required considerable effort from Ling Yi, but after the unsealing, they were no longer a concern. Ling Yi, I advise you to surrender. It would be wise to leave you with a complete corpse. Prince Ming said coldly, otherwise, humph. Are you suggesting I be dismembered? Ling Yi chuckled. What a delightful way to die. I shall reserve that for you. Before Prince Ming could utter more, Ling Yi suddenly stepped forward, and a blinding red light erupted, instantly covering the previous barrier with a new one. What? The 2 first-level spirit generals were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Her cultivation level surpasses ours. Upon hearing this, Prince Ming's face contorted in disbelief. Impossible? Elders, do not jest. How can she, at such a young age, possibly be more powerful than you? The 2 cultivators, despite their reluctance to believe, were confronted with the undeniable truth before them. Seeing the 2 elders' ashen faces, Prince Ming's heart sank. Is it true that she is indeed more formidable than you? They nodded in response. Prince Ming's expression shifted through various stages of disbelief and reluctance before he finally commanded. Withdraw. One of the spirit generals shook his head. Your Highness, her barrier has enveloped ours. We cannot leave without breaking through her barrier. The other spirit general added with a bitter smile, yet, our cultivation is inferior to hers, making it nearly impossible to breach her barrier. We have become the trapped prey. Prince Ming never anticipated that the plan would unravel so swiftly. After a moment of silence, he ordered, bring forth those hiding in the Qinghui courtyard. I refuse to believe she possesses no familial affection. Understood. One of the spirit generals acknowledged, promptly leading the spirit masters towards the Qinghui courtyard. Once Ling Yi had established her barrier, she noticed someone attempting to flee. However, it was of no consequence, as they could not escape the Lin residence. Come forth. Let me witness the prowess of first-level spirit generals. With that, Ling Yi dashed out like a bolt of lightning. No one discerned her figure, and Prince Ming along with the other cultivators remained on high alert. Just as everyone braced for confrontation, 2 delicate hands landed on Prince Ming's shoulders. His body stiffened, paralyzed with fear, and in the next moment, he heard Ling Yi's laughter. Thank you for bringing so many people, allowing me to indulge in a grand slaughter. As a token of my gratitude, I can prioritize your preferred method of dying. Chapter 28. I am a demon, but the former Ling Yi was not. No. Before he could finish his refusal, Prince Ming felt those hands tighten around his neck. The terror of death widened his eyes, but it was too late to close them. Ling Yi twisted her hands. The sound of bones snapping echoed, and in the next instant, spiritual energy coalesced into a blade, slicing through Prince Ming's neck, severing his head from his body. My lord. The spirit masters from Prince Ming's estate witnessed this gruesome scene and launched an attack on Ling Yi. Holding Prince Ming's head, Ling Yi deftly evaded their strikes and then tossed the head towards the approaching spirit masters. Don't rush. Once I satisfy your lord's method of dying, I will fulfill your desires. With a swift movement, Ling Yi returned to Prince Ming's side, grasping his hands tightly before delivering a powerful kick to his body, sending it flying while his hands remained clasped in hers, resulting in a gruesome separation. Blood splattered, painting Ling Yi's face, yet she remained unfazed, discarding the severed hands like refuse and cheerfully addressing the terrified spirit masters. Now, it is your turn. With that, Ling Yi plunged into the crowd, her hands akin to the scythe of death, effortlessly harvesting lives. Yi Qingshuang stared in shock at the unfolding scene, elbowing Lin Qingtian beside her. Ling Yi is extraordinarily formidable. Lin Qingtian observed the chaos silently. It is not strength. It is bloodshed and brutality. This is not the demeanor of a child raised in a village. The more he watched, the tighter his brows furrowed. Stop. As the retreating spirit generals returned, they were met with the sight of their fallen comrades, and one of them shouted fiercely, "If you do not cease, I shall kill your parents." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi halted and turned to face the approaching group. The spirit general, seeing her pause, felt a flicker of hope and immediately charged at her, prompting the other spirit masters to follow suit. Ling Yi's lips curled into a cold smile as she harnessed her spiritual energy to conjure a ring of flames. As the assailants drew near, she vanished from sight, and the fiery ring erupted, sending the attackers sprawling. A cacophony of screams ensued as Ling Yi landed beside the spirit general, seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground, taunting the one who had threatened her. "Old man, are you instructing me to desist?" The spirit general realized Ling Yi's cultivation was superior, yet he never anticipated that their comrades would be grievously injured without even reaching her. "Ling Yi," the elder grasped Lin's mother, glaring at Ling Yi, "release us, or I shall kill your mother." "I will not release her." "You intend to kill her?" Ling Yi's face broke into a radiant smile. "How delightful. The notion of matricide carries a rather unpleasant connotation. Should you wish to kill her, I would be spared the effort." Ling Yi continued with a grin. "As a gesture of thanks, I can ensure your companion's demise is particularly entertaining." Before the spirit general could retort, a surge of flames erupted from Ling Yi's arm, spreading to engulf the captured spirit general, rapidly expanding and consuming him whole. "No, please, save me!" The anguished cries escaped his throat as Ling Yi relinquished her hold, allowing him to collapse to the ground. The spirit general writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to escape, but the next moment, a foot pressed down upon him, rendering him immobile. "Ah, you have killed me, you have killed me." With his throat unrestrained, the spirit general shrieked, pleading with Ling Yi, "End my suffering." "That cannot be," Ling Yi replied leisurely. "This is the method of death your companion proposed. You cannot disregard his wishes, you must savor it." "Ah, Ling Yi, I will haunt you as a ghost. Then I shall await your visit once you have become a ghost." Ling Yi concluded, turning her gaze to the elder. "Old man, are you satisfied with my gesture of gratitude?" "You?" The elder trembled with rage, witnessing his comrade's brutal end. "Ling Yi, you are a demon. Wow." Ling Yi looked at the elder in admiration. "Old man, you are truly remarkable. You can discern my essence merely by appearance." "You, old man, while you are indeed impressive, spare me the chatter." Ling Yi regarded him with intensity. "I have already offered my gratitude. Why do you not act? If you do not take action to kill her, I shall do it myself." The elder stared in disbelief at Ling Yi. "But she is your mother." "Mother?" Ling Yi scoffed. "Ask her if she is worthy." The elder turned to Lin's mother, exasperated. "What have you done to make her harbor such hatred towards you? If the Lin family had any use, your companion would not have perished. She is a demon," Lin's mother retorted, coldly gazing at Ling Yi. "What have I done? I too wish to understand what I did to provoke such murderous intent." Lin's mother, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "Ling Yi, it was not I who swapped you with Lin Zhuyu. When you were found, I was unaware of Lin Zhuyu's identity. After all, I raised her for 16 years. That bond of kinship is not easily cast aside. She is also tied to the honor of the Lin family. Is it wrong for me to treat her a bit better? You returned to the Lin family, and while they may have treated you poorly, did you lack for food or clothing? No one sought your life. Yet you murdered your own brother. How can you not be a demon?" "I am a demon, but the former Ling Yi was not." Ling Yi replied, directing her gaze at Lin's mother. "When she first returned, she approached you with sincerity. How did you repay her? With indifference and disdain. She never expected your favoritism, yet you could not even treat her with basic decency. Do you not deserve to perish?" Ling Yi turned to the elder. "Old man, if you do not act, I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, Ling Yi raised her hand, channeling her spiritual energy to form a bow. Her fingers resting on the bowstring, a spiritual arrow materialized, aimed directly at Lin's mother. Seeing Ling Yi truly poised to kill her own mother, the elder released Lin's mother and shocked Lin's mother, feeling the arrow's threat. "Cursed, Ling Yi, filial piety is paramount. You kill your brother and threaten your mother. You shall not have a good death. Mother, cease your words." Just then, Lin Chengza rushed in, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin's mother, pleading with Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, we were wrong. We have wronged you. We understand our mistakes. I implore you, spare our mother." Ling Yi glared at Lin Chengza. "Step aside." "Ling Yi, she is our mother," Lin Chengza exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. "How can I bear to witness her death? If you cannot bear to watch, then you shall die with her." As the words fell, Ling Yi released his grip, and the spiritual arrow shot forth with startling speed. No one could evade its trajectory. However, someone had already positioned themselves nearby Diane the instant the arrow was loosed. That individual stepped in front of Lin Chengza. Upon recognizing the figure, Ling Yi's pupils constricted slightly. Chapter 29. I will not show you mercy. Lin Chengtian gazed at Ling Yi, a smile gracing his features, but the next moment, the arrow was aimed directly at his heart. Yet, just as the arrow was about to pierce Lin Chengtian's chest, a hand suddenly emerged from his heart, grasping the arrow and crushing it into oblivion. Witnessing this, Ling Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he swiftly appeared before Lin Chengtian, reaching for the hand that had vanished in an instant. Leaving him grasping at nothing but air, his palm landing on Lin Chengtian's chest. Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian spoke softly. There is no need for you to show me mercy. I am willing to trade my life for Chengza's. Mercy? Lin Chengtian believed that she had thwarted the arrow at a critical moment. He was unaware of the events that had just transpired. Ling Yi's gaze turned icy as she regarded him. You overestimate your importance. I will not hold back against you. Lin Chengtian remained oblivious to the hand's existence. Ling Yi's eyes swept over the others, noting their expressions were entirely normal, devoid of any shock at the sight of a hand emerging from a heart. Had they not seen it, or were they simply incapable of seeing it? Ling Yi suppressed her confusion and coldly addressed Lin Chengtian. You survived that arrow, but your luck will not hold out for long. If you wish to live, step aside. Lin Chengtian refused to yield. Ling Yi, should it be anyone else, I would not care, but not for Chengza. I am willing to trade my life for his. Elder brother Lin Chengza looked at Lin Chengtian's back. Anguish etched on his face. You need not go to such lengths. I am not worth it. Lin Chengtian offered no reply, his gaze fixed on Ling Yi. Chengtian, is this truly the good sister you insist on taking away? In the silence, Madame Lin spoke again. You should have listened to your father and killed her back then. Had you done so, none of this would have occurred. Now, look, not only does she wish to kill us, but she will not spare you either, mother. Lin Chengza exclaimed in desperation. Please, do not speak. Madame Lin ignored him entirely, preparing to voice more, when Ling Yi appeared beside her. The sudden appearance startled Madame Lin, and before she could react, Ling Yi seized her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Ling Yi, no, please, Lin Chengza pleaded, grasping Ling Yi's hand. If you must kill someone, take me instead. Spare my mother, Ling Yi. I beg you. Even as her life was in Ling Yi's grip, Madame Lin's eyes remained filled with hatred. In her heart, Lin Zhuyu was the daughter she had raised for 16 years. Someone she could not simply abandon. Fearing that Lin Zhuyu might feel inferior, she had treated her long-lost daughter with cold disdain. After learning the truth, her feelings shifted, yet Ling Yi had taken her son as life, regardless of whether he had behaved like a human. This hatred endured even unto death. And what of Ling Yi? What place did she occupy in Madame Lin's heart? Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. And Madame Lin ceased her struggles. Mother! Lin Chengza looked upon the motionless figure of Madame Lin, his heart filled with torment. Ling Yi released her grip, allowing Madame Lin's body to fall. Mother! Mother! Lin Chengza caught her lifeless form, calling her name repeatedly, yet there was no breath left in her. Ling Yi! Lin Chengza's words faltered as he began to slump backward. Lin Chengtian swiftly caught him before turning to Yi Qingshuang. I need a favor. Yi Qingshuang glanced at Lin Chengtian, then at Ling Yi, and approached. What do you need? Lin Chengtian remained silent, handing the unconscious Lin Chengza to Yi Qingshuang, then lifting Madame Lin's corpse. Let us go. Yi Qingshuang wished to inquire where they were headed, but upon seeing Lin Chengtian's expression, she refrained from asking and followed him inside. Stop them, a spiritual practitioner commanded. The Lin family poses no threat to Ling Yi, but these two do. Upon hearing this, the spiritual masters immediately charged at Lin Chengtian and Yi Qingshuang. Seeing the oncoming attackers, Yi Qingshuang instinctively prepared to fight, but with someone in her arms, her speed faltered just enough for them to reach her before she could strike. However, before she could react, Ling Yi had already sent the assailants flying. Thank you, Yi Qingshuang began, but Ling Yi had vanished, and one by one, foes fell, leaving Yi Qingshuang in awe of her prowess. Ling Yi was undeniably formidable. Though Yi Qingshuang hesitated to leave, wishing to witness more, Lin Chengtian had already moved a considerable distance ahead, compelling her to follow while supporting the unconscious figure. Chengtian, Chengtian, Lin Tianli pursued them. You cannot abandon father. Chengtian! Lin Chengtian did not look back, but Yi Qingshuang cast a glance behind her. Lin Tianli, his hands severed, had been tormented by pain, and throughout this time, he had lost weight considerably, appearing almost like a mere stick. After running a few steps, he tripped over a fallen corpse and tumbled to the ground. Looking quite pitiful, Wei Qingxuang averted her gaze, choosing not to look back. Lin Tianli lay on the ground. Hearing the anguished cries of others, playing dead, time passed, and the shrieks gradually faded. Lin Tianli remained motionless, praying that Ling Yi would overlook him, yet the shadow of death loomed ever closer. Ling Yi regarded the motionless Lin Tianli with a mocking smile. Did you think this ruse would allow you to escape? Realizing he could not hide, Lin Tianli pleaded, Ling Yi, considering I am your father and that you have already severed my hands, please spare me. Ling Yi studied him, finding his plea utterly ironic. Lin Tianli, seemingly oblivious to the chill in Ling Yi's gaze, continued, Ling Yi, I understand I was wrong. I should not have treated you that way. Please forgive me just this once. Do you think you deserve to be called my father? Ling Yi kicked him, sending him sprawling before stepping onto his chest. Where is Lin Zhuyu? Zhuyu? She is in her own courtyard, Lin Tianli stammered. Ling Yi, it was all Zhuyu's mother's idea. It was not my intention. Please, Lin Tianli screamed as blood poured from his mouth. Ling Yi withdrew her foot and turned towards Lin Zhuyu's courtyard. Lin Tianli lay on the ground, his chest caved in, his gaze gradually losing focus until it was entirely devoid of light, in the Lingyu courtyard. Ling Yi entered from the main hall, noting that many areas of the residence were adorned with red silk. Yet the courtyard where Lin Zhuyu resided was devoid of any red, chillingly desolate. Ling Yi proceeded directly to Lin Zhuyu's room. The door was ajar, and upon entering, she found Lin Zhuyu lying on the bed. Her complexion pale. Upon seeing Ling Yi approach, Lin Zhuyu's previous disdain evaporated, replaced by a gentle expression. You have come. Please, take a seat. Ling Yi paused at the edge of her bed. Lin Zhuyu regarded Ling Yi. I know you have come to kill me. Given my current state, I cannot escape. May I have a moment? Ling Yi studied her. What do you wish to do with that time? Lin Zhuyu smiled softly. I simply wish to converse with you. Chapter 30. What crime have I committed? Ling Yi regarded her with a frigid tone. Yet, I have no desire to listen. With that, Ling Yi raised her hand, and a flash of silver light cut through the air, leaving a crimson mark upon Lin Zhuyu's neck. Lin Zhuyu stared in disbelief at Ling Yi, attempting to speak, but her mouth opened and closed without sound. Ling Yi cast her a cold glance before turning to exit the room. As she stepped out, Lin Zhuyu collapsed back onto the bed. Leaving Lin Zhuyu's chamber, Ling Yi made her way towards the exit of the Lin residence. Tian Yan's voice resonated. There are many people outside. The more, the better, Ling Yi replied. I lost count while dealing with those earlier. How many were there? Counting the Lin family members, there are 55 in total. Tian Yan informed her. Ling Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. I can lift 5 more seals now. What seals do you wish to lift? Let us hold off for now. I will consider it after dealing with those outside. Very well. The doors of the Lin residence creaked open, and as they swung wide, the gathered crowd outside beheld Ling Yi's emergence, while Ling Yi, in turn, laid eyes upon the soldiers awaiting them, stepping out of the residence. Ling Yi's gaze fell upon the third prince seated in a wheelchair. Third prince, today marks your grand wedding. Is it fitting to bring these individuals to fetch your bride? Ling Yi, these people are not here for a wedding. A young man standing beside the third prince stated sternly, You have murdered Prince Ming, and we are here to apprehend you. Ha ha ha. Ling Yi laughed heartily. You lot wish to kill and yet demand justification. How utterly tedious. Ling Yi, the young man glared at her fiercely. Do you admit your guilt? Admit guilt? Ling Yi chuckled lightly. What crime have I committed? Murdering Prince Ming is a crime. Is that truly a crime? Ling Yi looked at the young man with amusement. If he sought to kill me and was instead slain by my hand, then I shall never concede to such a charge. Ling Yi, since you refuse to acknowledge your guilt, are you the prince? Ling Yi interrupted, regarding the man with a sardonic smile. Here to silence me? Had you not come, I would not have bothered speaking, but your insatiable demands are truly repugnant. Ling Yi leisurely continued, if that is the case, I shall take a moment to converse with you properly. Converse about what? As Ling Yi spoke, Yi Qingxuang emerged from the residence. Upon seeing the individuals opposite her, Yi Qingxuang remarked, Isn't this today's groom and His Highness the Prince? Ling Yi Dao, are you prepared to converse with them? Do you have any stools in your storage artifact? Standing and chatting is rather exhausting. Yi Qingxuang shook her head and promptly replied, Wait for me with that. She dashed back to her residence. In a short while, Yi Qingshuang returned, producing 2 stools. Now we have them. Thank you. Ling Yi pulled over one of the stools and sat down. I would like you to listen to a play. Yi Qingshuang followed suit and sat down. I am ready. Ling Yi glanced at the crown prince and the third prince, noting that their expressions had darkened further during this brief exchange. Unfortunately, the barrier enveloping the Lin residence rendered them powerless against the two within. Your Highness, Crown Prince, before the third prince's legs were broken, your position was rather precarious, was it not? Ling Yi spoke leisurely. The third prince is betrothed to the daughter of the Prime Minister. If you had any sense, you would not feel entirely secure. What shall you do in such a predicament? Resort to killing, yet failing, only to leave him crippled. Ling Yi continued. Without the bone regeneration pill, the third prince's legs will not heal, rendering him but a useless being. How can he compete with you? You have incapacitated the third prince, yet still desire the support of the Lin residents. Coincidentally, Lin Tianliang, upon witnessing the third prince's downfall, regardless of the cause, would inevitably seek to replace him with another ally, namely, yourself. With mutual intentions, Lin Tianliang arranged for Lin Zhuyu to discreetly contact you. Why discreetly? Because she is still bound by her engagement to the third prince, and it remains unclear whether this is your own desire or Lin Zhuyu's, or perhaps even Lin Tianliang's suggestion. Your interactions have grown rather intimate, as Lin Zhuyu is now with child. Yet, she has not yet dissolved her engagement with the third prince, and with the wedding date approaching, what can be done? Although the third prince is now disabled, he is still a royal. To break the engagement now and marry your daughter to the crown prince would surely invite scorn. Caught between the desire to annul the engagement and maintain their reputation, Lin Tianliang recalled he had another daughter. However, this would render Lin Zhuyu's status dubious. If she is no longer the prime minister's daughter, why would the crown prince marry her? Lin Tianliang could only inform the crown prince that Lin Zhuyu is also his daughter. Should he marry her, he would fully support the crown prince. However, Lin Zhuyu's true identity must remain concealed, necessitating alternative arrangements. Yet, before such arrangements are made, the exchanged daughter must be located. How to explain this to the lady? Thus, the wet nurse who facilitated the swap was ousted. Ling Yi slowly remarked. After Lin Tianliang explained to the lady, he brought me back with a singular purpose, to replace Lin Zhuyu as the bride for the third prince. As for why the third prince consented to this exchange, Ling Yi turned to the third prince with a cold smile. To use another to fulfill your affections for her, how utterly repugnant. The third prince agreed to the exchange, and once I married him, you would orchestrate a scenario that, after a certain period, would allow her to marry you without reservation. Your plans were astute, yet they faltered with me. I have no desire to wed. The third prince has already shown his contempt prior to marriage. What good could possibly come of it? It is entirely reasonable for me to refuse the union. Yet the Lin family treats no one as human and insists on coercion, resulting in the current predicament. The Lin family despises me. The third prince despises me. I have slain the heir of the Ming prince, and thus the Ming prince harbors animosity towards me. Those who harbor hatred wish for my demise, culminating in today's affair. Ling Yi turned to the crown prince. The Lin family denounces me as a demon. Yet you are equally inhumane. After all, if I were to perish, the wedding would proceed as planned, and Lin Zhuyu, who was once pregnant with your child and forced to abort after Lin Tianliang proved useless, would marry the third prince as initially intended. Tell me, what do you suppose will happen if the third prince discovers Lin Zhuyu's condition? He would loathe you. Yet being incapacitated, he could do nothing. He would then resent Lin Zhuyu, but with Lin Tianliang rendered powerless, the Lin residents cannot protect her. Her fate is all but sealed. Ling Yi rose and approached the crown prince. Though you have not gained the prime minister's support, with Lin Tianliang's demise, neither shall anyone else. I in this dramatic conclusion, you remain unscathed. I in truth, had you not come today to silence me, I would have remained silent. Furthermore, even if I spoke, with Lin Zhuyu deceased and no witnesses, you could easily deny it. Yet you chose to come, intending to kill me and silence me, while also disgusting me. Thus, I shall not let you go unscathed. With that, Ling Yi stepped out of the barrier and raised her hand to unleash a surge of power. Perish. Chapter 31. One must ultimately face their fate. As the force surged towards the crown prince, several elders appeared simultaneously before him, consolidating their strength to counter Ling Yi's assault. Boom. The clash of powers erupted. with Ling Yi's force shattering the Elder's barrier, exploding before them and sending those nearby flying in an instant. Ling Yi materialized beside the Crown Prince, and before he could react, her hand pierced through his chest. Seizing his beating heart and squeezing it, the Crown Prince, eyes filled with terror, gazed at Ling Yi, yet found himself unable to move. Ling Yi withdrew her hand, and the Crown Prince collapsed to the ground with a thud. In the blink of an eye, the Crown Prince was slain, and the elders looked at Ling Yi with a mix of shock and fury. Ling Yi, however, paid them no mind, raising her hand to form a seal. Flames rapidly spread from her center, engulfing the soldiers in mere moments, while the elders, due to their high cultivation, swiftly fled. To prevent Ling Yi from pursuing them, they scattered in different directions. Ling Yi observed their escape routes and, with a swift motion, unleashed fiery chains that shot out, pursuing them in an instant. The chains ensnared their waists, dragging them back into the flames. Bound tightly by the chains, they could only endure the agony of being consumed by the fire until death claimed them. Having dealt with the Crown Prince's entourage, Ling Yi returned to the side of the third prince. When she unleashed the flames, she deliberately avoided the third prince, ensuring his unscathed survival amidst the inferno. The third prince, watching Ling Yi approach, wished to speak, but upon meeting her dark gaze, found himself at a loss for words. Ling Yi regarded the third prince. "Do you know why I did not kill you outright? As I did with them? Why?" Ling Yi responded. "Because she took her own life, I have slain everyone. One must ultimately face their fate." Ling Yi raised her hand, transforming the flames into a serpent that slithered towards the third prince's chest. The third prince attempted to struggle, but as he moved, Ling Yi pressed down on his shoulder, rendering him immobile, forced to watch as the serpent burrowed into his heart, feeling it coil around his essence. As the fiery serpent completed its embrace, waves of searing pain coursed through his heart. Ling Yi leaned in, whispering in the third prince's ear, "The fire serpent's agony will intensify with each passing day. Should you wish to escape this torment, you know what choice to make." With that, Ling Yi released her hold and walked away from the flames. "Ling Yi," the third prince called out, "what did you mean by your earlier words? What do you mean you killed the others, but she is—" His sentence was cut short by a sudden, intense pain in his heart. Within moments, the third prince was drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from the depths of a river. Ling Yi paused, glancing back. "Look at me, my memory is poor. I forgot to tell you, do not speak of what should remain unspoken, for once it is thought of, it will bite you just as before. Do not assume that writing it down is a safeguard. As I said, once it is contemplated, you will feel it, for it resides within your body." With that, Ling Yi turned away from the third prince and exited the flames. Clap, clap, clapped Yi Qingshuang, witnessing Ling Yi's emergence, raised her hands in applause. "Impressive, truly remarkable." Before Ling Yi could respond, Yi Qingshuang added, "Ling Yi, while your actions against the Ming prince and the Lin residents may be deemed acceptable, have you considered the ramifications of killing the crown prince? Are you not afraid of the emperor seeking retribution?" Ling Yi smirked. "I could not wish for anything more." Ling Yi looked at Yi Qingshuang. "Are you afraid now?" "Afraid of what?" Yi Qingshuang replied. "At worst, we could flee." Ling Yi chose not to elaborate further, sitting back down, observing the flames dance, while simultaneously contacting Tianyin. "How many were there just now?" 106, Tianyin responded. In total, there were 161, allowing for the unsealing of 16 abilities. However, System 01 has imposed new regulations regarding you. Ling Yi paused, inquiring, "What regulations?" "If their hostility towards you does not reach 30%, any kills you make will not be counted," Tianyin explained, and of course, there will be no reverse sealing. "Wow," Ling Yi remarked, with a hint of a smirk. "Such a flexible system. Only 16 kills, and new rules emerge? Had I known, I would have slain every stray dog that crossed my path, for such fortunate opportunities will soon vanish." Tianyin's tone was tinged with exasperation. 01, new rules are just that. Ling Yi replied. "As long as I am not restricted from killing, it is acceptable." Tianyin continued, 01, due to the system's changes, the system will take the lead in compensating you with a new ability. Ling Yi asked, "Can I not choose for myself?" "This compensation can only be determined by the system." Upon the conclusion of Tianyin's words, a book materialized within Ling Yi's mind. The pages turned. The first page was unveiled, displaying 4 distinct seals, 2 of which were illuminated. the water and fire seals. Above each of these seals, the number 1 was inscribed. Ling Yi cast a fleeting glance. But in the next instant, the pages began to flutter rapidly until they settled on an unknown page. Observing the current page, she noted the presence of a healing ability, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Before she could utter a word, the seal representing the healing ability glowed, and simultaneously, Tianyan's voice resonated. Healing ability unlocked, current level 1. Ordinary wounds heal within 3 seconds. Ling Yi exclaimed, "Why grant me this ability? I could have easily taken advantage of it." Tianyan replied, "If you heal sooner, you will not endure prolonged pain." Ling Yi retorted, "But I could have simply exploited it." Tianyan questioned, "Why do you assert that so brazenly?" Ling Yi responded, "It frustrates me." Tianyan, with a hint of exasperation, stated, 01, "You must adhere to the system's regulations. Exploitation is not permitted." Ling Yi, rendered speechless, gazed skyward, refusing to respond. Observing her silence, Tianyan took a step back. "I shall compensate you with 10 exquisite water spirit stones." "Very well," Ling Yi promptly agreed. Tianyan inquired, "You have 16 instances. Shall we use one now?" Ling Yi regarded the flames before her. "The burn is too slow. Let's apply 10 enhancements to the fire seal so that it burns more swiftly." "Understood," Tianyan acknowledged, and the book swiftly returned to the first page. Under Ling Yi's watchful gaze, the number on the fire seal transformed from 1 to Ten.As. The number changed. The color of the fire seal altered, along with the flames surrounding it. "What is happening?" Yi Qingxuang exclaimed, astonished by the sudden intensification of the flames. Before she could grasp the reason, she felt an overwhelming heat. "Ling Yi, have you strengthened the flames? How can I feel the heat through the barrier?" Ling Yi, somewhat surprised, realized the power of level 10 was beyond her expectations. "I don't know. Perhaps it has mutated," she offered casually. Before Yi Qingxuang could respond, Tianyan's voice interjected, "Indeed, it has mutated." Chapter 32. A normal person. Tianyan explained, "The flames of the fire ability begin as ordinary flames. Upon reaching the maximum level of ordinary flames, which is level 10, they undergo a mutation. However, without the infusion of a fire seed, it remains merely a mutated flame. Should a strange fire seed be introduced, it would evolve in that direction." Ling Yi understood. To advance further, "A strange fire seed is necessary." "Yes," Tianyan confirmed. "Take your time." Ling Yi, unhurried, replied, "This is sufficient for now." Tianyan, sensing Ling Yi's current state was quite favorable, asked, "Shall we reserve the remaining 6 instances?" Ling Yi replied, "Yes, keep them." "Very well," Tianyan acquiesced, saying no more. When the flames finally ceased, Ling Yi stood up. "All is resolved. We should return." "Huh?" Yi Qingxuang inquired, "Aren't we waiting for—" Before she could finish, Ling Yi's gaze met hers, prompting Yi Qingxuang to quickly amend her statement. "Aren't we waiting for Lin Qingtian?" Ling Yi glanced back at the Lin residence, recalling that inexplicable hand. Lowering her gaze to conceal the cold glint in her eyes, she replied indifferently, "No need." "What if someone comes to capture him?" Yi Qingxuang asked. Ling Yi stated, "This barrier will not dissipate anytime soon, and even if it does, he will not perish." Although she remains unaware of the hand's limits, its ability to catch her spiritual arrow indicates that it can protect Lin Qingtian from death. Despite her current cultivation level, Ling Yi chose not to elaborate further as they exited the barrier. Yi Qingxuang lingered momentarily, glancing at the Lin residence and then at the departing Ling Yi. Ultimately deciding to follow her as they passed by the third prince, he regarded Ling Yi with a venomous glare. Yet, the more he glared, the sharper his heart ached. To alleviate the pain, he was compelled to suppress his hatred and summon someone to fetch him. Upon returning to the palace, news of Ling Yi's massacre at the Lin residence spread, igniting fury among the emperor and his supporters of the crown prince. However, the third prince felt a sense of exhilaration at the unfolding events. When Ling Yi accused the crown prince of causing his leg injury, the latter had not denied it. Now, with his own life at stake, how could he not feel a sense of satisfaction? With this realization, the third prince's resentment towards Ling Yi diminished somewhat, for she was not the true architect of his current plight. That title belonged to the crown prince. Upon learning of these events, the emperor immediately sought to dispatch individuals to apprehend Ling Yi, only to be thwarted by the cabinet ministers. The Ming prince had brought 2 first-level spirit generals to slay Ling Yi, and the crown prince had 5 first-level spirit generals by his side. However, none of these 7 first-level spirit generals returned. Ling Yi single-handedly dealt with all 7, rendering the deployment of ordinary soldiers and spirit masters utterly futile. Should we send the remaining spirit generals? In the realm of Lingyang, nurturing a spirit general is no simple task. The royal family had invested considerable effort to cultivate a cohort of spirit generals. Now, with a third of their number lost to Ling Yi, sending the remainder would significantly weaken the royal family's power, which was ill-advised. The cabinet ministers, supportive of the crown prince, were furious at his demise. Yet they recognized the necessity of broader considerations beyond mere vengeance. However, the emperor remained unwilling to relent. His child was dead, and so many skilled spirit generals had perished in the process. He could not swallow this insult. Yet, he had no choice but to endure it, for by the time they received the news, Ling Yi had returned to the academy. The capital academy enforced strict regulations. No external forces could enter to apprehend individuals except on the dueling platform. Even the emperor was bound to abide by this rule, as the academy trained the children of ministers and noble families. Strict adherence ensured that one did not need to worry about adversaries sending agents to harm their offspring. Moreover, the academy's head was a second-level spirit general, previously the most powerful being in Lingyang. Until the emergence of Ling Yi, given that Ling Yi could single-handedly confront 7 first-level spirit generals, she was either a second-level spirit general or possessed an even higher cultivation level. The emperor, still discontented, contacted the academy head, hoping for assistance. After a prolonged silence, the head finally remarked, "Does your majesty wish for a change in leadership at the academy?" The head was well aware of the events surrounding the Lin residence. In fact, the entire academy, students and teachers alike, were already privy to the information. If Ling Yi could easily handle 7 first-level spirit generals, surely she could contend with him as well, should he perish. The academy would inevitably require a new head. Before the emperor could respond, the head continued, "In half a month's time, the quota competition will commence. Given Ling Yi's extraordinary cultivation, she is bound to secure a position to represent the capital academy in the imperial competition, with a significant chance of claiming first place. Your Majesty," he added, "allow me to speak bluntly. Within Lingyang, no one can contend with Ling Yi. Even if someone could, what would your Majesty offer to persuade them to risk their lives against her? It would be wiser to let this matter rest. Otherwise, more lives may be lost at her hands, which I believe is not your Majesty's desire. He killed my child." The emperor thundered, "As the sovereign of a nation? My child has perished, and I am powerless to avenge him." "You cannot expect this of me, your Majesty," the head interjected. "Have you forgotten the nature of this world?" With that statement, the emperor found himself at a loss for words. The head continued, "In the Tianhuan continent, the strong are revered. Your Majesty, I recall that among the elders nurtured by the royal family, there were those whose families once caused quite a stir over the abduction of a maiden. Yet, did your Majesty administer punishment at that time? The incident was monumental, and how did those elders respond? They proclaimed the supremacy of the strong, and if one were to persist in their grievances, they could easily eliminate that family, just as one would crush an ant." The head gazed out the window at the sky. "Do you perceive that the royal family is now in the same position as that family from back then? You may act arrogantly, relying on your strength, and when you bully those weaker than yourself, you can chant the strong are supreme. However, when you entertain such thoughts, you must also be prepared to be crushed like an insect. For there are always those stronger than you." With that, the head ended the transmission before the emperor could respond. The room fell silent, and after a long pause, the head turned to the elder behind him. "Old Mu? I have yet to meet Ling Yi. You have seen her. What kind of person do you think she is?" "A normal person," the elder replied. The head was somewhat taken aback by this response. "What do you mean?" The elder explained. "On the day she went to the Lin residence to kill, Qing Shuang accompanied her. From Qing Shuang's account, Ling Yi's methods were brutal, bloody, and she displayed little regard for familial ties. However, this was due to the Lin family's profound disappointment in her. Despite her violent and bloody tactics, she did not implicate the Lin family as servants. There were no indiscriminate killings. She diligently attended classes at the academy and practiced diligently, as long as one does not provoke her. There will be no issues, however, should one cross her, the likelihood of death is substantial. Currently, she does not initiate wrongdoing, yet she will not show mercy." The elder looked at the head. "Isn't that what defines a normal person?" Chapter 33. Second in competition, first in survival. After listening to the elder's observations, the head felt reassured. In that case, everything will proceed as usual. The elder nodded, preparing to leave when he posed a question. Head? What if Ling Yi were a troublemaker? A troublemaker? The head sighed. If she were a troublemaker, the academy could not accommodate her. If she were to kill indiscriminately, even at the cost of my life, I could not stand idly by. The elder chuckled. Fortunately, she is not a troublemaker. Indeed. The dean nodded with a sense of relief. After Ling Yi and Yi Qingshuang returned to class for 3 days, Lin Shengtian had yet to reappear. Could it be that he would not come back? During mealtime, Yi Qingshuang remarked on this. Ling Yi, indifferent to the matter, chose to remain silent. Noticing Ling Yi's lack of concern, Yi Qingshuang decided against further inquiry. In the ensuing days, the two traversed between classes and the dormitory, with Ling Yi's cultivation ascending from level 4 to level 5. Yi Qingshuang found this perplexing. Ling Yi was capable of slaying a first-level spirit general, indicating his true prowess surely exceeded level 5, making the measured results all the more baffling. On the 10th day following the incident involving the Lin family, students began to return to the academy for the holiday. Ling Yi learned from the returning students about a startling development. Since the matter at the Lin residence, the third prince had been lamenting severe chest pains daily. The emperor, having just lost the crown prince, was unwilling to endure the loss of another child, even if the third prince was incapacitated. Consequently, he dispatched numerous alchemists and imperial physicians to treat him. Yet none could alleviate his suffering. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the pain, the third prince took his own life. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi departed, while the students within the academy reacted with increased admiration and fear. Those harboring jealousy dared only to conceal their feelings, refraining from outward displays. Whether out of fear, admiration, or any other sentiment, Ling Yi remained unfazed. On the day the students resumed classes, the academy announced that the quota competition would take place in 5 days. On the path back to the dormitory after class, Yi Qingshuang remarked to Ling Yi, "Only 5 days remain. If he does not return in this time, he will be unable to participate in the quota competition." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi halted. Yi Qingshuang, noticing his sudden stop and yet unable to inquire about the reason, lifted her gaze to see Lin Shengtian standing outside the dormitory. After 10 days apart, Lin Shengtian appeared significantly thinner. One could only wonder what had transpired during those days. "You've returned," Lin Shengtian stated as he approached the two. He turned to Yi Qingshuang and said, "I have something to discuss with Ling Yi." In the past, Yi Qingshuang would have exchanged barbs with Lin Shengtian, but seeing his current state, she decided to show kindness. "All right, you two talk." With that, she quickly returned to the dormitory. After Yi Qingshuang departed, Ling Yi regarded Lin Shengtian, asking, "What do you wish to discuss?" "It's nothing serious," Lin Shengtian replied. "I just wanted to ask if anyone has been troubling you during this time." Ling Yi shot him a glance. "Are you unaware of the academy's rules?" "I am aware," Lin Shengtian nodded. Then refrained from seeking idle conversation, Ling Yi stated before turning to leave. "Ling Yi," Lin Shengtian called after him, "there is no one left at the Lin residence." Ling Yi turned back to face him. "Are you not there? Is Lin Xingzi not present?" Lin Shengtian replied, looking directly at Ling Yi. "You know that's not what I mean. I have no interest in such matters." With that, Ling Yi returned to the dormitory. Lin Shengtian remained rooted to the spot, watching as Ling Yi's figure disappeared before he finally turned to depart. 5 days later, the quota competition commenced. The selection process was open to participants aged between 15 and 22, with winners advancing to subsequent rounds, ultimately selecting 3 individuals to represent the Dongyang Empire in the grand competition. Although the competition had no restrictions on cultivation level, most students from ordinary academies chose not to participate. Those who did so were merely seeking a chance to spar with the First Academy students, with little hope of victory. However, the First Academy was a different story. Its students boasted a minimum cultivation level of 3, while Lin Shengtian and Yi Qingshuang stood at level 5. Despite knowing their cultivation was insufficient, the allure of the grand competition was irresistible, leading all students from the First Academy to register. One day after registration closed, the competition officially began. Prior to Ling Yi's arrival at the academy, the Capital Academy had been speculating about who would claim the coveted 3rd spot in the competition. The reason for focusing solely on the 3rd spot stemmed from the presence of Lin Shengtian and Yi Qingshuang, whose levels had already reached 5, making the first 2 spots a foregone conclusion. Yet, once Ling Yi entered the academy, the outcome for the 3rd spot became evident. Ling Yi dominated each match, leading to widespread acceptance among the majority, though a few remained disgruntled, pondering how the outcome might have differed had Ling Yi not enrolled, potentially allowing someone else to claim a spot. However, in just 1 month since his arrival, Ling Yi had claimed that opportunity. Those who admired Ling Yi dismissed such grievances, asserting that even without him, the coveted spot might not have landed in their favor. They advised others to focus on their cultivation rather than indulge in idle gossip. The competition thrived for 3 days before concluding, with the triumphant trio comprising Ling Yi, Yi Qingshuang, and Lin Chengtian. Their victories not only secured them spots in the grand competition of the Dongyang Empire, but also earned them rewards from the academy. The grand competition was set to occur in 2 months, and the academy had chosen the participants early as they would receive guidance from the vice dean and teachers for the following month and a half. During the extended training period, the vice dean and teachers often found themselves at a loss for words, as they discovered that Ling Yi's mastery over elemental manipulation was unparalleled, requiring no special instruction. Furthermore, within that month and a half, Ling Yi advanced 2 levels, transitioning from a level 5 Spirit Master to a level 7 Spirit Master. Although they all recognized that Ling Yi's true cultivation likely surpassed level 7, the readings from the Spirit Stone were unequivocal. Meanwhile, Yi Qingshuang and Lin Chengtian also progressed, each elevating from level 5 to level 6. Their cultivation placed them among the most exceptional of their generation in the Lingyang Kingdom. Yet they remained aware that the resources available in the empire far surpassed those of their modest kingdom. Thus, on the day of departure, the vice dean addressed the trio earnestly. Victory in the competition is secondary. Survival is paramount. Remember, it is acceptable to concede, for nothing is more vital than your lives. The vice dean peered at the 3. Do you understand? In unison, they replied, we understand. Good, the vice dean continued, turning to the 2 fortunate students selected to accompany the trio to the empire. Experience the grand competition and return to train diligently. You are to accompany them without causing trouble. Should anyone treat you poorly, endure it. Their actions reflect upon you as well. Survival is the most important thing. The vice dean wished for their well-being without the need for them to endure mistreatment. Yet the world was unforgiving. As a small kingdom, they could not contend with the empire. Should they engage in conflict, they could negotiate with those from fellow small nations, but what recourse would they have against the empire? This was a truth understood by all, and the 2 accompanying students nodded. Rest assured, Vice Dean. We comprehend and will not instigate any trouble. Excellent. With everything arranged, the Vice Dean looked toward the instructor, Mu. Let us set forth. Mu nodded and stated, the flying beasts are prepared. Let us board. As they were headed to the Dongyang Empire, the academy unleashed its 2 highest-level flying beasts, the level 4 Bayou birds. Level 4 beasts require an 8th-level spirit master to control. So one was managed by Mu, while Ling Yi, Yi Qingshuang, Lin Chengtian, and another instructor boarded the other. The second beast, traditionally handled by Su, was now under the charge of the Beast Taming Academy's dean, who accompanied the 2 fortunate students and 2 alchemists. Vice Dean, we are departing, Mu called out. The Vice Dean replied, Go, we await your return. The Bayou bird flapped its wings, taking to the skies towards the Dongyang Empire. The Vice Dean and the gathered teachers watched them depart until the flying beasts vanished from sight, after which the group made their way back from the Beast Taming Academy. Along the return route, the Vice Dean suddenly chuckled, prompting curiosity from a teacher. Vice Dean, what brings such joy? With a beaming smile, the Vice Dean replied. This time, we may just achieve a commendable ranking in the grand competition. Before others could inquire further, the Vice Dean's voice rang out again. They would never anticipate that we have a Ling Yi among us. Reflecting on Ling Yi's prowess, the other teachers joined in laughter. That may well be true, but what is the matter with Ling Yi? The Spirit Stone consistently registers her as a level 7 Spirit Master. Yet she can single-handedly defeat a first-level Spirit General. It's perplexing. I share your curiosity, but lacking an explanation, we shall let it be, the Vice Dean remarked. Despite the oddities surrounding Ling Yi's cultivation, her age is genuine. Like the quota competition, the grand competition only restricts age, not cultivation level. As long as Ling Yi can participate, we need not concern ourselves with anything else. Indeed, the teachers concurred, and the group continued their jovial banter as they walked away. On the back of the flying beast, Lin Chengtian conversed with Ling Yi. To travel from the Lingyang Kingdom to the Dongyang Empire, we must pass through a nation called Ruoxue. Ruoxue is roughly comparable in size to our kingdom, but due to its proximity to the Dongyang Empire, its resources are somewhat superior. Consequently, the Academy's students from Ruoshui often provoke us intentionally. Ling Yi remained silent, yet did not deter Lin Chengtian from continuing. Aware of her attentiveness, he elaborated. The journey from the Lingyang capital to Ruoshui's capital, including rest periods for the flying beasts, takes about 5 days. This means we will encounter the Ruoshui team in 5 days. At this point, Yi Qingshuang interjected. The people of Ruoshui are indeed bothersome. They are closer to the Dongyang Empire and could easily depart earlier to avoid a rush, yet they choose not to. Instead, they wait until we arrive at their capital before they set off, seemingly eager to make our journey as hectic as theirs. Why? Yi Qingshuang opened her mouth, and Ling Yi retorted. So annoying? Just kill them. This remark rendered both Yi Qingshuang and Lin Chengtian momentarily speechless. Chapter 34. Anticipating trouble for Ling Yi, the accompanying teacher shook his head. No seeing the serious expression on the accompanying teacher's face. Teacher Mu smiled and teased. Ling Yi is just joking. Ling Yi cast a glance at Teacher Mu, remaining silent. She was not joking, but since the opponent had yet to appear and had not provoked her, it was best to hold her tongue for now. On the evening of the 5th day, the group arrived at the capital of Ruoshui. After resting for a night, they continued their journey. Shortly after, their flying beasts took off. 2 more flying beasts caught up with them. Yi Qingshuang exclaimed with excitement. Here they come. Lin Chengtian frowned at Yi Qingshuang's demeanor and asked, Why are you so excited? In previous years, when encountering the Ruoshui team on the road, Yi Qingshuang had always maintained a cold expression. Why was she so animated this time? Yi Qingshuang replied, Times have changed. If they dare to provoke us this year, they'll regret it. Hearing this, Lin Chengtian glanced at Ling Yi, recalling her style of action, and found himself unable to refute. The Ruoshui team did not disappoint Yi Qingshuang. They urged their flying beasts to draw closer to theirs. In midair, flying too close could lead to complications, and although the people of Ruoshui were clearly aware of this, they approached deliberately, knowing that Lingyang would prefer to avoid confrontation. Indeed, as Ruoshui had anticipated, Teacher Mu did not want to instigate trouble. When the Ruoshui flying beasts got too close, she directed her flying beast to distance itself from them. However, the more she did so, the more the Ruoshui side pressed forward. While their teachers allowed the students to act recklessly without calling for a halt, as both sides pursued one another, the flying beasts became less stable. Ling Yi, who had been resting with her eyes closed on the back of her flying beast, opened her eyes. Upon seeing Ling Yi awake, Yi Qingshuang's excitement peaked. Had she been holding seeds, she would have certainly begun to snack on them. Teacher Mu shot a glare at Yi Qingshuang and turned to Ling Yi. We are on the move now. The flying beast isn't as stable. Would you like to rest a little longer? Thinking of how Ling Yi single-handedly defeated 7 first-level spirit generals, Teacher Mu knew that the people of Ruoshui were not a match for her. But since Ruoshui was adjacent to Lingyang, she did not wish to escalate the situation and was somewhat apprehensive about Ling Yi taking action. Ling Yi stood up. Teacher Mu's eyelids twitched, and she called out, Ling Yi. The accompanying teacher also stood up, hoping to intervene should Ling Yi decide to act. Ling Yi glanced at Teacher Mu. I won't attack. Before Teacher Mu could respond, Ling Yi had already leaped out. Alarmed, Teacher Mu exclaimed, Did we not agree not to act? Lin Chengtian quickly shouted, Ling Yi. Yi Qingshuang was brimming with excitement. If Teacher Mu had not been present, she would have likely applauded. While the teachers were in a state of urgency, the Ruoshui side was abuzz with excitement. Someone has left their flying beast. Could it be they are coming towards us? Let them come. What are we afraid of? In past years, Lingyang had always avoided confrontation. Why were they daring to approach this year? I recognize Yi Qingshuang and Lin Chengtian. The other one must be a newcomer. Someone remarked, It's her first time. She doesn't understand the rules. Then we must teach her a lesson. As the Ruoshui students engaged in their self-congratulatory discussion, Ling Yi appeared before them. In the next moment, an intense heat surged forth, startling the Ruoshui flying beasts. The students were caught off guard and fell, with one nearly tumbling off if not for the teacher's quick grab. Once they steadied themselves, their faces turned pallid. Before they could utter a word, the flames gradually coalesced into a dragon shape before their eyes. The fire dragon let out a roar, soaring through the sky before gently descending, hovering steadily in front of them. Though it was an illusion crafted from spiritual energy and not a true dragon, the heat it emanated was undeniably real. The birds, realizing they could not contend with it, naturally dared not approach. while Ling Yi perched atop the dragon's head, commanding it to fly before them, as the birds attempted to change course. The fire dragon followed suit, as if to say, "Why not stick close?" The Ruoshui side quickly discerned that the people of Lingyang were intentionally provoking them, but given that they had previously encroached upon Lingyang's flying beasts, they were at a loss for words. However, this was only one reason. Another was that the teacher leading the Ruoshui team recognized that the fire dragon's flames were no ordinary flames, and the ability to manifest such a massive form from spiritual energy indicated an unknown level of cultivation. No one on their side could achieve such a feat, and should a clash occur, they would not be a match. Ignoring it was their only option. Aside from enduring, what else could they do? In past years, it had always been Ruoshui seeking trouble from Lingyang, but this year, Ruoshui found itself at a disadvantage. Although the teachers from Lingyang did not display it outwardly, they were secretly pleased. Seeing that Ling Yi had genuinely refrained from attacking, Teacher Mu decided not to call anyone back, taking the opportunity to distance their flying beast from Ruoshui. The Ruoshui side also sought to accelerate their pace, but the fire dragon hovered steadily in front of them, refusing to yield. Any attempt to speed up would result in a collision. It was clear who would be the worse off if a true beast collided with flames. Thus, the Ruoshui side could only endure, watching helplessly as the Lingyang team flew further away, as the Lingyang team vanished from sight. The Ruoshui students noticed the girl sitting atop the dragon's head standing up. Ling Yi faced the Ruoshui crowd and made a slicing gesture across her throat. The Ruoshui students felt humiliated, their faces darkening. But what could they do? With their teachers silent, they were powerless. After warning the Ruoshui people, Ling Yi turned around, and the fire dragon shot forth like a streak of red light, disappearing from their view in the blink of an eye. Once they could no longer see her. The Ruoshui students finally spoke. "How arrogant! Let's see if she dares to act this way in the Dongyang Empire." "Enough," the lead teacher said with a stern expression. "Quiet down." Although the students felt aggrieved, they sensed the teachers were equally displeased. The humiliation had been directed at all of them, and while they had typically sought out trouble with Lingyang, the roles had reversed this year. The teachers were naturally unhappy but refrained from expressing it. When the teacher spoke, the students noticed the teacher's grim expressions and fell silent, though another accompanying teacher remarked, "I cannot gauge that girl's cultivation. She may well surpass me." Upon hearing this, the lead teacher's expression darkened. "She is wearing Lingyang Academy's attire. She is a student there for the competition. If that is the case, this student from Lingyang might be a dark horse." The accompanying teacher sighed. "This time, Lingyang will surely make a name for itself. They did not have anyone last year. I wonder where they found this student this year. To possess such high cultivation at such a young age, how fortunate it would be for our Ruoshui students. Then we could shine in the imperial competition." The lead teacher glanced at the accompanying teacher, speaking coldly. "Do you think making a name for oneself is a good thing? The top few places each year are taken by students from the 4 great empires. If she makes it in, it will only draw the attention of the empire's representatives down upon her. The empire is not like us, where they would allow her to bask in glory." The lead teacher harbored jealousy, his words naturally harsh. If she were to temper her behavior, she might remain safe. If she does not, just wait and see. This time the imperial competition will certainly be full of drama. Hearing this, the accompanying teacher found some merit in his words and felt less regretful. However, upon further reflection, he added, "But the lead teacher this time is old Mu, someone who knows how to handle matters. She should be able to advise her." "Let us hope she can," the lead teacher replied. "Judging by her earlier display, it is clear she is a tough nut to crack if she cannot be persuaded. Who knows what trouble may arise?" Listening to the teacher's conversation, the students found their frustrations dissipating, as they secretly hoped Ling Yi would encounter difficulties in the imperial competition, bringing them a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Ling Yi directed the fire dragon to catch up with the team. As she drew near, she leaped back onto her bird, and the fire dragon vanished as she left. Upon her return, Yi Qingshuang gave a thumbs up. "Well done." The faces of those Ruoshui people were as dark as ink. It was truly satisfying. Ling Yi felt there was nothing to be pleased about as she sat beside Yi Qingshuang. "Be careful. If they find you in the Dongyang Empire, they may cause trouble," Yi Qingshuang replied. "Then I'll stick to you like glue, following you for 12 hours a day," Ling Yi retorted. "Even to the restroom?" Yi Qingshuang quipped. "Why not? I can keep your bed warm too," Ling Yi replied. "Spring has arrived. That is unnecessary." Yi Qingshuang insisted. It's exactly the right time now that spring has come. Ling Yi remarked, that's somewhat lacking. The three bystanders were utterly perplexed, wondering what on earth they were discussing. Teacher Mu cleared her throat twice and cautioned. Having suffered this loss, Ruo Shui will undoubtedly spread the word upon arriving in the Dongyang Empire. With their proclamations, trouble will surely find us, so you all need to be vigilant, Yi Qingshuang said. Teacher, that advice is only suitable for Lin Chengtian and me, not for Ling Yi. If trouble arises, it is the other side that should be cautious, not speak carelessly, Teacher Mu admonished, turning to Ling Yi. The foundation of the empire is not something we small nations can compare to. The dean's cultivation is the highest in Lingyang, but within the empire, it is far too ordinary. Ling Yi, based on the strength of past competition students, your power is more than sufficient to contend with the empire's students. But in the imperial competition, remember there are not just students. It would be wise to temper your approach. Understood. Ling Yi responded with a sound, but whether she would restrain herself was known only to her. Teacher Mu could tell from Ling Yi's demeanor that she would not adhere to the rules, yet having already spoken once, reiterating would yield no different results. Thus, Teacher Mu chose to remain silent. Only after experiencing hardship does one truly understand discomfort. However, considering the situation with the Lin family, it seemed Ling Yi had endured enough suffering. Why was there no change? On the 15th morning since departing from the capital of Lingyang Kingdom, the group arrived at the capital of Dongyang Empire. All flying beasts were required to land at the city gate for identity verification. Should they disregard the regulations and force their flying beasts into the city, they would face an attack, a measure taken for the safety of the citizens of the imperial city. Once their identities were verified, someone approached them. An official sent by the Dongyang Empire to assist with their arrival. The official inquired whether they wished to proceed to their accommodation first or to the designated area for their flying beasts. During each Empire Grand Competition, the host nation arranges lodging for participating students, designating a specific area for unified management. This area serves as a resting place for the competitors. If flying beasts were allowed into the vicinity, their calls would echo throughout, making rest impossible. Consequently, the resting area was off-limits to flying beasts, and a separate zone was allocated for their accommodation. One area to the south and another to the north, ensuring minimal disturbance. Of course, should they all become unruly at once, there would be little that could be done. In previous years, it was Teacher Mu and Teacher Su who came, both well aware of the accommodation arrangements. However, this year the head of the Beast Taming Academy had arrived, and being unfamiliar with the location, they decided to first attend to the beasts. The official led them to the designated area, where, after verification, the flying beasts were permitted to enter, but only to their assigned destination, with no stops allowed elsewhere. Upon reaching the accommodation area for the flying beasts, assistance was readily available, and they were quickly settled, though the head of the Beast Taming Academy remained behind to tend to them. The accommodation for the flying beasts was managed by dedicated personnel. As long as sufficient provisions were provided, the caretakers would not mistreat the beasts. However, the two flying beasts from Lingyang Kingdom posed a challenge, and the head of the academy was reluctant to part with them, opting to stay behind and care for them personally. Teacher Mu understood the head's feelings and agreed to this arrangement. The official guided them out of the accommodation area, where numerous carriages awaited. The official rented one, arranging for it to take them to South Street. Inside the carriage, the official engaged them in light conversation about trivial matters. Once the flying beasts were settled here, they could not simply walk to the residential area, necessitating the use of a carriage. Thus, at this time of year, the host empire's accommodations for the beasts saw the greatest number of carriages. With the considerable distance between the two locations, each trip proved lucrative. The official remarked, in addition to the carriage fare, there are times when one might receive a bonus. As the official conversed with them, Teacher Mu naturally reciprocated, engaging in the dialogue. Laughter and cheer filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the conversation soon turned to Ling Yi. This young lady in student attire is a participant in this year's competition. The small kingdom had only 3 slots, and there were 5 students in the carriage. The official specifically pointed out Ling Yi because he could not discern her cultivation level, clad in student garb. Her prowess was beyond his perception. Was she not here to compete, but merely to accompany the divine? The official understood the implications, but he brought it up deliberately, as it was essential for Teacher Mu and the others to clarify Ling Yi's situation. After all, the host also participated in the grand competition, and the official had a hidden agenda to ascertain the cultivation levels of students from various nations. Consequently, the officials assigned by the Empire were typically drawn from prominent families, with a minimum rank of level 1 Spirit General, ensuring they could gauge the students' abilities while also intimidating the smaller nations to prevent disturbances. The officials responsible for smaller nations were often Spirit Generals, while those overseeing the three major empires were formidable experts, as the strength among empires was relatively balanced, unlike smaller nations that might harbor reservations. She is indeed a participating student, the official confirmed, prompting Teacher Mu to respond. The official smiled, saying, I hadn't anticipated that Lingyang Kingdom would possess such a highly skilled student. Surely, they will secure a position among the top 10 this year. Oh, not at all. Teacher Mu replied, Lingyi is only at level 7. She may struggle to qualify. Level 7? The official teased. Is she a level 7 Spirit General? Teacher Mu quickly clarified. No, she is a level 7 Spirit Master. A level 7 Spirit Master? The official's expression grew slightly cold. If Teacher Mu is unwilling to disclose, there is no need to deceive. Teacher Mu sensed the official's skepticism and was preparing to explain when the official interjected. If she truly is a level 7 Spirit Master, how could I not see through it? Just as Teacher Mu was about to protest his innocence, Lingyi spoke up, if you doubt it, you may verify with a spirit testing stone. Seeing the matter being addressed directly by the individual in question, the official's expression turned serious. Is it truly a level 7 Spirit Master? Indeed, Lingyi replied nonchalantly. The official, deep in thought, remarked, if you really are a level 7 Spirit Master, with my cultivation higher than yours, how could I fail to perceive it? I do not know, Lingyi replied. The official remained unconvinced, and Teacher Mu's group had no choice but to comply. To convince the official, they first proceeded to a location within the city where a spirit testing stone was available for testing their cultivation levels. The spirit testing stone would reveal a person's cultivation as long as it absorbed sufficient spiritual energy. Attempting to suppress one's level before the stone would only be feasible if one's cultivation exceeded the stone's testing limits. The quality of the spirit testing stone in Lingyang Kingdom was of the lowest grade, capable of assessing levels from Spirit Master 1 to Spirit General TEN. In contrast, the Empire's spirit testing stones were of medium quality, able to assess from Spirit Master 1 to Spirit Sovereign TEN. In simpler terms, unless Lingyi had reached the level of Spirit Saint beyond Spirit Sovereign, she could not conceal her true abilities before the Empire's spirit testing stone. Those with Spirit Saint levels would hardly find it entertaining to participate in the Empire Grand Competition. Thus, when the spirit testing stone indicated that Lingyi was only a level 7 Spirit Master, the official, though still incredulous, ceased to question further and led the group toward the residential area. The residential area was divided into two main zones. The first zone comprised the Imperial area, occupying half the land but containing only 4 mansions, 3 designated for the other 3 major empires, and 1 reserved for the host nation. After all, during exchanges between the 4 great empires, it would seem inhospitable for the host to reside separately. Therefore, at the commencement of the Empire Grand Competition, the host's team would occupy this space. The second zone, of similar size, housed 20 mansions, creating a somewhat crowded atmosphere. The official guided them to the second mansion and, upon entering, explained, before your arrival, the rooms in the mansion have been cleaned. During the competition, we do not assign caretakers as we understand you may prefer privacy. Thus, you will need to prepare your own meals. Teacher Mu replied, we are well aware. After all, this was not their first visit. The official added, I know you all understand, but it is customary to reiterate this every year. So please do not find it bothersome. Teacher Mu smiled, not at all. It is only proper to listen. After the official had finished his instructions, he handed them the keys and remarked, the official competition begins in 5 days. Ensure that you submit the information list for the participating students during this time. Teacher Mu nodded, understood. The official no longer lingered and turned to depart. Once he left, Teacher Mu turned to the accompanying teacher. Prepare the information list for the 3 of them. I will accompany you to the Imperial Academy to submit them. The accompanying teacher nodded in agreement. Teacher Mu then glanced at the 2 alchemists, who were older and, due to the limit on participants, could not bring their apprentices this time. Much needed to be done personally, so Teacher Mu suggested they rest first, assuring them he would arrange for meals later. The 2 alchemists acknowledged this and proceeded to the rooms they had occupied in previous years to rest. The reason they returned to these familiar rooms was due to the fixed nature of the accommodations. For Lingyang, being the third closest kingdom to Dongyang Empire, they were assigned to the third mansion. In contrast, Ruoshui, being the closest small kingdom to Dongyang Empire, occupied the first mansion in the small kingdom area, closest to the imperial zone. The further the mansions were from Dongyang Empire, the closer they were to territories of other small kingdoms. With the accommodations fixed, the two alchemists had visited several times, naturally choosing familiar rooms. Each year students may change, but there was little chance of them competing with the two elderly men for space. After the two alchemists departed, Teacher Mu instructed Yi Qingshuang to accompany Ling Yi in selecting a room, while Lin Chengtian was to take the other two accompanying students to choose their quarters. Soon, everyone had dispersed. Ling Yi chose a room adjacent to Yi Qingshuang's, pushing the door open to find everything pristine and new. Yi Qingshuang returned to her own room, then brought out a basin, knocking on Ling Yi's doorframe. Ling Yi, shall we go for a bath? Ling Yi glanced at the basin in Yi Qingshuang's hands, then took the basin and toiletries prepared in her room and stepped outside. Let's go. The two headed to the bathing area and returned refreshed, finding that everyone else had also finished tidying up. Teacher Mu and the accompanying teacher arrived, noting that everyone was ready. He said, Li teacher and I will go to the Imperial Academy to submit the information lists for the three of you. The round trip will take some time. If you do not wish to cultivate, feel free to visit a tavern to procure some food. If you wish to cultivate, let the other two go. Ling Yi remained silent, indifferent to whether she would go or not. I will take them both, she said. Lin Chengtian remarked, during the imperial competition, the taverns thrive with business. If one does not make prior reservations, they may find themselves waiting for quite some time. It would be more prudent to procure ingredients and prepare our own meals. The meat and vegetables stored in the spatial realm will not spoil. We can buy them all at once and simply retrieve them when it's time to cook. After speaking, Lin Chengtian glanced at Ling Yi and added, You may remain in the residence to rest or cultivate as you see fit. Understood, Ling Yi nodded in agreement. Lin Chengtian did not elaborate further, summoning his other two students and Teacher Mu to leave the residence together. Once Lin Chengtian and his companions had departed, Ling Yi turned and returned to her room. Tianyin, I have arrived in the Dongyang Empire, I am aware. Tianyin responded, I believe you will soon locate the Shanhe mirror. Ling Yi chuckled softly, Do not talk to me about that. Even if I find it, it will merely be fragments. Moreover, I currently possess no clues regarding the Shanhe mirror. Tianyin remained silent. Ling Yi continued, You know why I sought you out. I refuse to believe you lack any leads. Tianyin replied, Clues must be purchased with spirit stones. Ling Yi questioned, The spirit stones I have are still those you provided. If you are asking me to use them to buy clues, isn't that merely returning them to you? Regardless, they will have to be returned to you anyway. Why give them to me in the first place? Tianyin clarified, I provided them to you as compensation. It is a rule that clues must be bought with spirit stones. The reason for the compensation in spirit stones was simply that Tianyin knew Ling Yi would inevitably require leads. And without spirit stones, how could she purchase clues? However, he always gave her more than enough spirit stones, so she could keep some aside. Ling Yi scoffed coldly, I refuse. Tianyin stated, If you do not provide spirit stones, I shall not provide clues. Ling Yi retorted, Tianyin, you are being serious. I cannot exploit the system for free. Chapter 36, Dongyang Mirror. Very well. Recognizing Tianyin's seriousness, Ling Yi understood that this time, she could not obtain anything without payment and inquired, How many spirit stones for a single clue? Tianyin, not falling for the bait, responded, There is only one clue regarding the Shanhe mirror, and it requires a single spirit stone. Upon hearing that only one spirit stone was needed, Ling Yi smiled brightly, The price is quite fair. I will purchase it, Tianyin stated. As for the Dongyang mirror, I am unable to retrieve any further clues. Understood, Ling Yi replied, saying no more. The clues provided by Tianyin were limited. Henceforth, she would have to search on her own. With this thought in mind, Ling Yi left her room and knocked on Yi Qingshuang's door. When Yi Qingshuang opened the door and saw Ling Yi, she asked, Ling Yi, what brings you here? Ling Yi replied, I wish to go out for a stroll and wanted to inform you, so you need not worry if others return and do not find me. Upon hearing that Ling Yi planned to go out, Yi Qingshuang exclaimed, I'll accompany you. Ling Yi intended to seek information about the Dongyang mirror and did not want Yi Qingshuang following her. Just as she was about to refuse, Yi Qingshuang added, I saved quite a bit of money before coming here. Let us go to the gambling house to place some bets. The gambling house? Indeed, Yi Qingshuang nodded. Every year during the imperial competition, the gambling house opens special betting boards. If one bets on an underdog and they place in the top 3, one can win a substantial amount. In previous years, I always bet on the usual strong contenders, but this year, I will bet on you. Yi Qingshuang draped an arm over Ling Yi's shoulders. I will wager all my savings on you. Isn't that loyal of me? Ling Yi contemplated mentioning that she wished to save her resources, but before she could articulate her thoughts, she noticed Yi Qingshuang's expression shift to one of utmost seriousness. Ling Yi, I am being sincere. I truly believe in you. If you can enter the top 10, not only will you receive generous rewards, but you will also gain access to the Dongyang Mirror for 10 days. You have no idea how significant the Dongyang Mirror is. The Dongyang Mirror? Ling Yi interrupted, inquiring further. Yi Qingshuang nodded. Yes, the Dongyang Mirror. Ling Yi's gaze flickered. She had intended to seek it out herself, yet Yi Qingshuang seemed to possess knowledge of it. What a poor memory I have, Yi Qingshuang chided herself, lightly tapping her forehead. It is your first time in the Dongyang Empire and your first participation in the imperial competition. Of course, you would not know about the Dongyang Mirror. But fret not, I am well-informed. Yi Qingshuang decided against going to the gambling house for the moment and pulled Ling Yi back inside to sit down. Allow me to explain it to you slowly. Ling Yi poured 2 cups of water, sliding one toward Yi Qingshuang. Go ahead. Yi Qingshuang began. 21 years ago, a mountain range appeared in the skies above the Dongyang Empire. It was not a true mountain range, merely an illusion, yet it caused a tremendous uproar. The Dongyang Empire dispatched many individuals to investigate, but it remained intangible. They could see it but not touch it, rendering exploration impossible. However, leaving it unchecked was not an option. No one could rest easy with the possibility of it becoming real. If it were to solidify and fall, the Dongyang Empire would face annihilation. Due to this concern, the Dongyang royal family dispatched personnel to monitor it around the clock. Because the mountain range was too vast and lengthy, they assigned numerous individuals to keep watch. Thus, a year passed in constant anxiety, and the mountain range remained an illusion. Gradually, the empire began to relax. But just as they did, a door appeared in a section of the mountain range. Upon discovering this situation, those tasked with supervision immediately reported it to the empire, which swiftly formed a team to investigate, including the dean of the Imperial Academy. The exploration team entered through the door, venturing into an unknown realm. When the door reopened, only the dean emerged. Everyone else had perished. Yi Qingshuang recounted. After the dean exited, the door closed and the mountain range vanished. Everyone questioned the dean about what transpired, but he remained tight-lipped, stating that it was not a place they could venture. The dean, reluctant to elaborate, faced pressure from the other 3 great empires that sent representatives to seek answers regarding the peculiar occurrences in the Dongyang Empire. Ultimately, the royal family insisted that the dean speak, understanding their predicament. He finally shared one detail. Upon entering the mountain range, they encountered a young man in white battling a gigantic serpent with 3 heads. The serpent exhaled a poisonous mist that darkened the sky, and those who merely brushed against it turned into pools of blood. The dean himself had been affected, but just as he began to dissolve, the young man threw him an object which he grasped, causing him to lose consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a pitch-black expanse. In that place, there was nothing. He did not know how long he had been trapped in the darkness until a voice echoed. The voice identified him as the one who had previously faced the 3-headed serpent, explaining that the serpent's venom would dissolve anyone it touched. In desperation, he was confined within a mirror. Time within the mirror was chaotic, capable of both halting and accelerating. Once he entered the mirror, time ceased for him, and his dissolution halted as well. However, upon leaving the mirror, the process would resume. The dean was terrified. He was considered one of the strongest in the Dongyang Empire. Yet he had fallen victim upon entering that realm. He feared becoming a pool of blood, and even more, he dreaded the possibility of the mountain range collapsing and whatever lay within escaping. Later, the young man informed the dean that although the serpent's poison was formidable, if one were to sever the affected area immediately upon being poisoned, there would be no further consequences. Their own inadequacies in strength and speed had led to their swift demise. The young man helped the dean sever the poisoned hand before sending him out of the mirror. Yi Qingshuang continued. The young man claimed that he and the dean were fated to meet, gifting him the mirror and revealing some of its functions before escorting him out of the mountain range. Many suspected there was more to the story, but the dean insisted on sharing only this incident. And indeed, he had lost his hand. Further questioning yielded no more information, and the three great empires ultimately relented, shifting their focus to the mirror and inquiring about its capabilities. The dean explained that the young man had configured the mirror as a place for cultivation. Yi Qingshuang elaborated, however, there are restrictions on cultivation levels. Only those at the Spirit Master level and below, up to level 10 Spirit Generals, may enter. Although there are limitations, the flow of time within the mirror differs from that outside. 10 days of cultivation inside equates to 1 day outside, and a month inside corresponds to merely 3 days outside. It is truly a sanctuary for cultivating talents. Once the dean shared this, the other three great empires were intrigued and desired it, but the Dongyang Empire could not possibly relinquish it. Moreover, the young man had stated that he was fated with the dean. If they were to seize it, no one knew what issues might arise with the mirror. The three great empires, wary of this potentiality, refrained from seizing it, yet they were reluctant to allow the Dongyang Empire to monopolize it, for that would allow it to grow overwhelmingly powerful in a short span. Consequently, the four empires engaged in prolonged negotiations, and after half a month, they finally reached a mutually satisfactory agreement, bringing the dispute to a close. Chapter 37. A Pauper. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Are they allowing the top 10 of the imperial competition to enter the mirror for cultivation? Yi Qingshuang nodded. Indeed. The Dongyang Empire had suffered significant losses of high-level cultivators. If they did not agree to the demands of the three great empires, they would not be able to retain the mirror. Yi Qingshuang continued, however, the three great empires also made a concession to demonstrate their sincerity. They acknowledged that the mirror rightfully belonged to the Dongyang Empire, which had lost many high-level cultivators in pursuit of it. Before the agreement was finalized, they permitted the Dongyang Empire to send 30 individuals into the mirror for 3 months of cultivation. The 30 permitted individuals matched the number of the Dongyang Empire's exploration team. Yi Qingshuang added, as the three great empires took a step back, the Dongyang Empire naturally had to show its goodwill as well. After all, they had only agreed on the usage of the mirror, and its location had yet to be determined, as no empire felt secure with it in their territory. The Dongyang Empire, in its quest to retain the treasures of the East and West within its borders, found itself compelled to concede ground, permitting each empire to dispatch 2 formidable individuals to reside within the Imperial Academy. Together with the denizens of the Dongyang Empire, they would guard the Dongyang Mirror. This arrangement ensured that every empire would remain informed about the state of the Dongyang Mirror, alleviating concerns of clandestine incursions by Dongyang citizens seeking to cultivate their abilities within its depths. The Dongyang Empire's voluntary retreat led to a cessation of disputes among the 3 major empires, solidifying the terms surrounding the placement and utilization of the Dongyang Mirror. At this juncture, Yi Qingshuang sighed softly. Ling Yi, although I desire for you to triumph in the competition, I am acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lie ahead. For 2 decades, the Dongyang Mirror had emerged as a beacon of opportunity, with various empires witnessing individuals infiltrate the top 10 ranks annually. While the passage of 10 days within the mirror equated to merely 1 day in the outside world, such access was akin to training for over 3 months in the external realm. Were it not for her own cultivation nearing the 10th level of Spirit General, it would have been impossible to attain such a level within a mere 3 months, as long as those who entered the mirror did not exceed its limits. The majority of representatives dispatched by the Academy during the annual Imperial competition would still be those from the preceding year. Though these individuals had not yet reached the threshold, their prior experience within the mirror endowed them with an advantage over their peers of the same age. Provided they had not surpassed the age limit for competition, they could continue to participate, leading to a stabilization of slots over the years. Ling Yi chuckled at this. This year, there will be changes. Her resolve to enter the mirror was unwavering. Are you so confident? Yi Qingshuang inquired. Then I shall await the outcome. Ling Yi remained silent. Having concluded the discussion regarding the Dongyang Mirror, Yi Qingshuang expressed her eagerness to venture outside. Initially, Ling Yi had no intention of joining her, yet Yi Qingshuang insisted that the gambling house would yield valuable information. The rationale was that those fervent gamblers, driven by the desire to win, would scour various avenues to gather insights on the seed contestants from the major empires, thus placing informed bets. Having participated in the previous year, Yi Qingshuang was familiar with the majority of the contestants. But the passage of another year brought changes to everyone, and her intel had grown stale. During the period of the imperial competition, Information about the participants was meticulously safeguarded by the empires, rendering it nearly impossible for her to glean any insights. However, gamblers operated differently. Prior to the imperial competition, contestants were required to compete in their respective empires for qualification slots. Given the stakes, they would exert their utmost efforts. And with the presence of numerous spectators, maintaining secrecy became a daunting task. To profit, gamblers would gather information from multiple sources, weaving intricate connections to uncover even the slightest details, which could prove pivotal. In light of the potential for discovery by others, the two left a note pressed beneath a table. The largest gambling house in the capital was known as the Sea House. After Yi Qingshuang paid the entrance fees for both, she eagerly pulled Ling Yi inside. Having crossed the threshold and traversed less than 10 meters into the grand hall, they were met with a sea of bustling humanity, a cacophony of overlapping conversations and discussions. Ling Yi, overwhelmed, turned to leave, but Yi Qingshuang tugged her back. "Sister, I've paid good money. We cannot waste it." Ling Yi replied, "I shall compensate you." Why Yi Qingshuang regarded her with a scoff. "Do you possess any money?" Ling Yi was about to assert that she did, but the words died on her lips. The sight of Ling Yi's defeated expression brought Yi Qingshuang considerable amusement. "Am I not aware of you? When dealing with the Lin family, you hardly considered your finances. Upon returning to the academy, you were either in class or in your dormitory, utterly indifferent to matters of wealth. Your purse is empty. You are a pauper." Ling Yi conceded, "I cannot refute that." "Well then, accompany me inside." After her playful teasing, Yi Qingshuang softened her tone. "Look at this place, teeming with people from all walks of life. Could you bear to leave me here alone?" Ling Yi countered, "If you release me, you shall soon discover whether I can bear it." She could not be more resolute. "I will not let go." Unfazed by Ling Yi's retorts, Yi Qingshuang dragged her further inside. Upon their entry, they attracted the gaze of numerous onlookers. Fortunately, they had changed out of their academy attire prior to arriving, ensuring no one would suspect them as participants in the ongoing competition. Yi Qingshuang led Ling Yi to the betting area for the imperial competition, where they found the names of the 8 contestants from the Dongyang Empire displayed prominently, alongside a note stating, "The rosters of the other 3 major empires have yet to be submitted, and many contestants remain unregistered. If you wish to place bets, please return 2 days prior to the official competition." Yi Qingshuang exchanged a glance with Ling Yi before retreating to a corner. While they had not seen the names of the contestants from the other 3 empires, they had gleaned information about the Dongyang Empire's participants, and their purpose for being there was not to gamble, but to gather intelligence. Sigh, Yi Qingshuang lamented, jesting, "Ling Yi, I wish to spend money on you, but the gambling house forbids it." Ling Yi, without even glancing her way, replied, "Did you not know that gambling houses only display the names of empire contestants?" Yi Qingshuang affirmed, "I am aware." "Then why the ruse?" Ling Yi queried. Yi Qingshuang chuckled, "I am not deceiving you. I genuinely wish to place a bet on you, but without your name displayed, there is no way to do so. Otherwise, I would wager that you would make it into the top 20. Ling Yi was disinclined to engage further. "But there is still a way for me to spend money on you." Yi Qingshuang continued, "Once I am eliminated, I shall return to the gambling house to place my bets. As long as you face off against a contestant from the Imperial Academy, the house will open betting. They will be unaware of your prowess and will likely bet on their own contestants. But I will be different. I will wager all my possessions on you." Ling Yi turned to her. "Are you not afraid of losing everything?" Yi Qingshuang replied, "When it comes to spending money on you, I fear nothing." Ling Yi's lips twitched, and she chose not to reply further. After lingering in the gambling house for about half an hour, Ling Yi declared her intent to leave, unable to tolerate the din of voices that surpassed even the cries of zombies and mutated beasts. Upon returning from the gambling house, they discovered that Lin Qingtian and the others, along with Teacher Mu, had yet to return. Yi Qingshuang picked up the note on the table and tore it in half. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lin Qingtian and his companions returned. "Where is Ling Yi?" Upon seeing Yi Qingshuang but not Ling Yi, Lin Qingtian inquired. "I in her room," Yi Qingshuang replied. Chapter 38. The Imperial Competition 1. Why did you take so long? Yi Qingshuang questioned. "We bought a few extra items," Lin Qingtian explained, glancing at the other two. "Go rest. I will call you when it's time for dinner." "Brother Lin, we are not tired at present. There is nothing else to attend to." The two exchanged glances. "Then we shall return to rest for a while. Brother Lin, if you need help with cooking, Just call us. We can lend a hand. Understood. Lin Shengtian nodded, and the other two departed. Reassured. After their exit, Lin Shengtian approached Ling Yi's door and knocked gently. She opened the door, looking at him. What is it? I brought you some items, Lin Shengtian replied, producing several small boxes from his spatial pouch. These are some pastries I found on my way. They were selling well, so I bought a few boxes. Each box has a different flavor. You should try them, I don't want any. Lin Shengtian insisted. You will need them. Gazing into Lin Shengtian's eyes, Ling Yi felt an inexplicable sense that he was indeed correct. This feeling was enigmatic. They were merely pastries, yet she accepted them. Lin Shengtian handed her 2 banknotes, saying, with the competition just days away, if you wish to explore rather than practice, take this. You have no money. Ling Yi glanced at him before accepting the money. I'll prepare lunch. You can read or train as you wish. With that, Lin Shengtian left. Ling Yi returned to her room, holding the pastries, while Yi Qingshuang also retreated to her own chamber. During Lin Shengtian's culinary endeavors, teachers Mu and Li returned. Once back, they gathered everyone together to discuss important matters and share information regarding the competitors for this imperial competition. As their conversation concluded, Lin Shengtian finished preparing the meal, and 2 students assisted in bringing the food to the table. When a wooden basin was placed on the dining table, the room fell silent. Yi Qingshuang stood to inspect the contents. The basin held rice, with meat and vegetables chopped and stir-fried together. Had the vegetables been a brighter green, and the meat seasoned with a bit of sauce, the dish would have appeared more appetizing. Unfortunately, the vegetables had been overcooked, turning a dark green and becoming mushy. The meat seemed to have been boiled and sliced before being stir-fried without additional seasoning, resulting in a stark contrast with the pure white rice and the overly dark vegetables. Yi Qingshuang cast a glance and sat down, turning to ask Ling Yi, did you eat your pastries? I haven't eaten. I bought them. Ling Yi admitted, beginning to understand Lin Shengtian's earlier insistence that she would need them. Lin Shengtian placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table. It's cooked. As long as it's edible, that's sufficient. Otherwise, you can prepare it yourself. Yi Qingshuang silently picked up her chopsticks, knowing that if she were to cook, it would not yield such a bland dish, but rather something entirely different, charred and unappetizing. Yet, they could not be blamed. They devoted most of their time to cultivation, leaving little room for culinary experimentation. Teacher Mu encouraged, eat up. The others at the table resumed their meals, each serving themselves a bowl. The dish lacked flavor beyond salt, but it was sufficiently tender, suitable for the 2 alchemists present. Teacher Li ate nearly half a bowl before setting it down, addressing Lin Shengtian. John, as a contestant, you should focus on resting these days. Leave the cooking to the teachers. Yi Qingshuang chimed in, indeed. Let us take advantage of these days to prepare thoroughly. Upon hearing the words, Lin Shengtian was about to say something when he noticed Ling Yi had already finished his meal and asked for another bowl. It wasn't that Ling Yi had a hearty appetite. Rather, the bowl was somewhat excessively small. At the age of 16, still in the midst of growth, it was hardly sufficient to satiate one's hunger. Ling Yi looked at Yi Qingshuang and asked, do you enjoy this flavor? Ling Yi replied, it's quite good. The others at the table were somewhat taken aback by this statement. To be frank, Lin Shengtian's cooking could be summed up in 2 words, edible. The nuances of color, aroma, and flavor were not to be expected. Yet, they were unaware that Ling Yi's previous world was one of desolation, where food was a precious commodity. Initially, as an experimental subject, he was provided with only nutrient solutions, which met his bodily needs without concern for taste. In comparison, Lin Shengtian's offerings were indeed rather commendable. Although Ling Yi found it satisfactory, the others did not share his sentiment and promptly stripped Lin Shengtian of his cooking privileges, banishing him from the kitchen. In the following days, it was Teacher Li who took charge of the meals. Though not a professional chef, his cooking was considered quite delectable in contrast to Lin Shengtian's. When Yi Qingshuang had her first taste, she indulged in an extra bowl, but Ling Yi still consumed 2, adhering to his own standards of satiety. Teacher Mu would occasionally venture out, returning with news primarily intended for Ling Yi. As in Teacher Mu's eyes, Ling Yi was the only one with a genuine chance. Thus, before long, the day of the official competition arrived. Early in the morning, Teachers Mu and Li called everyone to rise. After washing up and having breakfast, the 10 of them hired a carriage to the Imperial Academy. Upon arrival, they found that the academy had already prepared 3 passageways, one for students and the noble families and courtiers who came to watch the grand competition, another for verifying the identities of the empire's participants, and the last for representatives of the smaller nations, each clearly delineated. Having arrived early, Ling Yi's group encountered few people outside the academy, allowing them to swiftly pass through the checks and enter the Imperial Academy. Inside, they were escorted to the plaza, where a substantial portion had been transformed into a competition area. The central platform, accessible via the lower passage, served as the competition stage, while the audience seating rose in layers surrounding it. The audience was divided into 4 sections, each representing one of the 4 empires, with the positions for the participating smaller nations allocated within the respective empire's area. The Lingyang nation was situated in the Dongyang Empire section, but the front row was entirely occupied by the elders of the Dongyang Empire, a precaution to swiftly address any potential issues with the protective barriers during the student battles. The second row was reserved for royalty and academy instructors. The third for the participating students of the empire, followed by a row of emptiness to emphasize the disparity between the empires and the smaller nations, as well as to mitigate any potential hazards from sitting too closely. The fifth row was designated for courtiers and noble families of the empire. From the 6th row onward, students were arranged, with Ruoshui in the 6th and Lingyang in the 7th. The 8th and 9th rows were allocated to 2 other nearby small nations, while the 10th row was for the empire's students, and the 11th and 12th rows were sold to interested spectators. After conversing with Ling Yi, Yi Qingshuang inquired, "Are you feeling nervous?" Ling Yi replied, "There's nothing to feel nervous about." Teacher Mu added, "It's important to maintain a positive mindset. As for winning or losing, simply do your best." As the group conversed, more teams entered, taking their designated seats. Gradually, the surrounding platforms filled with spectators. Yet the front rows remained conspicuously empty. Yi Qingshuang remarked, "They truly wish to showcase their superiority in every aspect." Although she did not specify who she was referring to, everyone understood it was directed at the several empires. Time had nearly elapsed, yet none of the 4 major empire teams had arrived. Their intention was clear: to make a grand entrance when other teams and spectators were already present, drawing everyone's attention upon their arrival. Yi Qingshuang sighed, "But what can be done? After all, they are empires." Ling Yi remained silent, merely listening. Moments later, the team from Ruoshui arrived, and upon seeing Ling Yi and the others, their expressions soured, likely recalling past events. The Lingyang group paid little mind to Ruoshui, their focus firmly on the imperial section. As time passed, all the teams from the smaller nations had entered, and many spectators had taken their seats, leaving only the representatives of the 4 great empires yet to arrive. Yi Qingshuang glanced at the sky and quietly remarked to Ling Yi, "We're nearing the designated time. If they delay any longer, they will have to enter." Ling Yi smiled but said nothing. Just as Yi Qingshuang had predicted, as the designated time approached, the teams from the empires began to make their entrance. Ling Yi noted the team clad in red uniforms was from the Xi'an Empire. Yi Qingshuang, aware that this was Ling Yi's first visit, explained, "The second team, dressed in pure white, is from the Baiming Empire. The team in greenish-blue belonged to the Nanyuan Empire." As she spoke, Yi Qingshuang turned her attention to the approaching team and lowered her voice. "The sky-blue uniforms belong to the Dongyang Empire." Ling Yi acknowledged, "Understood." Yi Qingshuang continued, "The Xi'an Empire's team has 4 familiar faces from last year and 4 newcomers. Ling Yi, if you face off against anyone from the Xi'an Empire, be cautious of the 2 red-haired competitors." Ling Yi observed the Xi'an Empire team, spotting 2 red-haired individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The male stood around 1.9 meters tall, with a stern visage and a robust physique, while the female, approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessed a striking beauty. As Ling Yi studied her, she noticed his gaze and turned to meet his eyes, offering him a bright, warm smile. Ling Yi, caught in the act, calmly withdrew his gaze and inquired of Yi Qingshuang, "What's the significance of the red hair?" Yi Qingshuang explained, "The royal family of Xi'an possesses, but only those with pure bloodlines can control it. The red hair signifies such purity. Does this mean they both possess?" Ling Yi asked. Yi Qingshuang nodded, "Yes." Ling Yi then questioned, "What about the other 3 great empires? Surely Xi'an isn't the only one with?" Yi Qingshuang praised, "As expected, you're quite perceptive." Ling Yi pressed further, "What about the Baiming Empire?" Yi Qingshuang replied, "The white-haired girl from Baiming has dual attributes of ice and water, but her ice and water are peculiar. They can extinguish, and the girl from Nanyuan with dark green eyes?" Ling Yi continued, Yi Qingxuang cautioned. Do not be deceived by her petite and cute appearance. The vines she summons are anything but adorable. After a moment's pause, seeing that Yi Qingxuang had not continued, Ling Yi asked, Is that all? Yi Qingxuang replied, That's all. Ling Yi inquired, What about the Dongyang Empire? Yi Qingxuang responded, Surprisingly, no. Given this distribution, shouldn't all four great empires have some unique trait? Ling Yi mused. Noticing Ling Yi's silence, Yi Qingxuang added, Though the Dongyang Empire lacks any particular specialty, their individuals are still quite formidable. Last year, 3 of them made it into the top TEN.AS they conversed. The rules of the competition were announced, and the next step was to draw lots. With 20 small nations, each having 3 slots, the total amounted to 60 participants. The 4 great empires had 8 slots each, totaling 32 participants. Thus, there would be 92 competitors in total, engaging in one-on-one matches across 46 rounds. The Academy had prepared 2 boxes containing wooden plaques numbered 1 to 46. Those who drew the same number would be opponents, with no substitutions allowed. The teacher overseeing the draw stated, Although there are 2 boxes, this does not imply that the numbers inside are separate. There may be one number, 1 plaque in one box and another in the other box. Do not harbor any illusions of drawing alongside Empire students to avoid facing them. I assure you, it is not possible. As the draw commenced, those who drew their lots proceeded to record their numbers with the teacher before returning to await their matches. After the announcement, everyone began to draw lots. Yi Qingxuang casually reached into a box, retrieving a plaque that read 3 Well, look at that. Despite so many people having drawn before me, none took this early number, she exclaimed. Once recorded, Yi Qingxuang stood aside, awaiting Ling Yi and Lin Chengtian's return. When the two approached, she asked Ling Yi, What did you draw? Ling Yi revealed, 46. Yi Qingxuang exclaimed, Goodness. One of us is at the front, while the other is at the very back. It seems we are destined to watch every match before we can leave. Turning to Lin Chengtian, she inquired, What about you? Lin Chengtian displayed his plaque. 21.1 in front, 1 in the middle, and 1 in the back. Yi Qingxuang remarked, We stretch across the entire competition. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, each reluctant to speak, and returned to their seats. Soon enough, everyone had finished their turn. The small nation fielded 60 participants, while the empire had 32. The first round would inevitably eliminate a significant number of competitors from the small nation. However, this was to be expected in such an imperial tournament. The small nations were essentially there for the experience. As everyone settled back into their positions, the competition commenced. In the first match, 2 number 1 badges were at stake, one held by a student from the Nan Yuan Empire and the other by a student from a small nation in the Western Yin Empire. The match lasted merely a couple of minutes, 1 minute for the competitors on stage and half a minute for those off, before concluding with a victory for the Nan Yuan Empire. Yi Qingxuang remarked, This cannot simply be termed a defeat. It was a crushing loss. As she spoke, the second match began, once again pitting the empire against a small nation, resulting in another dismal defeat for the latter. With the Dongyang Empire triumphing, Yi Qingxuang felt a wave of anxiety. The first 2 matches were small nations against empires. I hope I am not destined for the same fate. If it's an empire, I might as well concede outright to save myself the trouble of competing. Teacher Mu, annoyed, retorted, What a dismal attitude. If you lose, you still need to compete. Yi Qingxuang was about to retort but was cut off as the teacher announced the next competitors. Lingyang Nation versus Ruoshui Nation. Upon hearing that she would face Ruoshui Nation, Yi Qingxuang immediately stood up, urging the Ruoshui participants, Stop dawdling and hurry up. The Ruoshui participants lamented, Had we known we would draw this matchup, we would have refrained from provoking them on the way here. Although they ultimately bore the brunt of the consequences, the Lingyang Nation would surely hold a grudge. With no choice but to proceed, the Ruoshui participants first underwent a cultivation assessment. Upon testing, it was revealed that Yi Qingxuang had reached the 6th level. Hadn't she only been at the 4th level during last year's competition? She had advanced 2 levels in a year, while he had only progressed 1. After the assessment, both were required to take the stage. As soon as Yi Qingxuang entered, she relentlessly pursued the Ruoshui participants, showing no mercy, as if harboring a grudge spanning 8 centuries and finally obtaining her chance for vengeance. Ultimately, the Ruoshui student could not withstand the onslaught and conceded. Lingyang Nation triumphed over Ruoshui. After they left the stage, the 4th match commenced. showcasing a highly anticipated duel between the Nan Yuan Empire and the Dongyang Empire. This match lasted longer than the previous ones. But after a quarter of an hour, the Nan Yuan Empire faced defeat. The 5th, 6th, and 7th matches followed, with the remaining contests either featuring small nations against one another or small nations against empires, with no instances of empire versus empire. After the 20th match, Yi Qingshuang turned to Lin Chengtian. "You'll be up shortly?" "Yes," Lin Chengtian replied, remaining silent. Why Yi Qingshuang continued, "They haven't announced yet, so we don't know if you're up against an empire or a small nation?" Lin Chengtian replied, "It doesn't matter. Regardless of whether he faced an empire or a small nation, he would give his all." Just as Lin Chengtian finished speaking, the teacher announced, "Yin Wuxin from the Western Yin Empire will face Lin Chengtian from the Lingang Nation." As the teacher's words settled, the representative from the Western Yin Empire stood up. None other than the girl who had been smiling at Ling earlier. "I don't know." Yi Qingshuang gasped in horror. "Yin Wuxin, you're facing Yin Wuxin. You're doomed." Yin Wuxin possesses. Lin Chengtian paid no mind to Yi Qingshuang's words and proceeded toward the competition stage, while Yin Wuxin also made her way down. Upon meeting on stage, both were required to test their cultivation levels. The result revealed Lin Chengtian as a 6th-level spiritual master, while Yin Wuxin was merely a 3rd-level spiritual general. If she could participate, then surely Yin Wuxin couldn't be older than 22. To be so young and already at the 3rd level was remarkable, especially considering their academy head, who was a century old, had only attained 2nd-level status. The disparity in cultivation levels was staggering. Yin Wuxin looked at Lin Chengtian, smiling sweetly. "Little brother, would you like your sister to go easy on you?" Before Lin Chengtian could respond, she added, "That little girl sitting next to you. I find her quite charming. If you could persuade her to smile at me, I might just let you off the hook." Understanding that Yin Wuxin was referring to Lin Chengtian, though perplexed by her sudden interest, firmly replied, "No, why not?" Yin Wuxin pressed, "I'm only asking for a smile from that little girl. It would make things easier for you. I don't need it," Lin Chengtian stated, striding toward the competition stage. "How boring," Yin Wuxin muttered, blowing a playful kiss in Lingyi's direction, her smile radiant, eliciting cries of despair from the Western Yin section. Some even shouted, "Your Highness, you've flown into the wrong section." Yin Wuxin paid them no heed, turning to ascend the stage. Yi Qingshuang looked at Yin Wuxin and then at Ling Yi. "She just did that to you, didn't she? Why would she do that to you on your first visit?" Ling Yi replied flatly, "Perhaps it's because I was caught looking at her." As the match commenced, Yi Qingshuang set aside conversation and focused intently on the competition. On the stage, Yin Wuxin regarded Lin Chengtian, flicking her hand as flames danced to life. "Little brother, you're making me a bit sad by not allowing that little girl to smile at me." Lin Chengtian was at a loss for how to respond and chose to launch an offensive instead. As Yin Wuxin observed his approach, she effortlessly clapped her hands, sending forth a burst of flames. The speed of the flames was astonishing, reaching Lin Chengtian in the blink of an eye. Before it could strike him, a portion of his hair was singed. If he were to be engulfed in those flames, he would be left unrecognizable. Unable to withstand Yin Wuxin's attack, Lin Chengtian was forced to minimize the damage. Yet, the discrepancy in their cultivation levels was too great. Even as he managed to reduce the harm, he still found himself spitting blood from the impact. Coughing and spluttering, Lin Chengtian continued to bleed. As he struggled, Yin Wuxin formed another fireball in her hand. "Little brother, will you concede? If not, this fireball is coming your way." Lin Chengtian raised his gaze to Yin Wuxin, his focus not on her face but on the fireball itself. In the next moment, he gripped his sword and charged forward. Yin Wuxin clicked her tongue, flinging the fireball at him. However, Lin Chengtian swiftly changed direction, evading the fireball, which struck the ground where he had stood moments before. With his sword in hand, Lin Chengtian cleaved the fireball in two. At this moment, Yin Wuxin had yet to conjure another fireball, and he seized the opportunity to attack. Yin Wuxin, witnessing Lin Chengtian's advance, felt a surge of crimson energy flicker in her dark pupils. As Lin Chengtian lunged forward, she effortlessly caught his sword between her fingers. "Little brother, I did give you the chance to concede," Yin Wuxin said, her voice playful yet stern. "Since you refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless." She spoke. Red flames erupted from her hand, engulfing the sword and melting it away, with the sword disintegrated. Yin Wuxin struck Lin Chengtian with a palm. With a resounding thud, Lin Qingtian was sent flying, as he spun in the air. Facing the ground, Ling Yi observed closely, noticing that a hand appeared to catch him. With that hand as support, Lin Qingtian was gently set down. Yin Wuxin watched Lin Qingtian, sensing something unusual about his landing posture. Yet, before she could scrutinize further, Lin Qingtian stood once more. "Are you serious?" Yin Wuxin exclaimed, perplexed. "You're back for more, little brother? Why are you putting yourself through this?" "It's just a competition," Lin Qingtian replied. "It's not worth losing my life over a mere contest." He fixed his gaze on Yin Wuxin. "I must win?" "Why?" Yin Wuxin inquired. Lin Qingtian offered no response, charging at her again. "If you concede, then I'll have to send you off the stage," Yin Wuxin declared, unleashing her. However, just as the formed and was about to fly toward Lin Qingtian, she noticed a shadow looming behind him, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. The instant their gazes locked, Yin Wuxin felt a vice grip around her throat, suffocating her. The shadow of death enveloped her, as the dissipated. Yin Wuxin grasped her neck, seemingly attempting to free herself from an unseen force. The spectators from the Western Yin Empire stood, unable to believe their eyes, watching the unfolding drama on stage. Yin Wuxin struggled against the binding force, casting a desperate glance at the blood-red eyes while reaching out toward Lin Qingtian. The in her palm slowly coalesced again. But in the next moment, she was forced down to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, causing the to dissipate once more. What was happening? Was a sixth-level spiritual master truly able to defeat Yin Wuxin? It seemed implausible given their vast cultivation gap. Yet, it was happening. Yin Wuxin had collapsed. The entire arena was stunned by this shocking spectacle. Only Ling Yi understood the reality behind it. Indeed, Lin Qingtian housed another presence within him, one that was extraordinarily powerful. But the question remained, why was it residing within him? It seemed Yin Wuxin was in dire straits. As Ling Yi pondered over various matters, Yi Qingshuang's voice suddenly rang out. Ling Yi suppressed her thoughts and turned her gaze towards Yin Wuxin. Indeed, Yin Wuxin was nearing her limits. However, in such a competition, conceding defeat was not an option. But wait, upon noticing the mark on Yin Wuxin's neck, Ling Yi grasped the reason behind Yin Wuxin's reluctance to surrender. Words failed her. Furrowing her brows, Ling Yi stood and directed her gaze towards Lin Qingtian. "Lin Qingtian, release her." Her voice, clear and cold, pierced through the barrier, resonating sharply in Lin Qingtian's ears. He abruptly turned his head to face Ling Yi. And with his movement, the shadow coalescing behind him also shifted to confront her. Save for those blood-red eyes, no other features could be discerned. Locking eyes, Ling Yi perceived the displeasure swirling within those crimson depths. Yet, she remained unfazed, matching his gaze without yielding. Gradually, the blood-red eyes closed, and the dark mist behind Lin Qingtian dissipated. Cough, cough, coughed. As the crimson gaze vanished and the oppressive hold on Yin Wuxin lifted, she gasped for breath, erupting into a fit of violent coughs. Once the coughing subsided, Yin Wuxin rose from the ground, her hand instinctively reaching for her neck. "It hurt. Sharp, searing pain. Damn that man," she muttered, glaring at Lin Qingtian. "Do you wish to kill me?" Hearing her words, Lin Qingtian turned back to meet her gaze, his expression indifferent. "Concede defeat." Yin Wuxin's voice turned icy. "What was that just now?" Lin Qingtian appeared momentarily taken aback. "You could see it?" "Of course I could see it," Yin Wuxin snapped. "What were those eyes?" Lin Qingtian lowered his gaze. No comment. Yin Wuxin wished to press further, but the pain in her neck intensified after her earlier outburst. Lin Qingtian regarded her coolly. "Concede, or you will die." Why did she say that? Did she truly see? How could she see? Yin Wuxin felt a surge of frustration towards Lin Qingtian, believing he relied on that pair of eyes rather than his own strength to defeat her. Yet, a loss was still a loss. Though discontented, Yin Wuxin was not one to linger unnecessarily. She turned to the teacher and declared, "I concede." The teacher, oblivious to the events that transpired between the two, announced the result. The kingdom of Lingyang triumphs over the Western Flame Empire. In 01, expected that one of the seed players from the Western Flame Empire would be eliminated in the first round. While shock rippled through the crowd, there was also an undercurrent of hidden delight. A formidable opponent like Yin Wuxin had been vanquished by someone from a minor nation, sparing the empire from an encounter with her. As for the one who eliminated Yin Wuxin, they need not worry about meeting her in the second round. Strategies would be devised after the first round concluded. The 21st match came to an end, and the 22nd commenced. The final match, Ling Yi faced another contestant from a small nation, easily securing victory with her 7th-level Spirit Master prowess. The first round concluded with 92 participants advancing to 46. The Eastern Yang Empire saw 2 eliminated from 8. The Southern Yuan Empire lost 3. The Western Flame Empire lost 2. And the Northern Ming Empire also lost 2. In total, 23 from the 4 major empires advanced, alongside 23 from smaller nations. With the first round complete, a 3-day rest period was announced before the second round commenced. After the teacher made the announcement, the teams began to disperse. "Let us go," Teacher Mu said. Ling Yi and the others rose, preparing to depart. The members of Ruo Shui initially intended to leave, but, upon seeing the Lingyang group, opted to remain seated, allowing them to exit first. Having witnessed Lin Chengtian deal with Yin Wuxin, they were now even less inclined to provoke the Lingyang group. As Teacher Mu led them down from the stands and toward the exit, members of the Western Flame Empire approached. Yin Wuxin dashed directly to Ling Yi's side, exclaiming, "Little sister." Ling Yi stepped back a pace, attempting to create distance, but Yin Wuxin lunged forward to embrace her. "Little sister, thank you for saving me." She nuzzled against Ling Yi's cheek. Ling Yi pushed her away, stating coldly, "Killing you would not benefit us." With that, she walked past Yin Wuxin, who did not attempt to stop her again. "Regardless, the fact remains that you saved me," Yin Wuxin called after her. Ling Yi did not pause as Lin Chengtian passed by. Yin Wuxin's gaze turned frosty. "I will surely break your abilities." Lin Chengtian remained silent, following the others out. Upon exiting the Imperial Academy, Teacher Mu announced, "To celebrate that all 3 of you have advanced, we shall dine out today instead of at home." With Teacher Mu treating, we must order something extravagant. Yi Qingshuang joked. Teacher Mu chuckled in response. "Order away. I'm not worried about your appetites." However, glancing at Lin Chengtian and Ling Yi, he noted their solemn expressions and sighed inwardly. After dining at the tavern, the group returned to their quarters. "Chengtian, come with me," Teacher Mu instructed. "I wish to discuss the upcoming round." "All right," Lin Chengtian replied, following Teacher Mu as the others dispersed to attend to their own matters, leaving only Ling Yi and Yi Qingshuang behind. Yi Qingshuang gently nudged Ling Yi. Teacher Mu is likely discussing the competition with Lin Chengtian. A 6th-level Spirit Master defeating a 3rd-level Spirit General certainly warrants a conversation. Ling Yi turned to Yi Qingshuang. "Rather than concerning ourselves with him, we should focus on our own preparations. We may face Imperial contestants in the next round." With a smile, Yi Qingshuang remarked, "With half the participants being from empires and half from smaller nations, if luck is on our side, we might still face someone from a minor nation. Let us hope for good fortune then." With that, Ling Yi turned and walked towards her room, while Yi Qingshuang followed, saying, "If things don't go well, I'll just bet on you." Ling Yi glanced at her but chose not to respond further. Chapter 42. Transformed into a 3-year-old appearance. Knocked. A gentle rap at the door woke Ling Yi, and she opened it to find Lin Chengtian standing there. "May I speak with you?" Ling Yi stepped aside. "Please, come in." As Lin Chengtian entered, Ling Yi closed the door and erected a small soundproof barrier within the room. She settled at the table, observing Lin Chengtian still standing. "Are you planning to stand while we talk?" Lin Chengtian took a seat opposite her, remaining silent. Pouring herself a glass of water, Ling Yi set it down after a moment of silence. "Aren't we here to talk? How can we converse if you don't speak?" Lin Chengtian hesitated before finally voicing his confusion. "Ling Yi, back then, when you told me to release Yin Wuxin, did you see something?" "What do you mean?" Ling Yi replied, countering with a question. Lin Chengtian pressed on. "Did you see those eyes? Just the eyes?" Ling Yi responded coolly. "Was it not a swirling mass of black mist along with the eyes?" "You truly could see," Lin Chengtian said with a bitter smile. "So?" Ling Yi regarded him steadily. "What of it? Yin Wuxin saw them too, did she not?" Lin Chengtian shook his head. "It's different. Yin Wuxin could see them because she was attacked. Regardless, seeing was seeing." Ling Yi looked at Lin Chengtian. "Yin Wuxin has the entire Western Flame Empire backing her. If she desires, she will always uncover traces. Then why did you urge me to let her go?" Lin Chengtian inquired. "Because if I killed her, they would no longer pursue her," he replied. "If you kill her, they indeed would not pursue her." Ling Yi spoke slowly. "But they would directly hunt you down after the competition." How long can your sixth-level body withstand the presence of that individual within you? Once it becomes unbearable, it will be your demise. Ling A met his gaze. Or do you believe that if you kill the princess of the Western Flame Empire, they will do nothing in response? Lin Qingtian regarded her intently. So, you were worried about me, which is why you told me to let her go. You are overthinking it, Ling Yi firmly denied. I urged you to release her simply to prevent your matters from impeding mine. After all, if the imperial princess were to die by your hand, they would likely blame us for your association. Ling Yi added, it would be troublesome, I see. Lin Qingtian acknowledged. So it was not concern for me. Ling Yi scrutinized him. Is this why you came to speak with me? Lin Qingtian shook his head. No. I thought you might be curious about what resides within me. I am indeed curious, Ling Yi replied. Will you disclose it? Lin Qingtian hesitated before answering. I do not understand her either. The first time I became aware of her existence was that night at the Lin residence. He looked at Ling Yi. When you killed my parents, I did not intervene. The only time I acted was when you targeted Chengza. 1. Because my parents were beyond redemption, and 2. Because Chengza knew his mistakes. Lin Shengtian continued, I owe you an apology. And I also owe Chengza one. When I was 3 years old, Chengza was born. I had my spirit root tested at that time. My talent was commendable, so my father focused all his attention on me. Scarcely glancing at Chengza. When I was 5, my mother gave birth to twins, and she entrusted Chengza to the household servants while lavishing all her care on the twins. Chengza was left to languish in the middle. Deprived of my father's attention and my mother's affection, Lin Shengtian seemed lost in memory. Every time I returned home, Chengza was always alone. Every time I return home, apart from gently patting his head and exchanging a few words, I find myself unable to engage in play with him. This is due to my father's insistence that I am the hope of the Lin family, urging me to diligently cultivate my abilities and not to slack off. Should Chengza cling to me for play, he would face punishment from father. Thus, to spare him from such consequences, I refrained from accompanying him in his games. As time passed, the twins gradually grew older and found companions, leading me to believe that he would no longer feel so isolated. However, I was mistaken, for children naturally vie for affection. With father's attention focused on me, the twins attempted to monopolize mother's gaze. Intentionally ostracizing Chengza, on one occasion, upon my return, the wet nurse, out of desperation, sought me out to check on Chengza. Lin Qingtian informed me that he had been subjected to familial discipline and was lying in bed. Weeping, upon questioning, I discovered that Chengza envied the food that mother had personally prepared for the twins. Desiring to taste it, he had taken a piece without asking, prompting Chengyu to wail that his second brother had stolen his food. Mother then scolded Chengza, who had endured too much grievance, leading him to finally unleash his frustrations and engage in a scuffle with Chengyu. Upon learning of this, father reprimanded Chengza for not yielding to his younger siblings as the second brother ought to, and for resorting to violence against them, deeming it a grave breach of decorum. He punished Chengza severely, and from that moment on, Chengza underwent a transformation, becoming increasingly docile and prioritizing the needs of his younger siblings above all else. Lin Shengtian's expression darkened as he recounted, for 18 years, he has been yielding. Since your return, the family has turned against him. He has always placed the family's choices above his own, refraining from conversing with you. If he were to side with you, the younger siblings would revert to their prior disdain for him, and father and mother would chastise him. He cannot act independently. Later, when you took Qingyu's life, he realized the gravity of your resolve and wished to save the rest of the Lin family. Thus, he mistakenly conveyed to father and mother that they should apologize to you. But they failed to comprehend his intentions and did not understand that he sought to rescue them, that he erred, and that is an unalterable truth. I possess no standing to plead for your forgiveness on his behalf. I can only trade my life for his. Yet, he is overly concerned with father and mother, aware of their missteps, cognizant that you would undoubtedly bring them to ruin, yet he yearns to save them. He has always sought their approval, especially mother's attention, which she steadfastly withheld even unto her death. Lin Qingtian remarked, if mother could have acknowledged her mistakes to you before her demise, even if you would not forgive her, in Chengza's heart, it would still count as her listening to him once. He would perish alongside her. Chengza holds such reverence for mother, but with her passing, I dread to imagine how he would awaken. Would he harbor hatred towards you, leading him to his own demise? Would he descend into madness, or perhaps direct his resentment towards me. Any of these outcomes is conceivable, Lin Qingtian sighed. Yet these are visions I do not wish to witness. I merely wish that he could return to his childhood, a time when he bore no memories. How splendid that would be, Lin Qingtian continued. If he were to revert to his youth now, I would have matured enough to protect him. But I am acutely aware that all of this is merely a figment of my imagination. Yet at that moment, I heard her voice, Lin Qingtian recounted. She claimed she could fulfill this wish of mine. Initially taken aback, I soon observed Chengze transforming, reverting to the appearance of a child of approximately 3 years. Chapter 43. Time reversal. Upon hearing this, Ling's face bore a look of astonishment. There are myriad methods to diminish a person's stature: elixirs, rare treasures, and of course, time itself. Lin Qingtian made no mention of elixirs or magical artifacts, leading to the conclusion that it must indeed be time. A reversal, perhaps? Utilizing time reversal upon Lin Chengze to restore him to his youthful form. This way, he would gradually age once more, unlike elixirs or artifacts that might bear side effects. Time reversal, such a tantalizing power. However, Ling regarded Lin Qingtian and inquired, "Are you 21 this year?" Lin Qingtian, unsure how the conversation had veered towards his age, nodded. Yes, 21 years, coinciding with the appearance of the Dongyang mirror, which is intrinsically linked to time. A coincidence? Ling pondered as she regarded Lin Qingtian. This was not his first time participating in the imperial competition, yet he had never before exhibited such fervor to win. This indicated that the presence within him had not manifested previously. Perhaps it was awakened by her earlier attack, or some other reason. Has Lin Qingze not only shrunk, but also lost his memories? Ling casually inquired. Lin Qingtian affirmed, indeed, he has no recollection whatsoever. Ling fell silent. In the past, within the Lin family, Lin Chengze had been a figure of indifference to her. Now his survival rested squarely on Lin Qingtian's shoulders. She granted your wish without demanding anything in return? Ling queried. Lin Qingtian shook his head. No, before Ling could respond further, Lin Qingtian continued. However, after arriving in the Dongyang Empire, she appeared once, insisting that I must win the competition to gain entry into the Dongyang Mirror. She desires to enter the Dongyang Mirror. Ling's tone turned resolute. Did she explain why? Lin Qingtian shook his head. I inquired, but she did not disclose her reasons. I understand now, Ling said, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Qingtian recognized her intent and rose to depart. I shall take my leave. Do rest well. With that, he exited the room. After Lin Qingtian's departure, Ling spoke. Tianyin, do you have anything you wish to discuss with me? As soon as she finished speaking, Tianyin's voice echoed, 01. The system cannot detect the presence within Lin Qingtian. Ling smiled lightly. How intriguing. Among the 4 children of the Lin family, Lin Qingtian harbors an unknown entity. While Ling's body aligns perfectly with her soul, a most unusual circumstance, how could it not be fascinating? Alas, with Lin Tianliang and Lady Lin deceased, there is no one to inquire if anything transpired in the past. However, it is not entirely without recourse, given that both Lin Qingtian and I are still alive. What secrets lie within the Dongyang Mirror? Ling's curiosity intensified, her eagerness for the competition to conclude swiftly so she could uncover the mysteries within the Dongyang Mirror, which had beckoned both Lin Qingtian's inner presence and Tianyin himself. 3 swift days passed, and the second round of the competition commenced. Teacher Mu, as always, led the group early, arriving at the Imperial Academy where Yi Qingshuang appeared as though she had not slept at all. Her entire form slumped against Ling. Teacher Mu shook his head in disapproval. Must you not show a bit of spirit? Yi Qingshuang protested. Waking up this early, how could one possibly feel alert? Teacher Mu replied. It is no longer early. Everyone is already present. Why? Yi Qingshuang paid no heed, continuing to lean against Ling in a state of comfort, prompting Ling to consider pushing her away. After half an hour had elapsed, the second round officially began. From the first round, 46 had advanced, and the teacher brought forth a box. The method for determining opponents in the second round is the same as in the first. Let us draw lots. Those who draw matching numbers will be opponents. Upon concluding his explanation, the teacher retrieved a record book and began to announce names, proceeding in the order of advancement from the first round, with the third being Yi Qingshuang. Yi Qingshuang reached in and drew a number. Glancing down to see it was number 1, instantly, she felt as though the sky had fallen. Damn it, third in the first round? First in the second round. Couldn't they have delayed it a bit to let me sleep longer? Upon returning, Yi Ching Shuang appeared despondent, and when the teacher called number 21, Lin Chengtian stepped forward to draw. Once he had drawn, he discovered it was also number 21. Upon returning, Ling inquired, "What number did you draw?" 21. Yi Ching Shuang expressed surprise. "The same as in the first round," Ling replied. "What a coincidence." Lin Chengtian, uncertain how to respond, chose silence. Ling, having been the last to compete in the first round, would thus draw last today. With 45 numbers already drawn, only one remained in the box, leaving her no choice but to take it. It was bold and large, immediately catching her eye. Ling remarked, "If I had drawn one from another's hand, I would not have known my opponent until the teacher announced it. However, since it is in our hands after completing the registration." Ling intended to return but was halted by the teacher's declaration. "The first match is yours. No need to return." With all preparations in place, the teacher announced, in the first match of the second round, Lingyang's Yi Ching Shuang faces off against Lingyang's Ling. Upon realizing that Ling remained on stage and had not returned, Yi Ching Shuang felt an ominous premonition. Upon hearing the announcement, she sprang to her feet. Damn it, could my luck be so dire? With only 3 slots available, having escaped elimination in the first round, they were now to face off internally. Could she possibly best Ling? During their prior training sessions, she had sparred with Ling and recognized she was no match. Yi Ching Shuang ascended the stage, and both she and Ling tested their cultivation levels. After the assessment, the teacher called, "Begin." Before stepping aside, Yi Ching Shuang glared at Ling. "Shall we fight?" Ling replied, "Do you wish to fight?" Yi Ching Shuang shook her head vigorously. "I can't win against you, so I want to fight." With this, Ling found it unnecessary to exert effort. She would remain in peak condition for the next round. "Then let us not fight," Ling suggested. Yi Ching Shuang promptly turned to the teacher. "Teacher, I concede." The teacher, though bemused, acknowledged, he is aware that some students matched with their peers will concede. Yet most still put on a show of fighting a few rounds. This is the first time I have witnessed someone so straightforward in their concession. Though he was speechless, he nevertheless announced, in the first match of the second round, Lingyang's Ling emerges victorious. After the teacher's announcement, the 2 individuals on stage descended together. Yi Ching Shuang wore a radiant smile, her expression devoid of any sadness, which left the others visibly agitated. With the conclusion of the first round, the competition commenced in succession. Today's matches predominantly featured the empires pitted against small nations, with rare encounters between the smaller nations themselves. By the time the 21st match arrived, Lin Chengtian took the stage to face a contestant from the southern region's minor nation, winning with remarkable ease. The subsequent 2 rounds also concluded swiftly, and after the 23rd match, the teacher announced the names of those advancing to the second round. Upon finishing the list of names, some observers analyzed the results. In the second round, from the Dongyang Empire, 1 contestant was eliminated in the 6-5 progression. The Nanyuan Empire saw 2 contestants eliminated in the 5-3 progression. The Xi'an Empire had 2 eliminated in the 6-4 progression. And the Beiming Empire also had 2 eliminated in the same count. The total number of contestants advancing from the 4 major empires amounted to 16, while the remaining 7 hailed from minor nations, with Lingyang accounting for 2, leaving only 5 slots for the small nations. The third round of matches was set to occur 3 days later. As the second round concluded, the group returned to their residence, but scarcely had they arrived when someone knocked at the courtyard door. Teacher Li opened the door to find Yan Wuxin accompanied by a man. Yan Wuxin glanced at Teacher Li and stated, "I came to see Ling Yi." Without inquiring whether she was present, Teacher Li felt compelled to inform Ling Yi. Before long, Ling Yi arrived in the front courtyard. Upon seeing Yan Wuxin, she asked, "Teacher Li mentioned you were looking for me. What is it?" Yan Wuxin replied, "Can't I come to see you for no reason? I'm here to hang out." Ling Yi retorted, "We aren't that close." Yan Wuxin insisted, "Precisely because we aren't close, we should spend time together. Won't we become familiar over time?" As Ling Yi turned to leave, Yan Wuxin stepped forward to block her path. "Are you really going to be this cold? Throw me a bone here." Ling Yi looked at her. "I have a match in 3 days. I don't have time to play." Yan Wuxin replied, "You intend to practice for 3 days? I don't believe it." "That's your concern," Ling Yi said, circumventing Yan Wuxin as she walked back. "Miss Yan." As Ling Yi made her way back, Yi Ching Shuang approached and addressed Yan Wuxin. "Ling Yi is busy. How about we hang out instead?" Yan Wuxin queried Yi Ching Shuang, "What do you enjoy doing?" Yi Ching Shuang confessed, "To be honest, had you not come, I intended to visit the gambling house." Yan Wuxin raised an eyebrow. "What would you do at the gambling house?" Yi Qingshuang replied. I plan to place a bet for Ling Yi. Upon hearing that, Yin Wuxin immediately embraced Yi Qingshuang. Let's go. All right, Yi Qingshuang responded with a smile. Yin Wuxian turned to the man beside her. Third brother, we're leaving. The man nodded in agreement. Yin Wuxin introduced him to Yi Qingshuang. This is my third brother, Yin Wuluo. Why Yi Qingshuang acknowledged, I know. The two girls exited together, conversing as they departed. I've participated in the competition several times. Are you aware of that? Indeed, they continued to walk away. Their voices gradually fading. Teacher Li observed as Yi Qingshuang took Yin Wuxin away, feeling a sigh of relief. Ling Yi's demeanor was cold. Thankfully, Qingshuang had lightened the mood. Otherwise, who could fathom how the Xi'an Empire would react to such chilliness? 3 days swiftly passed, heralding the commencement of the third round of matches. This time, it was not Teacher Li who called the participants, but Yi Qingshuang. Ling Yi, gazing at Yi Qingshuang who had roused her from her slumber, remarked, You seem rather spirited this early. Did you take the wrong medicine? I did not. Yi Qingshuang replied as she neatly arranged Ling Yi's clothes, and then filled a basin with water for her morning wash. Ling Yi observed Yi Qingshuang bustling about, bemused. She typically struggled to rise at this hour, yet today she appeared vibrant and insisted she hadn't taken anything unusual. After preparing the water, Yi Qingshuang used her spiritual energy to warm it and called out to Ling Yi. Come wash up quickly. After that, we can eat. I went out early to buy breakfast, and I've already eaten, so there's no problem. With that, she turned to leave. Ling Yi halted her, inquiring, How much did you wager? With a smile, Yi Qingshuang replied, Not much, just my entire worth. I guarantee you'll place in the top 3. Ling Yi questioned, Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Yi Qingshuang reassured her, How could that be? I know you'll succeed. Before Ling Yi could respond, Yi Qingshuang added, Actually, it's not just me. Yin Wuxin placed a bet too. All right, hurry and wash up. I'll wait for you outside, Ling Yi instructed. And Yi Qingshuang exited the room. When Ling Yi finished preparing and emerged, the stone table in the courtyard was laden with food, and everyone else was already present. After enjoying breakfast, the group headed towards the Imperial Academy. Upon arriving, they settled into their designated seats, and after half an hour, the teacher arrived to announce the start of the third round of matches. In this round, a total of 23 participants included 16 students from the 4 major empires and 7 from the minor nations. Given this composition, the Imperial Academy anticipated a higher rate of elimination among the Empire students compared to the previous rounds, making for a more captivating spectacle. Consequently, the seats reserved for nobility and ministers were filled to capacity. Among the 23 participants, a wooden plaque without a number was present in the draw, signifying a bye. Thus, anyone who drew that plaque would advance directly to the next round. After the teacher's announcement, the names were called and the drawing commenced. Everyone hoped to draw the coveted by plaque. Ling Yi, having been the first to advance in the previous round, was the first to draw this time. Yi Qingshuang clasped her hands in prayer, earnestly wishing, I hope Ling Yi draws the by plaque. As Ling Yi approached, she casually selected a plaque, revealing the number 11. Once again the lowest draw of the day. After showing it to the teacher, she returned to her seat while others continued to draw. When the 10th participant drew, they revealed the by plaque, prompting the teacher to declare, from the Xi'an Empire. Yin Wuluo has drawn the by plaque and will not compete in this round, advancing directly to the next. This announcement elicited cheers and lamentations from the audience. Some rejoiced in support of Yin Wuluo, while others, particularly from the minor nations, felt despondent. With only 7 minor nation contestants remaining, drawing the by plaque would have allowed them to progress further, even if eliminated in the next round, thereby securing different rewards. Unfortunately, the by plaque had been drawn by an Empire student. Among those with somber expressions were the Empire students. Yin Wuluo, a formidable opponent, would not be worn down by this round, while they would be. Facing him in the next round would be increasingly challenging. Soon, all plaques had been drawn, and the matches officially commenced. The first match of the third round featured Luo He from the Dongyang Empire against Wen Giki from the Xi'an Empire. Both ascended the competition stage to test their abilities, each being a second-level spiritual general. With the teacher's signal to start, the two immediately engaged in a fierce contest. Flames and water intertwined, resisting each other fiercely. The audience cheered for their favored contestants, with one side increasing their support to outshout the other. Yi Qingshuang leaned towards Ling Yi, asking, Who do you think will win? Ling Yi observed the two competitors on the stage for a moment before responding nonchalantly. Wen Giki. She noted that Luo he seemed to have only recently reached the second level, whereas when Geeky exhibited a formidable presence, clearly having been at this level for some time and poised for a breakthrough. Furthermore, when Geeky's movements were akin to a ghostly apparition, despite lacking unique flames, his solid cultivation paired with his agility was sufficient to secure a victory over Luo He. Sure enough, scarcely had Ling Yi's words left her lips when Geeky knocked his opponent off the stage. The teacher announced, the first match is won by Wen Geeky of the Xian Empire. With the first match concluded, the second match commenced, featuring Bai Qianning from the Baiming Empire against Mu Huai from the Nanyuan Empire. Upon hearing their names, Yi Qingshuang remarked, if it were Mu Shengyuan, he could have given Bai Qianning a run for his money, but Mu Huai cannot. Ling Yi remained silent as the two contestants ascended the stage to test their abilities. Bai Qianning was revealed to be a third-level spiritual general, while Mu Huai was merely a first-level spiritual general. On the stage, Bai Qianning adeptly manipulated both ice and water attributes, quickly cornering Mu Huai to the edge of the stage. Yi Qingshuang commented, if it were Bai Qianning against Mu Shengyuan, we could have witnessed their respective spiritual root characteristics against Mu Huai. Bai Qianning did not employ any unique ice or water techniques, so I cannot observe closely. Ling Yi watched quietly as the second match concluded with Mu Huai conceding in the third match. Yi Qingshuang and Ling Yi turned their attention to Lin Qingtian. He rose to leave the stage, and at that moment, they learned that his opponent was a contestant from a minor nation. The two teachers and accompanying students breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingtian would have no trouble dealing with a minor nation contestant. The match concluded swiftly, with Lin Qingtian emerging victorious in the third round. As the competition proceeded to the fourth match, Dongfang Jibai from the Dongyang Empire faced Su Zichen, also from the Dongyang Empire. Upon reaching the stage, Su Zichen promptly forfeited, resulting in a swift victory for Dongfang Jibai. This match concluded even more rapidly than the previous ones. Following this, the fifth match commenced, featuring Mu Shengyuan from the Nanyuan Empire against Bai Qingqing from the Baiming Empire. Yi Qingshuang predicted, Bai Qingqing stands no chance against Mu Shengyuan. Ling Yi remained silent, merely observing quietly. The two ascended the stage to test their cultivation levels. Mu Shengyuan, a fourth-level spirit general, and Bai Qingqing, a second-level spirit general. Among the participating students, Mu Shengyuan possessed the highest cultivation, and her vines proved exceedingly formidable, leading her to achieve a decisive victory throughout the competition. Chapter 45. Double Wine. Mu Shengyuan swiftly secured victory in the fifth match. With the competition halfway through, each of the four great empires had advanced one participant, alongside one from a smaller nation. The teacher glanced at the roster and began to announce the contestants for the sixth match. In the sixth match, Bai Jiao from the Baiming Empire faced off against Lai Jiao from the Xian Empire. Yi Qingshuang remarked, they are both wines, but I wonder which one is more potent. It must be the strong wine, Mr. Mu jested. Yi Qingshuang's smile widened. Amidst their discussion, Bai Jiao and Lai Jiao took to the competition stage to test their cultivation levels. Bai Jiao was a third-level spirit general, while Lai Jiao was a second-level spirit general. The teacher observed, it seems the Baiming wine is indeed stronger. Yi Qingshuang replied, the cultivation is higher. Mu chuckled. A difference of one level does not guarantee superiority. Qingshuang, you've been frequenting the gambling den these past few days. How about placing a bet with me? Yi Qingshuang immediately waved her hand. Not interested. I have no money. She had wagered all her funds on Ling Yi to place in the top three. Mu laughed heartily at this remark. As they conversed, the two combatants on the stage had already begun their duel, with frost and flames enveloping the entire arena. In earlier matches, perhaps due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels or the intent to conserve strength, the battles had lacked excitement, but the sixth match was different. The moment Lai Jiao entered, he ignited the entire stage. Bai Jiao found it necessary to extinguish the flames with icy water in order to gain a foothold. The intertwining cold and heat created a stunning visual spectacle. While those of higher cultivation might remain unfazed, the lower-tier audience erupted with enthusiasm, cheering for both contenders. In the Xian Empire's section, Yin Wuxin watched as Lai Jiao employed his fiery techniques, suddenly rising from his seat. His companion, Yin Wulo, urged him to sit down. Wuxin, take your seat, he said. Yin Wuxin, astonished, turned to Yin Wulo, third brother, do you know? The explosive fire technique can temporarily elevate one's cultivation but inflicts severe harm on the body. It is a forbidden technique that our teacher never permits us to practice, yet Lai Jiao has used it. During their training together, Liju had previously refused on the grounds of body refinement. The teacher had initially disagreed, but it was your intervention that swayed him to consent. Did he learn the explosive fire technique during that time? Yin Wuxin looked at Yin Wulo. Third brother, you are well aware of the damage the explosive fire technique inflicts on the body. Why did you agree? This was requested by Lai Jiao, Yin Wulo replied. He asked Wuxin. Yin Wulo added, I will explain after the match concludes. Yin Wuxin suppressed her anger and resumed watching the competition. On the stage, flames engulfed the entirety of the arena, obscuring everyone's view. The audience murmured amongst themselves, is Baiju losing? That cannot be. His cultivation is higher than Lai Jiao's, however. Baiju's icy presence was nearly invisible amidst the flames. Let us wait until the teacher announces. We cannot be certain. Within the arena, Baijiu was shrouded in a layer of frost, which served to isolate him from the flames as he advanced toward Lai Jiu. Lai Jiu knelt on the ground, hands pressed against the floor, enduring immense agony. The explosive fire technique consumed spiritual energy at an alarming rate, and its excessive use left his body marred with cracks, flames licking through the fissures. Once the flames subsided, horrific scars would remain. Baijiu crouched down, extending a hand to gently cover the cracks with a refreshing yet not piercing chill, extinguishing the flames within. Lai Jiu was taken aback by Baijiu's assistance and looked up. Why are you helping me? Baijiu's eyes were beautiful, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice the lack of focus within them. You cannot see? Lai Jiu was stunned. Practitioners are typically sensitive to such matters. Had he glanced at Baijiu before ascending the stage, he would have realized his opponent could not see at all. But at that moment, he was solely focused on defeating his adversary. Oblivious to the fact that this opponent, who was now aiding him in his suffering, had impaired vision, Baijiu smiled gently. What I perceive differs from what you see. The fiery tendrils ensnaring you appear alluring. Yet they inflict great pain. I sense immense sorrow and anger from your power. You are in great distress. Would you share with me the reason? Lai Jiu remained silent. Baijiu continued. Yin Wulo and Yin Wuxin are not the type to adopt unscrupulous means to win. With their presence in your team, you could not have learned the explosive fire technique without their approval. What happened to make you seek their consent? If you feel the need to win, I can concede. Do not resort to forbidden techniques, for they will lead to your complete physical ruin, and then you will be unable to do anything at all upon finishing. Baijiu extended his hand toward Lai Jiu. Lai Jiu gazed at the outstretched hand, feeling a pang of sorrow. Strangers from different empires were willing to extend a helping hand, yet his fourth uncle had orchestrated the deaths of his parents and brother. An elder within the clan had once claimed that his fourth uncle was more capable than his father and could lead the Lai family to greater heights, thus dismissing him while his parents and brother perished without a trace. Had it not been for his father's subordinates who fought valiantly to protect him during his escape, he might never have returned to the academy. He yearned for vengeance, yet his cultivation was insufficient. The only means to rapidly enhance his abilities was to enter the Dongyang Mirror for training, even for a mere 10 days, would be better than training outside. Thus, he had sought the third prince for the explosive fire technique. He was acutely aware of the damage inflicted by forbidden techniques, yet he felt he had no other choice. If it hurt, he might as well weep. Baijiu spoke softly. In this place, it is just you and me. No one else will know. After saying this, Baijiu waved his hand, and 4 tall ice walls sprang up around the arena. With the emergence of the ice walls, the flames gradually extinguished, yet the match continued. Shrouded from public view, the ice walls blocked visibility, and Baijiu cast a soundproof barrier to prevent any noise from escaping. Within this isolated sanctuary created by the ice walls, Lai Jiu could no longer maintain his composure and broke down in tears. From the moment he received the news of his parents' demise, to being deceived back to the Lai family by the elders, and then being besieged by those individuals, culminating in the desperate rescue by his father's subordinates. The journey of escape was fraught with loss as one by one. His father's men fell at last. One of them confronted him outside the imperial capital, informing him that the game of cat and mouse had come to an end. He had the capability to eliminate him swiftly, but chose instead to leisurely pursue him, forcing him to witness the deaths of those protecting him. When he was left alone, the game reached its conclusion. Had it not been for the third prince's timely intervention, he would have perished at that man's hands. He felt an overwhelming hatred, yet he was merely a mouse scurrying about, lacking the ability to defend himself, let alone seek revenge. Chapter 46. A farewell embrace, Bai Jiu remained quietly by his side. After a long while, Lai Ju ceased his weeping and looked at Bai Jiu. "Why do you help me?" "Because you need the opportunity to enter the Dongyang mirror for cultivation more than I do," Bai Jiu replied softly. "However, I can assist you only to this extent. Whether you advance in the next round is beyond my power to influence. I wish to impart this. No matter the opponent you face in the next round, do not use the explosive fire technique. If your body deteriorates, you will be rendered incapable of anything." Lai Jiu was taken aback by the thoughtfulness of this person before him and frowned. "If you concede, won't the Baiming Empire hold you accountable?" "Not at all," Bai Jiu reassured him. "They are all kind-hearted. It is just that they do not possess my ability to sense emotions. If they could, they would wish for your victory, for you need it more than we do." After speaking, Bai Jiu extended his hand once more. "It is time to conclude." Lai Jiu stared at the hand before him, and after a moment of silence, he placed his own hand atop it. Bai Jiu helped him to his feet and retrieved a handkerchief, offering it to Lai Jiu. "Wipe your face." Lai Jiu accepted the handkerchief but hesitated to use it, instead placing it close to his person and wiping his face with his palm. Once Bai Jiu estimated that Lai Jiu had composed himself, he raised his hand to dismantle the ice walls and announced, "I concede." The ice walls had obscured all sight, leaving the audience unaware of the events within. Bai Jiu's concession meant the outcome of the sixth match was sealed, with Lai Jiu of the Xi'an Empire emerging victorious. Bai Jiu descended from the stage and returned to his teammates. Before he could speak, Bai Qianning inquired, "For you to concede, something must have happened to him, hasn't he?" "He did not disclose the details," Bai Jiu replied. "But I sensed his immense suffering, Qianning. I apologize. My concession means we lose a spot." Bai Qianning regarded him. "You relinquished your own spot. For the rewards provided by the Dongyang Empire. Baiming lacks for nothing. There is no need for your apology." "Indeed, Jiu, Bai Qingqing added, offering comfort. "Had Bai Han not recklessly pursued beasts in the snowy plains and gotten injured, you wouldn't have been roped in to fill the numbers. You were told beforehand that you were here to enjoy yourself, and however you choose to partake is fine. No need to apologize." Bai Jiu pressed his lips together, smiling faintly, revealing two charming dimples. Unable to resist, Bai Qingqing reached out to poke him, and even Bai Qianning, upon witnessing Bai Jiu's smile, allowed a hint of warmth to grace his otherwise stoic expression. A cherished member of the group, Yi Qing gazed enviously at the interactions occurring in the Baiming region. Tears of longing welling in her eyes, Ling Yi merely cast a glance before returning her focus to the competition. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th rounds concluded swiftly, primarily due to the matchups being between the Empire and smaller nations. Moreover, when it was Ling Yi's turn, her opponent was also a student from the Empire. In the third round's 11th match, Dongyang Empire's Dongfang Yi faced off against Ling Yi from Lingyang Nation. Dongfang Yi was assessed to be a 2nd-level spirit general, while Ling Yi was determined to be a 7th-level spirit master. Once their abilities were measured, the match commenced in earnest. Dongfang Yi regarded Ling Yi and remarked, "It is rare for Lingyang Nation to produce a student of high cultivation. I do not wish to harm you. It would be best for you to concede." Previously, Ling Yi had participated in 2 matches, one against a student from a smaller nation and another against her compatriot Yi Qingxuang, who had conceded without contest. As a result, no one had witnessed Ling Yi's true prowess, leading them to doubt her ability to contend with the spirit general. Ling Yi met Dongfang Yi's gaze resolutely and replied, "I will not concede. There is no need for further words. Let us simply fight. Since you refuse my goodwill, I shall not hold back with that." Dongfang Yi lunged towards Ling Yi with his sword. As he advanced, Ling Yi swiftly maneuvered behind him. Startled, Dongfang Yi pivoted and thrust his sword at her. However, Ling Yi effortlessly evaded the attack and countered with a palm strike aimed at him. Dongfang Yi attempted to dodge, but the proximity between them rendered it impossible. Ling Yi's palm connected with Dongfang Yi, sending him hurtling away like a kite with its strings severed, as he was propelled through the air. Dongfang Yi managed to twist his body to avoid crashing to the ground, but upon landing, he coughed up a significant amount of blood. Staring at the crimson liquid, disbelief filled his eyes. How could this be? He had been injured by a mere 7th-level spirit master. Just as Dongfang Yi grappled with this shocking reality, a fiery whip lashed out towards him. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and immediately leaped back, seeking to evade the approaching whip. Yet, as he retreated, Ling Yi closed in once more. appearing behind him as before. The whip's tip hovered in front of him, and the wielder had already positioned themselves behind him. In the next moment, the whips from both ends ensnared Dongfang Yi tightly. Struggling with his spiritual energy, he attempted to break free from the fiery restraints, but found them inescapable. Ling Yi approached him and demanded, "Concede." Dongfang Yi glared at her. "You are using trickery." With an icy demeanor, Ling Yi regarded him silently. Dongfang Yi continued, "You are merely a 7th-level spirit master, your cultivation far inferior to mine. How could you bind me? You must be concealing your true rank." The other participating students, teachers, and spectators exchanged glances of incredulity upon hearing his claims. What is the purpose of the spirit testing stone? It is designed to detect concealed cultivation levels. The Empire's testing stone can measure from 1st-level spirit masters to 10th-level spirit sovereigns. For Ling Yi to hide her true abilities before the testing stone would require her to be at the level of a spirit saint. Otherwise, it would be entirely impossible. Who among those with spirit saint level would be bored enough to represent a smaller nation in an imperial competition? If her cultivation were revealed, not just one empire, but 4 would vie for her resources. In the face of Dongfang Yi's accusations, Ling Yi remained silent, her expression unyielding. Dongfang Yi, realizing he had misspoken, could not fathom why he had lost to a 7th-level spirit master. Save for the possibility of her concealing her true abilities, Ling Yi reiterated, "Will you concede?" Though reluctant to admit defeat to a 7th-level spirit master, Dongfang Yi remained silent. Recognizing his hesitation, Ling Yi chose not to press further. With a swift kick, she sent him tumbling off the competition stage. The 11th match came to a close. The instructor began announcing the names of those advancing. In the previous 2 rounds, Dongyang Empire had the highest number of qualifiers, with 5 advancing. However, in this round, due to internal matchups and eliminations by both Xi'an Empire and Ling Yi, they lost 3 participants, leaving only Dongfang Jibai and the victor from the smaller nation. Nanyuan Empire retained 3 participants after the first 2 rounds and lost 1 to Baiming Empire in this round, leaving 2. Xi'an Empire began with 4, and excluding the Bai card holder, Yinwalua. All 3 of their participants in this round advanced, maintaining a total of 4, the highest among the empires. Baiming Empire began with 4 but lost 1 to Bai Jia's concession and another to Mu Xingyuan's victory, leaving them with 2. As for the students from smaller nations, only Ling Yi and Lin Xingtian remained in the 3rd round. The 12 remaining students from the 4 great empires, along with Lin Xingtian and Ling Yi, would face off in the final round in 3 days. After the teacher concluded the announcements, everyone began to disperse. On the way back to the dormitory from the Imperial Academy, Ling Yi felt a surge of energy within her. Upon returning to the academy, she headed straight to her room to commence her ascension. Meanwhile, the others stood outside her room, sensing the potent spiritual energy emanating from within. Wei Qingshuang exclaimed in astonishment. "Wait, has she really advanced already? What on earth has Ling Yi been doing? She has spent all her time in her room after each match. Has she truly been cultivating? Goodness. While Ling Yi has been honing her skills, I've been flitting about in the gambling house. I may have gained some wealth, but the gap in our cultivation is only widening." Wei Qingshuang felt a pang of despair. Although the others were equally astonished by Ling Yi's rapid advancement, their surprise soon turned to joy. This breakthrough meant that Ling Yi had become an 8th-level spirit master, at the age of 16. While this may not be particularly remarkable in the empire, it marked her as a genius in Lingyang Nation. After the excitement, Teacher Mu felt a tinge of sadness. In Lingyang Nation, an 8th-level master could already become a teacher. If Ling Yi were to remain here, we would have little to teach her. This remark. Yi Qingshuang and Lin Xingtian exchanged glances. "Are we not returning to Lingyang Nation? Are we to let Ling Yi stay?" Lin Xingtian asked tremulously. Remaining in Dongyang Empire would afford Ling Yi greater resources, and as her elder brother, he felt happy for her, yet he was concerned about his own insufficient cultivation. If Ling Yi were to stay at Dongyang Academy, he would be unable to accompany her. He was uneasy, but if Ling Yi wished to stay, he would not oppose her decision. Wei Qingshuang suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Oh heavens, what are we to do?" Teacher Mu regarded her with a quizzical expression, his lips twitching in response. What sort of drama was this? Inside the room, Ling Yi meticulously refined her spiritual energy, channeling it until she successfully advanced. Once she completed her breakthrough, she rose and exited the room. Outside, aside from Yi Qingshuang and Lin Xingtian, the others had dispersed to attend to their own matters. Upon seeing Ling Yi emerge, Yi Qingxuang opened her arms and declared, "Let us share a farewell embrace." Ling Yi's eyelids twitched as she glanced at Lin Shengtian. What is she up to now? In a rare moment of agreement, Lin Shengtian replied, "It is not insanity." Ling Yi inquired, "What do you mean?" Yi Qingxuang lowered her arms, sighing with concern. "You are now an 8th-level spirit master. Teacher Mu mentioned that you could become a teacher at the capital's academy. They would have little to teach you. They are considering allowing you to remain in Dongyang Empire for your studies. Is that so?" Ling Yi regarded them both. "The teacher's perspective is quite reasonable. Not only for me, but you too cannot remain in Lingyang indefinitely. Have you not considered leaving?" Yi Qingxuang replied, "It is impossible to stay in Lingyang forever, but not at this moment. We need time for you to reach your current level of cultivation. It will take a while. Then let us cultivate and refrain from wandering around the gambling house," Ling Yi urged, making her way towards the kitchen. "No, do not go." Yi Qingxuang grasped Ling Yi's arm, her expression pleading, "Yo, not leave me alone." Ling Yi responded with exasperation, "Act normally." Why? Yi Qingxuang insisted. "Unless you promise me that after you leave, no one else will be by your side." Ling Yi, Lin Shengtian. Chapter 47. "I do not wish to harm you." Ling Yi coldly removed Yi Qingxuang's hand, stating, "After I leave, there will be many others by my side." With that, she turned and departed, showing no sign of reluctance. Yi Qingxuang reached out, attempting to retain her, but could only watch as Ling Yi's sleeve slipped through her fingers, her face darkening with sorrow. "You heartless woman! I shall never forgive you." Ling Yi had initially been walking but, upon hearing those words, activated her teleportation. Lin Shengtian observed Yi Qingxuang's dramatic display and quietly turned to leave, cautious not to linger lest he be ensnared. Once the courtyard was devoid of others, Yi Qingxuang returned to her usual demeanor, murmuring to herself, "They are all leaving. Perhaps I should find a reason to depart as well?" 3 days swiftly passed, and the Grand Imperial competition reached its 4th round. Today, there were 2 matches. The first round would determine opponents through a draw of wooden tokens, with 12 participants whittled down to 6, who would then compete for the top 3 positions in pursuit of the Spirit Ball. The second round would see the 6 eliminated from the first round vying for 4 spots in the top 10, granting them access to cultivate in the Dongyang Mirror this year. After the teacher announced the rules, everyone took turns drawing their tokens. Lin Shengtian returned with a token displaying the number 2. When it was Ling Yi's turn, the members of Lingyang Nation silently prayed that it would not be 2. If it were, it would result in a match against one of their own. Soon, Ling Yi returned. Yi Qingxuang eagerly inquired, "Ling Yi, what number did you draw?" Ling Yi revealed her token. "Well," the members of Lingyang Nation collectively sighed in relief. Yin Wuluo finished drawing and the token selection concluded. The teacher began announcing names. In the first match of the 4th round of the Imperial competition, Beiming Empire's Bei Qianning will face Lingyang Nation's Ling Yi.as. The teacher's voice echoed. The audience erupted in excitement. Bei Qianning is sure to win. Not necessarily. That student from Lingyang Nation defeated Dongfang Yi yesterday. But Bei Qianning is far stronger than Dongfang Yi. Yet that Lingyang student has not revealed her full strength. She may not lose, we shall see. Bei Qianning is bound to win. Amidst the discussions, the 2 competitors took to the stage. Bei Qianning tested her cultivation, and when the measuring spirit stone stopped, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Level 4, Bei Qianning is a level 4 spirit general. Wasn't she level 3 just 3 days ago? Someone exclaimed, astonished. In just 3 days, she's advanced? Teacher Tianli frowned. Bei Qianning was already formidable. Now her cultivation has ascended. Just do your best, Teacher Mu advised. Even if Ling Yi is eliminated this round, she still has another chance to enter the top 10. Yi Qingxuang gazed at the competition stage, feeling both amused and helpless. Teacher Mu was correct. Even if Ling Yi were to be eliminated, there remained a chance for her to enter the top 10. But that would result in her financial ruin, considering she had wagered on Ling Yi finishing in the top 3. Yet, despite the prospect of losing everything, her paramount wish was for Ling Yi's safety. If I must lose everything, so be it. On the competition stage, after Bei Qianning's test, it was Ling Yi's turn to step forward, level 8 Spirit Master. When the teacher announced Ling Yi's cultivation, the audience, though not as fervent as when Bei Qianning had advanced, was abuzz with conversation. Ling Yi has also advanced. How old is she? 16. A student from a small nation, achieving level 8 at 16, quite a remarkable talent. If she were a student from Dongyang Empire with such talent, her cultivation would surely be much higher. It is no small feat for a small nation to produce such a student. They must have allocated significant resources. Yet no amount of resources can rival those of the Empire. Teacher Mu and Teacher Li felt a twinge of shame upon hearing the discussions. They had not afforded Ling Yi any preferential treatment. On the competition stage, Bei Qianning regarded Ling Yi. Given your age and origin, achieving such cultivation is commendable. Thank you for the compliment, Ling Yi replied. Ling Yi, you should concede, Bei Qianning stated. Concern evident in her eyes. She did not wish to harm Ling Yi. Her strength was formidable, and injuring Ling Yi's spiritual root would hinder her future cultivation. Bei Qianning genuinely cared for Ling Yi, which Ling Yi could sense. However, Ling Yi glanced at the audience. If I concede, someone will surely weep. Bei Qianning furrowed her brow. On the competition stage, you should be more concerned for your own safety. Ling Yi met Bei Qianning's gaze. This is my first time participating in the imperial competition. They say your ice water is unique. I wish to witness it firsthand. Realizing Ling Yi was unwilling to concede, Bei Qianning ceased her persuasion. If you wish to see, then you must see if you can compel me to use it. With that, Bei Qianning launched an attack towards Ling Yi. Not wanting to injure such a promising talent, Bei Qianning opted for close combat, aiming to force Ling Yi off the stage without causing serious harm. While Bei Qianning's intentions were noble, the reality of their confrontation stunned her. Ling Yi's prowess in close combat was astonishing. Hailing from Baiming, a region perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, Bei Qianning had often heard that those from Baiming possessed exceptional physical strength. She had never disputed this. Their training took place amidst harsh conditions, making it imperative to cultivate a robust physique. However, the moment she engaged with Ling Yi, Bei Qianning felt an overwhelming pressure, as if she were battling a ferocious beast of the snowy plains rather than a fellow competitor. Yet, even beasts have weaknesses. Some are swift but weak, while others possess immense strength but are slow, allowing for strategies to counter them. Ling Yi, however, lacked such weaknesses. She exhibited terrifying strength, agility, and speed, slipping away like an eel when grasped. Yet when least expected, she would deliver a devastating blow, capable of shattering bones with a mere lapse in attention. Bang! The two fists collided, each retreating a few steps to regain their footing. As Ling Yi glanced at Bei Qianning, she slightly moved her hand from their earlier clash, feeling a twinge of pain. Bei Qianning lowered her gaze to her own hand, wincing from the ache. They both looked at each other. Bei Qianning said, I intended to force you off the stage through close combat, but it seems that is no longer feasible. Then let us change our approach, Ling Yi replied. Bei Qianning raised her hand to form seals, summoning numerous sharp ice spikes that shimmered with a frosty luminescence. Aimed directly at Ling Yi, with a clap of her hands, the ice spikes hurtled towards her. They were densely packed, covering every area except behind Bei Qianning, leaving little room for evasion. However, at the instant the ice spikes were launched, Ling Yi vanished from her position, and simultaneously, for ice walls erupted behind Bei Qianning. As the walls rose, Ling Yi reappeared. In the next moment, Bei Qianning leaped into the air. Beneath her hands a massive block of ice formed, which she then pressed down upon the 4 ice walls, sealing them off. Chapter 48. The source of extraordinary ice frost. As Bei Qianning landed atop the ice, she addressed Ling Yi within. If you concede, I will release you. The sound of Ling Yi's voice resonated from within the walls. I will not concede. Bei Qianning frowned. Ling Yi, do not be stubborn. Remaining inside for too long will harm your body. This level of cold will not hurt me. Ling Yi placed her hand against the ice wall, and immediately the chilling energy began to coil around her, attempting to freeze her. Yet in the next moment, flames erupted from Ling Yi's hand, dispelling the icy grip. Without allowing more cold to ensnare her, the flames intensified in hue. Ling Yi clenched her fist, channeling her power into it, and struck down fiercely. With a resounding crash, a hole appeared in the ice wall. Bei Qianning was startled, leaping down to inspect the hole, raising her hand to seal it, but before she could complete her task, the ice wall above her crumbled, and Ling Yi burst forth, looking down upon her. Bei Qianning, is this enough for you to utilize your special ice water now? Bei Qianning gazed up at Ling Yi, whose brows were like a painting, her bright black eyes gleaming like exquisite pearls. As she spoke, her lovely lips curled into a slight smile, not overly radiant, yet utterly captivating. That smile had a hint of mischief. Bei Qianning thought of the snow fox she had once chased across the snowy plains. The snow fox, Small and not particularly powerful, was incredibly swift and astute, adept at evading capture. If one could not keep pace, it would pause and fix its gaze upon the pursuer, its fox-like face often appearing to smile, leading those who were outmatched to feel as though the fox were mocking them with a sly grin. Just like Ling Yi now, a breeze swept across the competition stage, tousling Bai Qianning's hair. Threads of chilling energy emanated from her body, intertwining with her white locks, causing onlookers to overlook it instinctively. Yet Ling Yi perceived it clearly. In the next moment, Bai Qianning stood before Ling Yi, an icy chill enveloping the air. Ling Yi swiftly retreated, her eyes revealing a glimmer of excitement. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Ling Yi's mind. Extraordinary Ice Frost Source. Level 2. I have yet to witness extraordinary fire, but I am now encountering extraordinary ice. Ling Yi observed Bai Qianning and communicated with Tianyin. The ice attribute is unsealed. After reaching level 10, it will undergo a transformation. To become extraordinary ice, one requires the extraordinary ice seed. If I were to seize her spiritual root, would that count as an extraordinary ice seed? Tianyin replied. You wish to seize her spiritual root? Ling Yi, while evading Bai Qianning's attacks, responded, Does it count? Tianyin confirmed, It does. But that is sufficient. Ling Yi declared, no longer evading, but confronting Bai Qianning head-on. With her fire attribute having advanced to level 10, it was now an extraordinary flame, lacking an extraordinary fire seed. It could not be considered extraordinary fire. Normally, it would be ineffective against extraordinary ice. Yet Ling Yi's body had unsealed to a degree of 0.5. The combination of extraordinary flame and her enhanced physique was sufficient to withstand Bai Qianning's extraordinary ice. Bai Qianning had not anticipated that the Ling Yi who had previously been dodging would, upon facing her directly, exhibit such ferocity, with both speed and strength amplified several-fold. Had it not been for the extraordinary ice shield, Bai Qianning believed she would have surely been thrown off the stage. This was utterly bizarre. Such power was not typical of a level 8 spirit master. The measuring spirit stone could not be mistaken. If it was accurate, could it be that Ling Yi was indeed a spirit saint? No, if she were truly a spirit saint, what did it matter if Bai Qianning possessed extraordinary ice? One strike would suffice to overwhelm her. Ling Yi did not possess such strength, leaving Bai Qianning perplexed regarding Ling Yi's true capabilities. Under the relentless close-range assaults from Ling Yi, compounded by her continual use of the otherworldly ice, Bai Qianning felt her internal spirit energy beginning to dwindle. Once again, she thwarted Ling Yi's attack, her gaze fixating on Ling Yi's hands, where her nails had sharpened ominously and taken on an inexplicable black hue, exuding an aura of extreme danger. With a disapproving glance, Bai Qianning questioned Ling Yi. Are you using poison? Ling Yi smiled and replied, It's merely a part of my body. As her words fell, Ling Yi launched another assault, forcing Bai Qianning to retreat once more. Meanwhile, Tianyin communicated with Ling Yi. 01. Under these circumstances, extracting her spirit root would be detrimental to you. I do not wish for you to come to harm. The act of spirit root extraction is an exceedingly brutal method. Should Ling Yi truly extract Bai Qianning's spirit root on the competition stage, she would undoubtedly incur the wrath of all present. Ling Yi remained silent, advancing steadily towards Bai Qianning. Tianyin called out softly, Frost Source ISNT, the finest ice type. We will have better ones in the future, so do not concern yourself with her ice type. Yet Ling Yi continued to say nothing as she pressed on towards Bai Qianning, who, nearly exhausted of energy, found herself unable to conjure any more otherworldly ice to impede Ling Yi's approach. She could only watch helplessly as Ling Yi's poisonous hand lunged towards her. Just as Bai Qianning braced herself for a potentially lethal blow, Ling Yi's hand halted mere inches from her face. Simultaneously, Bai Qianning heard Ling Yi's voice. Are you at ease now? Bai Qianning, perplexed, responded, At ease about what? Ling Yi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Qianning before returning her focus to Tianyin, saying, I mentioned that I would consider it done. I never stated I would extract it. You disrupted me during the fight. What if I were injured because of it? Tianyin replied, I am sorry. Ling Yi retorted, Is sorry enough? Tianyin, understanding the gravity of the situation, offered, I am willing to compensate with 10 top-tier fire spirit stones and 10 top-tier water spirit stones. Forgiven, Ling Yi declared, concluding her exchange with Tianyin. She turned her attention back to Bai Qianning. Can we continue fighting? If not, you should concede. Bei Qianning looked at Ling Ai. Your strength is not that of an 8th level spirit master. The spirit testing stone has confirmed this. Ling Yi responded, instead of exhausting your thoughts on such matters, it would be wiser to conserve your energy for the elimination rounds. Nodding slightly, Bei Qianning conceded. I admit defeat. Although the audience supporting Bei Qianning felt a twinge of regret, they had witnessed the entirety of the match and recognized she had exerted every effort. Ling Yi's prowess in close quarters was indeed formidable. How could someone possess such physical strength, impervious to otherworldly ice? Her flames were equally peculiar, not quite resembling otherworldly fire yet not ordinary flames either. What was the story behind this student from Lingyang Nation? Where had they unearthed such an extraordinary talent? As the audience buzzed with speculation, the teacher announced the results. In the first match, Ling Yi of Lingyang Nation emerges victorious. Cheers erupted, and Yi Qingshuang, in her excitement, embraced Lin Qingtian, causing him to stiffen, unable to utter a word before she turned to hug Teacher Li, who shared her enthusiasm. Having won against Bei Qianning, Ling Yi's name would be etched in history. It was the first time Lingyang Nation had entered the top 10 after numerous attempts. How could they not rejoice? How could they not be exhilarated? Upon returning from the competition stage, Ling Yi was immediately enveloped in Yi Qingshuang's embrace. Had she not dodged quickly, she would have received an affectionate peck on the cheek. Chapter 49. Do you disdain me? Seeing Ling Yi evade her kiss, Yi Qingshuang accused, You disdain me. Ling Yi replied, That is not the case. With that, she turned her gaze towards Lin Qingtian. It's your turn, as the matter turned serious. Yi Qingshuang regained her composure, encouraging Lin Qingtian. Go ahead and give it your all. Teacher Mu and Teacher Li also cheered him on, advising him to maintain a calm mindset and not to be anxious. Lin Qingtian nodded and proceeded towards the competition stage. But after taking a few steps, he paused and looked back at Ling Yi. Ling Yi had settled into her seat. Noticing Lin Qingtian's glance, she raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? Lin Qingtian replied. If something occurs like last time, awaken me. Ling Yi did not respond verbally, merely gesturing dismissively. Lin Qingtian chose not to elaborate further and continued towards the competition stage. His opponent was Li Yulin from the Dongyang Empire. Upon reaching the stage, they commenced testing their cultivation levels. Li Yulin was a 2nd-level spirit general, while Lin Qingtian was a 6th-level spirit master. Following the cultivation assessment, the match officially began. Though Lin Qingtian's cultivation level was significantly lower, Li Yulin dared not let down his guard against him, for he could easily become the 2nd Yin Wuxin. Both were fire attribute spirit roots, and as they engaged, the competition stage was soon engulfed in flames. Ling Yi squinted slightly, observing Lin Qingtian on the stage. His speed and strength far exceeded what one might expect given his cultivation level, a result of the presence within him. Yet it was still insufficient. The disparity in cultivation levels between him and Li Yulin was too great, and to secure victory under such circumstances, the presence within him would inevitably reveal itself. Indeed, just as Ling Yi pondered this, a black mist began to emanate from Lin Qingtian's body, but this time, his opponent could not perceive it as Yin Wuxin had. As Li Yulin directed his flames towards Lin Qingtian, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, pinning him to the ground, shrouding him in a sense of imminent death. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he instinctively shouted, I concede. In an instant, the fear of death receded like a tide. Realizing the oppressive force had dissipated, Li Yulin exhaled in relief. Although he desired victory, he was not willing to gamble with his life. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely felt he was at death's door. With the pressure lifted, Li Yulin rose to his feet, casting a deep glance at Lin Qingtian before turning away without uttering a word and walking off the competition stage. Was that it? What had just transpired? Wasn't Li Yulin using fire techniques to attack Lin Qingtian? How had he ended up on the ground? He had conceded immediately after falling. It was no surprise that Li Yulin, who had previously triumphed over Yin Wuxin, lost. Yet, how he lost remained a mystery. This year's contestants from Lingyang Nation were rather enigmatic. But what of it? Winning was what truly mattered. The discussions among the crowd did not impede the next match. After Lin Qingtian and Li Yulin exited the stage, the teacher announced the next competitors. Dongyang Empire's Dongfang Jibai versus Xi'an Empire's Wenguqi.as. They ascended the stage to test their cultivation levels. Dongfang Jibai was a 3rd-level spirit general, while Wenguqi was a 2nd-level spirit general. From the beginning rounds of the grand competition to this point, Only Dongfang Jibai remained from the Dongyang Empire. Should he lose, although there would be another chance to enter the top 10, it would be somewhat disgraceful for the host nation to rely on such a method to secure a place in the top 10. Therefore, prior to taking the stage, Dongfang Jibai received strict instructions from the teachers to secure a victory at all costs. Once he had done so, he need not participate in further contests for the top 3. Second Prince, victory is assured. Second Prince, victory is assured. In the host's arena, Dongfang Jibai, being a prince, was met with an overwhelming chorus of support as he took the stage. In contrast, the supporters of Wenguchi, though fewer in number, rose to cheer for him, unwilling to be outdone by the Dongyang Empire's exuberance. Yet the disparity in numbers rendered their voices nearly inaudible. Wenguchi chuckled lightly, turning to Dongfang Jibai. "Brother Dongfang, do feel free to completely suppress me." Dongfang Jibai, with his handsome visage and warm smile, seemed to radiate light, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the spectators of the Dongyang Empire. "Brother One, you jest?" he replied. Dongfang Jibai reached for a long sword from the weapon rack, and in the next moment, he pointed it at Wenguchi. "Brother One, let us commence." Wenguchi, no longer indulging in pleasantries, also drew a long sword. And the two engaged in combat. In their initial exchanges, they tested each other's skills with swordplay, refraining from utilizing any spells. Dongfang Jibai's strikes were swift and angles cunning, rendering defense nearly impossible. Wenguchi quickly found himself unable to withstand the onslaught and resorted to using spells. Flames enveloped his long sword. With each swing, fire surged forth, yet it was cleaved apart by a sharp sword light. Dongfang Jibai stood firm, an aura of cold gradually enveloping his sword. After severing Wenguchi's attack, he swung his sword again, releasing a chilling sword light. As the sword light approached, Wenguchi raised his sword in defense, feeling a numbing shock upon impact. With a resounding clash, 2 more sword lights surged forth, joining the previous ones as they struck Wenguchi, sending him crashing against the barrier before he fell to the ground. Yet barely hitting the ground, Wenguchi sprang back up to evade. As the sword lights struck where he had just been, Wenguchi displayed signs of faltering. The sword lights continued to manifest. At this juncture, he found merely avoiding the sword lights to be an arduous task, rendering him incapable of countering Dongfang Jibai. The outcome was all but determined. Wenguchi recognized he would lose, however, rather than conceding before exhausting his energy and spirit, he chose to utilize Dongfang Jibai's attacks as a means to hone his speed. Someday, he would surely bring Dongfang Jibai down. It was only when he was utterly fatigued that Wenguchi finally conceded. The two exited the stage. The teacher announced the 4th match. The Northern Underworld Empire's GMOya will face off against the Xiyan Empire's Yanwulo. Oh, what a spectacle! The snow from the extreme north pitted against the fiercest flames of the west. Yi Qingshuang remarked, observing the two competitors on the stage. What a pity it isn't Bei Qianning. If it were her against Yanwulo, the clash of otherworldly ice and fire would surely be far more riveting. Ling Yi remained silent, merely observing quietly. The two contestants entered the arena to test their abilities. GMOya, a level 2 Spirit General, and Yanwu Luo, a level 3 Spirit General. As they took their positions, GMOya immediately unleashed his spells. Given Yanwu Luo's stature and physique, it would be insane for him to engage in close combat without first enhancing his body with exotic fire. As the icy chill emerged, Yanwu Luo refrained from forcing a close-quarters confrontation and opted to summon his instead. The collision of ice and fire ignited the competition platform, and for a moment, the audience was engulfed in a spectacle of frost and flames. This match was indeed a visual feast. After several exchanges, GMOya was overwhelmed by the approaching and sent tumbling off the competition platform. As soon as he hit the ground, the enveloping him dissipated, showcasing Yanwu Luo's remarkable control over it. However, having been burned by the GMOya winced as he gingerly touched the injured areas, gritting his teeth in pain. With the conclusion of the 4th match, the instructor announced the contestants for the 5th round. Zhou Rou ran from the Southern Yuan Empire versus Lai Jiao from the Western Flame Empire. Upon hearing the names, Bai Jiu's expression softened slightly. Bai Qingqing teased, "Jujiao, are you feeling relieved now?" Indeed, Bai Jiu nodded. Given Lai Jia's strength, he can contend with Zhou Rou Ran, but against Mu Shangyuan, he stands no chance. I say, Bai Jujiao, while you're busy worrying about others, why not spare a thought for me? GMOya interjected from his seat, allowing the pharmacist to apply medicine to his wounds. What's this about fretting over someone else? Just as Bai Qing was about to respond, Gmoya let out a pained yelp, springing up and glaring at the pharmacist. Teacher, are you trying to kill me with pain? The pharmacist, in charge of the treatment, pressed him back down. If you can't even endure a little pain, what sort of man are you? Gmoya retorted. It's easy for you to say. This is the result of injuries. I see you are biased towards Bai Jujio, adding more pressure when I mention him. Bai Qing chuckled. You brought this upon yourself. Gmoya opened his mouth to retort further. But the match began, and the previously silent Bai Qianning spoke up. Silence, let us watch the match. At her command. Everyone else fell silent. Zhou Ran, a level 1 spirit general, faced off against Li Jiao. A level 2. During their skirmish, Zhou Ran narrowly avoided being scorched by flames several times, ultimately conceding when she could no longer withstand the heat. As they departed from the arena, the instructor announced the 6th match, Mu Shengyuan from the Southern Yuan Empire against Yang Mu Zhou from the Western Flame Empire. Upon entering the arena, they tested their abilities. Mu Shengyuan was a level 4 spirit general, while Yang Mu Zhou was a level 2. After the test concluded, the match commenced. Yang Mu Zhou looked at Mu Shengyuan with a smirk. You won't send me flying with just one move, will you? Mu Shengyuan tilted his head slightly and smiled. What do you think? Just as Yang Mu Zhou was about to respond, a vine as thick as his arm suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring him tightly and rendering him powerless. In the next moment, the vine hurled Yang Mu Zhou off the platform. Mu Shengyuan approached the edge of the arena, looking down at Yang Mu Zhou from above. That was indeed one move, he declared. Yang Mu Zhou forced a bitter smile. I underestimated you. Mu Shengyuan maintained his smile and then turned his gaze towards the Eastern Sun Empire section. His eyes landing on Ling Yi. Ling Yi did not shy away. Their gazes locked, revealing the hidden danger nestled within her dark green eyes. Mu Shengyuan was undeniably adorable, yet also undeniably treacherous. Yi Qing remarked, she is a white-skinned, black-hearted Tangyuan. Ling Yi remained silent, prompting Yi Qing to continue. She is a fierce competitor for the top 3. Ling Yi replied nonchalantly, you are vying for the top 3. Not the top spot. I have no intention of competing with her. Yi Qing pondered for a moment and agreed. 2nd or 3rd place would suffice. If Mu Shengyuan desired first, let her have it. As they conversed, the instructor announced the results of the 4th round. Ling Yi, Lin Chengtian, Dongfang Jibai, Yanwu Luo, Li Jiao, and Mu Shengyuan advanced to the top 6, qualifying to contend for the top 3. Bai Qianning, Li Yulin, Wengue Qi, Gmoya, Zhou Ran, and Yang Mu Zhou were eliminated in this round and would compete in the consolation match for a chance at the top 4. Aiming to break into the top 10. Now, the final match of the Imperial competition had commenced, with the battle for the top 3 officially beginning. After the instructor's declaration, a spirit orb soared onto the competition platform. Hovering above it, the instructor glanced at the orb and continued, Now, I invite the top 6 to the stage to vie for the 1st place. As the instructor's words fell, all 6 contestants ascended the platform. The instructor regarded them seriously. Whoever seizes this spirit orb shall claim the title of this competition's champion. Let the match begin. With the instructor's command, he exited the arena. The audience watched with bated breath, eager to see who would make the first move and who would secure the title of champion. Silence enveloped the arena. After the instructor departed, none of the 6 made a move. With Mu Shengyuan in play, the others seemed disinclined to contend. It would suffice for Mu Shengyuan to seize the spirit orb. Yet, oddly, Mu Shengyuan remained motionless. Yanwu Luo, unwilling to wait any longer, leaped towards the spirit orb. Big guy! Upon noticing Yanwu Luo's action, Mu Shengyuan swiftly positioned herself in front of him, raising her hands as 2 vines surged towards him. Not a chance. Yanwu Luo waved his hand, entangling the vines with, but in the next instant, the vines sprouted massive green leaves, extinguishing the. Yanwu Luo tugged on the vines, propelling Mu Shengyuan towards him, but as he neared, she kicked out, revealing sharp wooden spikes on her feet, glistening with a dark sheen that hinted at poison. An barrier rose, blocking Mu Shengyuan's attack, and Yanwu Luo retaliated with a punch, causing the vines to wrap around Mu Shengyuan's body, swiftly pulling her out of his attack range. Standing atop the vines, Mu Shengyuan gazed at Yanwu Luo. Why don't you show a little mercy? Sister Xian is far kinder than you. Yanwu Luo offered no reply and continued his assault. Li Jiao, no longer observing, directed his attention towards the spirit orb. A cold glint flickered in Mu Shengyuan's dark green eyes as a vine shot forth, suddenly targeting Li Jiao. Li Jiao, unwilling to confront Mu Shengyuan's vines head-on, retreated to Yin Wu Luo's side and spoke in a low voice, "Your Highness, allow me to hold her off with an explosion." Yin Wu Luo's tone grew serious. "You've already entered the top 10. There's no need for that. Otherwise, you will face Sister Xion's wrath." But there are no buts. Reluctantly, Li Jiao refrained from using his abilities. Mu Shengyuan's gaze shifted to the spectators below, landing on Dongfang Jibai Gij. "Are you just going to watch them bully me?" Dongfang Jibai smiled slightly. "What I see is you bullying them." Mu Shengyuan huffed. "If Jibai Gij won't help, I will report to Father Emperor when I return." Regardless of Mu Shengyuan's words, Dongfang Jibai remained steadfast, unmoving. In this moment, intervening would only invite attacks from either Yin Wu Luo or Mu Shengyuan. Yielding no favorable outcome, As Dongfang Jibai stood firm. Mu Shengyuan turned her attention to Ling Yi. "Could you help your sister?" Ling Yi regarded Mu Shengyuan and replied, "My cultivation is low. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to assist you. I think I shall help them instead." As her words fell, Ling Yi suddenly appeared before Mu Shengyuan, launching an attack. In that instant, countless tiny vines erupted from Mu Shengyuan, swirling towards Ling Yi. As they drew near, one could see the sharp tips of the vines. Ling Yi, observing the vines, recalled Yi Qing Shuang's assessment of Mu Shengyuan, a white-skinned, black-hearted Tangyuan, quite fitting. Ling Yi dodged the approaching vines, her nails slicing through them effortlessly. Mu Shengyuan watched in disbelief, her eyes wide as she stared at Ling Yi's hand. "Your hand can actually sever my vines." Without uttering a word, Ling Yi pressed her attack on Mu Shengyuan once more. Mu Shengyuan's focus shifted entirely from Ling Yi's face to her hands, spotting the slightly pointed tips of Ling Yi's fingers. She boldly inched closer. "Yi, what's with your hands? Could you share the secret with your sister?" Ling Yi retaliated with a swift strike, but Mu Shengyuan's agility allowed her to evade. At that moment, a force surged from behind, and after dodging, Mu Shengyuan turned to find herself face-to-face with Lin Chengtian's piercing gaze. Lin Chengtian coldly regarded Mu Shengyuan. "She is not your sister." "Refrain from addressing her as such." Mu Shengyuan raised an eyebrow. "She is younger than me. Calling her sister should be acceptable, right?" Lin Chengtian pointed his sword directly at Mu Shengyuan. "You may call others as you wish, but not her." "Why not?" "Because she is my sister." With that declaration, Lin Chengtian charged at Mu Shengyuan. Mu Shengyuan was taken aback, dodging Lin Chengtian's assault while questioning. "Your surnames aren't even the same. How could she possibly be your sister?" Without a doubt, these words struck at Lin Chengtian's heart, intensifying the ferocity of his assault. From behind Mu Shengyuan, two tendrils shot forth, one aimed at Lin Chengtian, while the other lunged toward Ling Yi. Ling Yi had initially intended to seize the spirit orb amidst their clash, but unexpectedly, the white-skinned, black-hearted Tangyuan was vigilant and noticed. The tendrils, sharp at their tips, surged through the air. In that fleeting moment, Ling Yi grasped one of the tendrils and yanked it forcefully. Mu Shengyuan, standing upon the tendril, turned to look, and in the next instant, countless fine tendrils sprouted from the one Ling Yi held. Writhing toward his arm, Ling Yi flung the tendril aside and leapt upward. The tendrils immediately pursued him. Leading the tendrils downward, he directed them towards Mu Shengyuan. Relentlessly, the tendrils followed, and just as they were about to reach Mu Shengyuan, Ling Yi vanished in a flash, the tendril striking directly at Mu Shengyuan's face. Mu Shengyuan gazed at the tendrils, her dark green eyes seemingly glimmering for an instant. The tendrils abruptly halted, then vanished without a trace. As Mu Shengyuan looked up, she saw Ling Yi making his way again towards the spirit orb, but this time, the individual obstructing him was none other than Dongfang Jibai, who had been observing from the sidelines. "I thought you would continue to watch the show," Mu Shengyuan remarked, also heading towards the spirit orb. "How could that be?" Dongfang Jibai chuckled. "Let each rely on their own abilities." As soon as these words were spoken, the competition arena descended into chaos. The stage was enveloped in tendrils, sword light, and flames, creating a dazzling scene where it was impossible to discern who was closer to the spirit orb. All that could be seen was the orb being struck away just as someone was about to touch it. The closer one was to the orb, the more they became the target of everyone's attacks, leaving the spectators holding their breath. Boom! Flames collided with flames, erupting violently. Mu Shengyuan's tendrils pierced through the flames, advancing towards the spirit orb while she swiftly approached it atop the tendrils. However, at the very moment she was about to reach the spirit orb, the wind around her suddenly slowed, and Mu Shengyuan felt her own speed diminish instantaneously. Before she could thoroughly assess the sensation, the wind howled past, and everything returned to normal, as if the previous momentary deceleration had been merely her illusion. If it were anyone else, they might have dismissed it as a trick of the mind. But Mu Shengyuan knew better. The instant normalcy resumed, she looked up to see Ling Yi grasping the spirit orb. The outcome was sealed. Yet, Mu Shengyuan did not linger on the sight. Instead, she quickly turned her attention to the few individuals below. Lin Shengtian was half kneeling on the ground, seemingly injured from the explosive shock. Yin Wulua also appeared to be in poor condition. This was the final round, and there would be no subsequent matches. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Dongfang Jibai's expression was also less than favorable. Having faced off against both Dongfang Jibai and Yin Wulua before, Mu Shengyuan did not believe that the earlier momentary slowdown was caused by them. Her gaze flickered past Lin Shengtian and returned to Ling Yi. Which one of them possessed the ability to slow everything down? Who wielded such terrifying power? Ling Yi, having secured the spirit orb, descended and walked a few steps toward Lin Shengtian, looking down at him in silence. The teacher announced, "The champion of this imperial competition is Ling Yi from Lingyang Nation." Upon the announcement, Yi Qingshuang stood up in excitement. "Ling Yi, you are the strongest." The others from Lingyang Nation also erupted with joy in stark contrast to the exuberance of the Lingyang teachers and students. The other regions fell into profound silence. No one expected that in this imperial competition, a student from a small nation would claim first place. After a brief moment of silence, the competitors from other small nations began to applaud for Ling Yi. Ling Yi had demonstrated to the four great empires that students from small nations could also be formidable. Small nations could indeed achieve first place. Amidst the fervent applause and cheers, the second spirit orb appeared on the competition stage. And the teacher declared, "The contest for second place in the imperial competition begins now." After speaking, the teacher looked at Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, you may step down first." Ling Yi grasped Lin Shengtian, who was half kneeling, and turned to the teacher. "Teacher, Lin Shengtian forfeits the contest for second and third place." Upon hearing this, the teacher directed his gaze toward Lin Shengtian. "Oh, you wish to forfeit?" If not for Ling Yi's grip, Lin Shengtian would not have been able to stand. He nodded. "I forfeit." Mu Xingwen's eyes fell upon Lin Shengtian. Could it be him? "If you forfeit, then step down," the teacher instructed. "We shall descend now," Ling Yi stated, leading Lin Shengtian off the stage. As they descended, the other four began their contest for second place. Ling Yi supported Lin Shengtian back, and teacher Mu swiftly took Lin Shengtian from her grasp. Asking with concern, "Are you injured?" The two accompanying alchemists immediately approached to examine Lin Shengtian. Yi Qingshuang exclaimed, "Ling Yi, congratulations on securing first place." The two accompanying students echoed their congratulations, smiles adorning their faces. Ling Yi observed them, burying her coldness deep within, and smiled faintly. Yi Qingshuang boldly declared, "Once the competition concludes, I shall treat everyone." With Ling Yi's victory, her fortune was made. Everyone was aware that Yi Qingshuang had wagered on Ling Yi. Thus they felt free to respond in kind, while only Ling Yi, the subject of their conversation, lowered her gaze towards Lin Shengtian. After the alchemists finished their examination of Lin Shengtian, they informed teacher Mu. "He has some external injuries and is drained of energy, but there are no other issues. Since the competition has concluded, do not administer any restorative pills." Teacher Mu advised, "Rest and recuperate slowly." The two alchemists nodded in agreement, administering a hemostatic pill to Lin Shengtian before treating his external wounds. Once the alchemists had finished and returned to their positions, Ling Yi took a seat beside Lin Shengtian. Just then, the contest for second place concluded. With Mu Shengyuan securing second place, Mu Shengyuan exited the stage. Dongfang Jibai, Yin Wulua, and Liju vied for third place. Liju held on without withdrawing, and by the third round, two from the Western Yin Empire were present. While Dongfang Jibai stood alone from the Eastern Yang Empire, the outcome was evident. As anticipated, Yin Wulua claimed third place. The top three of the imperial competition were officially determined, ranked as follows. First, Ling Yi. Second, Mu Shengyuan. Third, Yin Wulua. Fourth, Dongfang Jibai. Fifth, Liju. And sixth was Lin Shengtian, who had voluntarily forfeited. With the top three established, The next phase involved the elimination of 6 individuals to determine the first 10. Chapter 52. Does killing her count towards the numbers? The 6 eliminated contestants took the stage to contest for the first of the top 10 slots. The first slot was claimed by Bai Qianning, securing 7th place in the top 10. Following Bai Qianning was Wen Giki, who attained the second slot, ranking 8th. After Wen Giki came Yang Muzhou, who had been sent off the stage by Mu Shengyuan with minimal effort. Ranking 9th. Li Yulin, Jia Moya, and Zhou Ruren competed for the final slot. Among the 3, Zhou Ruren was the weakest and could not possibly secure the last position. Thus, she chose to assist Li Yulin in obstructing Jia Moya, ultimately allowing Li Yulin to claim the last slot, entering the top 10 at the 10th position. The top 10 of the imperial competition was confirmed, and the event officially concluded. Next, the rewards were to be distributed. The first place prize consisted of 20 medium-grade spirit stones based on individual spirit root attributes, a manual for spirit root attribute techniques, a mid-grade mundane weapon, and a single cultivation session in the Eastern Yang Mirror. Ling Yi stared at the rewards presented by the teacher, falling silent. After toiling tirelessly, 20 medium-grade spirit stones. She had received superior spirit stones for free from Tianyin. The spirit root attribute technique was not a common one. Yet it was not particularly exceptional either, and as for the mid-grade mundane weapon, the book categorized weapon grades into mundane, spiritual, and sacred, each further divided into low, medium, and high tiers. The testing spirit stone of the Eastern Yang Empire was a mid-grade mundane one. Thus this mid-grade mundane weapon was the most sincere offering, yet it was precisely what Ling Yi needed the least. After Ling Yi accepted the rewards, the teacher began distributing prizes to the subsequent competitors. Once the rewards for the top 10 were dispensed, all participants took to the stage to claim 5 medium-grade spirit stones based on their attributes, which was essentially a participation prize. Medium-grade spirit stones were common in the empire but rare in small nations. So everyone was delighted to receive 5 just for participating. Once the participation rewards were distributed, the teacher proclaimed loudly, "The imperial competition has concluded. You will be afforded 3 days for recuperation, after which the Eastern Yang Empire Academy will activate the Eastern Yang Mirror. The students who secured a place in the top 10 may enter the Eastern Yang Mirror for cultivation. Commencing at the hour of Chun, do not be late," the teacher added, followed by some encouraging words, urging those who did not qualify this year to strive for better results next time, and so forth. After concluding his remarks, the representatives from the various empires and small nations departed with their teams. Teacher Mu, initially intending to leave, was detained by representatives from the Eastern Yang Empire who wished to discuss important matters. Everyone understood the important matters at hand. The Eastern Yang Empire sought recruits. Teacher Mu had anticipated this issue and knew it would have to be addressed sooner or later. Thus he left with the Eastern Yang representatives. Before departing, he instructed Teacher Li to take everyone out for a proper celebration. After Teacher Li agreed, he led the team away from the Imperial Academy. Initially, they intended to celebrate at a tavern, but Ling Yi declined. Teacher Li looked at Ling Yi and asked, "Are you tired?" Ling Yi nodded slightly. "I want to rest for a while. Since Teacher Mu is not here, let us wait for him to return and celebrate together in the evening, while also enjoying the night view of the imperial capital." Teacher Li deemed it acceptable and consented, leading the group directly back to the residence hall. Upon their return, Teacher Li proceeded to prepare a meal, with 2 accompanying students lending a hand, while Yi Qingshuang chose not to follow them back, opting instead to visit the gambling house to collect money. The 2 alchemists retreated to their respective rooms to cultivate, leaving only Lin Chengtian and Ling Yi in the courtyard, with no outsiders present. Ling Yi's gaze towards Lin Chengtian lost its concealment, turning distinctly frigid. "Is controlling time truly effective?" she inquired. The momentary slowdown during the competition had not only been perceived by Mu Shengyuan but had also been felt by Ling Yi. At that moment, she had been closer to the spirit ball, experiencing less impact than Mu Shengyuan. Thus, after the deceleration ceased, she managed to seize the spirit ball before Mu Shengyuan's attack could reach her. Observing Ling Yi's demeanor, Lin Chengtian asked, "Ling Yi, are you concerned about me?" Ling Yi scoffed coldly, "What a foolish dream to have in broad daylight. I merely wish for you not to hinder my affairs." Ling Yi fixed her gaze on Lin Chengtian. "I don't believe for a second that you are unaware of the trouble your abilities may attract. Mu Shengyuan has already sensed something. She is not as innocuous as she appears. Should one delve deeper, traces will undoubtedly be revealed, and at that point, none will escape unscathed." Lin Chengtian furrowed his brow and replied, Understood, I will refrain from using it lightly in the future. Ling Yi glanced at him, choosing not to elaborate further, and handed over all the rewards she had received that day. Lin Shengtian inquired, "Why not keep them for yourself?" Ling Yi replied, "They are of no use to me." Lin Shengtian insisted, "You lack a suitable weapon. This intermediate-grade mundane weapon could serve you well, and those spirit stones can aid in your cultivation. You might as well keep them." After speaking, Ling Yi turned and walked towards her room. Lin Shengtian stood still for a moment, clutching the items, and only proceeded to his own room after Ling Yi had entered hers. Once inside, Ling Yi carried a basin to the bathing room, preparing to freshen up before reviewing the records of the Dongyang Empire. To her surprise, she encountered Mu Shengyuan. Ling Yi had anticipated that Mu Shengyuan would pursue her, but she hadn't expected her to arrive so swiftly. "Did you skip the celebration, Yi?" Upon seeing Ling Yi, Mu Shengyuan's face immediately brightened with a smile. With her round face and almond-shaped eyes, Mu Shengyuan's smile transformed her eyes into crescent moons, accompanied by adorable dimples, making her quite endearing and easily likable. Ling Yi regarded her with a hint of skepticism. "What brings you here instead of celebrating with the team?" "Yi, I missed you." Mu Shengyuan responded exuberantly. With an air of nonchalance, she continued, "Aren't you going to invite your sister in for a chat?" Ling Yi opened the door, and Mu Shengyuan promptly followed, closing it behind her with an understanding demeanor. Ling Yi set the basin down and turned to Mu Shengyuan. "Speak plainly if you have something to say, at this." Mu Shengyuan's expression shifted from playful to serious in an instant. "Since Yi has put it so plainly, I shall not beat around the bush. The slowdown on the competition stage during the day, was it you or your brother?" Before Ling Yi could respond, Mu Shengyuan continued, "Ling Yi, you may deny it, but I trust my instincts. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, I will not abandon my inquiry, and this pursuit may very well alert others to the matter. The four great empires lack such techniques, and should others become aware, we both know the potential consequences." Ling Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, mentally consulting Tianyin. Would killing her count towards the tally? "No," Tianyin replied. "She harbors no malice towards you." Ling Yi clicked her tongue in annoyance. Mu Shengyuan's curiosity regarding Lin Chengtian's secret was akin to a ticking time bomb. While eliminating her might not count against the tally, it still posed a risk. Ling Yi's right hand instinctively reached towards her left, but just as she was about to make contact, she withdrew her hand. Mu Shengyuan's arrival surely meant someone was aware of their whereabouts. If Mu Shengyuan didn't return, the people from the Nanyuan Empire would inevitably come. It was not the right moment. Ling Yi looked at Mu Shengyuan and answered the question. "It was me," Mu Shengyuan smiled. "Your admission is so direct that I find it a bit hard to believe." Chapter 53. Entering the Dongyang mirror, the two locked eyes, both harboring a glint of coldness within their depths. Ling Yi poured herself a cup of water, and with a flick of her hand, the cup suddenly flew towards Mu Shengyuan. Mu Shengyuan reached out to catch it, but in that instant, the familiar slow-motion effect returned, only to vanish as quickly as it had appeared. Steadying herself, Mu Shengyuan caught the cup and regarded Ling Yi with a more profound gaze. "Drink your water and leave," Ling Yi said indifferently. Meeting Ling Yi's cold stare, Mu Shengyuan chuckled and drained the contents of the cup. "Yi, don't be angry. I'm merely satisfying my curiosity, nothing more." Ling Yi watched her with a detached expression, remaining silent. Mu Shengyuan, with a flick of her finger, returned the cup to the table. "My curiosity is satisfied now. Rest assured, this matter will remain between us. I shall take my leave," Mu Shengyuan stated. "See you in 3 days." With that, she exited, closing the door with an understanding gesture as Ling Yi watched. Once alone, Ling Yi spoke to Tianyin. "Thank you." Tianyin's gentle voice responded, "No need for thanks." Ling Yi reclined on the soft couch, casually remarking, "If it weren't for your intervention, convincing her would have been impossible." Tianyin replied, 01, "You have the ability to control time." "Indeed," Ling Yi sighed, "but that has all been sealed away. Would you be willing to unseal it for me?" Tianyin responded, "No free rides." Ling Yi chuckled lightly, "Then what are we even discussing?" Tianyin fell silent, and Ling Yi too chose not to elaborate further. That afternoon, Teacher Mu returned and called for Ling Yi, discussing the matter of remaining in the Dongyang Empire. After listening, Ling Yi did not respond immediately. Observing her silence, Teacher Mu continued, "Ling Yi, the teachers here in the Dongyang Empire have informed me that should you come, they will provide you with the best resources to assist your cultivation." "Teacher, I am aware of this," Ling Yi replied, not doubting the offer, but her hesitation stemmed from uncertainty. After contemplating, she said, I will let you know after my cultivation is complete. Upon hearing this, Teacher Mu was about to say something, but before he could, Ling Yi interjected, I wish to assess the results of this cultivation first. Given her assertion, Teacher Mu refrained from pressing further and nodded in agreement. 3 days later, early in the morning, the top 10 students arrived at the Dongyang Empire Academy, accompanied by their respective teachers. The 10 gathered in the square before being led by a teacher from the Dongfang Empire to the location of the Dongyang Mirror. Mu Shengyuan exclaimed upon spotting Ling Yi, rushing over, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Having not seen you for 3 days, I truly miss you. Ling Yi lifted her eyelids, casting a dispassionate glance at her. Is that so? Mu Shengyuan blinked playfully. Of course. We will be together for the next 10 days. No need to dwell on it. Ling Yi replied with an emotionless tone. Mu Shengyuan smiled. I have been looking forward to this. Ling Yi chose not to respond further, and Mu Shengyuan fell silent as well. The group traveled in silence until they reached the elder courtyard, where the Dongyang mirror was to be placed. Standing before the mirror, the silence was finally broken. The teacher accompanying them declared, the 8 elders will now activate the Dongyang mirror. Once you enter, you may cultivate for 10 days. When the set time elapses, the mirror will release you. I will be waiting outside with the elders for your return. After the teacher spoke, he turned to the 8 elders guarding the Dongyang mirror. Please, elders, activate the mirror. The 8 elders nodded and simultaneously channeled their powers into the mirror to initiate its activation. As their energies flowed into the Dongyang mirror, ripples shimmered across its surface, prompting the teacher to announce, the entrance is open. You may proceed. Following the rankings, Ling Yi entered first. She stepped forward, standing before the mirror, and reached out to touch its rippling surface, her hand passing through effortlessly. Raising an eyebrow, she strode inside. After Ling Yi, Mu Shengyuan entered next, followed by the others in order of their rankings. Crossing through the shimmering surface, Ling Yi found herself in a vast space, illuminated not by daylight but by a starry night. The celestial bodies casting their glow upon the surroundings. Mu Shengyuan appeared beside Ling Yi and, noticing her stillness, explained, this is the cultivation area. You can find any spot to practice. I asked that all? Ling Yi inquired, and Mu Shengyuan nodded. That's precisely how it is. If this space were indeed so simple. Then where was the Dongyang mirror? Ling Yi was skeptical that this location could be merely as it appeared. She planned to venture further to investigate. Mu Shengyuan, considering Ling Yi's earlier words, followed her closely. Do you believe it shouldn't be this straightforward? Ling Yi assessed her surroundings as she walked. Based on the origin of the Dongyang mirror, it cannot merely be this. Understanding Ling Yi's implication, Mu Shengyuan sighed, but the president of the Dongyang Empire stated that it serves only this purpose. If it exists here, then it must serve this function. Mu Shengyuan remarked, you don't intend to use this cultivation opportunity to investigate the Dongyang mirror, do you? It's futile. Others have attempted it before and found nothing. Mu Shengyuan added, we cannot leave this space we occupy. If we can't even exit, how can we investigate? Even though Mu Shengyuan had expressed such sentiments, Ling Yi did not halt her progress and continued to advance forward. As they moved ahead, the rest of the group also entered. Upon Lin Chengtian's arrival, he instinctively sought out Ling Yi and, upon discovering her unwavering stride, hurriedly pursued her, calling out, Ling Yi, where are you going? Ling Yi turned to look back, and not only did Lin Chengtian gaze at her, but so did the others. Ling Yi replied, this is my first visit to this place. I am curious and wish to explore. She added, you continue your cultivation. Do not mind me. Having spoken, Ling Yi turned to depart. However, just as she did, the space around them trembled violently. The intensity of the disturbance was so great that the unprepared group nearly lost their balance, and once they regained their composure, they immediately steadied themselves. What is happening? Li Yulin, also a newcomer, asked anxiously. Why is there a tremor? Not only was Li Yulin perturbed and puzzled, but the others also wore expressions of vigilance and confusion. I do not know, Dongfang Jibai replied in a grave tone. Such an event has never occurred before. Then why is it happening now? Upon hearing that this was an unprecedented situation, Li Yulin grew even more anxious. Could it be that there is a problem with the Dongyang mirror? Dongfang Jibai, encountering such an occurrence for the first time, was equally at a loss for an answer. Li Yulin suggested, should we not leave for now? Chapter 54. Fearful for her life, it is too late. Li Jiu interjected. Once we all entered, the entrance sealed. The elders will not reopen it for another 10 days unless they are aware of an incident inside and come to retrieve us. Otherwise, we must wait. A crisp, shattering sound echoed, causing Li Yulin's already tense nerves to snap. What was that? What broke? Silence. At this moment, Mu Shengyuan ceased her playful demeanor and, with a sharp tone, scanned their surroundings with heightened alertness. Just as everyone was on guard, Ling Yi looked up at the star-studded sky. To her astonishment, the distances between the stars began to widen, and parts of the sky fragmented and fell. Simultaneously, the ground beneath them gave way, and they began to plummet downward. In the instant of their fall, they attempted to harness their powers to stabilize themselves, but the formidable gravitational force from below was insurmountable, leaving them to descend into the abyss in a state of sheer panic. In this moment of freefall, Ling Yi called out, Tianyin.01, I am here. Tianyan's voice emerged, but as Ling Yi descended, it grew increasingly intermittent. 01, temporal chaos, healing, things, soon. Tianyan's voice vanished entirely. Tianyin, Ling Yi shouted, receiving no response. Realizing her connection with Tianyin had been severed, she surrendered to the downward force. Yet, with every descent, her consciousness grew more hazy, and no one knew what awaited them next. Losing consciousness at this juncture felt no different from awaiting death. Ling Yi contemplated inflicting pain upon herself to remain alert, but her powers were inaccessible, rendering her unable to do so. With no other recourse, she resorted to the simplest method, biting her tongue. The metallic taste of blood pervaded her mouth, and her muddled awareness gradually sharpened. However, in the next moment, a tempest of energy surged forth, enveloping everyone as they fell. Trapped within the tempest, all perception of the outside world was abruptly severed. Fortunately, the energy storm dissipated swiftly, and as it did, the group continued to plunge downwards. Ling Yi bit her tongue once more, and upon regaining her senses, she discovered the brightness of day above her. Not only that, but the oppressive gravitational pull and the disorienting force had vanished. Instantly, she harnessed her powers to stabilize her falling body. The others, however, remained in free fall. Peering down, Ling Yi observed that all but herself had succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, she furrowed her brow and swiftly conjured a water chain, ensnaring each of them to prevent a fatal descent from the heights. After gently lowering the unconscious nine to the ground, Ling Yi retracted the water chain and surveyed her surroundings while calling out for Tianyin once more. Yet, there was no response. The disconnection remained. Frowning, Ling Yi recalled Tianyan's last words, temporal chaos. Healing, things. The first phrase lacked reference, leaving her uncertain of its implications. As for the latter two, she examined her healing abilities and found they had escalated from level 1 to level 7, significantly enhancing her healing prowess. It seemed Tianyin had allocated all 6 remaining instances to healing. With her newfound strength, Ling Yi promptly healed the wound on her tongue. Afterward, she scrutinized the space around her and discovered that Tianyin had left behind a considerable number of items: medicinal pills, spiritual stones, and magical artifacts. The pills were all life-saving, while the spiritual stones possessed both water and fire attributes, each being of the finest quality. The artifacts were solely defensive in nature. It was evident that Tianyin feared for her life. Having acquired such an abundance of items without cost, Ling Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. After reviewing Tianyan's offerings, she glanced at the unconscious individuals and seized the opportunity to shed her outer robe. Donning the fire silkworm dress left by Tianyin, once adorned, she also exchanged her hairpin, earrings, bracelets, and shoes. With the changes complete, her defensive attributes increased significantly. Although Ling Yi was uncertain of the extent to which this ensemble could withstand attacks, she was confident that the items left by Tianyin were not inferior. This, however, also confirmed one critical fact: their current predicament was perilous. Otherwise, Tianyin, who often remarked about not being able to exploit the system, would not have provided her with such an arsenal of defensive items. Ling Yi? Just as Ling Yi pondered these matters, Lin Xingtian awoke, immediately calling out her name upon regaining consciousness. Ling Yi approached him. Gazing down from her elevated position, awake now? Lin Xingtian stared at Ling Yi, now clad in her vibrant attire, momentarily taken aback. Since their first encounter, Ling Yi had always donned modest clothing, and even after entering the academy, she had alternated between 2 sets of school robes. This was the first time he had seen her in such a strikingly colorful dress. "You look beautiful," he remarked, captivated and unable to divert his gaze. Noticing Lin Chengtian's silence, Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Have you lost your wits? It was only then that he snapped back to reality and inquired, Are you injured? No, Ling Yi replied coolly, rather than worrying about my well-being. You should assess your own condition. Upon hearing this, Lin Shangtian examined himself and discovered he had sustained significant internal injuries. He was perplexed about what could have caused such harm, while Lin Shangtian remained unaware. Ling Yi was fully cognizant that it was likely a result of being caught in the energy storm. Had the storm lingered even a moment longer, the group would have faced far graver consequences than mere injuries. They could have perished. After Lin Shangtian regained consciousness, the others remained motionless. Ling Yi regarded him. You have a presence within you that sought to enter the Dongyang mirror. Now that we are here. Why has it remained silent? Lin Shangtian shook his head. It has not responded. Ling Yi stated plainly, Contact it. Though Ling Yi had lost contact with Tianyin and possessed little information regarding the Dongyang mirror, perhaps Lin Shangtian's internal presence would yield some clues. Upon hearing her suggestion, Lin Shangtian attempted to reach out to the entity within him, but after some time, there was still no reply. Seeing Lin Shangtian's lack of response, Ling Yi arrived at a conclusion. If you cannot establish contact, then there is no point in continuing. After entering this forsaken place, she had lost communication with Tianyin. It was only natural that Lin Shangtian's internal presence would also be unreachable. Lin Shangtian ceased his efforts, sitting up to survey their surroundings, which appeared to be a valley. With them situated in a clear area within ITAS, he took in the landscape. Ling Yi remarked, You are awake now. I shall take my leave. She intended to seek out the Dongyang mirror. Upon hearing her intent to depart alone, Lin Shangtian immediately voiced his concern. Are you going by yourself? Yes, Ling Yi affirmed. No, Lin Shangtian objected, worry etched across his features. We do not know what this place is. I cannot allow you to go alone. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not escape the implications of the Dongyang mirror. Ling Yi finished speaking and moved forward. Lin Shangtian, who had been seated, sprang to his feet at the sight of her departure. The sudden movement caused his already pale face to turn ghostly white, and by the time he steadied himself, Ling Yi had vanished from his sight. Chapter 55. The three-headed python. Lin Shangtian called into the emptiness ahead, straining to hear any response. Yet, there was no answer. She had ventured forth alone. A sense of loss flickered in Lin Shangtian's eyes as he realized that, in her heart, she still did not regard him as her elder brother. Their 3 months of companionship had not been without emotional turmoil, but discomfort did not equate to surrender. Lin Shangtian found a spot to rest, hoping to recuperate before searching for her again. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the group, and Lin Shangtian turned to see Mu Shengyuan awakening. Following her lead, the others gradually stirred from their slumber. Where are we? Li Yulin observed their surroundings. Why are there trees? After a moment, he turned to Dongfang Jibai, asking, Your Highness, what is going on? Do not panic. Dongfang Jibai replied, though his own uncertainty lingered. The more uncertain one felt, the less one should allow panic to take hold. Otherwise, rational thought would elude them. In the past, entering the Dongyang mirror meant encountering the space we had previously observed. There was nothing else. This is a first for me as well. Let us not dwell on the situation for now, Mu Shengyuan said, glancing around, her voice heavy with concern. We are missing one person. As the dawn broke, Dongfang Jibai immediately turned his gaze towards the others and, upon scanning the group, noticed the absence of Ling Yi. The thought of Ling Yi weighed heavily on Bai Qianning's heart. Could she have fallen elsewhere? The others, upon hearing this, recalled the previous descent. It seemed illogical that all of us are present while Ling Yi has vanished. After Mu Shengyuan spoke, he turned to Lin Shangtian. Lin Shangtian, you were awake when we regained consciousness. And yet you remain unfazed by Ling Yi's disappearance. You know where she has gone. She has left, Lin Shangtian replied calmly. Once things settle down, I shall search for her. You need not worry. Left? That's absurd, Bai Qianning said sternly. We have no understanding of this place. If she departs alone, what if she encounters danger? What can be done? Li Yulin interjected. She is not a child. She should be aware of such circumstances. Bai Qianning shot Li Yulin a cold glance, causing him to silence himself. She then turned her attention back to Lin Shangtian. Where did she go? Ning, Mu Shengyuan raised an eyebrow at Bai Qianning's inquiry. Are you planning to search for her? Indeed, Bai Qianning affirmed. It is too perilous for her to be alone. I cannot rest easy. Mu Shengyuan was somewhat taken aback, having noted Bai Qianning's usual aloofness. Yet seeing her so concerned for Ling Yi was unexpected. I will accompany you, he stated, glancing at the others. In times like these, I suggest we all stick together. We know nothing of this place, and separating could be perilous. Even if we do not search for Ling Yi, we cannot remain here indefinitely. We might as well proceed in the direction she took. Mu Shengyuan continued. Of course, if some of you prefer not to search for her, we can only go our separate ways. With the determination of both Mu Shengyuan and Bai Qianning to seek Ling Yi, it was clear that a third of their group was inclined to do so. Lin Xingtian would undoubtedly join them. After deliberation, the 9 of them set forth. Emerging from the valley, Ling Yi looked up to see the canopy of trees obscuring the sun, while beneath her feet lay a carpet of fallen leaves. The leaves had accumulated over the years, forming a thick layer. Stepping on them inevitably produced a sound, accompanied by a lang of scents. The aroma of wood, the decay of leaves, and the earthy fragrances of woodland creatures, all blending together to create a dizzying effect. As Ling Yi surveyed her surroundings, she ventured deeper into the forest. The sound of her feet crunching on the leaves disturbed the inhabitants above. She sensed movement above her as something approached. Soon enough, Ling Yi felt a pair of eyes upon her. As the creature remained still, she chose not to act, pretending to be unaware, and continued forward. The gaze followed her as she moved, and with each step, the rustling above continued, indicating that whatever was watching her was also advancing. Realizing this, Ling Yi's expression darkened slightly. Was the creature waiting for an opportunity to strike? Regardless of its intentions, since it had chosen to follow her, Ling Yi decided not to remain passive. How long do you intend to trail me? A rustling sound emerged from the treetops, and soon a large, pitch-black snake revealed its head, fixating its gaze on Ling Yi. Little girl, you possess quite the audacity. It had purposefully created those noises, expecting her to be frightened, yet to its surprise, she showed no fear. Upon hearing the creature speak, Ling Yi's expression grew solemn. According to the records of Tianhuan continent, beasts were categorized into 3 levels: ordinary, spirit, and sacred. Ordinary beasts lacked intelligence, existing just above common animals. Spirit beasts possessed some wisdom, akin to that of a child. Sacred beasts, possessing human-like intelligence, were incapable of human speech. The serpent before her, however, was capable of speech, indicating it was above the sacred level. Yet, Ling Yi was uncertain what lay beyond the sacred tier, as the text provided no further insights. Seeing Ling Yi's silence, the snake continued, with a cultivation level akin to that of an ant, yet adorned in earth-grade defensive artifacts. Little girl, who bestowed these upon you? Its eyes gleamed with greed as it gazed at Ling Yi. Tell me, and I may spare your life. Earth-grade defensive artifacts? Ling Yi mused. She was aware of the existence of various weapons and artifacts, but this was her first encounter with the concept of earth-grade. The fact that this snake found her artifacts intriguing spoke volumes about their worth. Spare my life? How amusing, Ling Yi retorted with a smirk. The greed in your eyes could solidify into form. If I divulged the source of my treasures, I suspect you would not spare even those who stand behind me. The black serpent chuckled sinisterly. If you refuse to speak, I shall consume you without hesitation. Very well, Ling Yi replied with a smile, but I wonder if your attempts to engage me in combat will attract that individual who specializes in dealing with your kind, the 3-headed python. The serpent's expression darkened, revealing a hint of apprehension. How do you know of this? It had only revealed a single head. Ling Yi shrugged. I cannot say. I merely sought to bluff you. Yet it appears I struck a nerve. Chapter 56. Mirror Spirit. The 3-headed python, now irked, adopted a more ominous tone. Knowing who I am, you still dare to resist? Resist what? Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. You are not the sovereign here. What if the true ruler of this domain decides to settle the score with me? Humph. The 3-headed python sneered ominously. The ruler. The mirror spirit is far from what it once was. Otherwise, it would not have merely sealed me. It continued. Mirror spirit? Ling Yi's eyes flickered, her expression remaining unchanged. If what you say is true, and the mirror spirit is diminished, why then are you still trapped here? This suggests you remain unable to contend with it. If the 3-headed python's claims were genuine, then the white-robed youth the director encountered over 20 years ago must have been the mirror spirit of the mountains and rivers. But why would the mirror spirit entrust the shards of the mountains and rivers to the director? Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, the 3-headed python's gaze became even more sinister. Little girl, do not provoke me. I may not currently possess the strength to defeat him, But with time, as his power wanes, I shall effortlessly escape from this place. The serpent's eyes gleamed with malicious glee as it regarded Ling Yi. As for you, he will not arrive in time to save you. With that, the three-headed python lunged at Ling Yi in an instant. Its massive jaws loomed before her, a foul stench overwhelming her senses. With no time to think, Ling Yi activated her instant flash to create distance. The serpent, witnessing Ling Yi vanish, let out a derisive laugh. Futile in the next moment, it swung its tail, aiming to strike her landing point. Boom! Ling Yi was sent flying. Utilizing the force of the impact, she stabilized herself as she landed. The three-headed python coiled around a tree, observing her from above. Your artifacts are indeed remarkable, but alas, your cultivation is far too low. How many attacks do you think these can withstand? The three-headed python slowly advanced. You would do well to abandon your resistance. This way, you may suffer less. In an instant, the serpent lunged towards Ling Yi once more. She swiftly employed her instant flash to evade, but against such overwhelming strength, the instant flash became ineffective. The three-headed python, Ling Yi did not vanish only to reappear elsewhere. Rather, she moved predictably and slowly. Thus, the serpent could easily anticipate her landing spot and strike even before she materialized, rendering her unable to evade. Ling Yi endured several strikes. Fortunately, her defensive artifacts mitigated the damage. However, as the three-headed python had indicated, this could not continue, and the commotion was too loud. When she left, Lin Xingtian had already awakened. It would not be long before the others followed suit. Considering Lin Xingtian's nature, he would not abandon the search for her. Should they arrive during this tumult, Ling Yi's expression darkened as she hurried forward. The three-headed python gave chase. Ling Yi chose not to evade the serpent's strikes. Each time she was sent flying, she quickly regained her footing, pressing onward. You cannot escape, the three-headed python taunted, circling in front of her, its gaze fixed. No one will come to your rescue. Unmoved, Ling Yi utilized her instant flash to maneuver around the three-headed python and continued forward. Just as the serpent prepared to pursue her again, it suddenly turned its head sharply, sensing not one but multiple human scents. The serpent narrowed its eyes, glancing back at Ling Yi as she pressed on. Quickly realizing the truth, no wonder she persisted. She must have allies nearby. That little girl possessed troublesome artifacts. With such protection, it could not easily overpower her. It wondered if her companions possessed similar artifacts. If not, it could feast upon them and then return for her. If they did, it could seek her out later. Having resolved its course of action, the three-headed python promptly turned back. Ling Yi, having run a distance, noticed that the serpent had ceased its pursuit and promptly halted. Had the snake given up on her? After such a relentless chase, why had it suddenly retreated? Ling had always felt something amiss. Yet that snake was too formidable to confront, so relinquishing the pursuit of her seemed prudent. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to seek out Jingling. With this thought, Ling turned and strode forward. Bei Qianning cast a glance at the area blanketed in fallen leaves. There were signs of footsteps. Ling had traversed this way. What are we waiting for? Li Yulin urged. Let us hurry and pursue her. As he spoke, he prepared to advance. Wait! Mu Shengyuan raised a hand to halt him. His gaze turned warily towards the front. In the next moment, Mu Shengyuan shouted, Run! Turn back! Run! With that, he immediately pivoted and sprinted in the opposite direction. The others, bewildered by the situation, followed suit upon witnessing Mu Shengyuan's terror-stricken expression. Ignoring his injuries, Mu Shengyuan pushed his speed to its limits. Observing his desperation, the others mirrored his frantic pace. Bei Qianning exerted every ounce of her strength to chase after Mu Shengyuan. What did you sense? A terrifying presence. It is approaching. Mu Shengyuan's voice trembled. We will die. We cannot escape. We will all perish. She sensed the stench of death emanating from the flora, and it was overwhelmingly dreadful. That moment, a shadow swiftly approached from behind them, before the others could discern what it was. A colossal serpent blocked their path, its dark head lowered slightly, its serpent eyes fixed upon them. Hissing as it flicked its tongue, Mu Shengyuan abruptly halted to avoid a collision, and simultaneously, the others came to a standstill. 9 individuals standing together, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the massive snake. The black serpent loomed before them, its body slithering past, its tail ensnaring them from behind. There is not a single one. The three-headed python observed the group before it, stating, "These individuals lack defensive magical artifacts." It spoke. It spoke. Li Yulin exclaimed in horror, turning to flee. The three-headed python narrowed its snake eyes, and in an instant, its tail descended, striking Li Yulin towards its gaping maw. The three-headed python opened its mouth, catching the unfortunate meal. The speed was too swift. The others could only watch in horror as Li Yulin was consumed. After devouring one, the three-headed python's gaze fell upon Mu Shengyuan. "Your cultivation is the highest among them. You shall be next," the three-headed python declared, lifting its tail, poised to strike. At that moment, a series of thuds echoed. "Huh!" The three-headed python paused, its attention drawn to Lin Qingtian. The sound of a heartbeat resonated clearly, audible not only to the three-headed python but to the others as well. Under the shadow of death, the 8 individuals were gripped by fear, their hearts racing. Yet none beat as distinctly as Lin Qingtian's. It was as if that heart was on the verge of bursting forth. "Your heart seems rather peculiar." The three-headed python leaned closer to Lin Qingtian. "Allow me to pierce your chest and take a look with that." The python's tail darted towards Lin Qingtian with immense force and speed. Under such pressure, the others found themselves paralyzed, unable to move, let alone assist, forced to watch helplessly. Just when the three-headed python and the other 7 believed Lin Qingtian was doomed, a flash of white light surged forth. Clang! A white bone dagger intercepted the descending tail, blocking it from Lin Qingtian. The scaly tail of the serpent collided with the bone dagger, sending sparks flying. Ling's hand, gripping the dagger, felt numb from the impact. Yet she did not retreat an inch. The three-headed python regarded the suddenly reappeared Ling with narrowed eyes. "Did you not flee? Why have you returned?" Ling pressed her lips tightly together, offering no reply. Seeing this, the python increased the pressure of its tail, forcing Ling to use both hands to hold the bone dagger, blood trickling from her lips. The three-headed python cackled at the sight. "A low-grade defensive artifact can shield you from external harm, but it cannot save you from your own demise." As it spoke, the python intensified the force of its tail, causing Ling to violently expel blood. The python then swept its tail, sending all 9 individuals flying. In that moment of flight, Lin Qingtian reached out to catch Ling, shielding her, yet he collided with a tree. The sound of bones breaking echoed as Lin Qingtian groaned, glancing down at Ling in his arms. "You should not have returned." Ling pushed Lin Qingtian's hands away and stood up, coldly asserting, "Did you think I came back to save you?" Lin Qingtian smiled faintly, offering no response, merely reiterating, "You should not have returned." Ling refrained from further words, gripping the bone dagger as she advanced toward the three-headed python. "Little girl, do you truly fear not death?" The three-headed python observed Ling's boldness as she stepped forward. Inching closer, "Your blood is quite fragrant. Little girl, who exactly are you?" The python's gaze traveled from Ling's face down to the bone dagger she wielded. That dagger withstood its tail's force without breaking. Nor did it even show a hint of a crack. It must be a weapon of at least medium grade. This young girl, seemingly as weak as an insect, is endowed with an array of magical artifacts. The three-headed python felt a twinge of trepidation. The ability to bestow such an abundance of magical artifacts indicated that this girl's backing was far from ordinary. Should it slay her here? The one behind her might remain unaware. However, if there were a means of pursuit, it would undoubtedly seek retribution. Hiss, hiss. The three-headed python felt a surge of agitation. Ling regarded the three-headed python. "Have you ever encountered a deity?" "Deity?" The three-headed python appeared momentarily taken aback before letting out a cold laugh. "The divine race has long been extinguished. There are no gods left in this world. Is that so?" Ling smirked. "Yet I have seen one. She even revealed to me a secret. Is that so?" The three-headed python scoffed at Ling's claim, asking mockingly, "What did that deity tell you?" "She told me that there exists a method to slay gods." As she spoke, Ling twisted her wrist, thrusting the bone dagger directly into her own chest. Splurt! The dagger pierced through her torso, crimson blood beading along the pristine blade, about to drip when it was absorbed by the dagger. Boom! In an instant, the sky darkened, thunder rumbling ominously in the Dongyang Empire's residence. Yi Qingshuang, who had been resting with her eyes closed, set aside the book that had covered her face, gazing at the cloudless sky. Mumbling, "The weather is changing." Nearby, Teachers Mu and Li exchanged glances upon hearing her remark. The weather is changing? Where is the change? The sky appears quite fine. Yi Qingshuang smiled. I was half asleep. Just speaking nonsense. Teacher Mu sighed in resignation. Qingshuang, not long ago, your cultivation was on par with Chengtian's, yet now Qingtian has entered the Dongyang mirror for training. If you do not exert yourself, the gap between you will only widen. Yi Qingshuang nodded vigorously. Teacher, I understand. I will strive hard, you need not worry. You, oh you. Teacher Mu shook his head, opting not to say more to Yi Qingshuang. Turning instead to Teacher Li, I wonder how Ling Yi and Chengtian are faring in the Dongyang mirror? Yi Qingshuang, upon hearing this, once again covered her face with the book. Everything happening now is different from before. Surely, there will be no issues? In the Tianhuan mountain range, hundreds of heavenly beasts soared through the clouds, heading towards the Tianhuan mountain range with such a grand spectacle that it left all onlookers in awe. It is the Tian family? The Tian family? Someone remarked. I recall the last time the head of the Tian family made an appearance, it was not with such grandeur. Who is it this time? The commotion seems even greater than that of the Tian family head. Latest news. This time, it is the young master of Tianyan. What? Upon hearing this news, the crowd gasped in unison. The young master of Tianyan has awakened? It is the young master of Tianyan. This is disastrous. Calamity is about to strike, someone remarked. The young master of Tianyan is a fated messenger. Once awakened, disaster is imminent. One can only wonder where it will manifest this time. Do not fret, trust in the young master. Indeed, over the years, the young master has averted numerous calamities. This time will be no different. Absolutely, with the young master present, there will be no trouble. The gentle breeze carried the voices from beneath the sea of clouds. And the boy, hearing those words, turned to glance at the man within the cloud carriage. The man appeared pale, with visible signs of fatigue etched across his brow. While the world prayed for the young master's protection, no one knew that each time the young master intervened, he burned his very own spirit. Perhaps the boy's gaze was too intense. The man being scrutinized slowly opened his eyes. What is it? The boy lowered his head. Young master, it is nothing. Seeing the boy's reluctance to speak, the man did not press further. The heavenly beasts flew over the clouds, swiftly approaching Tianhuan Mountain, ultimately halting at the designated spot indicated by the man. An elder clad in white approached the cloud carriage, bowing respectfully. Young master, we have arrived. The man stepped out from the cloud carriage, and with a single stride, he entered the mountain range, accompanied by several dozen white-clad elders. Upon reaching their destination, the man took out a celestial compass, his long, jade-like fingers adjusting its pointers, causing the surrounding space to warp. As the man continuously manipulated the compass according to the degree of distortion. A fissure appeared before him, wide enough for a single person to pass through. Wait for me here. Upon finishing his words, the man pocketed the compass and stepped into the rift. Once he entered, the fissure swiftly sealed, as if it had never existed. The three-headed python glanced at the dramatically changing sky, its acute sense of danger igniting its fury as it interrogated Ling. What have you done? How could such a lowly cultivation cause the heavens to shift? The three-headed python fixated its gaze upon Ling Yi, who, under the creature's scrutiny, grasped the hilt of the bone knife and extracted it from his chest. Having consumed a sufficient amount of blood, the initially white bone knife transformed into an eerie crimson hue. Ling Yi, clutching the weapon, raised his head to meet the python's gaze, his once pitch-black eyes now gleaming with an uncanny red. Startled by the sight of those eyes, the three-headed python was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation before Ling Yi lunged forward with his knife. In the past, such an attack would have been disregarded by the python. But in that instant, Ling Yi moved with the swiftness of lightning, rendering the creature incapable of reacting. By the time the python registered Ling Yi's presence, he had already appeared before it, bringing the bone knife down with ferocity. Inflicting a fresh wound upon its scaled body, the python was astounded to see its proud armor breached. It had actually been wounded. Without further consideration, it unleashed its other two heads and charged at Ling Yi. One head breathed fire, another exhaled ice, while the last spewed forth a noxious mist, all aimed at subduing Ling Yi at once. Yet, he remained undaunted by the flames or the toxic fumes, striking back with his blade. The bone knife sliced through the center of the python's middle head, severing it by half. The stench of blood and poisonous vapor splattered across Ling Yi's face, but he remained unfazed, swiftly delivering another strike to sever the remaining half. Writhing in agony, the three-headed python flailed against the ground, while the other two heads glared at Ling Yi with a mix of fury and disbelief. How could he possibly withstand its venom? This poison was lethal. Even the oldest of foes would suffer greatly from it. Yet here was Ling Yi, seemingly unscathed, unless he harbored an even more potent toxin. Just then, a flash of light emerged, and two more wounds appeared on the python's body, hissing and smoking as they refused to heal. Indeed, you possess a more formidable toxin. The three-headed python glared wrathfully at Ling Yi, then began to swell in size, its intact heads unleashing a more intense barrage of flames and frost, spreading in all directions. Ling Yi, however, disregarded the inferno and icy blasts, teleporting directly above the python. Before the creature could react, he descended with a strike, sending the head that had been breathing fire crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The python fell limply, and Ling Yi landed, sheathing the bone knife into his left hand, after which it vanished from sight. As the knife disappeared, the crimson glow in Ling Yi's eyes receded, and his consciousness plunged into darkness, causing him to topple backward. Yet, in that fleeting moment before he succumbed, a pair of hands reached out, catching him, and then both vanished from the scene. Still seeking death, a vexatious voice rang out. Do you think that by courting death, you can avoid marrying the third prince? Let me tell you. Even if you were to perish, you would still have to wed. Seeking death, the third prince? Ling Yi furrowed her brow. Had the third prince not perished? I am your daughter as well. Why treat me thus? The heart-wrenching cries of a young girl echoed, a sound Ling Yi had never before encountered. Under its weight, she opened her eyes. Ling Yi blinked in astonishment at the scene before her. It was the day she had jumped into the pond. Yet it was different from her experience. Ling Yi had not died, for she had been saved by Lin Chengze. Madame Lin scolded the revived Ling Yi sharply, who wept and questioned why she was being treated so harshly. Accusations and reprimands flew. No one cared for Ling Yi. Upon witnessing Ling Yi's audacious attempt at self-harm, Madame Lin dispatched two maids to keep a vigilant watch over her, ensuring she would not attempt to end her life again. Moreover, in a bid to force Ling Yi into a reluctant marriage, Madame Lin dispatched Lin Xingyu to fetch Ling Yi's parents from Lingjia village. By manipulating Ling Yi's parents, she believed Ling Yi would be deterred from causing further trouble. However, upon reaching Lingjia village, Lin Xingyu learned of the tragic demise of Ling Yi's parents, who had fallen victim to a beast attack. With no other recourse, he returned home to inform Madame Lin, who, upon hearing the news, instructed him to keep it from Ling Yi at all costs, ensuring she would remain unaware of her parents' fate. Ling Yi, oblivious to her parents' death, was consumed by her own despair. Should she learn the truth, she would be driven to the brink, and Madame Lin deemed it essential to leverage her parents' fate as a means of coercion to ensure Ling Yi's compliance. Indeed, after using this threat, Ling Yi ceased her defiance, remaining blissfully unaware of her parents' deaths. Meanwhile, the villagers from Lingjia sought to inform Ling Yi of her parents' passing, hoping she would return to handle their affairs. However, they were intercepted by the Prime Minister's residence, which informed them that Ling Yi had become the Prime Minister's daughter and was set to wed the third prince, rendering her unable to return home for the funeral. When one of the villagers inquired whether it was the Prime Minister's orders or Ling Yi's own wishes, they were met with a brutal beating from the servants. With no alternative, the villager departed, yet he could not believe that Ling Yi would be so unfilial. Once his wounds healed somewhat, he returned to the Prime Minister's residence, only to encounter Lin Chengze. Upon learning of Ling Yi's parents' passing, he promised the villager that he would convey the news to her. Lin Chengze intended to seek Ling Yi immediately upon his return, but was intercepted by Lin Chengyu, who had received word of the situation. Lin Xingyu led him to Madame Lin, who insisted that this was her decision. She demanded to know whether Lin Chengze desired her affection or that of his recently acknowledged sister. Since childhood, Lin Chengze had longed for Madame Lin's love, and the most cherished person in his life was she. Madame Lin pressed him to choose. If he insisted on revealing the truth to Ling Yi, she would take her own life. Lin Chengze chose Madame Lin. He did not disclose the matter to Ling Yi, but instead accompanied the messenger to Lingjia village to handle the funeral arrangements for her parents. After completing the task, he locked himself away in his chamber, tormented by thoughts of his parents, younger brother, and sister. all of whom resented Ling Yi, his biological sister, and whom he felt no particular affection for. Yet he had never wished it to end in such a manner. But Lin Chengze felt he had no choice. He was unable to defy his mother's demands. He attempted to hypnotize himself, convincing himself that he could endure. However, no one could remain under such a spell indefinitely. He went to see Ling Yi, only to find that her courtyard was guarded, preventing him from entering. He stood at the gate, gazing inside, where he saw Ling Yi sitting on the threshold, staring vacantly at a distant point, devoid of vitality. At that moment, Lin Chengze felt as though his heart were being rent asunder. A surge of impulse arose within him. He yearned to tell Ling Yi to whisk her away, yet his plans were thwarted before they could take shape. He looked at Lin Chengyu, the one tasked with keeping him in check, and questioned in agony. Why treat Ling Yi this way when she is your true sister? Lin Chengyu's expression remained cold. Marrying the third prince means she becomes a royal consort. What could be wrong with that? But she does not wish it, Lin Chengze exclaimed. Born into a family such as ours, how could one have a choice? Lin Chengyu replied. Father has declared that the third prince is incapacitated and cannot marry our sister, yet we cannot break the engagement. The third prince cares for her and is willing to allow us to substitute her with another. That is already a concession. We cannot send no one at all. Allow Ling Yi to wed the third prince, and our sister to marry the crown prince. This would be beneficial for all. For the Lin family as well, Lin Chengyu continued. How can you not comprehend this? Fortunately, Mother is aware that you are prone to compassion and has kept a close watch on you. Otherwise, you would have jeopardized our plans. Lin Chengyu added. We have grown up enjoying the provisions and care provided by our parents. Why would you oppose them for someone you have only just recognized as kin, causing them distress? Lin Chengze gazed at Lin Chengyu in disbelief. Is this what you all believe? Lin Chengyu affirmed. This is the consensus. Lin Chengze fell silent. No one would extend sympathy to Ling Yi, just as no one noticed him except for his elder brother. Elder brother, Lin Chengze lowered his gaze, coldly stating. Leave, I do not wish to see you. Lin Chengyu shrugged. Very well, but do not think about leaving. Mother has decreed that until Ling Yi is married off, you shall remain in the courtyard for self-reflection. With that, Lin Chengyu turned and departed. After Lin Chengyu's exit, Lin Chengze pondered how he might meet his elder brother. Currently, he was the only one capable of rescuing Ling Yi, yet his brother was at the academy, and with their parents acting as they were, it was certain he would not be informed. How could he make his brother aware of the situation? If it were before today, the communication stone could still be used, but his plans failed, and his mother took away his communication stone, leaving him unable to contact his elder brother. Madame Lin dispatched individuals to closely monitor Lin Chengze, and he found no opportunity to escape until Ling Yi was married. Only then did Madame Lin withdraw her guards from him. Lin Chengze finally had the chance to leave, but it was too late. Ling Yi had already wed. He went to the academy and met Lin Chengtian, recounting all the recent events that transpired in the Lin household. Lin Chengtian, though cold in demeanor, treated Lin Chengze kindly. After listening to Lin Chengze's account, he inquired, Do you still wish to save her? Lin Chengze nodded and then shook his head. It is already too late. She has been married. Lin Chengtian gazed at him. As long as you wish to save her, and as long as she desires to escape, it is not too late. Lin Chengze remained silent for a considerable time. Rescuing her from the third prince's residence is not the same as taking her away from our home. Lin Chengtian called out, If you do not rescue her, you will live in torment for the rest of your life. I do not wish for you to be burdened by guilt. Lin Chengze did not respond. Lin Chengtian continued, Go see her. Ask if she is willing to leave. If she agrees, we shall rescue her. Ultimately, Lin Chengze went, believing that even if the third prince did not favor Ling Yi, he would not be excessively cruel. However, he was unprepared to find Ling Yi battered and bruised. The reason? On their wedding night, when Ling Yi was supposed to attend to the third prince's rest, she resisted, prompting the third prince to whip her mercilessly, leaving her bloodied and forbidding anyone from tending to her wounds. Lin Chengze immediately sought to take Ling Yi away, but was obstructed by the third prince's men, who informed him that the third prince had instructed the chancellor's residence to retrieve him. Upon learning of Lin Chengze's actions, Lin Tianliang severely punished him. Upon discovering this, Lin Chengtian infiltrated the third prince's residence and rescued Ling Yi, subsequently bringing Lin Chengze back to the Lin household, intending to escape with both of them. Yet, the truth could not be concealed. The third prince soon learned of Ling Yi's disappearance and promptly demanded her return from the chancellor's residence, whereupon Lin Chengza's absence was revealed. Inciting a furious response from the chancellor, who immediately dispatched men to pursue them. The third prince summoned the royal elders to take action, and it was not long before they located Lin Chengtian and the others. With 2 injured companions, Lin Chengtian could not move swiftly, and among the pursuers were royal elders, whose strength he could not contend with, leading to his swift incapacitation. The third prince sent men to seize Ling Yi. She, having fainted from her injuries, was in Lin Chengza's tight embrace. Unwilling to let go, it was at that moment that the unconscious Ling Yi awoke. Upon seeing her regain consciousness, Lin Chengza barely had time to rejoice before he was struck from behind. A sickening crack resounding as he coughed blood onto Ling Yi's face. Ling Yi's vacant gaze began to sharpen, but before she could comprehend the unfolding chaos, Lin Chengza was yanked away, and she was thrust before the third prince. It was then that someone discovered Lin Chengza had died. Lin Chengtian, who had been engaged in battle with the royal elders, upon learning of Lin Chengza's demise, prepared to self-destruct, intending to take everyone with him. Yet, someone acted even more swiftly. The awakened Ling Yi drew a bone dagger from her left hand and, in the blink of an eye, eliminated all of Lin Chengtian's adversaries. The third prince, the chancellor, and the royal elders all fell before her without exception. Ling Yi's transformation stunned Lin Chengtian, but what pained him more was the loss of Lin Chengza. He sought a place to bury him. Performing the solemn task himself, while Lin Chengtian was occupied with Lin Chengza's burial, news reached the royal family of the third prince's murder, prompting waves of individuals to hunt for Ling Yi. With her dagger in hand, Ling Yi retaliated, leaving a trail of blood through the chancellor's residence, the third prince's manor, and the palace. Rivers of blood flowed in her wake. Chapter 59. The Schemes of Ji Yanji. Ling Yi, having killed her father and mother, slain a prince, and intruded upon the palace, was viewed by all as a heinous criminal. No one cared for the suffering she endured, their eyes only seeing her bloodthirsty cruelty. The royal family issued a decree for Ling Yi's execution, yet those dispatched were no match for her, all falling to her blade. Ultimately, the entire nation mobilized against her. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled like mountains as Ling Yi trod upon a mound of bodies and a sea of blood, annihilating Ling Yang, ultimately allowing the flames to consume everything. The fire illuminated Ling Yi's visage as she stood outside the flames, watching herself walk into the inferno, her figure gradually fading. When that figure vanished entirely, the world before her began to blur. As her consciousness returned, Ling Yi felt enveloped in a warm current. Upon opening her eyes, before she could survey her surroundings, she heard a gentle voice say, "You are awake." The sound of that voice, Ling Yi's long, curled eyelashes imperceptibly trembled, a fleeting glimmer flickering in her half-closed eyes. She then controlled her body to sit up, gazing at the speaker. Before her stood a man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose above thin lips. The sharp contours of his face lent him an air of severity, detracting from his otherwise exquisite beauty. His countenance was strikingly handsome, though his pallor rendered him cold, reminiscent of frost and moonlight, beautiful yet untouchable, lest one incur harm. Ling Yi was in the water, while the man stood on the shore. Under his watchful gaze, she swam to the bank, supporting herself with her hands, resting her head on her arms as she regarded him. "Who are you?" The man scrutinized Ling Yi, noting her wet hair and dress clinging to her form, the damp strands adhering to her porcelain-like skin. When her deep black eyes focused intently on him, it was impossible to look away. Dianji spoke, observing Ling Yi. "What is your surname, Miss Ling Yi?" Ling Yi replied, her gaze fixed on Ji Yanji. "Where is this place?" "Here is my domain," Ji Yanji replied. "You are gravely injured, and the spiritual spring within my domain can heal your wounds, which is why I brought you here." "Domain?" Ling Yi pondered. "Is it a spatial realm?" Ji Yanji nodded. "Yes, we are strangers." "Why did you save me?" Ling Yi asked, regarding Ji Yanji. Offering assistance was one thing, but bringing her into his own space seemed overly trusting. Ji Yanji lowered his gaze to meet hers. "The three-headed python has wreaked havoc for too long. You killed it, ridding the world of a great menace. How could I stand by and do nothing?" "You know of the three-headed python?" Ling Yi inquired. "It claimed this place had no inhabitants aside from itself and the mirror spirit. We stumbled in by accident." "How do you know?" Did you stumble in by accident? Or are you the mirror spirit? Ji Yinji questioned, observing Ling Yi. I did not enter by chance, nor am I the mirror spirit. Then why are you here? I have been searching for the three-headed python. Ji Yinji explained. The three-headed python originated from the Wuwang Sea. After leaving, it caused chaos in the world, harming many. The Ji family bears the responsibility of guarding against it. Hence, we initiated a siege. The python fled to the Tianhuan mountain range and intruded upon the mirror spirit space. Becoming trapped, I had attempted to enter the mirror spirit space before, but to no avail, until recently, when I learned it had weakened. Allowing me to enter. Ji Yinji regarded Ling Yi. I came here to deal with the three-headed python, only to find you had already resolved the matter. Miss Ling, how did you manage to defeat the three-headed python? Ji Yinji inquired. I simply did. Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. It was not inclined to fight. Ji Yinji's gaze deepened. Miss Ling, your cultivation is vastly inferior to that of the three-headed python. Under normal circumstances, you could not have killed it. I killed it in an abnormal state, Ling Yi remarked casually. I took care of it. So you have one less problem to worry about. Why concern yourself with how it met its end? You make a valid point, Ji Yinji conceded. Indeed, there is no need to dwell on its demise. You have slain it, and I brought you here for healing as a token of gratitude for dealing with the three-headed python. Ji Yinji looked at Ling Yi. Now that you have awakened, you should leave. You wish to send me away the moment I awaken? Ling Yi sighed. Ji Yinji, it is not easy for me to have killed it with my cultivation. Ji Yinji questioned, what would you like to do? I wish to rest a while longer. Very well, Ji Yinji did not refuse. Ling Yi fell silent, immersing herself in the water. Ji Yinji sat silently on the shore. Not uttering a word, time passed, and Ling Yi finally spoke. Ji Yinji, I am hungry. Wait here for me, Ji Yinji instructed before rising to leave. Ling Yi watched his departing figure, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. Once he was out of sight, she submerged, contemplating the events that had transpired since her arrival. This space is the mirror spirit's domain. Having slain the three-headed python, she simply needed to find the mirror spirit upon her exit. Yet the dream, was it truly a dream? Ling Yi felt it was not. It was an instinct. But if it was not a dream, when did it occur? Why did she have no recollection at all? Why would she dream of it devoid of memory? Before Tianyan's severance, he had mentioned time chaos. Could that dream have been a result of the mirror spirit's domain? It was becoming increasingly intriguing. Miss Ling? Ji Yinji returned with food and saw Ling Yi submerged in the water. Calling out to her, Ling Yi surfaced and, as she attempted to climb ashore, a sharp pain shot through her wound when she pressed against the bank. The unique nature of the bone blade meant that the injuries it inflicted could not be completely healed by merely soaking in the spiritual spring. More healing was needed from Ling Yi herself, a process that required time. Relying solely on her strength proved futile, and she considered using her spiritual power, only to discover that it was entirely depleted. With both options unavailable, Ling Yi turned to Ji Yinji. I cannot ascend. Ji Yinji lowered his gaze upon her, remaining silent. As she had stated, they were strangers, and given her temperament, she shouldn't be exhibiting such behavior. Ji Yinji remained still, and Ling Yi, unhurried, continued to gaze at him. Ultimately, it was Ji Yinji who relented. He set down the food and pulled Ling Yi out of the spiritual spring, using his spiritual energy to dry her clothes and hair in the process. Thank you, Ling Yi expressed her gratitude before sitting down by the shore to eat. Ji Yinji observed her, his face calm, yet ripples of emotion stirred within him. Ling Yi's demeanor was unusual towards him. Did she perhaps know something? That shouldn't be the case. Ji Yinji suppressed his thoughts and, once Ling Yi finished eating, spoke up, Miss Ling, it is time for you to depart. I must leave as well. Ling Yi looked at him. Ji Yinji, I have helped you. Why do you always urge me to leave? Ling Yi's attitude was off, and Ji Yinji could not discern her thoughts. He intended to depart. But faced with her words, he found himself unable to articulate a reason, merely stating, Miss Ling, the mirror spirit space is extremely inhospitable to individuals of high cultivation. I should not linger here. Lest I provoke enmity with the mirror spirit, I see, Ling Yi replied, comprehension dawning. Then please escort me out. Upon hearing this, Ji Yinji led Ling Yi out of the realm. Once outside, Ling Yi realized she was in an unfamiliar place. Devoid of the three-headed python's remains and any other people, the exit was not ideal. She would have to walk to find others. After escorting her out, Ji Yinji said, Miss Ling, I bid you farewell. Ling Yi regarded him. Ji Yinji, will we meet again? Ji Yinji's gaze was profound, concealing his thoughts. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Ling Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Yinji said nothing more and departed from her side, quickly vanishing from view. Once Ji Yinji's figure had completely disappeared, Ling Yi softly murmured, "We are indeed fated." Leaning against a tree to rest for a moment, she determined her direction and proceeded leisurely forward. However, after a short while, she encountered Lin Shengtian. Lin Shengtian hurried towards Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, how are you? You look unwell. Are you injured? Is it serious?" His voice was urgent, concern evident in his eyes. Ling Yi looked at Lin Shengtian and recalled the dream. In the dream, she had killed many, but she likely wouldn't harm Lin Shengtian. What had transpired afterward? If it were not merely a dream, would Lin Shengtian remember? Ling Yi considered the entity within Lin Shengtian. Could it be related to that dream? Ling Yi addressed him. "Lin Shengtian, I had a dream." Lin Shengtian inquired, "What dream?" Ling Yi explained in the dream. "I married the third prince, who abused me. You took me and Lin Chengze away from the third prince's residence. But we were soon pursued. Lin Chengze died, and you attempted to self-destruct to take them down with you. But I killed them first. I not only killed the third prince and Lin Tianliang, but many others, so many that I ultimately annihilated Ling. Ling Yi recounted the dream. There was no hatred, no pleasure, nor regret after the killings. She was simply curious. Why did she have no memory of it? Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, Lin Shengtian replied, "That was merely a dream." Ling Yi gazed into Lin Shengtian's eyes. "I do not believe it was just a dream." Their eyes met, and Lin Shengtian countered, "But you did not marry the third prince. Chengze is still alive." Ling Yi, using the truth spell as she looked at Lin Shengtian, sought to discern his honesty. If he knew, he would speak the truth. His silence indicated he truly did not know. "That makes sense," Ling Yi said softly. "It is different. Perhaps it truly was just a dream." "Ling Yi, it is in the past now," Lin Shengtian consoled her. Then asked again, "Are you injured? Is it serious?" "I am injured," Ling Yi replied as she walked. "It's quite serious. If we encounter any more danger, we might as well wait for death together," Lin Shengtian responded. "I will not let you die." Ling Yi glanced at him but said nothing as the two returned to where the others lay unconscious. The others remained in a stupor, and Ling Yi, enduring intense pain from her wound, found a place to sit and heal. Lin Shengtian quietly stood guard beside her, and it was at this moment that the others began to awaken. Chapter 60. Mirror Lake. As the group regained consciousness, they recalled the events leading up to their fainting, panic etched on their faces as they surveyed their surroundings. The three-headed python was gone, and Ling Yi was tending to her wounds. After a brief silence, Lai Jiu asked, "Did Ling Yi deal with the three-headed python?" Though the others did not speak, their gazes towards Ling Yi conveyed everything. They had all fainted. Who else could have done it but her? Before losing consciousness, Ling Yi had intercepted the three-headed python's attack on Lin Shengtian. As they realized Ling Yi had vanquished the three-headed python, a sense of relief washed over them. Yet they could not help but think of Li Yulin. Li Yulin was gone. Among the 10, aside from Dongfang Jibai, the others were not well acquainted with Li Yulin. There was sorrow, but not overwhelming grief, more a sense of helplessness in the face of a powerful enemy. Despair, and the terror brought about by the manner of Li Yulin's death. All fell silent, and after an indeterminate time, Mu Shengyuan spoke. "Though I am uncertain of our current situation, the spiritual energy here is denser than that in our previous cultivation space. We should seize this opportunity to cultivate." Having witnessed the might of the three-headed python, everyone present became increasingly aware of their own insignificance, longing to grow stronger, to face danger head-on rather than being powerless as they had been today, and thus resolved to cultivate diligently. Upon Mu Xingyuan's words, the others immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to draw in spiritual energy for cultivation. As Ling Yi paused her healing, the others were engaged in their cultivation, with only Lin Shengtian sitting idly beside her. Ling Yi looked at him. "This is a rare opportunity. Why aren't you cultivating?" Lin Shengtian shook his head. "There is no rush." Ling Yi regarded him for a moment before standing. "I wish to explore the area. You stay here." Lin Shengtian rose in response. "I will accompany you." Ling Yi, with an indifferent tone, replied, "If you have leads, you may follow me. If not, then do not." Lin Shengtian fell silent. As Ling Yi turned to leave, having taken only a few steps, Lin Shengtian's voice reached her. "I have." Hearing this, Ling Yi turned back. "What lead do you have?" Lin Shengtian hurried over. Mirror Lake. Ling Yi looked at Lin Qingtian. Her gaze as deep as the night. Wasn't it said that contact was lost? Have you re-established it? Lin Qingtian, unaware of the contents within, had initially entered this realm. However, the entity within him was drawn to the Dongyang mirror. So he knew it was not surprising. Ling Yi was astonished that Lin Qingtian had established contact with the entity within him, while Tianyin remained silent. Intermittently, Lin Qingtian said, "It's not as convenient as outside. As long as there is contact, that is sufficient," Ling Yi remarked. "Did she mention the location of Mirror Lake?" Lin Qingtian replied, "The Dongyang mirror is the Mirror Lake." The Dongyang mirror is the Mirror Lake? Ling Yi pondered this, if it bore no other implications and was merely literal. Ling Yi seated herself on the ground and closed her eyes. Observing her, Lin Qingtian stood guard nearby. The moment she united her spirit and mind, a gentle breeze brushed past her, and Ling Yi opened her eyes to find her surroundings transformed completely. There were no towering ancient trees, no lush vegetation or massive stones, and no other people. Ling Yi looked down to see a surface as smooth as a mirror, upon which she sat, ethereal white mist rising from the water and coalescing together. The mist gathered and then dissipated once more. A figure appeared before Ling Yi. Chapter 61. 2 past lives. A golden pattern streaked across the mirror spirit's forehead, followed by the opening of its eyes. Their gazes locked, and Ling Yi spoke first. Mirror spirit. Ling Yi. Jingling accurately called out Ling Yi's name. Ling Yi found no surprise in Jingling's knowledge of her name. She was about to explain her intentions when she noticed Jingling raising her hand. Observing Jingling's gesture, Ling Yi halted her speech. With a gentle wave of her hand, Jingling revealed a multitude of images upon the placid surface of the water. Ling Yi lowered her gaze and beheld a newborn being cradled by a midwife. Wailing loudly, she witnessed the infant being swaddled, not receiving a single glance from her mother, and then being taken away in an instant. Ling Yi understood the significance of the scenes reflected in the water. The images flowed swiftly, and within a mere quarter of an hour, Ling Yi had witnessed the entirety of Ling Yi's life. As the imagery reached the moment of Ling Yi diving into the water, she saw not herself awakening beneath the surface, pulling Lin Qingyu into the depths in an attempt to kill him, only to be rescued by Lin Chengze. Instead, she observed Lin Chengze directly saving her. The pivotal moment of her dragging Lin Qingyu into the water was absent. Ling Yi recalled that dream and was about to articulate something when she noticed a force splitting the images in the water. Dividing them into 2.1 half depicted Ling Yi being rescued after her dive, watched over by Lady Lin's appointed guardians, while the other half transformed into the scene of Ling Yi awakening in the water. This latter image faded into blankness upon Ling Yi's awakening, while the former continued onward, portraying her regaining consciousness in Lin Chengze's embrace. Similarly, this half, too, dissolved into emptiness after Ling Yi opened her eyes. Jingling once again waved her hand, restoring the blank imagery to resemble the surface of the water. Observing Ling Yi, Jingling furrowed her brow. How can there be 2 pasts? Indeed, 2 pasts were not merely dreams. Ling Yi responded thoughtfully, "I, too, am curious." Jingling studied Ling Yi, attempting to discern the truth, yet found herself unable to see anything. After a prolonged silence, Jingling retracted her power and asked Ling Yi, "What is it that you seek from me?" Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. "If you are aware that I am searching for you, why did you not appear to confront the 3-headed python?" Jingling replied, "It is not that I did not wish to appear. Rather, I am unable to manifest directly at this moment. Had I the ability, I would never have overlooked your peril." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi recalled Yi Qingshuang and the events of 21 years ago. "Why?" she inquired. Jingling explained, "My power has been steadily diminishing. Were it not for the space being part of my essence, I fear I could not even sustain this realm with my current strength. Once my power is entirely depleted, I shall fall into slumber." Jingling's expression turned grave. "Once I slumber, the 3-headed python will escape from this place." Ling Yi regarded Jingling. "Neither you nor the 3-headed python should exist within the Dongyang Empire. 21 years ago, you encountered those who intruded here. You must be aware of the disparity between your kind and them. Hence, I wish to know why you are here. Is the opening of that portal related to you? You concealed yourself within the mirror given to the director, departing from that tangible yet insubstantial mountain range. After over 20 years in this space, why has there been an issue this year?" The barrage of questions rendered Jingling utterly silent. Ling Yi remained patient, awaiting a response. After a considerable while, Jingling finally spoke. "What benefit is there for me in divulging this information?" Ling Yi replied. "There is no benefit," Jingling continued. "Why did you seek me?" Before Ling Yi could respond, Jingling added, "If you tell me this reason, I shall answer all your previous inquiries." Ling Yi stated, "Someone showed me a scroll of paintings, the first of which depicted a mirror and instructed me to gather the mountain river mirror." "Who was that person?" Jingling's tone grew urgent. Ling Yi smiled faintly but remained silent. Noticing this demeanor, Jingling understood that Ling Yi would not disclose the information and instead asked, "May I see that scroll?" "Certainly," Ling Yi conceded, extending her hand as an image materialized. Subsequently, she unfurled the scroll. The forefront was a mirror, while the back remained blank. Ling Yi had previously speculated that the contents behind it would only manifest upon her gathering the mountain river mirror. Although Jingling could not see through the image, upon beholding the scroll, a sense of tranquility arose within her. "May I touch it?" Jingling inquired. Ling Yi nodded. Seeing this, Jingling reached out to touch the depiction of the mirror. As her fingers made contact with the image, they transformed into ethereal light, merging into the reflection. Witnessing this, Ling Yi's eyelids fluttered, and she instinctively attempted to retract the scroll, but to no avail. "The scroll cannot be withdrawn," Jingling observed. "Once I enter the image, you should be able to retrieve it." Ling Yi regarded her with a cold expression. "Do you think I am unaware of that?" Indeed, she did not know. Had she been aware, she would never have permitted Jingling to touch it. Jingling remarked, "You must not know, or else you would not wear such an expression," Ling Yi thought, wishing to obliterate both Jingling and the scroll. "Quickly respond," she urged. Unable to prevent Jingling from entering the scroll, Ling Yi pressed her for answers. Understanding Ling Yi's distressed state, Jingling refrained from being evasive and directly stated, "I appeared here due to a summons. Yet I possessed no memories prior to that call. I concealed myself within the mirror to seek out the entity that summoned me." Jingling continued swiftly, "At that time, my condition was dire, but if I could locate the one calling me, I might recover. However, once outside, the restrictions imposed upon me were overwhelming, causing me to fall into slumber. During that time, I felt no summons and thus remained in a deep sleep. However, not long ago, I sensed that calling power and awakened. Yet my condition was too poor to pursue it, and then you all arrived. The one possessing that summons is among you. That is why the Fade of the space shattered, allowing you to enter the true realm of Jingling." "Who is that person?" Ling Yi pressed. "Do not tell me you are unaware. You awakened before we arrived. I have been battling the three-headed python for so long. While you may not have been able to manifest directly, you must know who that person is." Jingling gazed at Ling Yi. "It is you." Ling Yi looked at her incredulously. "Are you certain?" Before Jingling could respond, Ling Yi interjected, "Since you have seen my past, you should know that 21 years ago, I had not yet been born. How could I summon you?" Jingling's expression grew complex. "I chose you." Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Jingling explained, "There are two sources of summoning power. One emanates from you, and the other from the man you saved. The power from you is stronger and more radiant. The summoning force from the man named Lin Chengtian is weaker and darker. I preferred the summoning force from you. Thus I chose you. I have been following you." Jingling continued. "When I saw you stab yourself, I wanted to intervene, but I was too frail. I witnessed you slay the three-headed python. You are formidable. Later, when you fell unconscious, I intended to guard you, but then an immensely powerful force emerged, rendering me unconscious until you summoned me once more." Ling Yi, taken aback by this revelation, immediately asked, 21 years ago, was the summoning power you sensed from Lin Chengtian?" At that moment, only half of Jingling's face remained untransformed. Upon hearing Ling Yi's question, she sought to respond but fell silent, merely nodding before fully transforming. Indeed, the summoning power she sensed 21 years ago had originated from Lin Chengtian. Both Ling Yi and Jingling were puzzled, unable to comprehend why there existed two sources of summoning power, one strong, one weak, one bright, one dark. After nodding, Jingling completely transformed and entered the mirror's image, causing the once dull reflection to illuminate partially. Ling Yi observed the scroll without making a move. As Jingling vanished, the surrounding scenery shattered into fragments. Akin to a cracked mirror, the space began to collapse. Ling Yi retracted the scroll, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, found herself gazing at Lin Qingtian. "Ling Yi," Lin Qingtian exclaimed upon seeing her awaken. "Follow me." Without hesitation, he grasped her hand and sprinted towards the valley, the very place they had fallen. Ling Yi realized that if the space collapsed, that would be their exit, yet she had not anticipated that Lin Qingtian was also aware of this. Had someone within him informed him? As thoughts of the two past events mentioned by Jingling and the matter of summoning crossed her mind, Ling Yi's gaze towards Lin Qingtian deepened considerably. In contrast to her, the one who emerged later with the power of summoning, Lin Qingtian was the very existence that allowed Jingling to manifest out of thin air, making him the more pivotal figure. As Lin Qingtian pulled Ling Yi towards the valley, the others followed suit. Unbeknownst to them that the valley was an exit, their reason for following was solely Ling Yi. The encounter with the three-headed python had showcased Ling Yi's formidable abilities, and the phenomenon of spatial collapse was far beyond their comprehension. They could only follow her lead. As they drew closer to the valley, a brilliant white light came into view, starkly contrasting with the dim sky. Lin Qingtian was the first to enter the white light, with the others trailing closely behind. Once they stepped into the light, Ji Yanji, who had departed earlier, appeared not far away. It was only when the white light began to fade, confirming that Ling Yi had exited, that Ji Yanji vanished from sight. In the Elder Hall of the Imperial Academy, the 8 elders had vigilantly guarded the Dongyang Mirror for 2 decades. However, today, the Dongyang Mirror seemed to have suffered a catastrophic blow, shattering inch by inch. Witnessing this scene, the 8 elders felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Once they regained their composure from the initial panic, they hurried to examine the Dongyang Mirror, simultaneously contacting the Dean to ascertain the cause of this calamity. The shattering of the Dongyang Mirror was an unstoppable force. The elders inspected it thoroughly but could discern no apparent issues. If it was not caused by external forces, then it could only mean that there was an internal problem with the mirror. Concerned for the students trapped within, the elders were apprehensive that they might have inadvertently caused the mirror's destruction. Amidst the chaos, before the Dean could arrive, the Dongyang Mirror exploded with a resounding bang, sending shards flying in all directions. The elders quickly raised a barrier to shield themselves from the debris. And at that moment, a burst of white light materialized, followed by a series of thudding sounds, as though heavy objects were hitting the ground. Before the elders could investigate, the white light vanished, revealing 9 individuals sprawled on the ground. Rushing forward, the elders helped them up, inquiring, "What transpired?" Upon counting, the elders quickly realized something was amiss. "Where is the 10th person? Do you know why the Dongyang Mirror shattered?" The elders' questions flowed incessantly, while the 9, just emerging from the mirror, were still dazed and unable to respond immediately. The more they remained silent, the more anxious the elders grew. At that moment, the Dean, Vice Dean, and numerous teachers arrived. Simultaneously, instructors from 3 other empires and those from Lingyang Kingdom were hurrying to the academy. Upon arrival, the Dean first glanced at the shattered Dongyang Mirror, then instructed the elders to give the students space to recuperate. As the clamor subsided, the 9 gradually regained their senses. Dongfang Jibai, the Dean, shook his head, and upon recognizing him, they called out. The Dean advised, "Do not rush. Take your time." Nodding, Dongfang Jibai turned to Ling Yi, who remained unaffected and silent, observing that the others were still recovering. After a moment of pause, the Dean began to inquire. As the principal student, Dongfang Jibai, took the lead in explaining the events that transpired after they entered. When the Dean and the elders learned that they had encountered the 3-headed python and that Li Yulin had been devoured, their expressions shifted dramatically. Upon hearing that Ling Yi had bravely withstood the python's assault to save Lin Qingtian, the Dean managed to maintain his composure, but the elders were visibly incredulous. The formidable experts dispatched by the Dongyang Empire had been unable to withstand the 3-headed python's attack. How could Ling Yi have done so? When Dongfang Jibai revealed that Ling Yi had slain the 3-headed python, even the Dean struggled to maintain his calm, gazing at Ling Yi in disbelief. "You killed the 3-headed python?" "Yes," Ling Yi affirmed, unashamed of her accomplishment. As for the disparity between her strength and what was perceived, it was a consideration that did not cross her mind. It had taken her immense effort to slay the 3-headed python. Lin Qingtian interjected, "She was gravely injured." Only then did the Dean and the elders notice Ling Yi's pallor. Initially, they had assumed it was a result of their abrupt exit, as the other students also appeared unwell. However, realizing her true condition, they recognized that her complexion was far worse than the others. Ling Yi, you are remarkable, the dean expressed with genuine gratitude. If not for you, we would have perished within. Ling Yi regarded the dean, implying that mere words of thanks were insufficient. She desired something more tangible. The dean chuckled. That is assured, an elder then spoke up. Dean, that is not the crux of the matter. The Dongyang mirror has been destroyed. The dean turned to the elder who had spoken, recalling that the young man had mentioned when he entrusted the Dongyang mirror to him that it would not last forever. After 2 decades of use, it had served its purpose. If it shatters, then so be it. Fortunately, Ling Yi was present. The dean interjected, recalling how the young man had warned him in the secret realm that if the Dongyang mirror showed signs of shattering, they must retreat immediately, for the 3-headed python would emerge, and they would be unable to contend with it. However, the young man had also assured him that he would do everything in his power to prevent the 3-headed python from escaping. The dean then turned to Ling Yi, asking, "Have you encountered that young man?" Ling Yi nodded. "I met him. After the 3-headed python was slain, he departed, saying that once he left, the Dongyang mirror would vanish and that we need not dwell on it." The dean addressed the elders. Are there any lingering doubts? The 8 elders fell silent. Each of the 10 students who had entered represented different empires, and they would not conspire to conceal the truth for Dongfang Jibai, indicating that what he said was indeed authentic. Yet, the elders found it difficult to accept the loss of such a valuable resource as the Dongyang mirror. With the situation being what it was, they had no choice but to come to terms with it. The Dongyang mirror was destroyed, and having just entered, they had lost their opportunity for cultivation. How would they proceed? One elder posed the question. The disappearance of the Dongyang mirror was an unforeseen event, and the academy could only offer compensation as best as possible. The dean looked at the students. Spirit stones, ordinary weapons, techniques. How does that sound? This form of compensation was quite generous, and the students had no objections. After their agreement, the dean instructed the teachers to take them to rest until their respective instructors arrived. Once that was settled, the dean turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, would you be willing to have a conversation with me? 21 years ago, the dean had encountered Jingling, and he might possess some insights. With that thought, Ling Yi nodded. Certainly. Then please follow me, the dean replied, turning to lead her outside. Although Lin Qingtian felt concern, the dean had specified that only Ling Yi was to accompany him, making it inappropriate for him to follow. So he departed with the others. After exiting the elder hall, the dean led Ling Yi to his residence, arriving approximately 15 minutes later. Upon entering the courtyard, the dean closed the door and set up a soundproof barrier. Then turned to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, when you encountered that young man, did he show you anything? Ling Yi did not respond immediately. Could it be that the dean had also seen something? What was he referring to? Ling Yi countered with a question. The dean, meeting Ling Yi's dark, penetrating gaze, spoke plainly. After I was rescued by that young man, he temporarily placed me in a space. Later, he entered that space and inquired how I, with my level of cultivation, could have ventured into such a perilous place. I relayed the external circumstances to him, and upon understanding, he expressed that we were fated to meet and offered to help me foresee dangers, so that I might find a way to counter them before they arose. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare, yet I declined. The dean sighed. The empire dispatched its strongest cultivators to explore the mountains. But aside from myself, all others perished within. This was a significant blow to the empire. I am more concerned about the future of the empire than my own, so I asked if I could instead have a glimpse of the empire's future. He consented. The dean continued, under his guidance, I witnessed the future of the empire. Here, the dean's expression grew gravely serious. The imperial capital was destroyed. I could not even discern how it met its demise. Recalling the visions he had seen, the dean's demeanor turned sorrowful. What I could perceive was the capital reduced to ruins, strewn with corpses. I could not accept it, the dean recounted. I asked him why this would happen, but he was unable to provide an answer. He could not even tell me when the empire would meet its end. The dean elaborated, this matter is too horrifying, which is why I emerged from that place and chose not to speak of it. Later, I informed His Majesty, who asked me how to resolve it. Should we fabricate a reason to relocate the capital, or should we inform everyone, causing them to live in constant fear from that day forward? The destruction of the imperial capital would also spell doom for other cities in the empire. Relocating the capital is impractical, and alerting everyone beforehand, allowing them to live in perpetual dread, is an even worse strategy. This matter must not be disclosed to the citizens of the empire, nor to the other 3 great empires. His Majesty's intentions are exceedingly clear. Let this matter be kept buried deep within. The Dean remarked, let us act as if this incident never occurred. Life should proceed as usual, at least until the impending doom arrives. We can still lead a tranquil existence. After speaking, the Dean turned to Ling Yi, asking, what did you witness inside? I glimpsed my past, Ling Yi replied, his tone devoid of emotion. As for my future, there was nothing to behold. The Dean, taken aback by this response, inquired, how can this be? Quite normally. Ling Yi stated that it is akin to how you were shown the destruction of the imperial capital, yet not privy to the manner of its downfall. An empty void can be a positive sign. Ling Yi continued nonchalantly, if one were to foresee a dire future and attempt to avert it, who can guarantee that avoiding it won't lead to new calamities? The Dean sighed, conceding, you are not wrong. However, the obliteration of the imperial capital cannot be altered by a mere decision. Yet, this calamity has yet to unfold. The Dean comprehended Ling Yi's implications and sighed again, you are correct. A blank slate may not necessarily be a detriment. Let us speak of something else. The Dean looked at Ling Yi. Aside from this matter, there is another issue. What is it, Dean? Ling Yi prompted. The instructors from the Imperial Academy have conferred with Master Ling Yang regarding your current cultivation level. They believe that remaining with Master Ling Yang will not yield any further instruction, and they wish for you to join the Imperial Academy, the Dean explained. The Imperial Academy is quite eager for your presence. But the circumstances have changed. Given that I can vanquish a 3-headed python, is the Imperial Academy truly necessary for my instruction? Ling Yi queried, fully aware of the Dean's hesitation. My ability to slay the python came at the cost of my life. However, I cannot constantly gamble with my life and must continue to cultivate. Then, are you willing to attend classes at the Imperial Academy? The Dean looked at Ling Yi with a face brimming with joy. Yes, Ling Yi nodded, though I cannot guarantee when. The Dean smiled, regardless of when you choose to come, the Imperial Academy shall await your arrival. Very well, Ling Yi responded, then added, Dean, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The Dean requested Ling Yi to leave behind his communication stone's spiritual energy, advising, once you make a decision, contact me. I shall send someone to fetch you, which will be swifter than your own journey. Understood, Ling Yi acknowledged before departing. The Dean watched Ling Yi leave. The smile on his face faded only once Ling Yi was out of sight. Ling Yi's willingness to join the Imperial Academy was indeed a joyous occasion. Yet the destruction of the Eastern Sun Mirror and the demise of Li Yulin within it cast a shadow over this joy. With both happiness and sorrow entwined, the Dean sighed and proceeded to contact the instructors to manage the aftermath. Upon exiting the Dean's courtyard, Ling Yi reflected upon the information she had gathered thus far. Her 2 past lives revealed that the Mountain River Mirror bore no memories from 21 years ago. Its emergence was the result of a resonating force, coinciding with the birth of Lin Qingtian. From this perspective, the Mountain River Mirror and Lin Qingtian were intricately linked. However, the Mountain River Mirror claimed that she too possessed a resonating force, stronger than that of Lin Qingtian, and that the initial force she sensed was derived from Lin Qingtian's very being. Both she and Lin Qingtian could summon the Mountain River Mirror, suggesting a shared origin or a connection to someone within Lin Qingtian. Ling Yi's gaze darkened considerably. What was the trajectory of the other past life? Lin Qingtian, Lin Shengze. Entities undetectable yet possessing a summoning power towards the Mountain River Mirror, intertwined within the fabric of time. As Ling Yi pondered these matters, the voice of Tian Yin echoed in her mind. Upon hearing Tian Yan's voice, Ling Yi suppressed her thoughts. You've finally returned. Why did we suddenly lose contact before? The chaos of that space caused the disconnection, Tian Yin explained. Afterward, did anything occur? Ling Yi's tone dripped with playfulness. You provided me with Earth-grade defensive artifacts. I wonder what could have happened. Tian Yin, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in Ling Yi's words. Elucidated, the space's instability posed a significant danger, prompting the system to temporarily grant you a set of Earth-grade defensive artifacts to ensure your safety. Temporarily, you say? Ling Yi sighed, her tone growing melancholic. After you lost contact. I indeed faced some perilous situations. If it weren't for the artifacts you bestowed upon me, I would have surely perished. So grave was the danger. Tian Yan's voice was gentle indeed. My survival hinged upon your artifacts. I had hoped that with this set of artifacts, I could face future dangers without fear. only to learn that it was a mere temporary loan. It is quite disheartening, I apologize, but I truly cannot provide you with that set of garments at this moment. Tian Yin replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's tone became even more sorrowful. The space that could enhance cultivation has been destroyed by the mirror spirit entering the scroll, and the compensation from the academy and weapons. Spirit stones and techniques is utterly unusable now. To learn that the garments are merely a loan, Ling Yi paused, releasing a long sigh. Even though it was evident that Ling Yi was feigning distress, Tian Yin found it hard to bear. 01. I will compensate you with 20 premium fire spirit stones and 20 premium water spirit stones, if that is acceptable. Sigh. Ling Yi lamented. 30. Tian Yin added. Sigh. Ling Yi echoed. Is that still insufficient? Tian Yin, appearing somewhat helpless, could only ask. 01. Is there anything you desire? Ling Yi opened her mouth to respond, but Tian Yin quickly interjected. What I can fulfill, I will. What I cannot, I am powerless to provide. Ling Yi continued to sigh. Such insincere compensation. I apologize, Tian Yin replied. Let us not pressure you further. Ling Yi remarked. What else could you expect from merely being a system? Upon hearing this, Tian Yin fell silent, his demeanor noticeably altered. Does 01 perhaps know something? Tian Yin pondered, feeling a sense of unease. If 01 was aware, why not inquire further? Perhaps it was best not to ask. After all, there were questions he could not answer. I am unaware, Ling Yi chuckled lightly. We shall surely meet again. When next we do, I shall express my gratitude. Very well, Tian Yin concurred, eager to conclude the topic. All right, Ling Yi stated, you have answered my inquiries sufficiently. There is no need for further compensation. Understood, Tian Yin replied. As Tian Yin exhibited an eager anticipation, Ling Yi suddenly found herself overwhelmed by a mischievous impulse to tease a few individuals. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, she noticed Lin Qingtian approaching. Upon seeing Lin Qingtian and recalling Tian Yin's response, all of Ling Yi's thoughts dissipated. Seizing this opportunity, Tian Yin fell into silence. Ling Yi and Lin Qingtian quickly made their way over, with Lin Qingtian announcing, Teacher Mu and the others have arrived. Ling Yi replied, let us go. All right, Lin Qingtian inquired, what did the dean want to discuss with you? He asked if I would be willing to come to the Imperial Academy. Was that all? Should there be more? That is not what I meant, Lin Qingtian remarked. I just thought that if that were the sole matter, the dean wouldn't have needed to bring you here to ask. It could have been addressed at the Elder Council. You would need to inquire with the dean about that. I won't go. The two gradually walked away, their conversation fading into the distance. News of the destruction of the Dongyang Mirror spread across the 4 great empires overnight. The other 3 empires had sent representatives to guard the Dongyang Mirror alongside the Dongyang Empire's people for the past 20 years, and they were present when the mirror was destroyed. Understanding the situation, although they felt regretful, they held no blame against the Dongyang Empire. With the Dongyang Mirror's destruction and the loss of this reward, the other accolades of the imperial competition seemed less significant. However, to abandon the imperial competition altogether would sever communication among the empires, making it impossible to gauge the strength of the other empires through the simplest means. Inter-empire relations could not be severed. Hence, the imperial competition would still be held, but they would need to devise new rewards before the competition next year. These matters were concerns for the dean, vice dean, and the teachers of the Imperial Academy. Separate from the students. After receiving compensation from the Dongyang Empire, the students set off on their journey home. Yet, as each empire departed, they left with 2 more individuals than they had arrived with. Thus, the tale of the Dongyang Mirror drew to a close, while the story of the Shanhua Mirror was destined to continue. On the back of the white-feathered bird, Teacher Mu gazed at Ling Yi, who had returned with them, and sighed. Ling Yi, if you wish to stay at the Imperial Academy, why are you returning with us? Teacher Mu remarked, the journey back and forth takes a month. It would be better spent on cultivation. I still have some matters to attend to, Ling Yi replied. As for cultivation, I will not fall behind. With Ling Yi's assurance, Teacher Mu refrained from further discussion. Half a month later, the white-feathered bird landed at the Capital Academy. Teacher Mu addressed Ling Yi and the others as they disembarked, saying, Ling Yi, since you have matters to attend to, go ahead and take care of them. Just let us know before you leave. Ling Yi nodded. After Teacher Mu finished speaking, he turned to Yi Qingshuang and Lin Qingtian, saying, you both have worked hard this time. I'll grant you 3 days of leave to rest well. Yi Qingshuang immediately responded, Teacher, you're the best. Let us not dwell on that. Teacher Mu waved his hand. Everyone dispersed now. All right. The three bid farewell to Teacher Mu and then departed. Yi Qingshuang asked Ling Yi, "Are you heading back to the dormitory or somewhere else?" Ling Yi glanced at Lin Shengtian and replied, "I'm not returning to the dormitory." "All right," Yi Qingshuang said, her expression somewhat sorrowful. "I didn't expect we'd have to part ways so soon. Once you leave, I'll be all alone again." Ling Yi spoke softly. "Focus on your cultivation. Once you meet the standards of the Imperial Academy, you can come to the Imperial Academy." Yi Qingshuang nodded. "I will definitely cultivate diligently and find you as soon as possible." "MHM," Ling Yi responded. When they reached a fork in the road, Ling Yi headed towards the academy's exit, with Lin Shengtian following, while Yi Qingshuang proceeded towards the dormitory. Upon exiting the academy, Ling Yi turned to Lin Shengtian, asking, "Where is he?" Lin Shengtian looked at Ling Yi, a hint of pleading in his eyes. He no longer remembers. Ling Yi regarded Lin Shengtian in silence. He continued, "I am willing to exchange him." Ling Yi finally spoke. "What are you afraid of? If I were intent on killing him, he would have perished that day at the Lin residence." A glimmer of hope appeared in Lin Shengtian's eyes. "Ling Yi, you want to kill Chengze, will you?" "Not necessarily," Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. "If I spare him, what if one day he regains his memory and seeks revenge on me? Would I not kill him then?" Ling Yi had expected Lin Shengtian to be troubled by this, yet to her surprise, he instead sighed in relief. "That won't happen. If it weren't for the past incidents involving the Lin family, I would have frowned, but I want to say more on that. Chengze will understand, no one can guarantee that," Ling Yi said calmly. "Take me to see him." "All right," Lin Shengtian did not hesitate this time. The two rented 2 horses and headed towards the outskirts of the capital. As night fell, Lin Shengtian halted before a mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay a village, but he did not venture there. Instead, he ascended the mountain. After about half an hour, they reached the mountainside, where, under the moonlight, they spotted a somewhat dilapidated, thatched cottage. A faint glow escaped from the half-open window, and Ling Yi's gaze swept towards the yard, where she saw a child sitting at the entrance of the main house. The child was a diminutive figure, exquisitely crafted with round, bright eyes filled with sparkling stars, and at that moment, those eyes were filled with anticipation, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Lin Shengtian concealed himself in the shadows and lowered his voice to Ling Yi. This is what Chengze looked like as a child. He once yearned for his father's acknowledgement and for his mother to shower him with affection. Yet, his father saw him not, and after his mother had Chengganyu and Lin Zhuyu, she ceased to pay him any attention. He became the most inconspicuous child in the household, and to catch his mother's eye, he would play with his younger siblings from the moment he could understand, enduring their bullying due to their mother's favoritism, for that was the only way he could be seen by her. Chengze made mistakes, yet his nature was not inherently bad. He simply cared too deeply for his mother and younger siblings, believing that only by doing so could his mother praise him for being a competent elder brother, and his siblings genuinely call him second brother. That was his only means of feeling some semblance of existence. Ling Yi listened quietly, offering no response. Gazing at the small figure, she recalled Lin Chengze from her past life. He had not been particularly close to her, yet in the end, he died for her. "Do you plan to keep him here forever?" Ling Yi inquired. Lin Shengtian replied, "There was no other choice. After that day with the Lin family, once you returned to the academy, they could do nothing to you. So they sought to use me and Chengze to threaten you. I had no choice but to take Chengze away from the Lin family, evading them until we arrived here. The residents here are those whom Chengze once saved. When she was young and ill, her family refused to treat her because she was a girl, though she survived. Her voice was ruined, rendering her unable to speak. Her family sought to sell her, and young Chengze, upon witnessing this, implored the wet nurse to purchase her with his own silver. The wet nurse, feeling pity for Chengze, bought her. The mute girl was immensely grateful to Chengze and wished to follow him back to the Lin residence, but Chengze was unwilling to take her back. Lin Shengtian spoke slowly, a second young master who feels invisible in his parents' eyes. Even the maid favored by his younger siblings would scorn him. If he were to bring the mute girl back, she would inevitably be mistreated. Chengze was well aware of this, hence he refused to take her back. However, since she was sold by her family, and Chengze did not bring her home, she had nowhere else to go. In the end, the wet nurse, not wanting Chengze to worry, directed her to this place. In the earlier years, when Chengze's wet nurse was still alive, the mute girl would occasionally send some food she had grown to the wet nurse. The wet nurse informed Chengze of this. And after she passed away, Changza told the mute girl that she need not send anything further, which she complied with, yet she continued to think of Changza. Therefore, after the incident, I brought Changza here. Though Changza was already over 3 years old when he saved the mute girl, he was still a child, and his appearance made it evident. Lin Chengtian initially intended to say this was Changza's child to deceive the mute girl. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Changza, the mute girl recognized him immediately. Though she could not speak, she looked at the shrunken Changza, her anxious murmurs filled with urgency. Lin Chengtian observed closely and understood her meaning. She wished to ask if Changza had fallen ill. How could he have not grown in all these years, but rather shrunk? Lin Chengtian was at a loss for words and ultimately could only tell the mute girl that Changza was indeed gravely ill and that he needed to seek medical help for him, requesting her to care for Changza for a while. Simultaneously, Lin Chengtian informed the mute girl that there were issues with the Lin family and someone was searching for Changza outside. He was not safe. He left Changza here and instructed her to avoid contact with others until he returned. The mute girl assured him that she would take good care of Changza. Lin Chengtian left behind necessities and some silver, enough for them to stay for 6 months without descending the mountain before departing. Before leaving, Lin Chengtian assured Changza that he would return to fetch him soon. Though he was 3 years old and already understood matters, Changza had lost his past memories, yet he recognized those around him who claimed to be his elder brother. Thus, after Lin Chengtian's departure, Changza eagerly anticipated his brother's return to take him away. Bringing him here had been a necessity, and while that situation had been resolved, it was still inconvenient for him to keep Changza by his side. Lin Chengtian gazed at Ling Yi and remarked, "The entire nation is aware of the myriad members of the Lin family. If I were to take him back, it would inevitably attract attention. Should this news reach Changza's ears, I would find myself at a loss for words." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi understood Lin Chengtian's intention to keep the boy here. "When do you plan to take him away?" Ling Yi inquired. "Once you meet the requirements of the Dongyang Empire and are ready to head there." "I shall bring him along," Lin Chengtian replied, nodding. No one in the Dongyang Empire knows of the Lin family, thus Changza will no longer need to hide. "But how long must we wait for your cultivation to improve?" Lin Chengtian mused. "There is no other choice. I will take him first," Ling Yi responded. Lin Chengtian found himself at a loss for words. "What is it?" Ling Yi observed him closely. "Are you afraid I will take him and harm him?" "Not at all," Lin Chengtian replied. "Ling Yi, I genuinely do not wish for Changza to accompany you, not out of fear of harm, but because I worry about the trouble it may cause you. Since you have assured me that you will not harm him, I have no reason to doubt you." "Then for what reason?" Ling Yi asked, a hint of mockery in her tone. Lin Chengtian explained. "Changza is merely 3 years old and still requires care. Do you expect me to personally tend to him?" Ling Yi scoffed. "Have you lost your mind, Lin Chengtian? Such tasks can easily be delegated. I do not have time to waste. You need not worry about me mistreating him. Ling Yi, you are not that sort of person. My reluctance to let him go with you stems not from fear of you, but from concern for the inconvenience it may cause you." Lin Chengtian contemplated. "If Changza wishes to accompany you, let him do so." "Very well," Ling Yi replied, her demeanor indifferent, choosing not to elaborate further. After reaching an agreement, Lin Chengtian stepped out from the shadows, intentionally creating a commotion. Lin Chengza, seated outside, heard the noise and turned to see Lin Chengtian, his eyes lighting up instantly as he dashed towards him. "Elder brother," Lin Chengza exclaimed, halting before Lin Chengtian, clutching his robes and gazing up at him. "Elder brother, are you here to take me home?" Lin Chengtian knelt down, reaching out to ruffle Lin Chengza's hair, just as Ling Yi emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Lin Chengza instinctively shouted, "Sister!" The astonishment in Lin Chengtian's eyes was palpable, his body stiffening at the unexpected utterance. How could this be? Chengza's memories were supposed to be lost. Even he himself had forgotten. So how could the boy exclaim sister upon seeing Ling Yi? Ling Yi regarded Lin Chengza with a calm expression, a fleeting crimson glimmer appearing in her eyes in the dim light. "Why did you call me sister?" she inquired. Under the influence of the truth spell, Lin Chengza, unable to resist due to his lower cultivation, could only speak the truth. Soon, both Ling Yi and Lin Chengtian heard Lin Chengza's response. "You are my sister," he stated. Chapter 65. Lin Xinjia, I am older than you. Ling Yi replied with a detached tone. "You, a little bundle of joy, dare to call me sister?" Lin Chengza looked at her earnestly. "But you are my sister." Unable to articulate the reason behind his words, Lin Chengze remained silent under the truth spell. Ling Yi, knowing he spoke no lies, found herself at a loss. What could this mean? A mere instinct, if so? It was rather unhelpful. Lin Chengtian had not anticipated this development, but after some thought, he accepted it. Though Chengze had shrunk in size, their relationship remained unchanged, and there was no need for correction. Moreover, it was rather delightful for Chengze to call Ling Yi sister. Ling Yi, even if she chose not to respond, would likely not hold it against the diminutive Chengze. Chengze, do you like your sister? Ling Yi inquired, glancing at Lin Chengtian with a slight tsk. Lin Chengze beamed. I do. I not only like my sister but also my elder brother. Would you be willing to go with your sister? Lin Chengtian asked. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from the little boy's face. His large, dark eyes blinking as he looked between Lin Chengtian and Ling Yi, elder brother. Why must I go with my sister? Can't we stay together? Lin Chengtian explained. You will be together again, but you and your sister must leave first. Once I have completed my tasks, I will come to find you both. Lin Chengze softly protested. Can't we wait for you to leave together? Lin Chengtian reassured him. Your sister must travel further to study, and I do not wish to delay her. So, are you willing to go with your sister? To conclude his explanation, Lin Chengtian added, if you do not wish to leave just yet, that is perfectly fine. However, you would have to stay here for a while longer, and I will come for you once I am done. Upon hearing that he would have to stay behind, Lin Chengze eagerly declared, I want to go with my sister. Lin Chengtian affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, all right then, let us say our goodbyes to the mute servant. Okay, Lin Chengze obediently replied. Lin Chengtian led Lin Chengze to bid farewell to the mute servant, while Ling Yi remained behind, awaiting their return. The mute servant took great care of Lin Chengze, and he had grown fond of the servant. However, the mute servant's inability to speak left young Lin Chengze feeling isolated atop the mountain, yearning for companionship, which prompted his desire to leave with his elder brother and sister. Yet, as the moment to depart drew near, Lin Chengze felt a pang of reluctance. The mute servant gently patted Lin Chengze's head and gestured towards Lin Chengtian. Though the mute servant's gestures were swift and intricate, Lin Chengtian, who had not learned such forms of communication, gathered the general meaning. After leaving the servant with some essentials and silver coins, Lin Chengtian took Lin Chengze away. The mute servant followed them out, watching them leave. Descending from the mountain, Lin Chengtian and Ling Yi escorted Lin Chengze back to the capital. Upon their return, no one mentioned taking him back to the Lin family, and they found an inn to stay in. That very night, Ling Yi contacted the dean of the Dongyang Empire, who promptly dispatched someone to Lingyang country. After reaching out to the dean, Ling Yi refreshed herself and went to bed. Upon waking, she asked Lin Chengtian to accompany Lin Chengze while she visited the academy to inform Teacher Mu of her impending departure. Though Teacher Mu felt a sense of loss, he understood that Ling Yi needed to leave to pursue greater horizons. After meeting with Teacher Mu, as Ling Yi prepared to leave, Yi Qingshuang hurried after her. Ling Yi halted and turned back, while Yi Qingshuang approached her, saying, once you arrive at the Imperial Academy, do not forget about me. I will come to find you as soon as possible. Very well, Ling Yi nodded. Is there anything else? Yi Qingshuang shook her head. No, that's all. Goodbye. Ling Yi observed her closely. If you have something to say, do not hesitate to tell me. Why Yi Qingshuang smiled. There is truly nothing. All right, Ling Yi refrained from further conversation and turned to leave. Though Yi Qingshuang appeared to have something on her mind, she was evidently unwilling to share. Ling Yi chose not to pry and quickly departed, while Yi Qingshuang stood rooted, watching Ling Yi's receding figure, a whirlwind of emotions swirling in her eyes. Lingyang country had not been destroyed. It had found a new fate. But what of Ling Yi? After leaving the academy, Ling Yi returned to the inn. Lin Chengtian and Lin Chengze were not there, so she did not seek them out and instead engaged in cultivation within her room. The 3-day holiday passed swiftly, and as Lin Chengtian had to return to the academy, he entrusted Lin Chengze to Ling Yi. Before leaving, Lin Chengtian handed Ling Yi a money card, assuring her to use it freely. Ling Yi accepted it, and after exchanging a few more words, Lin Chengtian reluctantly departed. He returned to his classes at the academy while Ling Yi and Lin Chengze remained at the inn. 5 days later, the representatives from the Dongyang Empire arrived outside the city. Upon receiving the news, Ling Yi took Lin Chengze and exited the city. Upon stepping through the city gates, Ling Yi beheld a colossal bird soaring above. Wow! Exclaimed Lin Chengze, who was trailing behind her. Sister, that bird is enormous. Ling Yi did not respond. Instead, She swiftly swept Lin Chengza into the air with one hand. Sister! Sister! Lin Chengza shrieked, instinctively clutching her arm. With a slight push off her toes, Ling Yi soared onto the back of the great bird. As she prepared to set Lin Chengza down, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Dean? Ling Yi regarded the elderly man on the bird's back with a hint of surprise. Ha ha! The dean chuckled, noticing her astonishment. I rarely leave the academy, but this time I had no particular business and thought I would accompany you for a look. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's surprise faded, and she gently placed Lin Chengza down. Who is this? The dean inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Just a little nuisance, Ling Yi replied flatly. Lin Chengza looked up at Ling Yi. Sister? The dean observed both Ling Yi and Lin Chengza, unable to comprehend the situation. Ling Yi, do you intend to take this child with you to the empire? Ling Yi responded, once we arrive, I will hire someone to care for him. Sister, can I go with you? Lin Chengza pleaded, his gaze imploring. Before Ling Yi could respond, the dean chuckled, little one, Ling Yi must go to the academy to cultivate. She cannot take you along. Lin Chengza glanced at the dean and then turned back to Ling Yi. Sister, can you really not take me with you? I do not want to be alone. Ling Yi crouched down to meet his gaze. Do you wish to come with me? Yes, he answered eagerly. No, Ling Yi replied coldly. Tears welled in Lin Chengza's eyes. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow, poised to say something when the dean interjected. Ling Yi, why not let him accompany me instead? A look of surprise flickered in Ling Yi's eyes. The dean continued, my courtyard is tranquil. Aside from the teachers, few venture here. Having a child around brings much-needed liveliness, and since he is at the academy, it will be convenient for you to visit him. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi was about to voice her thoughts when the dean interjected again. Do not perceive this as a burden. You are exceptionally talented, and we wish for you to cultivate at the Imperial Academy. If you have matters to attend to, it is only fitting that we assist in resolving them. Moreover, this matter merely involves arranging a place for the child. It is hardly a significant issue, nor a troublesome one. After listening, Ling Yi remarked, there is no precedent for such an arrangement at the Imperial Academy. If this is to be broken for my sake, then let them witness just how remarkable you are. The dean replied, exceptional individuals are sometimes granted certain exceptions. It is of no great consequence. Ling Yi then turned her gaze toward Lin Chengza. You are rather fortunate. This statement implied her acquiescence. Lin Chengza blinked, his eyes glistening with tears. Sister, I will be very obedient. Ling Yi refrained from further comment and turned to the dean. Thank you, Dean. It is no great matter. The dean responded, gazing at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, this child is younger than you. Why does he call you sister? Ling Yi replied, that is indeed a question. He is foolish and only knows to call me sister. The dean remarked, he sees this child as lovely and innocent. Especially those round, sparkling eyes. They are utterly adorable, not foolish at all. However, the dean did not linger on this topic and instead inquired, what is this child's name? Ling Yi lowered her gaze toward Lin Chengza. Although heading to the Dongyang Empire meant distancing from the Lingyang Kingdom, it did not preclude the possibility of encountering familiar faces. The name Lin Chengza would easily be recognized in Lingyang Kingdom. By altering a character, even if suspicions arose, they could simply deny it. This was Lin Chengtian's intention. He had suggested that Ling Yi devise a name for Lin Chengza. Ling Yi had initially dismissed him, urging Lin Chengtian to think of one himself, but he had not done so before his departure. Now, with the dean inquiring and Lin Chengtian absent, it fell to Ling Yi to provide an answer. Lin Xinjia, Ling Yi stated indifferently, the Lin of double wood, Anxinjia means new water. After speaking, Ling Yi cast her gaze down at the small figure beside her. This marked a new beginning. Chapter 66, They will come to you, sister? Lin Chengza looked at Ling Yi with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Ling Yi explained, this is your elder brother's wish. Oh, Lin Chengza responded, not pressing further. Although he was unaware of why his name had changed, he resolved to comply with his elder brother's wish, and since the new name was not vastly different from the old one, he found it agreeable. Xinjia, the dean remarked with a smile, is a fine name. Lin Xinjia grinned, his eyes curving with delight. 7 days later, the birds arrived at the Imperial Academy, with the dean accompanying Ling Yi to complete the enrollment process. They first proceeded to the spirit testing hall to assess her spiritual root attributes and cultivation level. Water and fire dual attribute spiritual roots, level 9 spirit master, the dean noted with a smile upon seeing the results. When you left for the grand competition, you were still an 8-level spirit master. How swiftly you have advanced, Lingyi replied. Regarding cultivation, I dare not be negligent. The dean was even more pleased. Lingyi then looked at the dean. I would like to have Lin Xinjia tested as well. The dean nodded. Very well. At the age of 3, it was indeed the appropriate time for testing spiritual roots, and they possessed spirit testing stones here, eliminating the need to go elsewhere. Once the dean acquiesced, Lingyi turned to Lin Xinjia, lifting him with one hand. Place your hand on it. Lin Xinjia obediently placed his hand on the stone. Soon, a crystal representing the fire attribute illuminated. Fire attribute spiritual root. The spirit testing record keeper noted, no cultivation level. Thank you. Lingyi expressed her gratitude to the record keeper before exiting the spirit testing hall with Lin Xinjia and the dean. Once outside, the dean remarked while walking, Lingyi, your cultivation level has been assessed as a 9-level spirit master, but I wish to arrange for you to join the Spirit General Academy. What do you think? Lingyi questioned. Would that not be inappropriate? The dean responded, if it were anyone else, it would indeed be inappropriate for a 9-level spirit master to join the Spirit General Academy, but you are different. You triumphed in the Imperial Grand Competition, and your strength is well known among them. Furthermore, your rapid advancement means that even if we do not place you in the Spirit General Academy now, it will not be long before you ascend there. It is better to place you directly. Lingyi replied after contemplation, Dean, you may arrange it as you see fit. I have no objections. Good, the dean acknowledged, leading Lingyi toward the Spirit General Academy. The Spirit General Academy is divided into 5 levels. The first level accommodates students of 1st and 2nd level Spirit Generals. The second level houses students of 3rd and 4th level Spirit Generals, while the 3rd level is for those of 5th and 6th levels. The 4th level is designated for 7th and 8th level, and the 5th level is reserved for 9th and 10th level Spirit Generals. The dean explained, although we have established 5 levels, there are currently no students in the 5th level. Lingyi inquired, in all these years, has no one reached the 5th level? Some have, the dean sighed. But as one progresses, advancement becomes increasingly arduous. Those who enter the 5th level are usually not young anymore, and at that stage, few are willing to remain at the academy to continue their studies. Those seeking to go farther often venture out to explore for opportunities to advance. Those who do not break through for a long time often seek to leverage their cultivation for profit in other areas, ultimately forsaking their original aspirations, making it even more difficult to progress in cultivation. Lingyi replied calmly, with higher cultivation comes longer lifespan. Why then should one worry about age? The dean of the Lingyang Kingdom Academy was a 2nd-level spirit general, aged 100. According to the Imperial Academy's standards, those who could ascend to the 5th level would possess cultivation levels above 9, guaranteeing their longevity beyond that of the Lingyang Kingdom's Academy dean. Age should not be an excuse. Their reluctance to continue cultivating stemmed not only from the obstacles of advancement, but more significantly from their own desires, power, wealth, and the admiration of others. The dean understood this well, though he refrained from stating it outright, and Lingyi was acutely aware of it too. It was ultimately a matter of personal choice. The dean sighed, they can cultivate outside as well, and the resources provided by powerful families often surpass those of the academy. While the resources from prominent families were indeed superior, they were not given freely. However, this was something they should have understood when making their choices. It was merely a matter of personal decision. Lingyi, I plan to place you in the 1st level of the 2nd academy, the dean stated. In the 2nd level, most students are 3rd-level spirit generals, with only a few 4th-level spirit generals. Given your rate of advancement, placing you in the 1st level would mean a reassignment in less than 2 months. Thus, the 2nd level is the most suitable. Lingyi replied, Dean, I have no objections. You may arrange it as you wish. Very well, the dean affirmed, guiding Lingyi to the 1st level of the 2nd academy. The dean personally led her there, underscoring his regard for Lingyi. The responsible teacher of the 2nd level did not dare to be negligent and quickly arranged everything for Lingyi. Once completed, Lingyi received her academy uniform, spirit stones, and meal card before departing. Accompanying her was the teacher in charge of the dormitory. The Imperial Academy's dormitories were shared among 4 students, and since Lingyi arrived late, the other 3 rooms were already occupied, leaving only the last room available. Typically, this last room was the least desirable, not due to poor furnishings, but because of its poor location adjacent to other rooms. However, Lingyi was unconcerned. After confirming her dormitory, she took Lin Xinjia to the dean's residence. As they left, Lin Xinjia gazed around, determined to remember the way, thinking that if he missed his sister, he could come find her. Upon reaching the dean's residence, the dean, considering that Lin Xinjia was merely 3 years old, arranged for his room to be next door, ensuring he could promptly address any issues that might arise. Xinjia, you will stay here from now on and live with Grandpa Dongfang. Is that all right? The dean asked gently, looking at Lin Xinjia. Lin Xinjia nodded obediently. Thank you, Grandpa Dongfang. He understood that if it were not for Grandpa Dongfang, he would be further away from his sister. Such a good boy. The dean praised, patting Lin Xinjia's head before turning to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, Xinjia will be safe here with me. If you wish to see him, you are welcome to visit. Ling Yi initially intended to decline, but before she could voice her refusal, she met Lin Xinjia's hopeful gaze. Observing his small figure, she ultimately refrained from uttering the words of rejection and merely nodded. All right. The dean remarked, you will start your classes tomorrow. So do rest early today. Understood, Ling Yi replied, glancing at Lin Xinjia before heading out. Lin Xinjia immediately trotted after her sister. I'll see you off. Ling Yi coldly refused. No need, go back. Lin Xinjia did not listen and escorted her out of the courtyard. Sister, once outside, Lin Xinjia cautiously asked, will you come to see me? Though young, he could sense the emotions of those around him. His elder brother treated him well and was very fond of him. And Grandpa Dongfang was kind to him as well, but he felt that his sister did not like him. Yet, he wished to have a good relationship with her. Ling Yi turned to look at Lin Xinjia, who appeared both cautious and expectant. Ling Yi regarded him and replied coolly, if I have time, I will come. An ambiguous response that nonetheless brought a smile to Lin Xinjia's face. Sister, I will wait for you. Ling Yi affirmed and made ready to depart, but before leaving, she added, if you have any matters, you may speak with the dean. Lin Xinjia nodded. I understand. Goodbye, sister. Ling Yi said no more, turning swiftly to leave. Lin Xinjia stood in place, only turning back to the courtyard once Ling Yi's figure had vanished from sight. The following day, Ling Yi went to the dining hall for breakfast before heading to the second-level institute. The institute was already bustling with students, and upon seeing Ling Yi enter, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. The previous day, the dean had brought Ling Yi directly to meet the head teacher of the second institute, bypassing the common area, leaving the students entirely unaware of her arrival. Isn't that the student who triumphed in the Imperial Grand Competition? That student from Lingyang Country, named Ling Yi.it, was rumored that our faculty intended to admit her. But I never expected her to actually come. Even if she has come, isn't she an 8th-level spiritual master? Someone queried, shouldn't she be in the Spiritual Master Institute instead? Why is she here? I wouldn't know. Another student chimed in. Perhaps it was the teacher's decision. If that's the case, does that not suggest favoritism? A student expressed discontent. She clearly hasn't reached the rank of a spiritual general yet she has come here. That is indeed a valid point, but we have all witnessed her strength. In terms of capability, her presence in the Spiritual General Institute cannot be deemed as favoritism. After all, she has defeated Bai Qianning. That doesn't change the fact that the rules state one must be at least a 3rd-level spiritual general to enter our institute. The student defending Ling Yi fell silent. If you are so dissatisfied, why not voice your concerns to the teacher directly in front of Ling Yi? I am merely stating the facts. Why oppose me? With that, the discontented murmurs within the courtyard diminished considerably, regardless of their feelings. Ling Yi's ability to defeat Bai Qianning indicated her formidable strength, and facing her, they were unlikely to fare well. Furthermore, even if they were displeased, none wished to be the scapegoat, so they opted to observe. As the courtyard fell quiet, other students gradually arrived. With the addition of the new arrival Ling Yi, there were 41 students in total at the second-level institute, 30 at the 3rd-level spiritual general rank, 10 at the 4th level, and 1 9th-level spiritual master. The frontmost seats were occupied by the 4th-level spiritual generals, followed sequentially by the 3rd-level spiritual generals, leaving Ling Yi, with her current rank, to sit at the very back. Ling Yi settled by the window, quietly listening to the discussions around her. Tianyin remarked, the mountain river mirror has shattered into 4 pieces. We have only located one so far. Can you provide any clues regarding the other 3? Ling Yi felt a sense of urgency about finding the remaining pieces of the mountain river mirror, as doing so would enable her to unlock the devouring ability, significantly accelerating her cultivation speed. Tianyin replied, I am unaware of the locations of the other 3 pieces. You'll have to rely on your own efforts. Is that so? Ling Yi responded leisurely, why should I believe you? It is the truth. Tianyin insisted I can provide the first piece because that is where the mirror spirit is located. The remaining 3 pieces do not contain the spirit and are faint, making them difficult to detect. Ling Yi sighed upon hearing this. It seemed finding them promptly would be a challenge. However, now that the mirror spirit has been located, it will gradually manifest. Once it does, it will come to you. Do not rush. Use this time to cultivate well. The higher your level, the stronger the power you can harness. Chapter 67. Such futility very well, Ling Yi acquiesced. Just then, the teacher responsible for the class entered. Cutting off her connection with Tianyin and preparing to commence the lesson. The Imperial Academy held 2 mandatory classes every morning. The first class, known as the Diverse Course, took place from 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m., lasting 1 hour. This course was termed diverse because its content varied daily. Today it covered formation theory, while tomorrow might focus on herb identification, and the day after, knowledge of beast companions. The second class was the Body Refinement Course, running from 8:00 a.m. to 11:00 a.m., spanning 3 hours. This course was related to body refinement and was not contingent on spiritual root attributes, meaning all students were required to attend. After the Body Refinement course concluded, the morning classes were considered over, with afternoon sessions commencing at 1:00 p.m. During the 2-hour break, students could rest, wash up, and eat. The academy offered only one afternoon class from 1 p.m. to 5:00 p.m., which was entirely dedicated to cultivation. During this time, students with different spiritual root attributes would follow different teachers for instruction. Students with multiple attributes would be assigned varied training. For instance, those with both water and fire attributes might train in the Fire Institute one day and the Water Institute the next. Generally, students with multiple attributes would not cultivate as swiftly as those with single attributes, yet they enjoyed a broader range of choices, each with its pros and cons. After the afternoon session concluded at 5:00 p.m., students had dinner and rest until 7:00 p.m., when evening classes began. Evening classes were optional. Students with multiple attributes wishing to pursue paths such as alchemist, blacksmith, or array master could select corresponding courses. While students with single attributes could opt for cultivation classes, the evening consisted of 2 classes, one from 7 p.m. to 9:00 p.m. and another from 9:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. After the last class ended at 11:30 p.m., all students were required to return to their dormitory within half an hour, meaning before midnight. Once back, they could choose to sleep or not, but lingering within the academy after hours was prohibited. During the first diverse course of the day, the lesson centered on herbal knowledge. After the teacher concluded, she informed the students that she would randomly quiz them on the material during her next visit, with penalties for those who failed to remember. The students readily assured her that they would commit the information to memory. As the first class ended, everyone rose to head to the Body Refinement Institute. Ling Yi. As Ling Yi prepared to leave, Dongfang Jibai approached her. Ling Yi turned to him, her tone cool. "Is there something you need?" Dongfang Jibai, who had previously interacted with Ling Yi, understood her aloof nature was not personal. "I arrived a bit late this morning and did not have the chance to greet you." Before Ling Yi could respond, Dongfang Jibai continued, "It's your first day of class, and you haven't been to the Body Refinement Institute yet. Would you like to go together?" Ling Yi indeed had not been, but with so many students present, she could simply follow along. No need. With that, Ling Yi walked away directly. Dongfang Jibai, seeing her leave without any sign of anger, simply followed suit. Dongfang Yi got up to follow Dongfang Jibai, saying, "Brother, why do you bother being so polite?" Dongfang Jibai shot him a glance, and Dongfang Yi promptly fell silent. Dongfang Jibai looked at him sternly. "Do not hold a grudge against her simply because you lost in the competition." Turning his head away, Dongfang Yi chose to remain quiet. Dongfang Jibai refrained from further comments as they made their way to the Body Refinement Institute. Upon arriving, all students were required to change into their training attire. Ling Yi had only received her academy uniform the previous day and had not yet acquired her training outfit. Just as she prepared to seek out a teacher, one of the instructors approached her first. "Ling Yi, here is your training outfit," a female teacher said, hurrying over to hand her the garment. Ling Yi accepted it. "Thank you." The teacher responded, "The outfits are all clean. Go change quickly, as class will start soon." "Understood," Ling Yi replied before heading to the women's changing room to don her new attire. Once she emerged from the changing room, the female teacher was observing the students warming up. Ling Yi moved to the side and began her own warm dash-up. As the class was about to begin, all students had arrived, and the instructor for the Body Refinement course was also present, marking the official start of the lesson. After 3 hours of intense training, students were left utterly exhausted. Some sprawled on the ground, others drenched in sweat. The teacher surveyed them. You all look so weak. Would you like me to provide some pills to assist? One student, panting heavily, replied, that would be great. Before the teacher could respond, another student interjected, Teacher, why is the intensity increasing day by day? You need to give us time to adapt. The teacher retorted coldly, if you want me to give you time to adjust, remember that your opponents will not hold back their full strength against you. As everyone lay exhausted, they glanced at Ling Ai, who appeared unaffected after her first body refinement session. Upon hearing the teacher's remark, all eyes turned to Ling Ai. After 3 hours of training, aside from a sheen of sweat on her face, she looked no different than when she had arrived. The teacher waved Ling Ai over. Come here. Ling Ai approached. The teacher inquired, you seem to be doing better than the rest. After such a session, are you still able to fight? Ling Ai replied, yes, but it's unnecessary. Why is that? The teacher probed. Ling Ai surveyed the other students. They are all struggling. Who do you want me to fight? The teacher responded. Me? Ling Ai countered. If I win, will I still need to attend class? This question left the teacher at a loss. Ling Ai's words were not meant to belittle the teacher's course but rather reflected the reality. Though her current body was not the same as before, its strength had been unsealed to 0.5, and with her practical experience, the teacher would not be her match if she won. It would be awkward for both her and the teacher. As for pretending to lose, in a genuine confrontation, one could sense whether the opponent was holding back. Teacher, Ling Ai is already quite tired after class. Let's leave it at that, Dongfang Jibai interjected. Unlike the others, Dongfang Jibai had witnessed the might of the three-headed python and believed Ling Ai could defeat the teacher. Yet, as Ling Ai had stated, while she could fight, it was unnecessary. After all, she was here as a student, attending classes, not to overshadow her instructors. Very well, the teacher conceded. Dongfang Jibai sighed in relief. However, his relief was short-lived as the body refinement teacher addressed Ling Ai again. The teacher regarded Ling Ai, you've worked hard today. It would be unfair for me to spar with you now. How about tomorrow instead? Dongfang Jibai added. Ling Ai? Ling Ai nodded. Sure. As dawn broke, Dongfang Jibai raised his hand to his forehead and mused. Very well, after tomorrow, Ling Ai should no longer need to attend the body refinement class. With that, the body refinement instructor concluded, casting a glance at Ling Ai. Remember, you cannot take a leave of absence tomorrow. If you do not show up, I shall send someone to find you. Ling Ai replied, I will definitely be present. Then that is settled, the teacher said before allowing the students to disperse. After the body refinement session, the students were drenched in sweat, and rather than changing back into their academy uniforms, they returned to the dormitory clad in their training attire. On the way back, Ling Ai became acquainted with the other 3 individuals in her dormitory. The 3 noticed Ling Ai's aloof demeanor and hesitated, ultimately deciding against forcing a connection, opting instead for mutual non-interference. Upon returning to the dormitory and completing her shower, Ling Ai made her way to the cafeteria. After finishing her meal, it was still only noon, leaving an hour until the afternoon classes commenced. Although she initially intended to rest, she ultimately decided against it in the director's courtyard. Lin Xinjia and the director finished their meal and began practicing stances. Grandpa Dongfang had mentioned that Lin Xinjia possessed spiritual roots, allowing him to cultivate. However, before channeling spiritual energy into his body, a solid physical foundation must first be established to better endure the influx of energy. After a brief period of practice, Lin Xinjia was already perspiring profusely, yet he persevered, determined to heed Grandpa Dongfang's advice to train diligently and protect both himself and those he cherished, his elder brother and sister. However, his youthful frame soon faltered, and he found himself seated on the ground. A soft chuckle echoed nearby. Lin Xinjia looked up, bewildered, only to find Ling Ai leaning against the door with her arms crossed, a smile gracing her lips as if she had been watching him for some time. Sister? Lin Xinjia exclaimed joyfully, attempting to rise with his hands pressing against the ground, but his legs were too weak, and he slumped back down before he could fully stand. Seeing this, Ling Ai approached and lifted him from the ground, placing him on a nearby stone bench. Useless, she remarked. Lin Xinjia, drenched in sweat and with a flushed face, was not offended by her words. Instead, he felt elated. Sister, you came to see me. He had expected her to take a long time before visiting, so her prompt arrival filled him with joy. Sister, I will work hard to cultivate, he declared. Ling Ai did not respond but inquired, where is the director? Grandpa Dongfang is in the study, Lin Xinjia replied. Ling Yi said nothing further, gently pulling him towards his room. She retrieved a bathing tub, filled it with water, heated it, and then unceremoniously tossed him in. Stripped of his clothes, Lin Xinjia giggled and began to play in the water. Ling Yi, not allowing him much time for amusement, swiftly washed him clean and retrieved him from the tub. With a wave of her spiritual energy, his hair and body were dried instantly, and he was dressed anew. The disheveled, sweaty little boy transformed into a tidy, clean figure. Stand to the side, she instructed, pushing him gently aside as she attended to the bathing tub. Once everything was tidied up, the director arrived just in time. Spotting Ling Yi, he was not taken aback and greeted her with a smile. "How did you find today's class?" Ling Yi replied. "It was satisfactory." The director understood that her expression of satisfaction was rather muted, yet given her unique circumstances, he accepted it without further inquiry. After a brief conversation with the director, Ling Yi departed. As she left, still before class time, she had no desire to return to the dormitory, so she meandered about until it was nearly time for her next class, at which point she headed to the second-level First Academy. In the afternoon cultivation class, Ling Yi, possessing both water and fire attributes, was assigned to a fire academy by the instructor responsible for students with multi-attribute spiritual roots. She joined her fellow students with fire attributes in the class. The session lasted 4 hours, and as Ling Yi made her way back, she was nearly collided with by a stumbling individual. Chapter 68. Perhaps a life and death battle? Ling Yi deftly sidestepped, causing the person to tumble to the ground. Laughter erupted from a group of students emerging from the courtyard. "Su Zijia, just look at how poor your social standing is. No one is willing to assist you," the leader of the group jested. Su Zijia hung his head, offering no reply to AT that moment. He knew that if he did not allow them to indulge in their humiliation, he would only suffer more severe consequences. "Hey, you," the leader called out to Ling Yi. Initially intending to question why she did not help Su Zijia, but upon glancing up, he realized that she had already distanced herself from their farcical scene. Feeling irked by Ling Yi's indifference, one of his companions sprinted towards her. "Hey, our leader called for you. Didn't you hear?" he said, his tone brimming with arrogance. Ling Yi regarded him with indifference. "If he calls me, must I heed? He is your leader, not mine." After uttering these words, she attempted to walk past him. The individual, feeling slighted, reached out to grab her. Observing the approaching hand, a flicker of impatience crossed Ling Yi's eyes. She seized his hand and twisted it. A sharp crack resonating through the air as he cried out in pain. The onlookers, initially startled, quickly surrounded Ling Yi. "What are you doing?" the leader demanded, his irritation transforming into anger upon witnessing Ling Yi injure one of his companions. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Ling Yi released her grip, fixing the leader with a piercing gaze. "What you are is of no concern to me," the leader, furious at her lack of deference, prepared to retaliate, but before he could act, their instructor arrived. "What is going on here?" the instructor approached, casting an annoyed glance at the leader. "Dongfang Yu, what do you mean by surrounding my student?" Dongfang Yu, undeterred by the presence of the second-level academy instructor, replied, "Your student injured my companion and is acting arrogantly without acknowledging her mistakes. Is it wrong for me to teach her a lesson? Your companion?" The instructor surveyed the student clutching his arm in pain and coldly remarked, "Setting aside the question of why my student harmed your companion, is it truly honorable for a third-level student to be injured by a second-level student?" He continued, "As a third-level student, do you not feel ashamed to be leading a group against someone?" The instructor's question hung in the air, and the third-level students wore expressions of discomfort. Indeed, the highest cultivation level among the second-level students was merely Spirit General Level 4. While their lowest was Spirit General Level 5, it was baffling how Zhou Shan could have been harmed by a second-level student. Regardless of whether it is a second-level or third-level academy, those who inflict harm must take responsibility, Dongfang Yu asserted, pointing at Ling Yi. "Teacher Bai, do you intend to cover for her?" Ignoring Dongfang Yu, Teacher Bai turned to Ling Yi. "Not be afraid. Explain the situation to the instructor. With a teacher present, they will not be able to harm you." Ling Yi felt unperturbed. Had the instructor not arrived, she would have dealt with Dongfang Yu as well, but with the instructor's arrival, she recounted the events. After listening, Teacher Bai addressed Dongfang Yu. "What has happened between you and the third-level academy has nothing to do with a second-level student. Dongfang Yu's group had bullied Su Zijia, and Ling Yi merely avoided the confrontation. having no connection to the situation. Frustrated yet unable to voice his grievances, Dongfang Yu continued, when Su Zijie fell, she clearly could have helped him. I merely wanted to ask why she chose to ignore him and walk away. Who would have thought she would react so defiantly? Zhou Shan attempted to stop her to reason with her, yet she struck without hesitation. If Zhou Shan had been prepared, do you truly believe a second-level student could harm someone from the third-level academy? Teacher Bai dismissed Dongfang Yu's further comments, stating, does Su Zijie's fall have any bearing on Ling Yi? Dongfang Yu, displeased, retorted, Teacher Bai, you are being overly protective. Is it not permissible to inquire? The fact remains that she struck first. Even if Ling Yi did strike, it was your people who provoked her, Teacher Bai replied, scrutinizing Dongfang Yu'd is your reputation as third-level students something I need to remind you of? Upon hearing these words, Dongfang Yu's expression darkened even further, but before he could respond, Teacher Bai added, you are correct. Under normal circumstances, second-level students would not stand a chance against those from the third level. However, Ling Yi is not an ordinary second-level student. Teacher Bai continued, Ling Yi was the champion of the Imperial competition a month ago, personally admitted into the academy by the director. When she began her assessment a month ago, she was at Spirit Master level 7. Now, merely a month later, she has already reached level 9. Given her exceptional talent and rapid advancement, it will not be long before she is transferred to the Spirit Master Academy. Therefore, based on her performance in the competition where she defeated Bai Qianning, Ling Yi was placed in the second-level First Academy. After finishing, Teacher Bai fixed Dongfang Yu with a gaze. The fact that Ling Yi triumphed over Bai Qianning indicates her power surpasses that of Bai Qianning. Do you truly believe Ling Yi is significantly weaker than you? Upon hearing Teacher Bai's words, Dongfang Yu's expression grew ominous. The look he cast at Ling Yi was no longer one of mere disdain, but rather imbued with malice. He had never been spoken of so in front of his peers. With a cold laugh, Dongfang Yu remarked, champion of the imperial competition, is that why you are so arrogant? Treating others with disdain. Upon hearing this, Teacher Bai's countenance darkened further. Dongfang Yu, regardless of your demeanor in the Third Institute, the lack of restraint from its instructors does not imply that we, the teachers of the Second Institute, will tolerate your bullying of our students. This matter ends here. If you are dissatisfied, you may summon your instructors to discuss it with me. After concluding his statement, Teacher Bai turned to Ling Yi. Go rest now. Remember to attend class tonight. Ling Yi replied, casting a fleeting glance at Dongfang Yu. A blush appearing momentarily on her cheeks. Dongfang Yu observed Ling Yi preparing to depart. He suddenly spoke. A student from a small nation, whose cultivation level is merely that of a level 7 Spirit Master, even if tested as a level 8 Spirit Master in combat against Bai Qianning, is still vastly inferior to a level 4 Spirit General. It is evident that your supporters have expended considerable effort to ensure your rightful entrance into the Imperial Academy. Upon uttering this, the countenance of the students from the Third Institute paled, and Teacher Bai's gaze towards Dongfang Yu was as if it had been tempered in ice. Ling Yi halted, fixing her gaze upon Dongfang Yu. Teacher Bai has informed you that I was admitted by the Dean himself. Are you implying that the Dean manipulated the Imperial Grand Competition to facilitate my entry into the Imperial Academy? At this moment, Dongfang Yu was seized by panic, realizing that the words he had just spoken were merely reflections of his thoughts. He had no understanding of why they had escaped his lips. Hearing Ling Yi's inquiry, he attempted to clarify that this was not his intent, but as he opened his mouth, his words morphed into, if it were not so? How could a level 8 Spirit Master possibly defeat Bai Qianning? What could the Dean have promised to Bai Ming Empire? Dongfang Yu. Teacher Bai reprimanded sharply, cease your nonsense. The students from the Third Institute, now abandoning Shushan, rushed to pull Dongfang Yu back. Boss, stop talking. Why should I not speak? Dongfang Yu retorted, unwilling to be silenced. Yet he felt as though he had lost control of both his mind and body. Do you not find it strange? A level 8 Spirit Master taking first place in the Imperial Grand Competition is laughable. Ling Yi regarded Dongfang Yu with a bemused smile. So in your mind, this first place was achieved in such a manner? Indeed, Dongfang Yu replied. Ling Yi continued. You wrong me. I had no desire to say anything, but to wrong the Dean is excessive. If you wish to prove that I attained first place solely through my own abilities, would you care to compete with me? You are a student of the Third Institute, possessing a higher cultivation than Bai Qianning. If I were to defeat you, surely you and your companions would have to believe it, right? Dongfang Yu hesitated upon hearing this. This moment of doubt revealed to him that he could no longer respond haphazardly, and he quickly added, "Those words were not meant to be spoken by me." The others, upon hearing this, were at a loss for words. Those phrases had indeed emerged from Dongfang Yu's mouth, and they could not restrain him. Having spoken so fluidly before, now that Ling Yi proposed a competition, he claimed he had not said it. If not him, then who had? "It was not you who spoke." "Huh," Ling Yi remarked with a smile. "I understand. Since you are afraid, let us not compete." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu offered no further explanation, scoffing. "Afraid? Of what? Your cultivation level versus mine. Why would I fear you?" The inability to control his earlier thoughts left Dongfang Yu in a state of agitation. With so many witnesses, the news would inevitably spread. Even if the teachers of the Third Institute protected him, the dean would surely impose punishment. Ling Yi had humiliated him so thoroughly, and yet he still dared to propose a competition. "Ha!" A cold chuckle escaped Dongfang Yu's lips as he thought, "You come seeking death. I shall oblige. Let us compete." "Very well," Ling Yi responded with a smile at Dongfang Yu's acceptance. Dongfang Yu regarded Ling Yi's cheerful demeanor with irritation. "Just don't let the teacher intervene when you find yourself unable to win." With that, he cast a pointed glance at Teacher Bai. Ling Yi replied, "If you are concerned about that scenario, why not propose a life-and-death battle? In a life-and-death battle, there is no retreat until death. Once the contract is signed, no one may intervene. How does that sound?" Dongfang Yu, who had initially aimed to teach Ling Yi a lesson, now found himself unencumbered by concerns of teacher intervention, as Ling Yi had proposed a life-and-death battle herself. "Very well," Dongfang Yu laughed. "You all heard her. She seeks death on her own accord, not by my coercion." Teacher Bai turned to Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, do not act recklessly." "Teacher Bai, I am not being reckless. I am serious that I do not consent," Teacher Bai stated firmly. "Teacher Bai," Dongfang Yu interjected, "the life-and-death battle is voluntary among students. Even as a teacher, you cannot obstruct it." Chapter 69. The Light of Dawn. Teacher Bai recognized that Dongfang Yu sought to utilize this opportunity to deal with Ling Yi. Yet he could neither dissuade Ling Yi nor restrain Dongfang Yu. Having agreed, they proceeded onward. "Let us go," Dongfang Yu affirmed, leading a group toward the arena for the life-and-death battle. As they made their way, word spread, and more individuals followed. Upon arriving, Ling Yi and Dongfang Yu ascended the arena, signing the contract. Once the life-and-death contract was executed, it took effect, enhancing both their strengths by 10%, enveloping the arena in a barrier that would not dissipate unless one party perished. Following the formation of the barrier, Dongfang Jibai rushed over, glancing at Ling Yi from across the barrier, before turning to Dongfang Yu, unable to suppress a scolding. "Fool." In the Dongyang Empire, the Dongfang surname was that of the royal family. Thus, anyone bearing this name was either of royal blood or closely related. Dongfang Yu, being older than Dongfang Jibai, was considered his senior, and although Dongfang Jibai found his cousin's behavior distasteful, he had never scolded him openly until now. The other students were taken aback. Dongfang Jibai, known for his gentle demeanor, had called his cousin a fool over Ling Yi. Did this imply he harbored feelings for her? The students speculated, unable to fathom alternative reasons. As Ling Yi had only just enrolled, it could not be due to camaraderie alone that he would confront his cousin so boldly. Little did they know, Dongfang Jibai's words were to be taken literally. Ling Yi, who could slay three-headed pythons, would not fear Dongfang Yu. Thus, in Dongfang Jibai's eyes, Dongfang Yu's actions were merely foolish self-sacrifice. However, with both contestants now on the arena, it was too late for further discussion. At that moment, the chief instructors from the Second and Third Institutes arrived, and upon seeing the head instructor from the Third Institute, Teacher Bai expressed his displeasure. "When will the Third Institute manage those who bully their classmates?" The head instructor from the Third Institute responded dismissively. "Within the academy, we can manage, but outside. Even if they do not encounter trouble within the academy, they will face it outside once they leave." The head instructor continued, "Our guidance can only be temporary, not everlasting. This world operates on the principle of the strong prevailing." Teacher Bai wished to counter, but the head instructor of the Third Institute spoke again. "Moreover, the victim has the choice. If they do not seek out their teachers, how can the teachers advocate for them? Acting rashly may subject them to even greater retaliation. Will they not harbor resentment towards the teacher then? In this world, one must either possess sufficient strength or have a formidable backing, or else be unafraid of death," the head instructor asserted. It is a choice between living a humiliated life or choosing to perish with dignity. The power of choice lies with the individual, so do not expect others to intervene. You are not mistaken. Indeed, this world favors the strong, but I believe the Academy to be different. While our intervention may lead to potential retribution outside, if we cannot ensure their safety within the Academy, how will they protect themselves once they leave? The head instructor of the Third Institute regarded Teacher Bai with a profound gaze. What you have witnessed in the past may have been favorable, but now that you are a teacher, you will encounter increasingly complex issues within the Academy. The world is not merely black and white. You will witness many unacceptable realities if you cannot attempt to accept them. Then it is best to distance yourself. The head instructor continued. Consider Su Zijia. He lacks support and influence, yet he entered the Academy through sheer effort. He desires a peaceful academic experience, thus he chooses to endure. This endurance can lead to two outcomes. One, they become more emboldened in their bullying. The other, they may find such bullying tedious and gradually lose interest. There are also those like Ling A, who confront challenges head-on, unafraid of the forces behind them. This spirit of standing firm even in the face of death is admirable, yet I do not advocate for it, for living presents more opportunities. Regardless, whether one chooses to stand and die or kneel and live, it is ultimately their choice and should be respected. Teacher Bai could not agree, but with the life and death battle about to commence, his focus shifted to the match, and he refrained from further discussion with the head instructor of the Third Institute. The head instructor, too, fell silent, directing his attention to the arena. Once the barrier was established, Dongfang Yu wasted no time in launching an attack on Ling Yi. If Ling Yi were truly just a level 9 spirit master, she would undoubtedly be unable to evade Dongfang Yu's assault. Yet she was not. In the instant Dongfang Yu struck, Ling Yi vanished from her original position, reappearing on the opposite side of the arena with a cheerful demeanor. Dongfang Yu, allow me to show you something. Hearing this, Dongfang Yu scoffed. What, do you wish for me to witness you groveling for mercy? Alas, it is too late. Had you knelt and begged earlier, I might have considered sparing you. Not quite. Ling Yi smiled gently and uttered a phrase, then extended her right hand towards her left, gripping something that began to emerge. Observing this action, Dongfang Yu was poised to offer a sarcastic remark, but his expression froze the next moment. A white bone dagger gradually revealed itself in accordance with Ling Yi's movements. The spectators beneath the arena were taken aback by this spectacle. What the heck? She drew a knife from her left hand. The bone dagger gleamed with a smooth, radiant whiteness, exuding beauty. It must have been stored in a spatial artifact on her left hand, right? I also questioned how one could possibly draw a dagger from their hand. Just by looking at the length and shape of that bone dagger, it was evident that such a feat was impossible. One must wonder what kind of reasoning guided the person claiming to draw a knife from their left hand. The barrier was not soundproof, and Dongfang Yu heard the whispers directed at him, prompting him to retort, "You're just putting on a show." Ling Yi, unfazed by his words, merely chuckled and said, "Dongfang Yu, have you ever witnessed the light of dawn? It's quite beautiful." Before Dongfang Yu could respond, he saw Ling Yi swing the bone dagger. The blade shimmered brilliantly, akin to the light of dawn piercing through darkness, growing increasingly radiant. Dongfang Yu squinted slightly as the blinding light struck his eyes, and before he could react, the radiant glow vanished. Simultaneously, a resounding crash echoed from the barrier behind him, causing it to shatter entirely. The barrier of the arena was reinforced by a 10% augmentation of both combatants' powers. Yet Ling Yi's current display of strength far exceeded what the barrier could withstand, leading to its abrupt breach by the luminous blade. Hearing the commotion, Dongfang Yu turned to glance back, only to be met with a startling sight. He could see the bodies of the spectators below the arena, but their heads were obscured from view. How could this be? Standing on the arena, he was higher than them, so why could he only see their waists? Ah! A piercing scream erupted, followed by a chorus of terrified cries as the crowd surged in chaos. Dongfang Yu attempted to inquire about the source of the commotion, but found himself unable to utter a word. Ultimately, realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted to one of terror. He did not wish to die, yet fate had already sealed his doom. Ling Yi sheathed her bone dagger and stepped forward. Dongfang Yu lay lifeless, his countenance horrifying, and Ling Yi clicked her tongue, wishing to ask him whether the light was beautiful, but the opportunity had passed. The wave of excruciating pain surged through her left hand. Ling Yi glanced at her left hand just before the blood fully soaked through, and addressed the onlookers below. "It's over. You may handle it now." With that, she vanished from her spot in an instant. Ling Yi had severed Dongfang Yu's head with a single stroke. It fell to the ground, the cut smooth and clean, devoid of the expected splatter of blood, yet it was all the more chilling. Witnessing the head's descent, the remaining students of the academy were overwhelmed, resulting in screams and nausea that led to chaos. This reaction was not surprising. Not only the students but even the teachers were taken aback. They were astonished by Ling Yi's true power as a 9th-level spirit master, capable of decapitating Dongfang Yu with such ease, as well as by her ruthlessness. The reasons behind their deadly confrontation were known to them from Teacher Bai. While not a significant matter, Dongfang Yu had never mentioned the stakes involved, and upon learning of the life-and-death duel, he had eagerly accepted, believing he could teach Ling Yi a lesson due to his superior prowess. However, Ling Yi was aware of her true abilities and knew that Dongfang Yu was no match for her. Her proposal for a life-and-death duel was a premeditated intent to kill him, and Dongfang Yu, being no saint himself, had willingly walked into her trap. Ultimately, it was Dongfang Yu who sought his own demise, though Ling Yi's manipulation was undeniably cold-hearted. Chapter 70. Indifference. The head teacher of the 3rd-level academy bore a stoic expression and calmly instructed those around him. "Remove the body and notify his parents to come collect it." With that, he turned and departed. Ziyu, the 2nd-level academy's head teacher, called out to Teacher Bai, "Did you notice?" Teacher Bai looked at the head teacher with a bewildered expression. "What?" The 2nd-level academy's head teacher sighed softly. "The manner in which Imo Wuheng handles matters. Why do you think the 3rd-level academy teachers turned a blind eye to Dongfang Yu's behavior?" Bai Ziyu replied, "It's due to his status and the power he represents." "Precisely," the 2nd-level head teacher affirmed. "Dongfang Yu is a royal relative. He has the imperial family backing him, and no matter how much the 3rd-level academy teachers disapprove of his actions, they cannot intervene too overtly, lest they endanger the students who may attract his ire." Bai Ziyu fell silent, the 2nd-level head teacher understanding his thoughts. Ziyu, Imo Wuheng, as the head of the 3rd-level academy, oversees the entire institution. He cannot afford to focus solely on one student. He must maintain a delicate balance. The other teachers in the 3rd-level academy do not ignore Dongfang Yu out of fear of him, but rather to protect other students. Bai Ziyu, upon hearing this, wanted to express his thoughts, but the 2nd-level head teacher preemptively stated, "Do not doubt this. Do you think they care about Dongfang Yu? If they truly did, would they remain so indifferent after his death?" Imo Wuheng merely instructed that the body be taken away and left without a second thought. The teachers of the 3rd-level academy are likely relieved now that Dongfang Yu is no longer with them. The 2nd-level head teacher regarded Bai Ziyu. "Your family background is substantial, and your connections are harmonious. Thus they have shielded you well from witnessing such distressing matters. However, as Imo Wuheng mentioned, you will encounter increasingly more challenges in the future. Though he appears cold, he possesses a righteous heart and will not hold your defiance against him in resentment. Yet, if he were less magnanimous, even if he did not show it, he would harbor grudges in his heart." The 2nd-level head teacher continued, "The Bai family indeed has a solid foundation, but it is not the sole existence of its kind. You must also consider your family's reputation in your external dealings." After listening, Bai Ziyu remained silent. Observing his reticence, the 2nd-level head teacher sighed. "I understand that this is difficult for you to accept right now. Take your time to ponder over it, but first, go see Ling Yi." Bai Ziyu nodded. "All right." The 2nd-level head teacher watched Bai Ziyu's departing figure and sighed inwardly. The young master of the Bai family had grown up pampered, possessing a pure heart that could not tolerate any injustice. He was a good person, yet in this world, those who fail to adapt seldom thrive. The Bai family had sent him to the academy with the intention of honing his character. Having benefited from the family's privileges, he must also be vigilant and guided appropriately, but that was all he could do. Ultimately, it depended on whether the young master Bai could come to terms with these realities. "Old you, rather than worrying about the young master Bai, you should concern yourself with Ling Yi," the observing teacher sighed. "A swift execution, without mercy. Such ruthless methods are far more troublesome than the young master Bai." "I do not share that sentiment." Teacher Yu replied calmly. "Ling Yi's temperament is commendable. At least, I find it admirable." The teacher conversing with him was left at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ling Yi descended from the life-and-death stage and returned directly to her dormitory. Once the door to her room was closed, she rolled up her sleeves, and a soft green glow emanated from her palms, enveloping her left arm. Under the healing spell, the cracks that had formed on her left hand began to mend. When the wound had fully healed, she withdrew her hand. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the room. Ling Yi opened the door to find a familiar figure. Teacher Bai? Bai Ziyu replied. I came to check on you. Ling Yi stepped out of her room. Teacher Bai, I'm fine on his way. Bai Ziyu had contemplated numerous thoughts, and upon seeing Ling Yi, he voiced his inquiries. Ling Yi, did you know from the start that your strength could handle Dongfang Yu? Which is why you led him into the life and death duel with the intent to kill him? Bai Ziyu's question was direct, and Ling Yi's response was equally straightforward, yes. Confronted with Ling Yi's candid admission, Bai Ziyu fell silent. He had expected that a student, in the presence of a teacher, would at least temper their thoughts, yet Ling Yi had unabashedly acknowledged her intent. Bai Ziyu did not feel any aversion to this. He merely stated, after today's events, many students and teachers perceive you as cold and ruthless. They may distance themselves from you due to their opinions. Are you not concerned? Who are they to me? Why should I care about their views? Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. Moreover, I led Dongfang Yu to his demise, but he had to willingly step into the fray. If he had refused, I could not have coerced him into signing a life and death contract. Ling Yi continued, Teacher Bai, to those unaware, Dongfang Yu's cultivation undoubtedly overshadowed mine. What do you think was his mindset when he agreed to the life and death duel? He accepted it with the intention of wanting me dead. Was he a good person? Ling Yi gazed at Bai Ziyu. He was not, yet he lost and died. Now, the one who killed him is labeled as cold-hearted. Teacher Bai, do you believe their sentiments are justified? Bai Ziyu shook his head. No, they are not. Ling Yi regarded Bai Ziyu. If they are unjust, why should I concern myself with them? Furthermore, if they fear me, that is quite advantageous in my view. Ling Yi stated slowly. It simplifies matters considerably. Bai Ziyu grasped Ling Yi's meaning and pondered for a long moment before responding. They will view you as cruel because Dongfang Yu is already dead. Ling Yi, with a smile that was not quite a smile, remarked, it is truly fascinating that a person who brazenly oppresses their peers has met their demise, and yet still elicits sympathy from students. Teacher Bai was at a loss for words in response. Ling Yi leisurely continued, no matter what they think, I remain indifferent. Therefore, Teacher Bai, you need not worry that their opinions will unsettle me. Teacher Bai gazed at Ling Yi for a long while before nodding in agreement. Very well. With that, Teacher Bai departed, uttering not a single additional word. The news of Dongfang Yu's death spread rapidly, and many witnesses recounted how Ling Yi had killed him. Through their accounts, most people came to understand the extent of Ling Yi's ruthlessness. Some found her to be remarkably cool and impressive, even idolizing her, while others deemed her heartless and excessively cold, harboring disdain. Yet, as Ling Yi had stated, she remained unfazed by both admiration and aversion. On the following day, during the physical training class, Ling Yi entered the training hall and approached the instructor. Shall we spar? The instructor regarded Ling Yi, hesitated, and finally, in exasperation, waved his hand. Return to your group and prepare for training. This indicated that there would be no sparring. Ling Yi said nothing further and joined the group for training. The instructor, seeing her return, followed suit. After a prolonged silence during the training, the instructor finally spoke. Ling Yi, this course is of no benefit to you. Why do you insist on attending? Ling Yi replied. Since you do not wish to spar with me, I cannot skip class without permission, and if I miss too many classes, the principal will have to speak with me. The physical training instructor's lips twitched at her words, and he responded, Did the principal not speak with you yesterday? Ling Yi countered, Why would he need to? As the instructor prepared to explain, he noticed that the other students had unwittingly shifted closer to their conversation, feigning disinterest yet straining to listen. The instructor snapped, Stand straight. Are you all eager for extra practice? The students reluctantly returned to their original positions, but as long as the instructor did not pull Ling Yi aside, they could still hear, feeling no urgency. Aware of their curiosity, the instructor did not suppress them too harshly and turned to Ling Yi. The Third Academy has notified Dongfang Yu's family to come collect the body. They are causing a ruckus, seeking revenge on you. Oh, Ling Yi replied expressionlessly, I am not afraid of their arrival. The physical training instructor continued, They intend to settle the score with you, but were intercepted by Mo Wuheng and sent to the principal. I do not know how the principal has handled it. They left without a word. I thought the principal would want to speak with you, yet he did not. Ling Yi remarked, because it is not a significant matter. The instructor retorted, It is quite serious, considering he is of royal lineage. If every royal family member's death necessitated a reckoning, the Imperial Academy would be in chaos. Chapter 71. Mu Shengyuan is now a cripple. That is true. The physical training instructor pondered for a moment. Yet, I believe the principal will still want to speak with you. Ling Yi looked over. Is the instructor fixated on the principal's desire to speak with me? The instructor replied, What fixation? Enough of this. You'll find out soon enough. Now, focus on your training. With that, the instructor walked away. Ling Yi chose not to say more and began her training. After the morning classes concluded, Ling Yi had finished her bath and was about to head to the cafeteria when Teacher Bai approached her, leading her to the principal's office. Upon arrival, Teacher Bai turned to Ling Yi. The principal only requested to see you, so I shall not enter. Understood. Ling Yi nodded. After Teacher Bai departed, Ling Yi entered the courtyard. As soon as she did, a small projectile came rushing toward her. Sister! Ling Yi halted, and the small projectile collided with her foot. Sister, I missed you so much. Ling Yi replied with a blank expression. We just met yesterday. Lin Xinjia exclaimed, even after seeing you. I still miss you. Ling Yi pulled him aside and walked toward the principal. Lin Xinjia immediately followed. Xinjia, could you fetch that book from the study for grandfather? Please. Lin Xinjia glanced at Ling Yi and nodded. Of course. He then dashed off, but after a few steps, he stopped and looked back at Ling Yi. Sister, wait for me. Without waiting for her response, he ran off. After Lin Xinjia left, the principal invited Ling Yi to sit and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Ling Yi, the reason I called you here is that you will soon be going out for training. Ling Yi looked at the principal. There is no need for special reminders regarding the training. You summoned me because of Dongfang Yu, did you not? Indeed, the principal confirmed. Dongfang Yu's father is the brother of His Majesty. Although the family has more than one child, they have always placed great importance on Dongfang Yu. The situation between you and Dongfang Yu was of his own making, but his parents will not see it that way. I am concerned they might take action against you while you are out training. Ling Yi regarded the principal. Are you informing me for my safety, or is it to ensure that I might show mercy should the situation escalate? Ling Yi did not forget that the principal's surname was Dongfang, and he was also of royal lineage. Facing Ling Yi's blunt inquiry, the principal sighed with a wry smile. They are my relatives. Naturally, I do not wish for their demise. Ling Yi's expression darkened slightly, but she refrained from speaking immediately. The principal sighed again and continued, however, I have done all I can. If they refuse to heed advice and insist on seeking you out, then there is nothing I can do. Ling Yi, I am not unreasonable. The principal looked at her. I know you are not at fault. I do not wish for them to die, but I will not demand that you spare them. After all, it is unreasonable for them to seek to kill you while expecting you to show them mercy. Ling Yi smiled faintly. I trust the principal. The principal, wishing to say more, was interrupted as Lin Xinjia rushed in with a book in his arms. The principal could only succinctly advise, in any case, be cautious during your training. That I will. Ling Yi replied affirmatively. Grandfather, I brought the book, Lin Xinjia announced, handing it to the principal before climbing onto a nearby bench to sit beside Ling Yi. The principal accepted the book. Looking at Ling Yi, it is time for your meal. You may dine here instead of going to the cafeteria. Ling Yi did not hesitate to comply and ate in the courtyard. The following day during the diverse classes, Teacher Yu Yang, the head instructor of the second academy, arrived to announce that they would be going out for a month of training in Chenghua in 3 days. After the announcement, the students gasped in surprise. Chenghua? Why go so far? Isn't that a common training ground for the students of the Nanyuan Empire? One student inquired, will it be inappropriate for us to go there? Teacher Yu responded, you need not worry about that. Arrangements have already been made with the Nanyuan Empire. You will simply need to go. Dongfang Jibai asked, Teacher Yu, why have we chosen Chenghua? In previous years, their training grounds were either in the Imperial Mountains or other cities within the empire, never in a small country. This time, however, they were not only going to a small country but to a vassal state of the Nanyuan Empire. As its name suggests, Chenghua enjoys a spring-like climate year-round, with an abundance of nature's essence, making it particularly suitable for those with wood attributes to cultivate their skills. Consequently, the Nanyuan Empire had sent numerous students with wood attributes to train there. Chenghua, being a vassal of the Nanyuan Empire, welcomed students from the empire, but they only welcomed those from the Nanyuan Empire, and they were not students of the Nanyuan Empire. Teacher Yu's gaze fell upon Dongfang Jibai's face. Because of Ling Yi.at this revelation, all the students in the courtyard were taken aback. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Teacher Yu explained, There has been an unusually dense concentration of spiritual energy in the Chongqing Lake in Changhua. Teachers from the Nanyuan Empire stationed there discovered this anomaly and went down to investigate, but they completely lost contact. Following this incident, the Imperial Academy dispatched 4 elders to explore the lake. Yet they too vanished without a trace. Teacher Yu continued, after discussions between the royal family and the empire, it was decided that Mu Shengyuan would be sent. The reason the empire and the royal family chose to send Mu Shengyuan was due to her possessing unique vines. However, after she entered the water, she lost her innate powers. Teacher Yu elaborated, according to Mu Shengyuan, there exists something beneath the water that is far more formidable than her vines. That entity devoured her innate power, rendering her a cripple. Upon hearing this, the students of the First Academy were astonished, filled with regret and sympathy. Mu Shengyuan was the only individual in the Nanyuan Empire with special vines, and at such a young age. She was already a level 4 spirit general. It was hard to believe what she must have felt upon realizing her fate. Ling Yi was also somewhat taken aback. Teacher Yu continued, while the situation at Chongqing Lake is unusual, it is indeed rich in spiritual energy, which is ideal for cultivation. As long as one does not enter the lake, there should be no issues. Mu Shengyuan, in her capacity as a princess of the empire, has invited us to train there, with the condition that I inform you of this matter. Teacher Yu turned to Ling Yi. Mu Shengyuan believes only you can resolve the situation at Chongqing Lake. But she will not pressure you. If you wish to assist, you may enter the lake. If not, you need only cultivate at the lakeside. Ling Yi, having heard this, remained silent for a moment before Teacher Yu added, Ling Yi, the Imperial Academy stands behind you. You need not fear any coercion from them. Unless the Nanyuan Empire intends to wage war against the Dongyang Empire, they would not dare to force you. Therefore, the Dongyang Empire is willing to go to Changhua. A place rich in spiritual energy is hard to come by, and why would one pass up the chance to cultivate for a month? If everyone is going, naturally, I shall go as well. Ling Yi did not provide a definitive answer. Teacher Yu nodded. In that case, we shall gather in the square 3 days hence at the hour of the dragon. Before the students had the opportunity to respond, Teacher Yu added, there will also be individuals from the 4th level institution accompanying you, although there are only 4 spots available.